Chapter 151, Why Don't We Become Friends? Duan Lian was shocked awake by the phone. He felt his head pound, and his limbs were weak. He could even smell a sweet scent in the air. It was as if half of his mind was awake, but the other half was still tormented by a nightmare. He was located in a luxurious, single dorm room, where the spirit energy density was incredibly high. If he slept deeply for an hour or two, he should have recovered his strength. This was a strange thing which had never happened before. He thought about it carefully and figured that it must be because his nerves were stretched too tightly as he trained madly over the past 6 weeks. He had also fought fiercely during the tournament between courses, which made him use up too much of his stamina and spirit energy. But the tournament had come to an end, and he had already obtained the right to head to the northern battlefield, so his mind relaxed. It was only natural then that it would send warning signs to him. Duan Lian grabbed his handphone and checked the time. It was 0:35. Who would call him so late at night? "Hello?" he asked in a hoarse voice. "Big brother Duan." Chujia was knocked out in the toilet. A martial arts coursemate who was quite friendly with him said anxiously. "He went to bathe just now, and he didn't come back even after more than half an hour passed. I thought that something was weird, so I knocked on the door loudly, but he didn't react. Then, I kicked it, and I saw him unconscious on the floor while foaming at the mouth. There's a deep bruise on his neck, and it looks like he was choked by someone until he fell unconscious." "What?" Duan Lian was shocked. "You're in a 4-man dorm, right? Was Chujia alone in the dorm when he went to bathe?" "Little Tao and I were here all the time. He didn't come out, and the bathroom was locked on the inside. No one could have possibly gone in," he said, "unless they jumped in from outside through the transom in the bathroom. But we're staying on the 9th floor, and the transom is tiny. Even a girl who is 160 centimeters tall would have a hard time crawling in. Who could have crawled in silently to attack Chujia?" Duan Lian frowned. "What happened then? Why did you call me?" "While we were preparing to send Chujia to the medical office, we ran into the people from dorm 608. They were carrying their friend Joe in a flurry of motion. They were also sending him to the medical office," he said. "I heard that Joe was training with 2 of his dorm mates. After they ended their training session, while they were on their way back, the 2 dorm mates walked slightly ahead, and around 20 seconds later, they noticed Joe having vanished without a trace. They searched for more than an hour and finally found him in a shrub very far away. He was beaten black and blue and lay unconscious." "That's..." Duan Lian's pupils shrank. "Wait. Chujia and Joe are both people who challenged Meng Zhao with me during the day." "That's right. That's why I decided to call you," the coursemate said. "Bastard. Could it be that Meng Zhao doesn't dare to face the 10 of us head-on, so he decided to sneakily follow us and attack us after the match has ended and we're alone?" Duan Lian was furious. "Hurry up and call the others." He also made some calls. 3 challengers did not pick up. The other 2 had their dorm mates pick up their phones. 3 people were missing. From witnesses, they learned that before 10 o'clock at night, they were seen in cultivation rooms or the library. Then, they vanished. The other 2 were discovered under their beds. They were unconscious and had been beaten really badly. 2 of the students had stayed in dorms with multiple people in one room. They had dorm mates sleeping soundly in their rooms, but even when they were shocked awake by the phone call, the muddle-headed dorm mates did not know that there had been a fight in their rooms. Or rather, they did not know that their dorm mate had gone through a one-sided fight. Yet they were all martial artists with incredibly sharp senses. Duan Lian could not help but cuss. When he made his final call, the person himself picked it up. "Zhang Nuo, you have to be careful of Meng Zhao. That despicable guy is ambushing us," Duan Lian said quickly. "You're staying in a single dorm room too, right? Hurry up and go to a place with a lot of people or come to my place. We'll go and look for a lecturer together." "Big brother Duan." The voice on the other side of the phone was very weak. My head is really dizzy. My limbs are weak. I think I'm poisoned." "What?" Duan Lian was shocked. "Hurry up and open the door. Call for someone." "Ah!" A pained scream came from the other end of the phone. "What's going on?" Duan Lian almost went mad. Someone stuck a semi-transparent layer of monster spikes on my door handle. I think it's coated in poison as well. I wanted to open the door, but when I held it, my skin was pierced, and it's numb now." Zhang Nuo's voice became weaker. "He also used monster glue to seal my door shut. I can't go out." His words were followed by a loud thud of him falling on the floor. Then, It was as if great darkness had swallowed up whatever was on the other side of the phone. Not a single sound came through. Duan Lian quickly got up. He did not care about his dizziness and immediately put on combat boots he had spent 2,000 monster coins to make. The bottom of the boots was inlaid with steel, and he even had sharp blades hidden in them. Ah! Right when his right foot entered his combat boot, he cried out. When he pulled his foot out, his big toe was covered in blood. He untied the laces and turned the boot upside down. A dark purple binding eye fell out. Its thorns shone with a dark green light, and they were covered by a few drops of blood. When he looked at his toe again, the blood flowing out was dark green. Duan Lian's eyes went wide, and he wanted to call for help, but his world spun. It was as if the air had been instantly sucked out. He did not even have the strength to grab his phone. Duan Lian moved to the door. Right after he threw himself forward, he stopped himself and staggered to the window. But right after he took 2 steps, he was tripped by something and crashed onto the floor. The crash was very bad, and it knocked out his last remaining strength. He could only gasp for breath like a fish on a chopping board. Duan Lian lowered his head with great difficulty and saw a nearly invisible, strengthened spider thread between the end of his bed and the foot of his cabinet. While he was sleeping, someone had snuck in without his notice. They stuffed the poisonous iron bindy eye into his combat boots, tied a rope to the end of his bed to trip him, released anesthetic gas into the air, and might have even stuck monster spikes to the handles of the door and the window. Naturally, they would also be poisoned. While all of that was being done, Duan Lian was going through a nightmare. His skin crawled. Compared to the fear he had yesterday when he faced monster controller Wu Wu, who was as crazy as a ghost leopard, he was even more frightened now. They were both monster-level opponents, but the monster today was definitely even more capable of destroying his mind. At that moment, a dissection blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing landed gently on his neck. A ghost materialized above him. His eyes shone with a teasing light, and he bent his body to whisper into his ear with a smile. Duan Lian, I won. Goosebumps broke out on Duan Lian's skin. This means nothing. He used anger to mask his fear. If you're talking about time and place, please think about what Miss Li and I said this morning. First of all, the rules of the challenge are set by the challenged, but I didn't specify how big the arena was nor how long the match could last. I only said that both sides have to do their best to completely defeat the other party. That's why, this is a match that has no limits and will never end. I only love these sort of fights, Meng Zhao said faintly. If you're talking about me poisoning you or setting up traps, I remember that the norm in the martial arts course is that we can use any weapon and method of our choice. No one ever specified what sort of weapons we can use. We can choose sabers, swords, daggers, thickened steel, combat boots with blades hidden in them, or guns. Since martial artists practicing the gunfighting style and machine armor style can combine martial arts with guns and machines, why can't I use my abilities to poison my opponents? You. Duan Lian hissed and used every ounce of his strength to say, how can this be considered the secret of the ultimate style? This is the secret of the ultimate style, Meng Zhao said calmly. You already know how the other challengers ended up, right? If I hadn't cleared all 1024 branch meridians so that my senses would become much sharper and I could control every muscle fiber and nerve ending at will to deliver fatal moves in a small space, how would I have been able to quietly get rid of one person while 4 or more people slept in a dorm? And it would have been impossible for me to carry someone into a shrub in just a few seconds without anything noticing me. I even made sure that he couldn't make a single sound. It also would have been impossible for me to climb up 9 floors and crawl through an aerotransom to where a superhuman was bathing. Then, before he could even react to the situation, I managed to choke him until he fainted. Duan Lian had nothing to say. Even so, he remained stubborn, and his face was full of wildness. The war has changed, Meng Zhao said calmly. In the past, we had the advantage of fighting on our home turf. We could rest and obtain supplies at any time we wanted. We could release all sorts of dazzling killing moves with electricity effects since we had the support of powerful firepower. I won't talk about the effects of the attacks itself, but it's worth it to spend some of the precious spirit energy just to increase morale. But in the future, we might end up as a lone army marching away from our home turf. We will be entering the world of monsters behind the fog and will probably have to face existences even more terrifying than monsters. If we only know how to stand around in stances like idiots waiting to execute our attacks, martial artists won't be any different from large tanks. But creating an armored tank is much cheaper than cultivating a high-ranked martial artist. Ambushing, infiltrating, Scouting, assassinating, surveying, and creating chaos is something tanks, cannons, and even nuclear weapons can't do. This is the value of martial artists. And the real battlefield is in the depths of the fog. There won't be rules, judgment, boundaries, or ends to fights. The enemy won't care whether you're sleeping, bathing, eating, or relieving yourself. Once you're killed by a despicable method, you won't have the chance to complain about it to your lecturer. Dying is the only judgment you will face. When you're in that sort of battle, you have to pay attention to details. Even powerful people who have powerful killing moves might be set up and taken out by surprise by the enemy if they're the slightest bit careless. The ultimate style mainly cultivates the 1024 branch meridians, so it's the most suited for that sort of battle. This is the logic I wanted to tell all of you who challenged me. Duan Lian, I know that there has been a slight misunderstanding between us during the admission test, but please believe me when I say that I really don't have any ill will. I really regret that you couldn't choose an ace lecturer for yourself. As compensation, why don't we become friends, and I'll teach you the ultimate style. Meng Zhao looked very sincere. Bah! Duan Lian was still lying on the ground. His body was numb, and he was gradually unable to feel his limbs. He was so angry that he lost his mind and could not read Meng Zhao's good intentions. Dream on. Go to hell with your ultimate style. I refuse to admit defeat. Meng Zhao, I'm telling you, things haven't ended between us. How troublesome. Meng Zhao scratched his head with a troubled expression. He drew closer and said softly, then, I have no choice. Whoosh. The dissection blade between his fingers turned into lightning, and he cut the artery in Duan Lian's neck. Duan Lian felt pain in his neck, then saw a stream of blood gush out. It rushed out like a sprinkler and dyed half of the room red. Chapter 152, Chapter 152, title is at the end of the chapter because it's a spoiler. Duan Lian could not believe his eyes. A bone-chilling pain spread through his entire body from his throat. He felt as if he had fallen into an abyss of death that was as cold as ice. He still remained in the position where he fell after tripping over the spider threads. Due to his muscles relaxing and his limbs going limp, he could not tell how much blood he lost nor how deep was the wound on his neck. He could only see a pool of sticky blood spreading out from around his neck. Soon, it reached his mouth and nose. His chest was damp, and the air filled with a pungent scent of blood. He's mad. Duan Lian's mind was blank. Countless chaotic thoughts appeared in his head, and fear, puzzlement, and regret fought for supremacy in his brain. He just could not figure out what was going on. This lunatic, demon, monster. Just why? He wanted to cry, but could not shed any tears. It was too late for regrets. He slapped himself fiercely in his mind and regretted the fact that he did not learn his lesson during the admission test and insisted on provoking a monster like Meng Zhao. But who would have thought that this monster would descend into such madness? Do you know why you must die? Meng Zhao brought his bloody right hand in front of him and rubbed it on the floorboard, dragging out a really long bloody trail. His voice was very calm, and he looked as if he had just completed something really minor and common. It's not because of the grudge we formed during the admission test. I don't really care about that. Even if you really set me up, it's fine. Besides, I do prefer using these strategies that require wit, not ones that require brute strength. It's because you're big and built, yet you're extremely petty and hold grudges. It has almost been 2 months since the admission test, but you're still bothered by it. You're filled with animosity toward me, and you told everyone that you're going to teach me a lesson. Many of the rumors about me lacking fighting spirit, not having enough room for growth, and being about to leave the martial arts course were released by you, right? I asked around and learned that you were like this even in high school. When anyone got into a conflict with you, you gave them a lot of flack. But your family has quite the authority, and they indulge you when you act absurdly. I'm poor, so I can't provoke you. He sounded troubled and wrong, but when his words entered Duan Lian's ears, they were even more terrifying than a demon's whispers. Honestly, time might provide us the chance to slowly wash away the conflict between us, and I wouldn't have had to use such a bad strategy. Meng Zhao continued speaking coldly. But we're about to head to war in the depths of the fog, where there are dangers everywhere. Anything can happen, and we have to be focused at every second. I don't want to offend against monsters in front of me while offending against you behind me. If your mind suddenly went haywire and you decided to shoot me in the battlefield, I'd die without a grave. And don't say that it's impossible. Human thoughts are usually even more unfathomable than a monster's ill will. Would you have expected that I would suddenly slit your throat? I can't read your mind, so I can only guess your actions with the greatest malicious intent. Sorry about that. Duan Lian's eyes were bloodshot, and all he saw was a swaying red in front of him. He really wanted to say just because of that? It's all because of that? But aside from making gurgling sounds, he could not make any other sound from his throat. Also, due to various reasons, I have to quickly promote the ultimate style. I need the students to support me. At the very least, you can't cause me trouble, but it's very easy for you to cause me trouble. You also have a lot of chances to do so. Meng Zhao seemed to have read his mind based on his expression. It's enough once I add these two reasons together. I'm pressed for time, and I have a lot of things I have to do. I don't have the time to sulk around like a child with you. I gave you the chance to become my friend just now, but you didn't treasure it. You chose to be my enemy, so this is the only thing I can do. There's naturally going to be trouble for killing you, but if I set up the murder site carefully and create an illusion of us fighting fiercely and me being at a disadvantage, which led to me panicking and killing you by accident, I'll have a good chance to escape the punishment of law. Of course, I was the one who snuck into your dorm, so this is going to be really troublesome to me, and your family will definitely not stop trying to take revenge on me. There's going to be a whole load of trouble. But that's okay. Regardless of whether it's the university's punishment, the judgment from law, or your family's revenge, all of it will happen later. Right now, I'm standing, and you're lying on the ground. I'm living and enjoying the pleasure of breathing freely, while you're about to die. You can only choke in the pool of your own blood. In the end, I won this match, no? Duan Lian's lips and eyelids twitched. All he could repeat in his head was one word: lunatic, 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 lunatic. And in your final moments, let me give you a friendly reminder. Meng Zhao tapped his cheek gently with his bloody hand. In your next life, when someone like me extends a hand to you and offers friendship with a smile, it's in your best interests to take that hand firmly. Meng Zhao pulled his bloody hand from Duan Lian's eyes, then retreated into the darkness, and his breathing vanished. Don't go. Duan Lian widened his eyes and opened his mouth to scream, but no sound came out. He wanted to struggle, but he was afraid that his struggles would tear at the wound, which would make him bleed out even faster. He could only watch as his blood continued spreading around him in the dark. Cold tears spilled out of his eyes, and they flowed even faster than his blood. Save me, Meng Zhao. I was wrong. Spare me. I won't bother you again. He wanted to shout these words, but he could not make any sound. Pain had already sealed his throat shut, and the gurgling sounds turned into hissing. Was it because his blood was gushing out madly from his artery, or was it because his windpipe was cut? Whatever it was the sound of his life spilling out of him. Duan Lian did not dare continue with that train of thought. He felt his vision turning darker and his consciousness fading away. The pain in his throat became dull, as if a beast named Death was eating him inch by inch. Duan Lian was continuously eaten up by death for 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Then 10 minutes. His mind gradually stepped away from despair and filled with puzzlement. Why? Am I not dead yet even after I lost so much blood? I even feel like I've recovered some strength in my limbs. He gritted his teeth and pushed himself up from the floor. When he looked at the blood that covered half of the room, he found it unbelievable. He shuddered and touched his neck, but he did not manage to feel the wound. Instead, he touched an incredibly elastic pouch made of a monster's bladder or some other organ. It was as thin as a cicada's wings. Incredibly sticky glue covered one side of the pouch. After great difficulty, he tore it off his neck. Contained in it was a liquid similar to blood. There was a small tear on it, and when he pressed the pouch, blood gushed out. This is... Duan Lian was dumbfounded. Click. Someone turned on the lights, and the room lit up. It was as if he had returned from hell to the land of the living. Meng Zhao crossed his arms in front of his chest and leaned against the wall while staring at him with a grin. Sorry about that, Duan Lian. I played a harmless prank on you. You won't mind, right? Meng Zhao put on a sincere, friendly, and hearty smile. The blood is fake. Your throat wasn't cut. But you did suck in pores that have very mild hallucination effects. The bindy eye that stabbed your toe also had highly effective muscle relaxants and nerve-numbing agents extracted from monster poison. Then, when I cut your throat, I stuck the pouch on you and injected some biopharmaceutical drugs that cause great pain and disrupt your senses. That's all. You. Duan Lian had been hovering at death's door. He alone knew what it felt like during the 10 minutes just now. His limbs were still weak, and he no longer had the courage to be angry. We're fated to be coursemates, you know? Unless it's completely necessary, Why would I do something so cruel? Meng Zhao said. But I really do want to resolve the conflict between us. It's better to get rid of enmity than deepen it, you know? We've been going on and on about something so small for 2 months. Do you really want to keep that grudge for a whole year? Now, let me be frank. I believe you know my personality. We should put an end to the matter during the admission test, don't you think so? Duan Lian, as a compensation, why don't we become friends, and I'll teach you the ultimate style. Meng Zhao walked over and smiled sincerely. He stared at the artery on Duan Lian's neck, and when he extended his hand, it was the bloody hand. Duan Lian stared at his hand and did not dare to look into his eyes. Even so, he still shuddered. He gulped with great difficulty and extended a trembling hand to grip Meng Zhao's lightly. That's good. Meng Zhao sighed in relief. That's the best outcome. If I really had to kill you, there would be a lot of things I had to do, and it'd be so troublesome. Duan Lian was speechless. Ha 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 ha. I was joking. You know I was joking, right? Duan Lian was even more speechless. He had just gone through a terrible shock and had temporarily lost his ability to think. I'm not someone who likes to put up an act. It's meaningless to hide my strength when I have abilities and can strike you in the face when you come to me aggressively and provoke me. But if I did it, you'd just end up with even more loathing and bring out more of your family's power to fight against me, and I'd just be striking you in the face repeatedly. It's meaningless, don't you think? It would be better to do what I'm doing now and let you see my true face so that we can prevent further misunderstandings and conflicts from happening. It's perfect this way. We can achieve harmony. Now, we're friends, so help me out. Tomorrow, go to Ms. Li and tell her that you lost the challenge and accept your defeat wholeheartedly. That won't be a problem for you, right? Among the 10 challengers, you're the strongest, and you're ranked the highest. If you take the lead to admit defeat, no one else will say anything about it. Duan Lian still said nothing. But before he could even think about it, he had already nodded like a chick eating grain. That's great. Problem solved. I'm leaving. Sleep tight. Meng Zhao left Duan Lian's room with light footsteps. As Duan Lian stared at the blood that came out of some unknown monster on his floor and smelled the pungent scent, he wanted to cry, but no tears came to him. How was he supposed to sleep tight in this sort of environment? 3 seconds later, Meng Zhao pushed the door open and entered again. Duan Lian's door could lock automatically on its own, but he had somehow managed to open it without making a sound. By the way, I almost forgot to tell you, but I smeared poison arrow lizard's venom on your toilet seat. It might just be a thin layer, but it's colorless, odorless, and transparent, and the venom is very strong. If you get in contact with it for 10 seconds, you'll be numb for an entire night. If you want to poop, remember to use alcohol to wipe off the venom. This time, Meng Zhao truly left. Duan Lian remained sitting on his bed like a cracked stone statue. While all sorts of emotions raced through him, he lived through the longest night of his life. Turning animosity into a friendly relationship. Chapter 153, Mom is a genius too. Meng Zhao used his sincerity and friendliness to ingeniously resolve the conflict between him and the students. It also meant that he didn't need to do anything extra to destroy the rumors of not having enough room for growth and not having enough strength. The next morning, when the day had just become bright, Duan Lian brought the other 9 challengers to the lecturers. They told them that they accepted their defeat and that Meng Zhao definitely had the right to represent Agricultural University in the war and show the monsters how shameless, no, how smart he was. Meng Zhao's rich fighting experience had also enlightened them and helped them understand that the ultimate style, which had just been created, did indeed have great research value. When they reached the battlefield, they would definitely learn from him. The matter of the list of soldiers to be sent to the battlefield was settled like that. There were still 3 days until they would be sent out to battle, so Meng Zhao and the other students finally had a break to go home to visit their parents. Everything went on smoothly at home. Meng Zhao's mother had received her first treatment in Feng Shui Medical Center. A strengthened cell growth serum extracted from super beast blood and flesh was injected in her, and Dr. Su Yuan used spirit energy every day to probe into her nerves and bones to stimulate her cells. Her legs recovered very quickly. Now, she could cast aside her cane and her legs tend to walk around with light footsteps. His younger sister had to work hard for the exam for her 3rd year in middle school. According to their parents, she had improved at a rapid speed over this period of time. She had managed to get the top score twice in school, and there was a high chance that she would get into one of the 3 top high schools. Father's resource recovery company was getting more and more popular. Thanks to Meng Jiao predicting that the monster war would get more intense, and through Thunderbolt as well as Yan organization, they managed to get some investments, which allowed the company to get more harvesters. They also got themselves 4 mobile collection and cold storage vehicles. In the beginning, there were some people who laughed at Meng Yishan for not knowing how to spend his money. There were many resource recovery companies, but not enough monsters. The monster supply in the city was gradually drying out, but he hired so many people and bought equipment. In less than half a year, he would definitely suffer a huge loss. When the scale of the offense in the north swiftly grew and the Survival Committee released the major news that they wanted to build a new area, the monster carcasses were suddenly being sent non-stop back to the city. All the resource recovery companies then began regretting not hiring more people. While all the harvesters longed for having 4 arms, they also envied and admired Meng Yishan for being able to predict the future. Soon, Superstar Resource Recovery Company became famous within the harvesting circle. Meng Yishan was busy every day, but he was happy and in high spirits. He looked to have become younger by 10 years. Compared to the troubled man in Meng Jiao's memories of his previous life, he had become much more carefree. They still sat around the dining table in the living room in their public renting house, but the food on the table had become much better. In fact, they even had super high-grade sausages that had the blood of super beasts and boiled crocodile legs. The aroma was so strong that it was a little pungent. The family was happy as they listened to Meng Jiao talk about the things he went through in the university. My coursemates are really friendly, and they're really good to me. There's this big boy called Duan Lian, who begged me to be his friend. Can't help it. I'm just that popular. Tutor? Naturally, I have the best of them all. My tutor is strong, has high morals, is handsome, and elegant. He is the pillar of the martial arts course, and if I follow him, I will definitely have a bright future. Due to his words, his family stopped worrying about him. But his next news caused his mother's expression to change. What? You're going to the front lines? Bei Suxin asked worriedly. You're just a freshman. Why are you going to the front lines? When you went through the practical test of your national college exam, you were sent to the depths of the fog, and you fought against a bloody moon wolf king, which almost got you killed. Do you know how terrified I was? It has only been a short time since then, so how could you not remember the lesson? Mom, the two are very different things. What happened last time was an accident. More than 100 muddle-headed examinees had to face hundreds of demonic bloody moon wolves, so of course it was dangerous, Meng Jiao quickly explained. But this time, the scale of the offense in the north is really huge. You should have seen the news, right? The Red Dragon Army has mobilized a few of their elite squads. The Supernatural Tower has also sent nearly 10 Deity Realm elites. Agricultural University isn't the only one who has to provide reinforcements to the battle. All the universities in Dragon City have to send reinforcements to expand, build, and defend the new area. Humanity's Steel Army is moving forward, and no monster can stop our footsteps. I'll be going with the army, and I'll be polishing my tactics as well as expanding my horizons. I can even earn cultivation resources and form connections. Compared to the benefits, the risks aren't even worth mentioning. Mom, don't worry. In truth, Meng Jiao knew that the offense in the north would not go smoothly. But he could not tell the truth, or else, his mom would definitely not let him go. Suxin, our son isn't an average Joe. Since he has become a superhuman, he must climb to the top bravely. Meng Yishan worked in society, and he knew more things than his wife. Besides, this time, all the citizens are mobilized. Even normal harvesters like us have to be constantly prepared to go to the edge of the city to provide reinforcements. Our son is an undergraduate student. He has been given many cultivation resources, so he must take up his responsibility. Don't worry, if he could kill a bloody moon wolf king during the national college examination, he will definitely turn danger into a blessing and create a new miracle. Bei Suxin knew that her son would not listen to her. Besides, with Dragon City's environment, it was impossible for superhumans to stay at home and do nothing. She sighed in resignation. Why did they suddenly mention that they want to build a new area? Just because an accident happened during the national college examination? They could have waited for another 2 years. When you graduated, your cultivation base would be higher, and it would have been more natural for you to go out for this expansion. We can't wait anymore. Regardless of whether the accident happened during the national college examination this year, the government would still have chosen to expand. Bei Jiakao, who had been eating silently, suddenly looked up and licked off the rice at the corners of her lips. She grinned and said, if you're going to blame someone, blame Big Brother's Agricultural University. What logic is this? Bae-suk-sin could not understand. Since Agricultural University has developed so many amazing 3D farms, technology to modify genes and man-made food, they provided us with enough food. Bae Jiakao said matter-of-factly. Some 30 years ago, Dragon City faced its most dangerous moment, and its survival was threatened. At that time, Agricultural University's chancellor, Jin Zenglan, developed a lot of new technology and completely got rid of our food problems. He turned earthworm meat into luncheon meat as well as made all sorts of sticky, synthesized food in cans. The taste is horrible, but it definitely provides us with enough calories. Since food is no longer a problem and we lost so many people during the war, to protect Dragon City and pass down our civilization, the humans had to keep on producing children. Every family now has at least 3 children, but having 6 or 8 children is also quite normal. There are even those who have more than 10 children. Dad only let mom give birth to 1 child because her legs were injured and he didn't want her to suffer, but my classmates all have at least 3 siblings running around their house. Our agricultural technology has developed so much that it turned the city into something like a hive. There are all sorts of high-calorie foods being produced hundreds of meters underground and above ground. Even if we have to produce food for more than 10 million people, we can do so. But there's a problem. Humans are not pigs. We aren't satisfied by just eating our fill. Let's forget about the problem of us not having enough houses for the time being. The problem of the city not offering enough jobs is even more pressing. We must understand that a creature like a city is born to suck blood from its surrounding areas. Then, it dumps its industrial products and services to the borders. That way, it can provide for the tens of millions of people despite its tiny area of tens of thousands of square kilometers. Dragon City had relied on the materials, technology, people, and market from the prefectures around it on Earth to retain its large structure. It even relied on the nation and the whole world to ensure its continued existence. Once we transmigrated to the other world, the city had nothing but tens of millions of people. It did not have vast foundations to produce materials and markets for dumping. It didn't even have enough jobs for all the people. Over the past few decades, we faced the threat of elimination, so everyone gritted their teeth and ate only canned food containing black stuff. We slept in deck beds with 4 or 5 layers, since as long as we could survive, everything was fine. Now, our lives are getting better. The number of youngsters who have nothing to do have increased by 10 times compared to the past. The threat of monsters is also gradually reducing, so it's only natural that the people want better lives, more appropriate jobs, larger living spaces, and fresh, real food. We can't solve the problem of providing for tens of millions of jobs for youngsters within Dragon City itself. So what else can we do aside from expanding our territory and building new areas? With that, we can provide jobs in the Red Dragon Army as it grows larger, among builders for new areas, and even more in the new mining area. When we've squeezed out almost every last drop from the new area, we'll head further to colonize the vast other world's core to provide for the people. There's no other way for us. We have to do this. So, Mom, you have to stop complaining. This is the fate of Dragon City. Forget about Big Brother going to war. In 2 years, I will definitely be swept into this as well, and I will brave the winds and waves. After Bae Jiakao finished speaking, she noticed that her entire family was staring at her with slack jaws. What? Do I have something on my face? Bae Jiakao touched her cheeks with a puzzled expression. Why do I feel like after you got into the 3rd year of middle school, your horizons have expanded? You sound like a mini adult now. Meng Zhao said, unable to believe his own ears. Recently, little Cow has been changing a lot. It feels like she has been growing every day, and she often says shocking things. I'm almost unable to understand her, Bae-suk-sin said. I only know that the last appetite has increased by a large degree. I bring 2 heavy sacks of monster meat back from the company every day, which tires me out a lot, but it's not enough for her, Meng Yishan said with a grin. Bae Jiakao's face turned red, and she quickly defended herself. I'm not just eating. I train too. Recently, I feel like I've become much stronger. My saber skill, gun technique, and strength often shock my teachers. Even the boys in school can't win against me. Also, after I read a book, I remember most of its contents. It's the same with news and information online. Once I give it a casual sweep, it's branded inside my brain. If I don't pay attention, I then end up saying things like what I mentioned just now. Hey, could it be that I'm actually one of those really rare, legendary geniuses? The girl puffed out her chest and swung her fist excitedly. Meng Zhao's smile turned a little stiff. Could it be that the night demon blood in his sister's body was about to awaken? Meng Yishan sipped his wine and said with a sigh, I didn't expect that I would be blessed, even though I'm a fool. I can't believe that I would have two geniuses in the house. It has nothing to do with you. It's mainly because of Mom. I inherited Mom's intellect. Bei Jiakao stuck her tongue out at Meng Yishan. Dad, did you know that Mom was even more of a genius compared to me when she was young? Huh? Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin were both stunned. Meng Jiao could not understand what Bei Jiakao meant. It's true. Even I was shocked. I didn't expect that Mom would be so amazing when she was young. Bei Jiakao patted her head and went out to bring out a rusty metal box from her room. By the way, I haven't had the time to tell you. This is something I found at the partition in the corner under the bed when you went to the hospital in the afternoon. I was bored, so I was looking around. It's something that you put inside a long time ago. Did you forget about it? Chapter 154, The Witch's Secret. After Granny Wang next door turned into a zombie and joined the Eternal Journey, her granddaughter got into a public renting house that provided better living conditions and was closer to her school. Meng Jiao, then, used his contribution to apply for their room and moved out. They were no longer short of living space, so once Meng Yishan had some money, he decided to remodel the apartment, which led to him digging up quite a lot of the wall plaster and floor tiles. Coincidentally, Bei Jiakao was at home in the afternoon. She had been bored, so she groped around until she found a box hidden in a corner. It was a metal box used to store MRE hardtacks around 30 years ago. At that time, they lacked resources, so when they finished eating the food inside, they were often reluctant to throw away the box, so they used it to store other stuff. I think I put it there when we married. Bei Suxin and Meng Yishan could not quite remember it clearly. Bei Jiakao opened the lid, and the first thing in sight was a red, heart-shaped mechanical watch. Due to the strong interference from the spirit energy of the other world, the screen had distorted a long time ago. Bei Suxin was surprised and delighted. She brought out the damaged mechanical watch and looked at it before she put it on her wrist and said happily, "This is the first birthday present your dad gave me. So it's here? I was wondering why I could never find it." Meng Yishan giggled. Under the mechanical watch were a few postcards and birthday cards. They were written full of words, and some of them had hearts drawn on them. Meng Yishan's face turned red. He quickly snatched them from his daughter and said hastily, "Don't look." "Too late, Dad. I already read them. I didn't expect that you were so cheesy when you were young." Bei Jiakao covered her mouth and giggled. "What? What is it?" Meng Jiao was very curious as well. "Are those love letters Dad wrote to Mom when he was young? How cheesy was he?" Bei Jiakao. Meng Yishan was angry, and he looked ready to throw punches. "Big brother, as Dad's dearest daughter and the one who gives him the most love and affection among his children, I will definitely not betray him," Bei Jiakao said righteously. "Even if you give me 1,000. Make that 1,500, I won't betray him." "All right, stop causing a ruckus, you two." Bei Suxin picked up the letters and birthday cards she received when she was young while recalling all the sweet memories from the past. "Little cow, what exactly did you discover? Why did you say that I was really good when I was young?" "It's this." Bei Jiakao brought out a modeled notebook from the bottom of the tin can. The yellow cover did not have any words or pictures. After it was corroded by the passage of time for more than 20 years, the paper was very brittle, and when Bei Jiakao flung it a little, pieces fell off. The ink on them was very faint, but they could still tell that their mother had indeed written the notebook. "What is this?" Bei Suxin frowned. She looked confused. "Why don't I remember having this notebook with me?" Meng Jiao went over and read it carefully with Bei Jiakao. After flipping through 2 pages, his pupils shrank swiftly. "This is something like a notebook for class, or something like a handwritten copy of exercises," Meng Jiao mumbled. "The question on the first page is a function problem that requires you to modify a force execution problem slightly in a zero-gravity environment. It involves advanced mathematics, physics, ergonomics, and other fields. It's at least 5 times harder than the questions in the National College examination." "What?" Bei Suxin was absolutely baffled. "Zero what?" "Zero gravity. In simple terms, it's a problem about how we can use martial arts in space," Bei Jiakao explained. "Even though we haven't managed to break through the other world's ozone layer, the explorative dive into this theory is very helpful to solving the tactical mobility of the powerful fighters when they move like the wind or are going through free fall. In any case, This is top-tier martial arts research. That's why I said that you're amazing, Mom. You were just in your teens or 20s around 20 years ago, right? You were about the same age as I am, and you didn't live in such a good environment as we do, but you were already looking into such difficult questions. It's nothing strange that I inherited your talent, then. This too. I think this is a design of a spirit energy conductor drawn after assembling or disassembled a really intricate machine. Meng Jiao narrowed his eyes. The interference in the other world is great, so the materials are not stable at all. You seldom see such intricate machines. This looks like some sort of stimulation device. It looks like it can make something explode. The more he looked at it, the more shocked he was. All the questions in the hand-copied exercise book involved really profound theories, and they gave off a really dangerous presence. It was difficult for him to believe that this was created during the Warring Era 20 years ago, when the research of spirit energy was far less advanced. It was even more difficult for him to imagine that his mother, Bei Suxin, who was a normal housewife, would be able to solve most of the problems. Suddenly, he stopped flipping through the pages. He saw a picture casually drawn by his mother at the corner of one of the pages. It was a long, narrow eye formed by two overlapping X's. Each X seemed to be an eye, but they were sharing one pupil. A dark light shone from the black pupil, which looked like a black hole that could devour souls. Ow! It hurts. A sharp pain pierced his brain after coming through the center of his brow. The memory fragments from his previous life danced around like shrieking sparrows. Meng Jiao knew that he had seen this picture before in his previous life, but where? Big brother? Hey! In his daze, he heard the dark witch's derisive cackles in his ears. An illusion appeared in front of his eyes. Meng Jiao felt as if he was living through his previous life again. His world was filled with darkness and blood. Purple hair burned, and bloody wings spread out. His little sister looked as if she had escaped from a bloody hell. She clutched his neck and lifted him from the ground. You have no idea just what it is that I face. Trash like you are a burden that will bring me to my ruin. From the day Dad and Mom died, we've had nothing tying us together. Stop bothering me by saying that you're my big brother. Get lost. Leave my side. Go to the ends of the world. Go as far away as possible. Otherwise, the next time we meet, I will kill you. Meng Jiao ignored the dark witch's poisonous and resolute words. He stared at her hand, the one she used to clutch his neck. On the back of his younger sister's hand was the strange picture of the two X's that resembled eyes. They overlapped with each other and shared one single pupil. The picture protruded on her skin and shone with a strange light. It did not look like a tattoo, but something branded deeply into her skin, a curse that would never be wiped off. Thud. Meng Jiao fell forward. The memories from his previous life shattered, and his mind returned to the present. Big brother, why did you fall down all of a sudden? The middle school version of the Dark Witch did not have any mark on the back of her hand, and she quickly helped him up. You're bleeding from your nose. Meng Yishan frowned. Quick. Use a cold towel to cover your nose. Don't be in a hurry to stuff your nostrils. Stuff it only when the blood has flowed out completely. Bei Suxin took care of her son with her heart aching for him. You silly boy, you must have been training really hard in the university, yet you only talk about the good things you went through there. How can we not be worried if you act this way? I'm fine. It's just been really hot and dry lately, so my body is a little heaty. Meng Jiao couldn't care less about his bleeding nose right now. He pointed at the eye made of the X's on the notebook. Mom, did you draw this? Bei Suxin looked at it. I think so. Meng Jiao sucked in a deep breath. What is it? I don't know. I drew it casually more than 20 years ago. I must have seen it somewhere, and since I was bored, I just drew it. What's wrong? Your face is really pale. You look like you saw a ghost. Bei Suxin was puzzled. Is there something wrong with this picture? Meng Jiao opened his mouth, but he did not know what to say. The clues in his mind were still scattered and jumbled together. All right, let's not talk about the picture for now. Mom, what's with this notebook? You've never attended university. Did your high school teach such difficult problems at that time? Meng Jiao was truly skeptical. He thought about it and asked, Mom, have you been hiding your true identity all this while? Are you actually the heir of some ancient and mysterious cultivation family? Did you decide to hide your name and elope with Dad due to those cliché reasons born from the grudges between aristocratic families? What? Bei Jiakao widened her eyes. In an instant, her mind came up with a 2 million-word story. She even picked the male and female protagonists for it. What do you mean elope? Meng Yishan used his chopsticks to wrap his son's head. I married your mother legally. I even brought her back to the house with a proper car. What are you thinking about? Bae-suk-sin could not help but laugh. Your grandpa and grandma were both normal people. The world was in chaos at that time, so they died a long time ago during the monster invasion. We do have some photos of them, though. They record how I lived when I was young. Do you think that was the life of an aristocratic family? As for these exercises, I do find them a little strange. Now, even when I look at them, I don't understand them, but this is indeed my handwriting. But that's normal too. Didn't they say that you're at the peak of your intellect when you go through your national college examination? Perhaps I was really smart when I was young, but my legs were injured, and I've stayed in the house for 20 years. I just manage the house all the time, buy ingredients, and cook. I also play mahjong with the neighbors. So how could I still be smart? That's not right. Meng Zhao shook his head slowly. He became even more certain of his guess. This is definitely not the level a normal high school student could attain 20 years ago by sheer talent and hard work. The high schools at that time wouldn't teach this sort of questions either. This notebook must have come from another source. Mom, trust me, this is very important. You have to think about it carefully. Just when, where, and in what sort of situation did you write these things down in this notebook? His stern expression scared his family. Bae-suk-sin thought about it seriously for a long time, but then shook her head. It was too long ago. I just can't remember it. But I don't think this was taught in my high school. At that time, we faced constant invasions from monsters, and the entire city was a battlefield. Society was in chaos, and I only went to high school for a year before it was destroyed by monsters. Besides, my parents were no longer around at that time. So I came out to look for a job to survive. Where did you work, Mom? Meng Zhao asked hastily. At that time, there was a huge shortage of jobs, and I didn't have any qualifications or supernatural abilities, so I could only work as a nurse, Bae-suk-sin said. We were at war every day, so many people were injured. There was a huge shortage of manpower in the hospitals. With just a bit of training, we were told to handle tasks like dressing up patients and giving them injections. A nurse? Which hospital did you work in? Meng Zhao felt that he was getting closer to the answer. I switched a few hospitals, so I can't remember the names. But they weren't any big hospitals. The nurses in big hospitals had all received professional training and graduated from nursing school, Bae-suk-sin explained. At that time, societal order had just been reconstructed, so we didn't have a lot of big public hospitals. There were a lot of clinics and temporary hospitals set up in battlefields, though. They were opened by powerful people, and many of them didn't even have names. Those hospitals and clinics were promoted orally by the patients, and those who needed help naturally flocked to them. Monsters invaded us every day, and viruses as well as bacteria spread everywhere. The dead turned into zombies at any moment. In that sort of environment, no one cared about hygiene or professionality. If someone treated them, they might be able to live if they got lucky, but if they died, they could only accept it. No one came causing trouble. But even though they were all underground clinics without names, the doctors there had decent skills. I remember that I worked for around a year in one hospital. It was the longest time I stuck to one place. They had a medicine there that was really mysterious. We had one patient who had a hole in his head from a monster's attack. It was a mess inside his skull, but after he was injected with that medicine, he survived, and he could even continue fighting. Isn't that amazing? So, I worked really hard in that hospital and forced myself to learn a lot of stuff, because I wanted to get a proper nurse's license. I probably took those notes at that time. Chapter 155, Got New Equipment. Meng Zhao was pensive. What happened later? The situation gradually stabilized, and large-scale monster invasions reduced in number. After a few expeditions by the Red Dragon Army, Dragon City regained order, and we didn't need that many temporary hospitals and unlicensed nurses anymore, Bae-suk-sin said. Many of the temporary hospitals were either combined together or upgraded to big public hospitals, and most of the underground clinics were shut down. I remember that my hospital was shut down in the end, and everyone was laid off. I wanted to apply for a position in a public hospital after I got my license, but there were too many people in the same position as me at that time. The competition was incredibly fierce. While I was studying, there was a monster invasion, and my house collapsed on me. I was buried under the debris for a long time, and the nerves and bones in my legs were crushed. Naturally, I couldn't be a nurse anymore. It's been years. If Little Cow didn't find this notebook, I would have even forgotten about being a nurse in the past. I don't understand a single word in the notebook now. It's as if it wasn't written by me at all. Ah, my brain has regressed so much. Am I useless now? Of course not. When Meng Jiao saw how dejected Bei Suxin looked, he quickly shook his head. You'll always be the greatest mom in Little Cow in my heart. But do you really not remember a single detail about that hospital? Even a name or a doctor you know from there will do. Cow, enough. Meng Yishan sighed. That year, you and your mom were both buried in the debris for too long. You were a baby, so it's only natural that you don't know anything, but she went through a great shock. She was in a daze for a few months in the hospital before she slowly recovered. The doctors said that it was PTSD, which is very common in Dragon City. Anyway, it has been many years, and it doesn't affect her daily life now. A few days ago, Dr. Su Yuan from Feng Shui Medical Center gave your mom a full body check, and he didn't find anything wrong about her. Is there a reason why you must make her remember this? Meng Jiao did not know how he should explain it. When he had just returned to the past, he thought that his younger sister's night demon blood came from the other world. He thought that she was infected or had it implanted after she came into contact with Dragon City or the other world civilizations. But from what he saw now, it seemed like it was related to some force of power from 20 years ago. Did it mean that a mysterious power from the other world had invaded Dragon City 20 years ago? The fog was not a natural chasm, even though it could stop the major civilizations from coming into contact with each other at a large scale. With fate playing a hand and creating coincidences, individual intelligent life forms could get through the fog and into the city. This hospital and this picture of the overlapping eyes should be the main reason behind why my sister's corruption rate just won't go down. Could it be that 20 years ago, some other world resident discovered Dragon City by accident and made home in it in secret? Or perhaps Dragon City itself has some sort of secret that no one knows and our transmigration wasn't actually pure coincidence? No matter what, monsters aren't our only enemy. Meng Jiao rubbed the bridge of his nose and thought about it for a long time. Alright, let's set this matter aside for the time being. Dad, Mom, Little Cow, don't breathe a single word about this to anyone else. Don't draw this picture outside casually either, understand? Meng Yishan and Bei Suxin exchanged a glance before they nodded. Aside from our family, who else would we mention this to? But what does this picture represent? Is it very dangerous? This is. Meng Jiao thought about it. It means certain things, but we don't have to be in a hurry to figure them out. When I get back from the northern front lines, I will get to the bottom of this and get rid of it. He swore in his heart that once he went to the northern front lines, he would train madly to increase his strength so that he could gain the strength to protect his family as soon as possible. Fortunately, he finally had the initiative and had learned of the X-shaped eye's existence in advance. When the picture appeared again, no matter which bastard dared to extend their claws toward his family, he would definitely cut off those claws and behead those bastards. After resting for a night at home, Meng Jiao went to meet up with Luo Hai at Supernatural Tower. Good news! The alpha version of the new saber that's based on the Strength and 100 saber techniques has already been created. Luo Hai grinned as he brought out two rectangular wooden caskets in the cultivation room. Once he opened a lid, Meng Jiao saw a black blade that had gone through light extinction. His eyes lit up when he saw it. This is a good blade. Meng Jiao picked up the saber and executed a few of the slashes from the future 100 saber techniques. His movements were really smooth, as if there was some sort of power guiding him. His saber technique was even more refined than before. The blade, spine, and the center of gravity have all been designed meticulously, and they perfectly fit the characteristics of the 100 saber techniques. We used various monster materials to create this. The research team went all out with this, and we suffered a bit of a loss to create them, but if we can gain popularity with them, it'll be good. Meng Jiao admired the brand new sabers and extended two fingers to flick the tip of the saber. He brought his ear closer to it, and he heard a sound that resembled waves but also thunder. This meant that the monster materials resonated with the spirit energy in the cultivation room. It was the unique sound of that resonance. That's right. This saber's name is Surging Lightning, and it's aimed at the youngsters in the middle range and low end of the market. Even though we intend to sell them for a cheap price so that we can sell loads of them and earn major profits from large sales, we didn't slack off in terms of design and the creation process. Luo Hai picked up a Surging Lightning and brandished it casually. He created a thunderous boom that was even stronger than Meng Jiao's. He gasped in amazement and continued, Dragon City Steel Organization's Metal Research Center recently came up with a special alloy number 3642. We used it as the raw material for the blade, but that's not all. When we refined it, we also added the tailbone powder of a Grade 1 super beast called Thundertail, whose tailbone is the sturdiest part of its body. Compared to other sabers of the same type, it's lighter by 15%. At the same time, it's 5% more durable and sharp. It can bring out even greater power at a faster speed. Look at the fine patterns on the blade. That's a unique tiger cowrie pattern that is only created after the blade has been refined for more than 3,500 times. It can destroy shell-type monsters' defense even more cleanly and smoothly. Our competitors use this sort of technology on their flagship models. We will be the first in the market to use it on a saber tailored for beginners. Also, there are 3 indentations on the blade for us to embed crystals, super beast crystals, or neurospheres. While they're missing, the 3 indentations use the principles of aerodynamics to guide the air by the sides and suppress the saber so that its slashing trajectory is more stable. The drainage groove on the spine can even slightly push the blade forward. After embedding crystals or neurospheres of different properties, the saber can release different spirit energy magnetic fields, which allows the saber to have its own skills. It has a lot of room for improvement, and it has high value. I believe that when the first batch is sold in the market, we will be offering 4 different colors as well, which are Silver Moonlight, Volcano Ash Gray, Refined Metal Red, and Starry Sky Black. We'll also give the option to choose the material for the hilt. We'll also offer an option to carve seals on the saber with lasers. We can carve words or pictures on the blade, sheath, or hilt. We'll even allow the buyer to use a picture of their lover or idol on their sabers. It'll allow us to fully satisfy the youngsters' desire to create their own blade and be unique. With this, we'll definitely live up to our brand of creating the first saber for youngsters. Meng Zhao stared at the PowerPoint on Lu Hai's tablet computer. There were introductions for 4 sheaths on it, along with the rendering of a saber with an incredibly cute 2D picture of an idol carved into its blade. There was an advertisement as well. It was presented by a well-dressed, handsome boy and a beautiful girl. They looked like white-collared workers who had just joined the ranks of society and were dating in a cafe that provided a very pleasant ambience. They chatted with 2 surging lightnings on the table beside their coffee. 3 monster heads lay by their feet. The slogan was, "From now on, killing monsters is easier than drinking coffee." This is just something I threw together while searching for random source materials. Anyway, the saber is still in its testing stage. When we gather fighting data and decide on the final version of the saber, we'll definitely look for a professional advertising agency to help us create an advertisement. Our main market will be high school students and the grassroots forces of the Red Dragon Army. As for undergraduate students who have already awakened to supernatural abilities like us, we're more suited for the flagship model. He brought out another wooden casket, which was even more dazzling than the previous one. When he opened it, a grave, murderous presence shot out, and a faint rumble of thunder could be heard in the air. Whoa! Meng Zhao took the flagship model of the Surging Lightning in his hands. Before he even swung it, he already had the urge to get a monster so that he could kill it to test out the saber. Compared to the youth version, the materials used to create the flagship model are even more lavish. Not only did we upgrade from Special Alloy number 3642 to Special Alloy number 3724, but we also upgraded the tailbone powder of the Thundertail to the spine powder of the Lightning Ghost, a Grade 2 Super Beast, Lu Hai said. Aside from that, we also provide 17 different versions of the saber so it would match the user's personality. Take this saber for an example. It has a fire crystal, green frost stone, and a crystallized neurosphere from a terror dragon. If you inject a bit of spirit energy in it, you can strengthen this saber from its molecular level. It can release heat that is hundreds of degrees Celsius or super low temperatures that drop straight to negative 120 degrees Celsius. The length and strength of the saber's glare can also be increased up to 5 times. You'll then be able to swing this saber like a T-Rex. Regardless of whether it's the youth version or the flagship model, we're going to sell them at cost price. We'll also be teaching the Strength and 100 saber techniques without taking any money, which is what you wanted. So, where will we be earning our money? We'll be earning it from the 3 embedded crystals and monster cores. The power contained in the crystals and monster cores is limited. You can only release it a limited number of times. Once you release all of it, you need to get a new one. When the customers buy the sabers, they will definitely look for someone to polish crystals and monster cores to embed them into the sabers, but they won't be as perfect as the ones embedded by our factory. If they leave behind a gap, it might affect the balance, which will affect fighting power. Those people will then have to send the saber back to the factory to embed the crystals or monster cores, upgrade them, and maintain them. It's only like that they will be able to release their full power. The business model has been cleared, and we won't have any problems securing channels in secondary schools, elementary schools, and the Red Dragon Army. Now, the key is to verify Surging Lightning's power in real battle. We must bring solid data to show off Surging Lightning's advantages when compared to sabers used by high school students, normal citizens, and grassroots units. And what a coincidence, both of us are going to the northern front lines. Let's use the Surging Lightning and kill to our heart's content. Chapter 156, As if he's a completely different person. Alright. Surging Lightning was custom-made for the future 100 saber techniques. Meng Zhao himself had a lot of shares in this, so it was only natural that he needed to test it personally. Also, when you're fighting at the northern front lines, remember to fight beautifully so that we can upload videos online. It'll help us create momentum for Surging Lightning and yourself. But don't upload them using your own account. Look for a few coursemates and pretend that they accidentally recorded a video of you. Make the video titles thrilling, like shocking. A freshman actually did this to the monsters. It's only then that you'll be able to attract attention, understand? Luo Hai said. If you don't have any suitable people to use, I can contact a group and film you from multiple angles. We'll also get copywriters and ghostwriters and deal with everything in one go. If the saber's performance is really good and the results of your fight are great, my dad will film a documentary to talk about your story. We'll turn it into a pretty package with a ribbon tied on top and turn you into an internet celebrity. Then, we'll use it to promote the saber as well. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. Why is it me, but not you? You're his son. There are more topics about you. Luo Hai said matter-of-factly. The son of soul-breaking saber has great saber skills. There's nothing special about that. But a poor kid who lived in a public renting house managing to climb to the top with his own strength and even understanding an amazing saber technique along the way? Now that's news, it's even a selling point. After all, the main market of the youth version of Surging Lightning is the normal citizens, so of course we have to turn you into an idol. Makes sense, go on. Meng Zhao declined to make any comments and smiled. He rubbed the tiger cowrie pattern on the saber. As he stared at Luo Hai, his gaze turned sharp. If we're really going to film a documentary, what do you think of this opening? A poor kid living in a public renting house fought against the son of soul-breaking saber Luo Wu in a cultivation room with surging lightning in hand. In the end, he defeated this superior, noble son of a powerful martial artist at the peak of Heaven Realm. Luo Hai instantly understood what he meant. He left and got up quickly, then placed his saber on his shoulder. Spirit flames instantly surged out of his body. The spirit tattoos on his body were even finer and more beautiful than 2 months ago. Sure. Even though I'm not some noble son, if you want to fight, we'll fight. Come, let me see just how much you've improved compared to the moment you awakened, you monster. 10 minutes later, both of them lay in a disheveled cultivation room. They were exhausted and gasped for breath with sweat and blood covering their bodies. There was a terrifying gash on Meng Zhao's chest. His flesh had been cut before it was burnt by heat that was hundreds of degrees Celsius high. With the slightest movement, it cracked again, and the sight of it could make anyone's skin crawl. Luo Hai's body was covered in numerous fine wounds that looked like a toddler's mouth flipped inside out. Even though each wound was not fatal, all of them were very close to his tendons. If they moved by another half an inch, he might have become disabled. Neither one could move, and their sabers had been knocked off their hands due to a fierce clash just now. They could only stare at each other with wide eyes. Now, the person who healed faster would be the winner. Luo Hai shut his eyes and used the tiger soul that was passed down in his family to increase the circulation of his spirit energy. It allowed him to quickly recover his stamina. However, right after he regained control over his upper body, Meng Zhao started crawling toward the two sabers. He picked them up and observed the chips on the blades while gasping in amazement. Not bad. Just now, I delivered 1,154 slashes, and you executed 825 slashes. We clashed 122 times. The chips on the blade are absolutely acceptable. This is a good saber. Meng Zhao tossed Luo Hai's saber back at him and reached out to help him up. If they were in a real fight, he could have just plunged his saber into Luo Hai's heart. Luo Hai was stunned for a long time, then shook his head and smiled wryly. My dad's right. He told me not to strive for temporary superiority against a monster like you, otherwise, my confidence will be completely crushed. I thought that I would be able to turn the tides after training madly for nearly 2 months in Dragon City University's martial arts course. I was repeatedly tormented by the monster-level geniuses over there, and my strength increased by leaps and bounds, but who would have known that you were training just as crazily in Agricultural University's martial arts course? You're at about the same level as the most terrifying monsters in our course. Meng Zhao grinned shyly and said, your fighting strength has really increased a lot. It's really shocking. If the cut on my chest had gone half an inch further, my sternum would have been cut through. Then, the results of the fight would have been completely different. And you're telling me that there is someone who can torment you in Dragon City University's martial arts course? Of course there is. I'm only ranked around the 20th place among the freshmen in Dragon City University's martial arts course. The ones in front are all horrific monsters. We have 3 specially recruited students in our batch this year, you know? When stuck between these monsters, you find yourself wanting to die as they bully the crap out of you every day. Seriously, it's completely different from the university life I had envisioned, Luo Hai said with a bitter look. I'm beginning to wonder whether it was the right choice for me to enroll in Dragon City University's martial arts course. I should have enrolled in Agricultural University's martial arts course like you and Xie Feng and become attention seekers like you so that I can enjoy ace lecturers and get a lot of cultivation resources. That would have been great. You're the attention seeker. Meng Zhao did not know whether he should laugh or cry. But he was shocked by the foundation and strength of Dragon City University's martial arts course. Luo Hai's base power was about the same as his. Meng Zhao only managed to gain a slight advantage because he cultivated 1,024 branch meridians and could recover faster. Yet there were more than 20 students who were stronger than him in Dragon City's martial arts course? And there were even 3 specially recruited students? It has to be known that Agricultural University only had 2 specially recruited students. Aside from Woo Woo, there was another student who was snatched by the etherealized plants course, because they were rumored to be able to hear the murmurs of the other world plants since birth. That student should be able to become an outstanding etherealized plants botanist, but it was unlikely that they had any fighting power. Yet Dragon City's martial arts course had more specially recruited students in one course compared to Agricultural University. It was the strongest fighting course in Dragon City for a reason. My opponents are really strong. Meng Zhao mumbled in his heart. That's awesome. His fighting spirit became even stronger. But when I fight against you, the feeling that I have is completely different when compared to being trampled all over by those monsters. Luo Hai recalled the fight just a moment ago, and cold sweat covered his forehead. When I fight against the monsters in Dragon City University's monsters, I know just which aspect of theirs is stronger than mine, and I know why I lose. I can see the difference between us clearly. Even if I am defeated, at least I know the reason behind it. But when I fight against you, I feel as if I'm facing obstructions everywhere, and all the moves I make are sloppy. When I want to create my spirit energy magnetic field, you interrupt my moves, and if I died, I wouldn't even know how I died. It just feels horrible. Is that the ultimate style? The Luo family was also one of the investors in the ultimate style, so it was only natural that Luo Hai knew about it. Meng Zhao did not hide it from him. He nodded and said, yeah, a few days ago, the ultimate style achieved progressive success. Now, this can be considered the beta version. We're going to test it in real fights now. Your efficiency is really high. I just knew that nothing will go wrong if I invest in your project. Luo Hai hesitated for a moment. It looked like he had something to say, but was holding himself back. Meng Zhao frowned a little. What do you want to say? So, is this the reason behind why you dealt such a heavy blow to Duan Lian and the other 9 people? You wanted to leave behind a deep impression of the ultimate style in them? Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. You know about this too? Well, it makes sense. Duan Lian graduated from Construction High. I even asked you about him last time. Besides, you're close to Xie Feng, and you have a lot of high school mates in my course. It only makes sense that I can't hide this from you. Why were you so ruthless? I don't think this is good for promoting the ultimate style. No one will think that your martial art is strong. They'll just think that you're shameless, crazy, and maybe a little perverse, Luo Hai said. Meng Zhao shrugged. How else was I supposed to resolve the conflict between me and Duan Lian? You're high school mates, so you know his character very well. Even if I won against him legitimately in the arena 10 times, do you think that he would admit defeat and stop attacking me? Luo Hai thought about it carefully, then shook his head. I don't think so. He would only think that he was humiliated 10 times and that all the people laughed at him 10 times. He would even think that you were the cause of his humiliation, which will lead to him hating you even more. That's right, so I started thinking. Since I can't really kill him, I can only use this reckless plan. In the end, I managed to turn an enemy into a friend, Meng Zhao said with a shrug. What about the other 9 students? Luo Hai asked. They didn't provoke you. I didn't harm them. I saved them, Meng Zhao said faintly. If they can't change their student-like mindsets and throw all the rules, laws, logic, and habits into the wind, when they reach the wild, they would die without even knowing how they died. Fighting with the city as our battlefield and running into a monster's nest, which is their turf, are 2 completely different things. I'm shameless, mad, and perverse. Those monsters are definitely even more shameless, crazy, and perverted than I am. If those students can't accept this fighting style, then they should stay in the university obediently and come up with theories as well as conduct research in the labs. Why should they run to the wild and lose their lives as well as drag others down into the mud with them? You. Luo Hai looked at Meng Zhao with a complicated expression for a long time before he exhaled. All right. I understand your kind will, but as your friend, let me give you a reminder. Next time, when you do something, could you just pay attention to the method that you use? Do you have any idea what Duan Lian and the others say about you now? Meng Zhao let out a bark of laughter. No way. Is Duan Lian really that stubborn and hasn't had his fill yet? No. He has completely admitted defeat. He won't dare to provoke you again, Luo Hai said. He said that you have a multiple personality disorder. On the surface, you look like an average university student, but in the depths of your heart lies a crazy lunatic who looks like a veteran who suffers from PTSD because he has been tormented by hundreds of battles, and that veteran is someone who will react in extreme ways at any moment. That lunatic is also a merciless assassin and an inhumane killing machine. Honestly, I think he's pretty accurate. You might not notice it, but after you awaken to your supernatural abilities, you've been changing a lot. Just now, your gaze was like that of the god of death himself, and the presence you gave off when you attacked was completely different from when we fought together during the National College Examinations practical test. Even though all superhumans experience certain changes after they awaken, they usually aren't like you. You're like a completely different person now. So, Meng Zhao, are you okay? Chapter 157, Birth of a Broken Soul in the Apocalypse. Meng Zhao's smile froze on his face. There were indeed two souls living in the depths of his body. One of them was his 18-year-old self. He was at the height of his youth and vigor, and he was full of passion. He was rash, determined, naive, and had a somewhat righteous mindset. He also believed that something beautiful was happening right now. In other words, he was similar to the other people around the same age as he was. The other one was a broken soul which had survived hundreds of battles and returned from the apocalypse. He should think about it carefully. When Dragon City was destroyed, what sort of mindset did he have? He fought for decades, and the battles he faced every day grew more and more brutal and tragic. Even though the experiences refined and polished his ability to kill, he lost everything: his family, his home, and his future. There was no way this sort of soul would be as passionate, bright, and naive as his 18-year-old self. When he had just returned to the past, his cerebral cortex was still very weak. So, the broken soul from the apocalypse was suppressed by his 18-year-old self. As he awakened to his supernatural abilities, his spirit energy kept on stimulating his brain, and the broken soul from the apocalypse started waking up. At the same time his 18-year-old received rich fighting experience and support skills, they brought back his habits, mindset, and instincts from the apocalypse. There was something that Meng Zhao had been subconsciously overlooking over the past few months. Just how did a third-class fighter like him manage to struggle and survive so long in the apocalypse? Many outstanding fighters had died, so why didn't he? Was it because of the incredibly brutal skills in his arsenal, like ambushing, infiltrating, poisoning, assassinating, setting up traps, and interrogating others? They had become as easy to him as breathing. What sort of price did he pay to learn them, and in what situation did he learn those skills? What did he lose in the process of turning from a passionate youth of 18 years old to a broken soul which had crawled out of hell? What did he gain from it? Humans usually beautified their memories. As for the memories that they could not beautify, they would choose to just wipe them off. It was just like how his mother simply could not remember all the things related to the X-shaped eye and the mysterious hospital. Meng Zhao himself also seemed to have forgotten how he turned from a normal person in the dark which mocked his baggage to a third-class fighter who thrived in the apocalypse. His neck hurt. He felt as if there was blood gushing out of it. He could not breathe. Meng Zhao gulped. He instinctively covered his neck, but he did not know why he did that. Luo Hai did not notice that there was something off about his expression. Seriously, I can accept everything else, including you lying in ambush in a shrub to ambush other students. That's still kind of a normal fighting skill. But you slitting Duan Lian's throat? Even if it was fake. It's still too crazy. It makes people's skins crawl. I'm not just treating you as a friend, but also a partner I chose from among thousands of people. We'll be working together to build our empire, you know? You have to pay attention to your personal image and your market value, get it? For example, when you become the spokesperson for Surging Lightning, we'll be causing a huge storm when we package the saber, promote it, and get ghostwriters to sell our product. At that time, if our competitors reveal that you cut Duan Lian's throat, what is everyone going to think? I don't understand. Even if Duan Lian is really difficult to deal with, wasn't there a more suitable approach to settle the problem? Did you have to be so brutal? That's right. With his hand covering his neck, Meng Zhao looked ahead with confusion. Why did I decide, without any hesitation, to cut his throat? Sharp pain flared in his neck. A memory fragment that he had been ignoring suddenly bloomed red. Countless bloody streams shot out and dragged his consciousness to the depths of his past life. Meng Zhao felt like he had been plunging for a long time through a nightmare until he crashed into a foul-smelling puddle of mud. Luo Hai and the cultivation room were gone. In their place was a strange-looking forest and a black swamp. A quick look around revealed that he was waiting in ambush with a group of soldiers with cold gazes and bleak presences. All of them had already removed their camouflage uniforms, guns, and daggers. They brought out lively-looking coats made of monster materials, which turned them into half-beasts with really horrendous appearances. Then, they put on armor made of monster bones and bronze and grabbed crude cold weapons with crystals embedded carelessly in them. The human soldiers opened their mouths and stuffed sharp fake teeth into them. Then, they used paint that looked like chalk to draw animal faces for themselves. It made them look like skeletons. This is. Meng Zhao's mouth was dry. He realized that he had returned to a military operation from his previous life. He turned his head around and used his HD binoculars to observe a village not far in the distance. It was located beyond the forest. The village looked to be straight out of a fairy tale or a fantasy novel. It did not have any advanced technology or showed any signs of industrialization. The area, however, was surrounded by man-eating flowers and poisonous, spiked vines. They formed a simple barricade. There were also shriekers who were as big as beach umbrellas. They were intelligent fungus with incredibly sharp senses. If someone unfamiliar approached them, they released spores at a rapid speed, which created shrill sounds. Through the fence, Meng Zhao could see the villagers working hard. They were humanoid beings with lean bodies and sharp ears. Their skins were blood red, and they were covered in dazzling tattoos that looked like spirit tattoos. Smoke curled into the air. The village was full of life. The adults were busy, and the children laughed. They were no different from humans. Meng Zhao saw 3 children run outside the village due to some game. They took turns extending their 4-fingered hands toward the pistils of the man-eating flowers. Before the pistils could shrink back, they pulled their hands back at lightning speed. This was a children's game, and it happened to be a really stupid and boring one. "Don't speak in any language from Earth, and don't use weapons from Earth," a deep voice said from behind Meng Zhao. "Don't let even a single person survive, understand?" Meng Zhao turned around and saw an incredibly large half-beast with its face painted to resemble a deformed skeleton. In truth, though, it was an earthling in the disguise of a monster. He chewed on something in his mouth, and his breath stank horribly. "Sir, there are children over there," Meng Zhao heard himself say. The instructor drew closer to him, and a savage smile bloomed on the skull he had for a face now. 99, are you mad or blind? There aren't children there, just cubs of the creatures of the other world. We've killed a lot of monster cubs before, these aren't any different." Meng Zhao heard himself hesitate. "But..." "No buts." The instructor squeezed his shoulder. His grip was so strong that he nearly crushed Meng Zhao's shoulder blade. 99, you're one of the ones I favor a lot in the training camp. Your talent with the gun and your exquisite skills with the knife, which you gained from harvesting, are both miracles for someone your age. But your personality is weak. Put aside that humanity of yours, it's not appropriate for this situation. Think about the difficulties and dangers that Dragon City is facing now. Many of our comrades might be taking action or dying for us. Remember, even if you become a despicable cockroach, a brutal demon, or a cold machine, as long as we can preserve the flames of Earth's civilization, everything is worth it." Meng Zhao heard himself saying stiffly, I understand." "Really, 99? The instructor smiled and stuffed a mace embedded with the shattered teeth from monsters into his hands. He slapped Meng Zhao on the shoulder and said, "Then, I'll have you deal with the 3 cubs of the other world's residents, all right? You'll leave the training camp in possession of even greater power." Meng Zhao stared at the hand he used to hold the mace. It was trembling heavily. He couldn't say anything. "What? You can't do it?" The instructor frowned. "I don't know, sir. I might not be ready yet," Meng Zhao heard himself say weakly. "You aren't ready yet?" "True, the other people in the training camp were sent in to be trained since they were young. You're the only who joined halfway. You're too old, and your head is stuffed full of things that are preventing you from becoming stronger. It's only logical that you're not prepared yet." The instructor patted his shoulder gently. He sounded sympathetic and even a little considerate. But the next second, he cut Meng Zhao's neck with his palm. "If you're so useless, die." Meng Zhao's eyes went wide as pain flared in his throat. Blood gushed out, and he fell limp on the ground. All of the human soldiers who pretended to be monsters and used pictures of skulls to hide their real faces walked over his body. Like a punctured ball, he instantly lost all of his strength. He could not move nor see the wound on his neck. He could only hear the sound of blood gushing out. It kept on running down his skin, and he felt his life rapidly flowing away through his fingers. Even if he was just remembering the feeling of moving closer to death inch by inch and being devoured by darkness, that feeling still invaded his senses like acid, making him want to scream, but he could not release even a single sound. The instructor squatted down and stared at him. "In your next life, no matter what I say, you're only allowed to give me one answer, and that's sir, yes sir." He used his bloody, deformed hand to pat Meng Zhao's cheek gently. "Remember the standard answer, 99. Meng Zhao remembered it. The instructor rose and left then. "I repeat, don't speak using any language from Earth." Soon, the shriekers started shrieking at a spot Meng Zhao could not see. He waited for his death while listening to them. Darkness soon enveloped him. He moved through it and returned to the present, where he found himself curled up in a corner. He still had a hand covering his neck, and his arm as well as chest were covered in blood from his nose. He hadn't sweated during the fight earlier, but now, his shirt was drenched in cold sweat. "Meng Zhao, what's wrong?" Luo Hai was dumbfounded. He wanted to help his friend up, but he did not know how he should even begin helping him. He did not dare to shake him either. When he saw him open his eyes again, as if he had regained his senses, he said, "Did your spirit energy deviate?" "No." Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath. He felt like he was a man who had drowned in a swamp for several minutes before he was saved. It was no wonder why his memories had to be unlocked bit by bit. The impact from the memory just now was too strong and terrifying. If he had unlocked it a few months ago as a normal human, his brain might have been burned to a crisp. Even now. Meng Zhao covered his burning head, still immersed in the immense shock he experienced. "So, I used that fake throat slit on Duan Lian because I had personally experienced it in some secret training camp in my previous life, and it left behind a deep impression on me? Just what did I, Dragon City, and our entire civilization turn into for the sake of survival?" Chapter 158, Mystery of his Return to the Past. Luo Hai handed Meng Zhao a high-calorie nutritional fluid that could help him focus. Meng Zhao drank it all in one go and exhaled long and hard. "Hey, have you been practicing some kind of deviant, evil martial art all this while?" Luo Hai asked in a semi-joking tone. "I once asked my dad whether I can be like you. Even if I've just entered university and don't have any real-life experience in fighting, was there a way for me to fight like an elite special forces soldier and have outstanding willpower as well as rich experience?" He told me that there was. "For example, we can use superbrain technology to create a virtual world and increase the stimulation of the nerves to 500%. It can allow a person to experience 5 times the pain in the virtual reality training compared to reality, and they can even lengthen the ratio of time between the virtual world and reality to 5:1. Then, 5 hours in the virtual world would be equivalent to only 1 hour in reality. With this sort of method, you can be immersed in virtual fights for long periods of time and gain the fighting experience of an elite special forces soldier. That experience would get branded into our mind and turn an ignorant amateur into a veteran who has fought and survived hundreds of battles. But he strongly suggested that I don't do this, because one has to pay a devastating price for this sort of extreme training." Meng Zhao was slightly stunned, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "What sort of price?" "If you want to have the fighting experience of a veteran, you will have to withstand the mental wounds of a veteran has as well. A real fight isn't some hot-blooded game. Even the most righteous battle can completely destroy the winner's mind. They will suffer all sorts of effects from PTSD and the curse of war," Luo Hai said. "If the real warrior can use undefeatable will and time to withstand this curse, a fake who quickly gains such experiences through man-made methods would definitely be unable to handle such powerful mental shock. There's a 99% chance that they will experience spirit energy deviation. In truth, there are a lot of forces of power in Dragon City who once researched super soldier projects like the one I just mentioned. Most of them failed, but only after causing devastating tragedies. The main problem wasn't the subject's strength, but their mental capabilities. Meng Zhao, remember the first time we went to the supernatural tower to register ourselves? We saw that small booklet they gave us, right? Since superhumans absorb a lot of energy, their brain cells are constantly surging madly in the spirit energy magnetic fields they create. They're constantly working beyond their limits. We're just like a race car moving at max speed, and the tiniest stimulation can make us react in the most extreme ways. That's why it's easier for us to lose control of our emotions, desires, and even thoughts compared to normal humans. Sometimes, the most terrifying thing that can happen to us isn't meeting a monster which is skilled at controlling minds, but us losing control of ourselves." Meng Zhao looked at Luo Hai with a confused expression. "What do you mean?" "My dad said that monsters aren't located just around Dragon City. They also exist in everyone's heart. All humans have a tiny monster residing in the depths of our hearts from the moment we're born, Luo Hai said. It's just that most of the time, since humans are relatively weak when they're alone, they are suppressed by moral values, laws, societal order, and the organizations a nation uses to condone violence. This monster then doesn't dare to act recklessly. The people, in such times, ignore its existence and think of themselves as kind people who are worthy of trust. But as a superhuman grows stronger, moral values, laws, societal orders, and the organizations a nation uses to condone violence gradually become unable to do anything to them. The monster then wakes up and starts baring its fangs. It makes a person reveal what's in the depths of their heart. It's just like how a lot of people appear to be humble, gentle, kind-hearted, rational, loyal to their lovers and their families, and good people with good reputations, but if they become rich overnight, they start to live in luxury and do whatever they want. They become completely different compared to the past. In truth, those people weren't good people in the past either. They just didn't have the capital to be bad. But once they were surrounded by money and power, the monster in their heart woke up. If allowed to grow, it would then devour the human skin it dons on the surface. Meng Zhao, cultivating isn't just about increasing our fighting power. We have to fend against the monster in the depths of our hearts as well. If you can, slow down a little, don't be in such a hurry to become stronger. Luo Hai spoke sincerely, honestly, and earnestly. It was common knowledge that giving honest advice to someone who was only a mere acquaintance was a major taboo. Luo Hai was a smart boy, and he was even the student council president of Construction High, so he should not have said such sharp words to Meng Zhao. But he did, which revealed that he treated Meng Zhao as a true friend. Meng Zhao could sense his kind will, so he nodded and said, "I will, thanks." "That's good. Did I say too much just now?" Luo Hai asked with slight embarrassment. Everyone has their own path to becoming a superhuman, but cultivating the soul and understanding yourself is incredibly important. Take my dad as an example. He has long since reached the peak of Heaven Realm, and if he takes one more step forward, he can reach Deity Realm. He already has that power, and his vitality magnetic field as well as his understanding of life are already enough to propel him to Deity Realm, but he just can't reach that realm. Think, what's the reason behind it? What is it? He doesn't dare to. Luo Hai hunched his shoulders as if he was afraid that his father would notice what he was doing. He said that he's afraid of taking that step forward, he whispered. He's worried that he will see the monster version of himself residing in the deepest depths of his heart when he reaches Deity Realm. Meng Zhao pondered those words for a long time. Even soul-breaking saber Luo Wu did not dare to face his true self, despite the fact that he was at the peak of Heaven Realm. What about him then? Should he take a clear look at the broken soul from the apocalypse? Should he release it completely and let it take over this body as Meng Zhao? Meng Zhao felt that he had to continue cultivating, fighting, and thinking about it before he could find the answer. You brought me out of my muddled state. Looks like I was indeed a little too eager for results during my cultivation over the past month. Meng Zhao smiled and extended a hand to Luo Hai. I thought that we were just pure business partners, but since you said those words today, from now on, we're real friends. Luo Hai laughed and shook Meng Zhao's hand. Don't you think business partners are actually even more reliable than real friends? I don't have a lot of strengths, but I do have one. I know what I want to do, what sort of person I want to become, and what sort of road I want to take. Oh? Meng Zhao could not help but ask, what sort of road are you going to take? Luo Hai answered readily. First of all, I will continuously train myself through battles, and I'll reach Deity Realm, at the very least. While doing that, together with you, I'll make our company grow. With Surging Lightning as the start, we'll expand our products to cover all the needs of youngsters while they cultivate and fight. Then, we'll try to get bigger benefits from the depths of the fog. Once I'm done accumulating my base capital, I'll fight for a position of a normal assemblyman in the 500-man Town Hall Assembly. Then, I'll fight for a position as a high-ranking assemblyman in the Survival Committee. In the end, I'll get the highest possible rank in Dragon City. So, you understand why I said these things today, right? I don't want the loyal right hand who has been following me for decades to suddenly have his misdeeds exposed when I fight for the position of a mayor. I can't have someone say that he's an evil person who has been practicing evil martial arts in the dark, that his spirit energy deviated, and that his mind distorted a long time ago. Hang on. Meng Zhao could not help but smile. His mood gradually became better. We've fought twice in a row, and you didn't win against me once. Why should I be your right-hand man? It's not as if the person who rules over Dragon City is the person who is the best fighter. Battle God Lei Zongchao was never the mayor. Luo Hai said with a grin. Anyway, I've already accepted you as a stupidly powerful fighter. And when I think about it carefully, it's pretty logical for the right-hand man to be slightly more powerful than the protagonist, anyway. They laughed at his words, and it helped to get rid of the rather gloomy atmosphere from a moment ago. By the way, I have a question, Meng Zhao said to change the topic. What do you know about the temporary hospitals and underground clinics from 20 to 30 years ago? Luo Hai thought about it. At that time, Dragon City was constantly fighting within its borders. The citizens had to battle monsters every day. Societal order has just been reconstructed, so there aren't many public hospitals around. Because of that, temporary hospitals and underground clinics were as numerous as mushrooms after a rain. What exactly do you want to know? I have a friend whose father was attacked by monsters more than 20 years ago. I heard that his head was bitten through and he was about to die, Meng Zhao explained, but he received treatment in an underground clinic and survived. Unfortunately, the situation was really chaotic at that time, and as time passed, circumstances changed. He forgot just which hospital and which doctor treated him. Years passed, and you know those old people. They always talk about their saviors from the past. He wants to thank that person personally, so I'm just asking around for him. I see. That's a bit difficult, Luo Hai said. I'd advise your friend's father to forget it. The ones who had the power to open up temporary hospitals and underground clinics were mostly powerful people who had deep knowledge of spirit energy studies, life sciences, and genetic modification technology. Now, these people have probably reached heaven realm or even deity realm. They have a lot of power in their hands and deal with a host of problems every day. You won't be able to get in contact with them easily. Someone in deity realm? Meng Zhao thought about it. If you really want to search for it, you should go to the library in the Supernatural Tower. There are a lot of books, documents, newspaper articles, videos, audio recordings, and all sorts of resources accumulated over the past half a century in there. You can find everything there, Luo Hai said. But most of the information is incomplete. It's in a state of disorder. There's a lot of sources, and they're in a chaotic mess. If you'll try to look for useful information there, it'll be the same as searching for a needle in a haystack. Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment. I'm already here, so I might as well search for it. When I meet that friend, I can tell him that I tried. Sure. Then I'll bring you to the library. Luo Hai opened the door, but then suddenly turned around and said, but you have to tell me something. What is it? Luo Hai winked at him. That friend of yours is a girl, right? The library was on the third floor of the Supernatural Tower. It was a place that normal citizens and superhumans could enter alike. Most of the books, newspaper articles, and videos there could be perused by normal citizens as they liked. Meng Zhao knew that Dragon City's internet had not been fully set up 30 years ago because the spirit energy interference was really bad, and the transmission of electronic signals was obstructed. Due to this, articles, leaflets, and booklets printed by mimeograph machines became really popular. They were used to send orders, coordinate organizations, and increase morale. Meng Zhao wanted to see whether he could find articles, magazines, or booklets related to the medical world at that time. And whether he could find the X-shaped eye. Please wait a moment. We will request the catalog for the related newspaper articles and magazines from that time. There's a lot of them. Which type do you require? The librarian told Meng Zhao that aside from the information between July to September of the year 22 of the new era, he could request for all other information. Why can't I get the information from those 3 months? Meng Zhao asked in passing. They're burnt, the librarian said. There was an explosion in June, and the underground fire managed to make its way to our storage room. It affected some of the documents. Do you need the information from those months? Meng Zhao calculated the time. His mother should not have run into the X-shaped eye that early. No, thank you. He looked down and started examining the catalog carefully. 10 seconds later, he looked up. His pupils had shrunk. I'm sorry, did you just say that there was an explosion in June in the Supernatural Tower? When exactly did that happen? His expression slightly terrified the librarian. She looked at him before she looked at Luo Hai, who was beside him. What's wrong? I feel like you've been really weird this entire day. Luo Hai tugged at his sleeves. Is there something wrong with the explosion in June? Meng Zhao looked at him. Do you know about that explosion? I know a bit about it. I think one of the core labs connected to the ancient ruins under the Supernatural Tower exploded, Luo Hai said. I don't know the specifics. Only Deity Realm elites are allowed to enter those core labs. Even my father doesn't have access. They usually conduct all sorts of really dangerous experiments, so explosions are very normal there. Speaking of which, that even was rather strange. The safety measures and spirit energy shield around the labs leading to the ancient ruin are very strong, so no matter how bad the incident is, even if it causes the death of a Deity Realm elite, it doesn't reach the surface. I don't know what happened in June. Some of the flames tore through the defensive measures and crept up. Fortunately, it was just a few sparks, and the damage wasn't great. What's wrong with you? Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and said as calmly as possible, nothing. I just wanted to know on what date that explosion in June happened. It should be a little after I ate lunch, the librarian said after thinking about it for a moment. I can't remember the exact date, but it should have been around 7th or the 8th. I don't remember it either. I just remember that my dad told me about it when he came back home. Later, the fog descended, and monsters invaded our midst. My dad went out to fight, and we didn't talk about it again, Luo Hai added. Oh, Meng Zhao said. He pretended to be calm and continued reading through the catalog. But his mind was no longer on the matter. He remembered very clearly that there was only one monster invasion on a rather large scale in the beginning of June, and it was the only one in which someone like Soul-Beaking Saber Luo Wu would have been called to fight against the monsters. It was the day he returned from the past. He returned from the apocalypse in that afternoon, and at the same time, a strange explosion happened in the lab leading to the ancient ruins under the supernatural tower. Chapter 159, Branch Base. 3 days later, the fog in the north of Dragon City tumbled about, and the land over there raged. It was due to the rich ores and crystals hidden underground. All sorts of magnetic fields clashed violently against each other, and they kept on releasing raging energy. The land there was broken. All sorts of formations could be found, and it was a chaotic mess. There was a land full of lush, green grass several kilometers away, but soon, it led to a burning desert, which had bone-chilling lakes at random points of it. Towering mountains intersecting with each other surrounded these places, and they covered an area that was close to 800 meters in diameter. Trees that were hundreds of meters tall could be found all over the place. Their branches hung low, and no one knew just how many venomous creatures lived in them. There were also creatures which were not afraid of venom that enjoyed their life in the trees. However, they were hunted by matchless beasts, which possessed great spirit energy, for snacks. The place was a forbidden zone for humans, but it was a playground for monsters as well as their slaughterhouse. At that moment, an insect with a crystalline body that looked as pure as a white piece of jade and had 4 pairs of purple wings was attracted by a sickeningly sweet flower growing in the wild. The insect swirled about in the air before it landed on it. A long needle grew out of its mouth to extract the nectar. Suddenly, the flower shuddered. 4 leaves with saw teeth at the edges snapped shut on the insect. It looked as if it had been electrocuted. It tried to flee, but one of its wings was torn off by the saw teeth. A few thin tendrils shot out of the depths of the pistil to bind the insect's remaining wings. The insect fled in a panic in an unbalanced rush. It stumbled up and down in the air. Just as it was about to be caught by the flower, a bird with feathers as sharp as blades beat it to the punch. It used its feathers to cut off the pistil and take the insect while leaving behind the flower, which shook its fang-like leaves angrily. With a snap, the bird crushed the insect. It ate it, but it had not had its fill yet. Very soon, it found new prey. It was a gray spider crawling about the crack in a rock. When the bird pounced on its new target, it was struck by a venomous snake, which had blended with the rock and had been waiting for prey for a long time. The gray spider was actually the venomous snake's tail, which it used to attract its food. The venomous snake's scales were as bumpy as a rock. Its fangs were in the bird's neck, where they injected extremely corrosive venom. Slurp, slurp. The snake kept sucking and gulping. In an instant, only a pile of feathers was left. Not even a single bone was left of the bird. The venomous snake squirmed about in satisfaction, as if it was stretching its back after a good meal. Then, it was snatched up by a red falcon that came diving at it from nearly 1,000 feet in the air. The red falcon's feathers were as bright as flames. When it spread its wings, they were dozens of meters wide. Its talons shone with a metallic light. No matter how sturdy the venomous snake's scales and bones were, they could not prevent the snake from being torn in two when the falcon gave it a gentle tug. However, a shadow that was even larger appeared above. It looked as if something had just whipped the mighty red falcon. It released a shrill screech and threw away the food in its claws to bunch up its wings and talons. Its speed instantly rose to another level. Waves spread through the air, and a deafening sonic boom rose. The falcon actually broke the speed of sound. Even so, it could not escape from the even more dangerous hunter in the air. Boom! A purple fireball appeared after the red falcon and struck it down. When it fell around 300 meters, it was captured by a creature that looked like the amalgamation of a lizard and pterodactyl, but it was even more monstrous and large. The red falcon did not even have the time to shriek before it was torn to shreds. The pterodactyl howled. Spirit flames gushed out madly as it made a declaration of its tyranny to its heart's content so that all the other monsters would know that the true master of the area was around. But the next second, it looked as if it rammed into an invisible wall. It stopped in a strange fashion in the air. Clear strangulation marks appeared on its neck and wings. Its vertical, dark green pupils shone with incredible pain. It struggled madly and attempted to spit out a fireball at the enemy it could not see, but huge black spots appeared on its body, as if some terrifying virus was invading its organs at lightning speed. In half a minute, it changed from an elegant, mighty, and brutal tyrant of the air to a rotten piece of food. At that moment, the invisible hunter appeared in the air. It was a super beast that looked like a giant jellyfish. Its head was as bumpy as a balloon, and hundreds of tentacles covered in thorns hung low under its body. It was a close cousin of the demonic hair-ripping eye, the demonic hair-hunting eye. There was only one word difference in their name. The demonic hair-hunting eye did not have the mind attacks that the demonic hair-ripping eye had, but it had more tentacles, and they were longer and sturdier. It also possessed fatal venom, was much more agile, and could control its spirit energy magnetic field to interfere and change the trajectory of light so that it could turn itself invisible. Before the 24 88mm rapid-firing guns went on full blast and tore it to shreds, it was the true king who stood on top of the food chain in the area. Boom! 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 The pods of 3 armored airships were installed with a huge platform for weapons. Each side contained 4 88mm rapid-firing guns, 2 Hornet rocket launchers, and 6 heavy machine guns. They seemed like ancient firearms, but with the addition of spirit energy and runic symbol technology, they gained a brand new life. The new fire powder had processed monster materials. It had destructive power that was 10 times stronger than that of normal ammunition. When rune ink made of monster blood that contained a lot of spirit energy was painted over the runic symbols carved into the gun barrels, artillery barrels, and rockets, these firearms could create spirit energy magnetic fields that could change the essence of the weapons from a molecular level and even an atomic level. If crystals were embedded into the tips of the bullets, they could seal certain spirit energy magnetic fields which would then trigger under certain conditions. This allowed normal bullets and artillery shells to contain their own skills. Even though humans could no longer use supersonic fighting jets and beyond visual range missiles, their 88mm guns and rocket launchers still had the effect of destroying everything effortlessly and suppressing everything in sight. The demonic hair-hunting eye was instantly reduced to mincemeat and then burnt to a crisp. It was reduced to wisps of smoke that fled in a panic in every direction. The sounds of the firearms were like shrill shrieks that told all the living creatures in the wild just who was the real ruler of the region. The booming sounds from the flames and propellers tore through the rolling fog and got rid of a lot of aerial monsters who did not know what was good for them. First, 3 armored airships with the symbol of the Red Dragon Army painted on them descended from the sky like steel deities. They were surrounded by spirit energy and looked really mighty. Then, another 3 appeared. They were followed by 3 more airships. They had around 10 propeller airplanes. They were crude fighting crafts with simple structure. Hundreds of even smaller unmanned fighting vehicles surrounded the propeller airplanes, and they were just as deadly. It was as if the aerial killing machines of 3 different generations had transmigrated to appear in the same place. Their bodies were covered in runic symbols, and they had dazzling crystals embedded in them as well. They shone with spirit energy, which was like 7-colored magma. It flowed slowly along the patterns of the profound and complicated runic symbols, which made the armored airships, propeller airplanes, and unmanned fighting vehicles give off a crystalline feeling, and somehow, the sight of them together in one place was no longer a jarring one. Under humanity's aerial force was its steel army. It marched forward through the wild. Hundreds of machine monsters formed the steel army. It consisted of crawler tanks, wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, multi-crab-legged fighting vehicles, spider-shaped intelligent fighting vehicles, automatic armored engineering vehicles, mine site trucks, and super large-wheeled excavating machines. They were like the powerful arms of humanity that delivered vicious punches from Dragon City to the wild. It told all the creatures that from this moment onward, the rules in the place would change. The new batch of freshmen from Agricultural University sent to the northern front lines were in the pods of the armored airships. They looked down at the battlefield and the uncultivated land that had no end in sight, then the human army, which was bound to conquer it. They could not help but look forward to the fight, and their blood surged. They really wanted to jump down at that moment to fight against the numerous monsters lying in wait in the wild. Suddenly, the armored airships slowed down. The students stuck their eyes and noses against the windows to see what was ahead of them. Two mountain ranges towered into the clouds ahead of them. They were like two iron walls in the wild. The clouds and fog in the place hung low, and the mountains were hidden in gray clouds. The black ones bared their teeth, and thunder could be heard faintly rumbling in there. Neither the armored airships nor the peerless elites wanted to fly into them. Fortunately, a somewhat straight and smooth valley went between the two mountain ranges. It was as if someone had taken an axe and delivered a vicious slash that split the land in half. The valley was a path that the armored airships and steel army could pass through without encountering any obstacles. But the valley was not wide. When wind blew inside, it was suppressed by the two steep slopes, which formed countless turbulences. The armored airships could not get too close, or they might lose control and crash. They had to levitate outside the valley and form a line. Then, they would have to enter one by one. Fortunately, the Red Dragon Army had already built forts that served as command centers by the sides of the valley. The Supernatural Tower had also sent technicians who were skilled with maglev technology and powerful people who could control airflow, wind pressure, and aerodynamics. They could handle aerial traffic in the valley. They had also carved humongous runic matrices on the smooth slopes on the sides of the valley with the hopes to change the spirit energy magnetic field and completely get rid of the turbulence. The armored airships spent half an hour passing through the valley slowly and steadily. Then, the area in front of the students opened up. There was another world in the valley. It was a basin filled with spirit energy and a lot of resources. It looked like paradise. The land in the basin was incredibly flat. Sparkling lakes that looked like silver mirrors were scattered all over the fertile, dark red soil. 3 streams resembling jade belts zigzagged all over the land. All sorts of strange plants displayed their beauty between the silver mirror and jade belts. A lot of gentle, sentient creatures treated this place as their habitat. Even someone with no geographical knowledge whatsoever would be able to tell that it was a land blessed by the gods. If humans could develop this piece of land, they would be able to fit millions of people there, and it would become the first and most important branch base in Dragon City's road to claim the Otherworld. Chapter 160, 4 Battle Lines. The students were attracted by the incredibly beautiful scenery outside the portholes. They had been born among concrete buildings in a city that looked like a hornet's nest, so it was the first time they saw an endless expanse of land. Even the youngsters who were usually mature looked bedazzled and could not contain their excitement. Only Meng Zhao remained sitting in a corner of the pod while focused on the military map and reports of the battle. He tried to use the information before his eyes to predict the progress of the battle. Based on the military map, the two mountains they had just passed were known as Lion Fang Mountain and Tiger Fang Mountain. The paradise in front of them was Shattered Star Lake. It was not just one lake. Instead, the name referred to all the lakes of varying sizes scattered all over the land. There were more than 100 of them, and it was rumored that they were countless craters from a prehistoric meteor shower. As time went by, the land created the beautiful scenery, where it looked as if scattered stars were shining brilliantly on the ground. In truth, the dragon citizens had discovered Shattered Star Lake a long time ago. There was a spirit energy ley line contained underground, and it was full of spirit energy. All sorts of strange plants and valuable beasts were around it, and hidden under most of the lakes were valuable meteorite fragments from outer space. They were well suited to build incredibly powerful weapons or turned into critical components for supercomputers, nuclear weapons, and other sophisticated equipment. The tactical value of Shattered Star Lake was immense. The only problem was that it was somewhat far from Dragon City. The distance between Shattered Star Lake and Dragon City was 50 kilometers, and along the way they had to pass swamps, forests, valleys, cliffs, and never-ending mountains. Lion Fang Mountain and Tiger Fang Mountain served as the guards of Shattered Star Lake and made it difficult for the Earthlings' mechanized army to spread through the area. For half a century, Dragon City had licked the wounds it suffered from transmigration. It did not have enough resources, and there was also a severe lack of firepower and ammunition. Since the fog kept invading, the dimension was unstable, They felt as if walls had been set up around them. They were boxed in and did not have the power to send their army to Shattered Star Lake. Only the powerful superhumans occasionally came there to investigate the land, search for mines, hunt superbeasts, and train. Lately, however, genetic martial arts and spirit energy technology matured, and the fog started to disperse. The dimension became more stable, and the light and heavy industries all recovered and were even upgraded. The Red Dragon Army completed a new round of expansion and upgrades. This was especially so when they successfully developed the multi-joint limbs, which could be used for war vehicles that resembled animals. There was also the runic symbol technology to strengthen the brittle metallic limbs and joints, which allowed the crawler fighting vehicles to compensate for their lack of fighting ability in forests and mountains. Dragon City, thus, gained the ability to open up a branch base. The northern offense was launched more than a month ago. The battlefield was split into 4 battle lines. The first goal was to build a railroad and a public road between Dragon City and Shattered Star Lake so that armored trains installed with railway guns could reach it smoothly and bring soldiers as well as resources. The railway would be the main artery that connected the main city area to the branch base. The monsters naturally did not just watch humanity link their civilization's blood vessels, bones, and muscles to this place. Hence, they started attacking the forces building up the base day after day like a tidal wave. The Red Dragon Army sent in a large amount of forces to the sides of the main artery and built forts as well as battle fortresses. When thousands of forts were connected as one, countless signal towers were set up in every space available to ensure that the internet was stable, which allowed to summon powerful fighters, intelligent fighting vehicles, and unmanned fighting vehicles at any time. The monsters would then be unable to stop the humans from moving forward. Humanity also wanted to set up an etherealized plants farm and residential area in Shattered Star Lake. With genetic modifications and 3D farms, the synthesized food technology in Dragon City was pretty advanced, and even if the population increased by another fold, they would not face any issues with hunger. But synthesized food could only provide basic calories and increase the strength of physical bodies. It could not increase spirit energy, so they could not satisfy the increasing cultivation demands among the large number of dragon citizens. Shattered Star Lake had fertile soil and a lot of spirit energy. It was a good place to plant etherealized plants and launch all sorts of agricultural research. At the very least, it would allow them to satisfy the cultivation needs among the youths in the city. Some large and incredibly fierce nightmarish beasts and hell beasts had resided in Shattered Star Lake. However, during the fierce fighting since the battle began, they were chased away. But plants grew wild, and the speed at which they grew was very fast. Even if the humans used flamethrowers to burn them all down, the next day, the plants would once again be the height of a human. And lurking in the grass that looked like a green curtain were many middle-sized and small-sized canine-type, feline-type, and rodent-type monsters. They posed a major threat to the constructionists, botanists, and environmental reconstructionists from Dragon City. The first task for Meng Zhao, the other university students, and the weaker but still pretty strong members of society was to clear out Shattered Star Lake and destroy the monster nests so that the botanists and environmental reconstructionists could station themselves safely and deal with the troublesome weeds. To the north of Shattered Star Lake was a dangerous region known as Graveyard Forest. It was rumored that countless carnivorous plants grew there, and they could even strip nightmarish beasts down to their bones. When the first Dragon City's powerful fighters stepped into this place, they saw piles of monster skeletons, which was why it gained such a strange name. Based on the geologists, there were several spirit energy ley lines under Graveyard Forest, and they contained a lot of crystals and rare metals. Water was abundant there as well, so if they could develop the place, they could set up a large base for metalwork, refinement, and heavy industry outside Dragon City. But Graveyard Forest had been nourished by spirit energy and given birth to countless powerful nightmarish beasts and hell beasts. If Dragon City did not kill these super beasts and clean Graveyard Forest, they would not be able to work in peace. Of course, Meng Zhao and the other freshmen who were in Spirit Tattoo Realm had nothing to do with such a dangerous place for the time being. It was the battlefield of special forces from the Red Dragon Army, the elite superhuman fighting squad, and the Deity Realm elites. Beyond Graveyard Forest was the end of the basin. Raging waves stood there, and it was an even more majestic and dangerous mountain range compared to Lion Fang Mountain and Tiger Fang Mountain. Dragon City did not know what exactly was strange about this mountain range. It was not a living volcano, but the mountain range was covered in cracks so deep that their end could not be seen. It was as if those cracks ran straight to the depths of the planet. Smoke that seemed to be produced by a fire gushed out of it all year long and spread through the sky like raging waves. That was how the mountain range got its name. Dozens of hell beasts resided in raging waves. In fact, a grade 8 apocalyptic beast and its pack lived deep in the mountain range. Apocalyptic beasts usually possessed intelligence. Hence, it would definitely not allow its bed to be developed by humans into farms, mines, factories, and cities without a fight. If humans wanted to fully develop Shattered Star Lake, they had to first kill the apocalyptic beast residing in raging waves. This battle line was led by Deity Realm elites. Meng Zhao didn't have anything to do with it at all, since he was just a one-star superhuman. There are 4 battle lines. One of them is the construction of the main artery connecting the main city area and the branch base, one is in Shattered Lake, one is in Graveyard Forest, and one is in Raging Waves. Just which one will encounter a problem? Meng Zhao shut his eyes and rubbed the bridge of his nose to search through the memories of his past life. But he gained nothing. Based on the scale of the military operation and the strategy they employed, the Supernatural Tower deployed loads of elites. The Red Dragon Army is going to stand firm and fight steadily, and they're paying a lot of attention to each area. The underestimating of the enemy and recklessly pushing forward should be impossible. And based on the military map and the report of the battle, the elites have been scouting and exploring Shattered Star Lake for years. The information about this place is very detailed, and the data is solid. The higher-ups should have everything under control. So what sort of accident will occur that the army would be forced to return without any gains, even though it was so sure of victory? Meng Zhao could not understand it. He really wanted to go past the leaders of his university and search for the higher-ups of the military so that he could grab their collars and say, "This is a battle we're bound to fail." If he had just returned to the past and was overcome by passion, he might actually do that. But now, he had come to realize that his return to the past was not that simple. Dragon City and the ancient ruins it suppressed seemed to contain a lot of secrets. The person who created the X-shaped eye might have already reached the Deity Realm. Just who is he, and why did he activate Night Demon blood? Also, if Deity Realm elites, the army from Dragon City, and large railway guns attack together, we can even win against apocalyptic beasts. Why did the monster war last for so long in my previous life, then? Different types of monsters also improved in strength practically at the same time. What's the logic behind this? Does my return to the past have something to do with the ancient ruins? Did the monsters skilled in controlling minds and creeping into human brains take action? The instructor with the bad breath had brought a group of mysterious fighters from a training camp and had them disguise themselves as otherworld creatures to attack another group of living beings from the otherworld. Why did he do that? A lot of questions danced in Meng Zhao's head, but he forced himself to calm down. He could not be reckless. He had to search for more information, but even more crucial was to find the person who could do something. It was only then that he might have the butterfly bat its wings and change the direction of the battle. If he revealed information that he was not supposed to reveal in front of the wrong person, the future might end up even worse. I've decided. I'll first fight in Shattered Star Lake and practice my saber skills to improve. Then, I'll have the chance to enter Graveyard Forest. It's only when I enter Graveyard Forest that I'll have the chance to come into contact with more Heaven Realm elites and even Deity Realm elites. The key of the battle will be Raging Waves. When the Deity Realm elites fight against the apocalyptic beast, no matter what, I have to. Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes, and unbeknownst to him, he started releasing killing intent. When the students around him sensed it, they sucked in sharp breaths, and fear appeared on their faces. Meng Zhao saw them showing great cooperation by moving back a few steps together. He was a little stunned and asked with a frown, "What's wrong with you guys? What are you thinking of doing?" A student named Zhou Yun asked warily. "Poisoning, setting up traps, or setting up an ambush?" Meng Zhao felt gloomy. "Am I that sort of person in your eyes? I already told you, I was being kind a few days ago. I just wanted to make you more alert so that you can survive the battlefield where danger lurks behind every corner. We're on the battlefield now, so we're all comrades who share the closest bond with each other. Why would I stab you in the back?" "Who knows?" Zhou Yun said coldly. "No matter what, just stay away from me." "Zhou Yun, I think you're biased against me," Meng Zhao said. "I just snuck into your dorm, knocked you out, and stuffed you under your bed. You didn't experience any pain nor suffer any wounds, right? I showed you the greatest mercy among the 10 challengers. Look at Duan Lian. I fought against him so fiercely that we ended up bleeding all over the place, but we decided to open our hearts to each other in the end. We wouldn't have gotten to know each other if we didn't fight, and we've settled our grudge now. We've put all that bad blood behind us. Would I be the same as Duan Lian? Jo-Yun flew into a rage. We're all students. What's the difference? Meng Zhao was puzzled. I'm a girl. You snuck into the girls' dormitory, knocked me out, and stuffed me under my bed. Jo-Yun shrieked. Chapter 161, The Ultimate Style arrives on stage. Meng Zhao was silent for a while before he shook his head and sighed. Jo-Yun, monsters won't care whether you're a boy or a girl. He smiled wanly. Meng Zhao, you're a man among men. Xie Feng drew closer and whispered, but being punished for this isn't worth it. I heard that even the dean was startled. If the old man didn't try to protect you with everything he had, you wouldn't have been let off so easily with just a notice criticizing your actions. You might have even been forced to stay in university for your actions to be observed or be dismissed. Meng Zhao let his eyes fall shut and thought about it for a long while before he nodded slowly and said firmly, it was worth it. Huh? Xie Feng was shocked. You're seriously not regretting it at all? If Jo-Yun and other female students became alert when they slept because of me and won't miss when someone sneaks up to their bed, their chances of surviving the battlefield will increase by leaps and bounds, Meng Zhao said faintly. To save more of our female coursemates, to help them grow safely, and to create a brighter future for Dragon City, even if I have to receive a notice of criticism or even have to be kept in the university for observation, even if I am misunderstood by the girls, regarded with jealousy by the boys, scolded by the lecturers, or taken away by the police, I will regret nothing. I will still be content with it. 1. Xie Feng sucked in a sharp breath and was stunned for a long moment. Meng Zhao, I really can't tell whether I should be more impressed with your ruthlessness or your shamelessness. Your shamelessness is even tougher than the monster's shells. I already died once. During the practical test of the National College examination, that is. Meng Zhao smiled. Having a sense of shame is useless to someone like me who fought my way back from hell. You're seriously shameless. I like it. Xie Feng gave him a thumbs up in the dark. Then, he said even more softly, speaking of which, how did you manage to do it? You must understand that Jo-Yun's dorm is on the 14th floor, and the entire building has CCTVs installed all over it. Our upperclassmen live on the lower floors, and there are also lecturers monitoring the area. They're all elites of the martial arts course, and they're much more alert than the average person. I have a coursemate who has been thinking about this, but can't understand it. That coursemate wants to get a deeper understanding of how you did this. Could you tell me? 1. Meng Zhao frowned. Your coursemate is my coursemate too. Who is it? Xie Feng scratched his head. My mistake. It's not a coursemate. That person is a friend of mine and wants to understand how you did this so that the person can criticize it. Meng Zhao thought about it and said, I'll tell you. But even if you know the method, you can't do what I did, because you don't know the ultimate style. You don't have the same fine control over your muscles, so it's impossible for you to move over the walls as quietly as a gecko. It's also impossible for you to crawl into narrow and twisted tunnels, much less move like a phantom after you calculate the speed and angles at which the CCTVs move their heads so you can dodge them. If you don't cultivate your branch meridians and push the sharpness of your senses to the max, it'll be impossible to sense the presences of the female lecturers and female upperclassmen, which would allow you to avoid them and find your real target. Honestly speaking, I'd say that I'm very proud of my infiltration this time, because I used all that I learned. It was at least 10 times more difficult compared to sneaking into Duan Lian's single-room dorm. You sure have a good eye for good stuff. Of course. Xie Feng paused before he quickly defended himself. It's not me, it's my friend. All right, it's your friend. Meng Zhao grinned and threw an arm over Xie Feng's shoulder. Then, does your friend want to learn the ultimate style from me? Yeah. I know that you're a righteous person. You have noble sentiments, and you're a firm supporter of the Beast Soul style. You'll definitely look down on a mere trick like the ultimate style, but you're a true friend, and you're willing to sacrifice yourself for your friend. I'll teach you first, and you can teach your friend. Won't that be perfect? Xie Feng scratched his head while looking conflicted. Suddenly, he noticed Sonia staring at him and Meng Zhao from a distance. Her gaze was incredibly profound. Xie Feng shuddered and quickly moved his butt away from Meng Zhao. Meng Zhao looked pensive. So your friend wants to sneak into Sonia's dorm too. Spar with her, yes? Xie Feng's face turned red. I didn't. What rubbish? No, my friend isn't. That's not right either. Stop stammering. If you don't want to learn it, I'll learn it. Duan Lian sat down between Meng Zhao and Xie Feng. Meng Zhao, after that lesson you gave me, I pondered over what you said for a long time, and I discovered that the ultimate style does indeed have some pros, and it can cover up for the weaknesses of the beast soul style, he said sincerely. Please teach me all the ways you use to bypass the CCTVs and the method to blend into the night so that I can be more alert and avoid being ambushed by monsters. How many monster coins and cultivation resources do you want? Just name a price. Huh? Xie Feng stared at Duan Lian with a dumbfounded expression. I didn't expect that despite being so honest, you're that sort of person too. Meng Zhao wanted to heal the metal scar he left behind on Duan Lian that day when he put up an act of slitting his throat, so he naturally agreed to it. Then, he got up and walked over to sit beside the girls led by Sunya. Sunya, Zhou Yun, and the others trained their gazes on him. They were so wary that their eyes were as sharp as blades. And why are you here? Zhou Yun scowled. To tell you something really important. Meng Zhao turned his head to the side to look outside the porthole so Duan Lian and Xie Feng would not see his mouth when he spoke. Right now, there are some bad people with ulterior motives in society, and they want to use the ultimate style to do some despicable, shameless, perverted, and degenerate stuff. You might be martial artists, but you're also girls, so you must learn how to protect yourselves. Why don't you learn the ultimate style with me? Only the ultimate style can hope to fight against the ultimate style. When you learn how to cultivate with the 1024 branch meridians, your senses will increase by leaps and bounds. Then, next time, when some bad person wants to ambush you in the dark, they won't be able to have their way so easily. Oh, I can even teach you how to set up certain traps. If the bad people in society really have bad intentions, you will definitely be able to teach them a big lesson, so they will want to die. Wait. Sunya raised her hand. Compared to learning the ultimate style, we're more interested in knowing just who are the bad people in society that you just mentioned, aside from you. Meng Zhao turned his head around and stared at Xie Feng and Duan Lian as he said, I can't say. Xie Feng did not know what was going on. He just smiled at him and Sunya. Meng Zhao smiled back at him. Sunya, Zhou Yun, and the other girls narrowed their eyes. I can't tell you just who has joined my band, but I can tell you that ever since I received my notice of criticism, many of the boys are indignant. They started howling like wolves, saying that they want to learn the ultimate style from me so that they can criticize this ruthless fighting style, Meng Zhao said earnestly. Honestly, a fighting style is like a weapon. In itself, it's not good or bad. Look at me. I use the ultimate style to execute justice, contribute to society, help everyone, and search for a brighter future for Dragon City. So, I'm worried that the ultimate style will end up in some rascal's hands who will use it for bad things. They'll end up destroying the reputation of Mr. Gu, the ultimate style, and me. That's why I'm doing everything I can to promote the ultimate style. I hope that all you girls can learn it or at the very least understand its theories. If you're willing to learn the ultimate style from me, I can even tell you how to increase your awareness when you're camping outside. I'll also teach you how to set up sentry lines and defensive measures. The defense of the female dorm in our university is filled with weaknesses. I have at least 7 ways to sneak inside. If you have the same standard while you're camping outside, you'll end up dead, and you won't even know how you died. Stop right there again. Sunya raised her hand once more. You told the lecturers that there are only 3 ways to easily attack the female dorm, and you pointed all of them out to make amends for your mistakes. That's why you only received a notice of criticism. Why are you telling us that there are 7 ways to sneak inside now? Did I just say 7? Meng Zhao waved his hand in dismissal. Don't bother about the details. I'm currently talking about your life and death. Sunya, Zhou Yun, and the girls were stunned speechless. As they talked to each other, the pod trembled a little. The armored airship had arrived at its destination. It started releasing air and slowly descended. There were a lot of lakes at the center of Shattered Star Lake. Among them were 2 huge ones located in the west and east. They were the largest lakes, and they had the most resources. The Dragon citizens had already set up a camp of 2,000 interconnected tents. They served as 2 fighting bases to clear the lakes. The base next to the eastern lake was allocated to Agricultural University, the University of Technology, University of Science, Medical University, and the Military School, the 5 University Alliance. The base at the western lake was allocated to Dragon City University. From this, it was clear that Dragon City University had the status of the Goliath and could monopolize an entire region on its own. Its strength was evident. There might not be any apocalyptic beast at Shattered Star Lake, but there was a dense network of rivers. The ground was muddy, and there were weeds everywhere. There were also all sorts of insects and pests that were venomous or highly corrosive. If a normal soldier went in recklessly, there was a high chance that they would be severely injured. Hence, the Red Dragon Army gave this spot to superhumans who were great individual fighters. As for humanity's mechanized machine army, aside from building the main artery connecting Dragon City to Shattered Star Lake and defending it, it was also stationed between Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest. They were to build forts and set up defense lines to prevent the high-grade superbeasts from Graveyard Forest or even raging waves from charging out to swallow Shattered Star Lake like a tidal wave. As the armored airship continued descending, the students could clearly see wind blowing everywhere. The grass fell to the sides and revealed the surging spirit flames from countless superhumans. They were like endless waves fighting against the monsters who had crawled out from underground. Some powerful fighters had activated their vitality magnetic fields to levitate above the lakes with a principle similar to that of maglev. When the deep water bombs brought the monsters residing in the depths of the lake to the surface, they immediately killed them without any mercy. In the distance, there was the border connecting Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest. A black defense line was being set up there. It was getting higher and higher. More than 1,000 artillery roared eagerly. They fired off their shells and firebombs at Graveyard Forest every day and night with carpet bombing. They were aiming to kill more than 50% of the monsters, superbeasts, and carnivorous etherealized plants before the powerful fighters arrived so that they could reduce the pressure on them. Further ahead was a place surrounded by clouds and fog. Once every 10 minutes, deafening booms came from there. That sound was made by Huge Tiger's mighty cannon, a weapon that was one level weaker than Huge Dragon's mighty cannon. The army was testing waters by firing at raging waves. The higher-ups were hoping to anger the apocalyptic beast and force it to come out and fight against their deity realm elites. The thick scent of blood and gunpowder mixed together, and it stimulated the students' senses. Everyone instantly entered fighting mode. They instinctively clenched their fists, grabbed their weapon hilts, or their guns. Those who were skilled would run into great opportunities. It was the time for them to spread their wings and have their names ring far and wide. Chapter 162, Weeping Reaper. The freshmen from Agricultural University were the last batch of fighters to arrive at Shattered Star Lake. Over the past half a month or so, the upperclassmen from the universities had already started fighting. The military school was in a somewhat unique situation. It had sent most of its students to become the main force in clearing out Shattered Star Lake. When the freshmen entered the 10,000-man tent at the center of the camp, the air had a bloody scent that was as strong as a tidal wave. A thick layer of blood and grime covered the floorboards. The students who had arrived ahead of time had long since lost their naivety from university. Most of the boys had stubble on their faces and looked a little shaggy. They had an air of fierceness about them. The girls looked just as heroic. Their gazes were as aggressive as a saber. The 5 universities of the Alliance had their own unique features. The students from the University of Technology wore strengthened exoskeletons with complex structures. They carried foldable unmanned fighting vehicles, and a few of them had intelligent fighting vehicles controlled by brainwaves. They were running around the group. The military school students had all sorts of guns and ammunition belts bound to their bodies. They were like moving ammunition storages. Some of them had the heroic spirits that were commonly known as predecessors floating behind them. They looked incredibly mysterious and mighty. The University of Science was skilled in superbrain technology. Their students might not have looked strong, but their gazes were profound, and they looked as if they could see through a person's heart with just one glance. As for Medical University, their life sciences could even rival those of Dragon City University. The students from Medical University were not just skilled in saving people, but in killing people too. They could also unlock the mysterious power in the depths of human cells to turn themselves into all sorts of strange shapes. When the freshmen from Agricultural University saw their allies and their unique features, they refused to appear weak. The freshmen from the martial arts course released the beast souls they had just learned so that their spirit flames would bare their teeth. The freshmen from the monster controller course used their brain waves to stimulate their biochemical beasts gently so that they would growl. It attracted some nonchalant gazes and kind smiles. When they reached the center of the 10,000-man hall, they saw the most eye-catching thing in the tent, ranking boards posted on more than 10 monitors. There was a ranking based on the number of monsters killed on that day, the grade of monsters killed, dangerous mission completion rate, viewer count received on their fighting videos in the live streaming platform, the number of positive comments, and a heroic rank, which showed the accumulative score based on the ranks a student obtained from the other ranking boards. Each of the ranking boards was meticulously divided into more categories, so everyone could judge who was the best 1-star superhuman in a particular battle, who was the 2-star superhuman with most monster kills, who was the most popular 3-star superhuman, and so on. Dragon City was a lone army in a foreign land. It did not have an export market, so it was impossible for them to rely on mass-producing civilian industries to deal with the shortage of jobs. Ever since the 3D farms, genetic technology, and the automated planning technology solved the basic problem of food, the agricultural industry could no longer provide much work for the citizens. And when the first and second major industries could no longer provide a lot of work for the citizens, the third major industry faced the future where it also reached that stage all too soon. In Dragon City, aside from heavy industries related to building bases, mining, refinement, or work related to the military, there was only one industry that could provide enough work for new members of society: killing monsters. Dragon City's civilization could be said to be a hunting civilization armed with high-tech and superweapons. Then, through the other businesses, they could exploit the benefits of killing monsters to the last drop of their blood. Aside from harvesting monsters to turn them into materials to develop their lives in the city, they could use all sorts of competitions, gambling games, and ranking boards to attract multiple citizens' attention, which would use up their energy, stimulate their passion for cultivating and fighting, and let them see hope in rising to the top in one go. It also presented a sense of fairness. Hence, it ensured the general stability in Dragon City, even if there was a huge lack of jobs, and the gap between normal people and superhumans was only getting larger. That was why ranking boards were no joke. The competitions and rankings in the Northern Offense were treated with utmost importance. The Griffin Li Yingzi was the teacher who led the freshmen from Agricultural University to join the fight. She told everyone that the government and the famous corporations in Dragon City had poured a lot of money into the fight. They would provide great rewards based on different achievements and ranks. Agricultural University's Monster Coins, the military school's Iron-Blooded Coins, the University of Technology's Machine Coins, the University of Science's Soul Coins, and Medical University's Willow Coins, which were the internal currency of the 5 universities, could now be used between universities, because the channels to use these coins were now connected with each other. If a freshman from Agricultural University killed a monster and got themselves monster coins, they could go to the trading stations from any university to get all sorts of items, weapons, lessons, and services. This is a rare chance. The rewards you'll get for killing monsters and completing missions are higher by 20% to 30%. In fact, you might even get more money than a super beast is worth. Li Yingzi told everyone that the government provided 2/3 of the funds that were estimated to be needed by the army for the Northern Offense. The remaining 1/3 was pulled together by the major industries in Dragon City. If they managed to develop a new region, the benefits they would gain would reach astronomical figures. All the rich mega-industries wanted to have a hand in it, and the industry that would get the development rights would be the one who gave a lot of money to invest in the Northern Offense in the beginning. If we just focused on the residential area construction project in the new region alone, how many real estate developers do you think have been tempted to invest here? Li Yingzi asked. The government has planned out to give dozens of middle-tier real estate projects and high-end real estate projects. The real estate developers who joined the bidding had to provide real money and a lot of resources to reward the ones who did outstandingly during the war. In this era, the richest people are the real estate developers, so don't hold back. Kill as many monsters as possible and make contributions so that you can get as much money from the real estate developers as possible and get more glory for yourself. With just a few words, she managed to make their blood burn with passion. If your performance is exceptionally outstanding, you will even have a chance to be chosen as the Daily Star or Weekly Star. Your name will immediately spread through the alliance of the 5 universities and the mega-industries that share a close relationship with the alliance. Soon, you'll get all sorts of sponsors and investors coming to your doorstep, and the cultivation resources as well as weapons they'll be lavishing on you will make you faint. You won't be able to even use them all. Li Yingzi pointed at the largest monitor and said, "Look, this is the Daily Star who killed 13 super beasts in a row yesterday and destroyed their super beast nest. He killed more than 100 normal monsters in passing as well. He's an alumni who has recently graduated from Agricultural University's martial arts course. Now, he's known as the Weeping Reaper, an incredibly popular person on the live streaming channels. I shouldn't need to tell you just how popular he has been with the corporations lately, do I? If there's a chance, I'll have Lin Chuan share some of his fighting experiences with you." Work hard and learn from him. The person who appeared on the monitor was a tall young man. He had fair skin and was stupidly handsome, but he gave off a rather depressed air. He seemed like he had just graduated recently. His appearance had not only caused the freshman from Agricultural University's martial arts course to cry out in surprise, even the Monster Controller course's freshmen, who always treated the martial arts course as a thorn in their sides, stared at the monitor. In fact, even the students from the University of Technology, Medical University, the University of Science, and the military school could not help but cast their gazes at the monitor. It's Weeping Reaper. Lin Chuan. He's my idol. He's so cool. Even if the monitor zooms in on his face, you still can't find a single flaw on his face. As expected of the internet celebrity who is as famous as Ripple Princess Yan Feiru. Ha! Yan Feiru is nothing. She hasn't even graduated from university and reached Heaven Realm. How can she compare to Lin Chuan? You should know that Lin Chuan reached Spirit Transformation Realm and Spirit Gathering Realm within 2 years. He's one of the youngest Heaven Realm elites and is one of the fastest improving ones too. I heard that he's fearless and fights bravely. His performance has been incredibly outstanding, and he has already been chosen thrice as the Daily Star and once as the Weekly Star. He attracted a lot of attention from research centers and mega industries. Even Agricultural University's martial arts course wants to hire him to be a lecturer, but he refused all the high-paying positions and projects that offer him a bright future. He said that he wants to stay in the wild to kill all the monsters and take revenge for his comrades. Weeping Reaper, how devoted and loyal you are. The girls discussed him with adoration practically gushing out of their eyes. Meng Zhao stared at the handsome depressed man on the monitor, and his emotion surged while his blood burned. It was due to a simple feeling of wanting to uphold justice, though. In truth, he did not have a lot of interest in handsome guys, no matter what sort of handsome they happened to be. After he had been set up by his class rep, Zhuo Haoran, he stayed far away from the dashing and righteous-looking people. But Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan was an exception. Just like the girls, Meng Zhao treated him as his idol. It was not just because he was one of the youngest people in Dragon City to reach Heaven Realm and improve the fastest, nor because he was an alumni of Agricultural University's martial arts course. It was because Lin Chuan shared a similar background to Meng Zhao. Both of them came from poor families and did not have a strong background. They gained their achievements with their own hands. Lin Chuan came from Joyous Heavenly Garden, which had public renting houses built by the same corporation that built Meng Zhao's Blessed Heavenly Garden. The distance between them was no more than 500 meters, so they could be considered to be neighbors. But even though Lin Chuan came from a poor family, he managed to get into Agricultural University's martial arts course. This in itself was a miracle that provided a lot of motivation to others. Due to him not having inborn talent, a firm foundation, and resources, when he was in university, he did not perform outstandingly. When he graduated, he was just a 2-star superhuman at Earth Realm. It was then that his legend began. He had nothing, and to obtain cultivation resources, he joined a superhuman fighting squad to carry out incredibly dangerous scouting and hunting missions. However, his luck was terrible. In the first 3 missions he carried out, he ran into high-grade super beasts or a space-time rift. His squad was either beaten up and scattered or swept up into the currents of the space-time rift and relocated even deeper into the fog. Many of the Heaven Realm elites who were 2 or even 3 realms higher than him died in the wild. But through astonishing bravery, willpower, and adaptability, an amateur who had just become a member of society struggled out of hell step by step. He even reached Heaven Realm when he released explosive attacks at Death's Door. Lin Chuan became really famous from it and had a bright future ahead, but he sank into deep guilt. He believed that he was the reason why his squad mates died in his first 3 missions. Everyone tried to convince him otherwise, telling him that the mortality rate of superhumans in Dragon City had always been much higher than that of normal people. The scouting teams and hunting teams danced on the Reaper's blade. Life and death were predestined, so he should not blame himself. Besides, during the subsequent 2 missions, while he escaped, he managed to save 2 other squad mates as well, which turned him into a true hero. But he could not let it go, and like an ascetic monk, he started killing in the wild with the most insane methods. And when he killed monsters, he cried in spite of himself. The doctors said that it was a symptom of PTSD. Some patients release stress when their minds faced great stimulation. Lin Chuan himself said that his tears were for his comrades who died tragically under the claws of the monsters and the millions of citizens who were murdered. He was handsome, had a tall stature, and after all his trials and hardships, he was filled with determination. His fighting power was also head and shoulders above that of his peers. His act of weeping silently while he killed monsters was a topic in itself, and soon, he was picked out by the live streaming channel. After they packaged him carefully and created an image for him, they promoted him with a lot of grandeur, and the Weeping Reaper's name instantly shook the entire city. Chapter 163, Last Placed Heroic Spirit User. Both of us come from families living in public renting houses. Since Senior Lin Chuan could do it, I can definitely do it too. In fact, I will reach Heaven Realm earlier than him. As Meng Zhao stared at his idol on the monitor, his fighting spirit erupted like a volcano. His train of thought then changed, and he thought of something else. Now, Senior Lin Chuan and Yan Feiru are known as the Golden Children on the live streaming channel. Lin Chuan is even more popular than Yan Feiru now. After all, Yan Feiru's ripple force is just a basic force execution method, and she has never proven her strength in real fights before, while Senior Lin Chuan has slaughtered his way out of a pile of corpses with his fists. If I can get acquainted with Senior Lin Chuan, can I use his power to promote the ultimate style? If even the Weeping Reaper stands up to support the ultimate style, it'll be much easier for me to push the ultimate style onto the stage. Wait. There's something else. I don't think I've heard of Senior Lin Chuan's name in my previous life. Logically speaking, that shouldn't be the case. He reached Heaven Realm before 30, which made him really famous. Many of the mega industries, spirit energy research centers, and even agricultural universities' martial arts course are fighting for him. They're willing to invest copious amounts of cultivation resources into him. With this development, even if he doesn't reach Deity Realm, he should reach the peak of Heaven Realm and be like soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu. There's no way he can become a nobody. Could it be? He died? Meng Zhao felt his heart tense up. When he thought about it carefully, it did feel like it was the case. Since the northern offense would not go smoothly, there was a high chance that they had, in fact, lost miserably. And Senior Lin Chuan stayed at the front lines practically 24 hours a day, where he fought fiercely and lived by torturing himself like an ascetic monk. Even if he faced the raging horde of evolved and mutated monsters, he would definitely not back down. It was highly likely that he would die. If that's really the case, I must think of a way to change Senior Lin Chuan's fate. With his glorious achievements, even if he's not a heroic citizen, he's definitely at least an elite among elites. In the future, he's highly likely going to rise to a heroic citizen. As long as he remains alive, he will contribute greatly to Dragon City. Besides, he has a positive and determined image. He'd be the perfect ambassador for the ultimate style. Also, he's really popular and has a lot of connections with various forces of power. Through him, I might also be able to get into contact with some of the higher-ups coming up with the strategies for the northern offense and find the correct person. Meng Zhao made up his mind. He wanted to use Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan as his breakthrough. And it was simple to get in contact with Senior Lin Chuan. As long as he started killing monsters madly, he would definitely make Lin Chuan, a senior, pay attention to him, a junior. Once he became certain of his direction, Meng Zhao relaxed. Li Yingzi finished introducing the basic rules of the camp to the freshmen. She then brought them to the cafeteria to eat and get to know their comrades from the other universities. When they reached the entrance of a large tent which could accommodate thousands of people eating inside at the same time, someone suddenly slapped Meng Zhao's shoulder. He turned around and saw a really dark soldier. Dragon City was an international metropolis. Before they transmigrated, there were foreigners in the city, Africans and Westerners alike. As decades passed, they left behind their descendants, but there were not many of them. Meng Zhao frowned. He did not remember having any African friends, and he could not understand why the man would be staring at him with teary eyes. He looked like he was about to pounce on him and start bawling. Meng Zhao. The African soldier called out in an airy voice. Meng Zhao found the voice familiar, and he squinted to observe the man for a long while before shock suddenly rushed through his system. He could not believe his own eyes when he asked, "F. Fei Xiong? Oh my god, isn't this my best friend? Isn't he supposed to be as white and plump as a stuffed bun?" When they met during the summer holidays, Fei Xiong was still a fatty who weighed more than 150 kilograms. He just joined the military school, so how did he lose at least 50 kilograms and why did he look as black as charcoal? Also, even if the military school had a unique nature compared to the other universities and two-thirds of its students had to join the Northern Offense, the freshmen who had yet to awaken to supernatural abilities were not allowed on the battlefield. Since Chu Fei Xiong was here, that meant that You've become a superhuman? Meng Zhao was both shocked and delighted. He slapped his best friend's shoulder. Fei Xiong, no, I should call you Black Bear now. You're horrible. You didn't contact me at all after you entered military school. How could you not tell me that you became a superhuman? That's a big event. I only became a superhuman because I fought to the death with the Bloody Moon Wolf King during the National College examination and inherited part of Principal Sun's strength. But you? It's just been a few months. There's no way you should have reached the level where you can awaken. You must have run into a miracle. Did you find your very own heroic spirit? Did you get a legendary predecessor? That's a treatment only main characters in novels have. Can we please not talk about it? The big white bear. No, he should be called the big black bear now. The big black bear that lost more than 50 kilograms of weight found himself wanting to cry, but unable to do it. I've indeed found my very own heroic spirit and managed to become a heroic spirit user somewhat, but... how should I say this? I really want to cry. What? You obtained the favor of a predecessor and became a heroic spirit user? That's an even rarer fighting occupation compared to being a martial artist, and many people can only dream of becoming one. Why do you look so scornful? That's not how you're supposed to brag about yourself while pretending to be humble, you know? Meng Zhao became interested. He dragged his best friend to the side to sit. I have to say, the military is really good at training people. If we walked on the streets, I wouldn't have dared to call out to you in case I mistook you for someone else. Come on, tell me. What happened? Chu Feixiang seemed to have been holding back a lot. The moment he sat down, he started grumbling that he should not have registered for the military school in the first place. The management there was much stricter compared to the management of the undergraduate students in Agricultural University. During the new recruit training period, which lasted the first 3 months after joining, not only were they not allowed to leave the school, their communications with the outside world were cut off. When Chu Feixiang finally managed to get through it, he ran into the outbreak of war at the northern front lines. Most of the military students were then pushed into the armored airships before they even knew what happened. Shattered Star Lake was 50 kilometers away from the main city, and the interference to spirit energy magnetic fields along the way was strong, so it became even more impossible for them to contact the outside world. Forget about contacting Meng Zhao, Chu Feixiang had only phoned his family 3 times. Also, Agricultural University's martial arts course put an emphasis on the students developing freely. The lectures, missions, and resources were offered up, and it was up to the students as to how they wanted to cultivate. The cultivation maniacs could train day and night, but if they could no longer last, they could take a breather. It was different in the military school. They treated the freshmen as elite special forces soldiers and trained them fiercely. Even if they were resting, they sometimes had to go through emergency gatherings at 2 in the morning. Then, they would have to carry weights while doing cross-country running from 30 to 50 kilometers. They could not relax for even half a second. Besides, Chu Feixiang had chosen to enroll in the Heroic Spirit course, which was the strongest course in the military school. Usually, the ones who enrolled in the Heroic Spirit course were all elites among elites. Most of the people there were sons and daughters of generals. They drank gene medicine like water since young, ate super beast meat, and watched their parents, who were top officers in the army, train as they grew up. Hence, no matter how tough the training programs were, they could grit their teeth and bear through it. Chu Feixiang was lucky. He relied on the extra points and made it past the minimum passing score for the Heroic Spirit course. When he entered the Heroic Spirit course, though, he was naturally ranked dead last. He scored last place in every subject in his course. But the military school placed a huge emphasis on unity. Take Meng Zhao for an example. He held himself aloof from the other students and constantly daydreamed during the professional classes, but no one said anything. At most, they thought that he had given up and abandoned himself. But this would not do in the military school. When one student's scores held the others back, the entire unit suffered. After everyone received their punishment, they would also kindly help that student. In just a few months, everyone had helped Chu Feixiang so much that he lost more than 50 kilograms and was completely different from how he used to look. "I'm seriously stupid," Chu Feixiang said, wanting to cry. "When I filled up my registration form, Demon Yan tried persuading me that even with the extra marks, I have only barely made it to the minimum passing score for the Heroic Spirit course. He said that if I'm serious and work hard, even if I'm in another course, I can still rise high. He told me that the Heroic Spirit course is famous for being a demonic course, and if I'm not strong enough, even if I manage to make it in, I'll be eliminated. He then added that instead of being dead last in the heroic spirit course and being trampled upon by the geniuses there, it would be better if I obediently went to register for the military school's martial arts course and learn the gunfighting style. But I refused to believe him. I thought that I had a good personality and looked handsome, so I was born to be the most dazzling protagonist. When I entered the military school, I would be immediately chosen by a heroic spirit and inherit great power, which would then allow me to start writing my own legend. But who would have known? Ah, who would have known? Meng Zhao gathered his spirit energy around his eyes and observed his best friend. He noticed a faint layer of spirit flames surrounding him, and there were a few spirit meridians that were exceptionally clear on his arms. Even though he had not cleared a lot of main meridians, he was indeed a superhuman and a heroic spirit user. So why was he still displeased? "Could you summon your heroic spirit so that I can look at it?" Meng Zhao asked. "You're the first heroic spirit user that I know, after all." Chu Feixiang nodded. Then, he sighed and clenched his fists before he gritted his teeth. His veins popped up on his temples. Gradually, something amazing happened. The spirit flames surrounding him started dancing gently and encircled him to slowly turn into a faint green human behind him. Even though the spirit flames were really thin, Meng Zhao could still tell that it was a soldier with big eyes and thick eyebrows. He gave off an honest feeling. In fact, he seemed a little foolish. He wore a washed-out training uniform and stood around like a blockhead. Meng Zhao scratched his head. Heroic spirits were beings created when a human died and left behind a powerful vitality magnetic field. During the process of their creation, they absorbed the spirit energy in the world to gather their form and grow stronger. It meant that they usually no longer were 100% human, but looked even mightier, more domineering, and sometimes even monstrous. One of the examples was the student recruiter Meng Zhao and Chu Feixiang had seen when they went over Red Dragon River in the armored train. The heroic spirit of the captain in the promotional video was a black guardian god made of more than a dozen soldiers who died defending a fort. They had died in battle in a mighty manner, and their spirits, as well as determination, were nourished non-stop by the spirit energy in the world, which allowed them to turn into a firm, steady, and sturdy spirit energy magnetic field. They became a black steel giant. Meng Zhao knew that many of the mighty military men whose existences intimidated Dragon City had heroic spirits that stood as tall as towering deities when they were summoned. Earlier, he had also seen quite a number of the upperclassmen from the military school. The heroic spirits trailing behind them were almighty and murderous. But Chu Feixiang's heroic spirit looked kind of friendly? "Who is this predecessor?" Meng Zhao asked. Chu Feixiang gritted his teeth and said in exasperation, "He's a stupid soldier." Chapter 164, Stupid Soldier. Meng Zhao frowned a little when he heard it. Since he turned into a heroic spirit, no matter how low his cultivation realm was when he was alive, he had strong beliefs and a determined spirit. "He's someone worthy of respect," he said seriously. "Besides, he chose you, which means that your spirit has resonated with him on some degree. Even if he's slightly weaker, you can't say that about a senior, right?" "I'm not the one who said it. His squad leader said it. He is indeed a stupid soldier." Chu Feixiang told Meng Zhao the story of the stupid soldier. Around 3 decades ago, a teenager lost his parents during a monster invasion and nearly died under a monster's claws. Fortunately, he was saved by the Red Dragon Army. He then naturally joined the army to become an honorable soldier. But this teenager named Xu Wanshan had always been rather foolish. He was not stupid, but his brain worked a little slower, and he was a stubborn person to boot. When he arrived at the new recruit training camp, he had a hard time learning the saber techniques, gun techniques, squad tactics, and all the regular courses. He spent 3 times the time others would take to learn, and he always dragged the others down. The other last-place scorers were mostly people who were not very determined. They were afraid of hardships, and they liked to play tricks to slack off. But Xu Wanshan worked hard, and he really trained day and night, regardless of rain or shine. The squad leader and the instructors all saw it, but since he was rather slow, he ended up moving his left arm and left leg together even after practicing the simplest goose step for a few months. The others did not know whether they should laugh or cry when dealing with him. Fortunately, the foolish man had an advantage. He was honest, obedient, obstinate, but obeyed orders without question and did what he was told. If he were slow, then when others ran 10 laps, he would run 30 laps, 50 laps, or 100 laps. If he were not strong enough and could not throw his grenade far enough, he would practice throwing grenades 100 times, 300 times, or 500 times more than others, which made him end up with arms and thighs thicker than those of other people. If his saber technique wasn't good, he practiced drawing his saber, swinging it, and sheathing it. He kept practicing as if he were a machine. He always worked much harder than other recruits. In the end, he finally passed the test of the new recruit training camp smoothly and could join the battlefield. Unfortunately, real fights were different from training. With his intellect, he could somewhat pass the rather rigid courses in the training camp. But when he arrived at the battlefield, the rapid changes and the sudden accidents left him dumbfounded. When he first arrived on the battlefield, he grabbed a bundle of grenades and went forward to commit double suicide with the monster, but the problem was, the monster was already fatally wounded, and there was no need for him to be the hero and save his comrades. The higher-ups quickly saw that Xu Wanshan was simply not someone suited to be a soldier. Coincidentally, at that time, the intensity of the monster war was starting to drop. He was also famous for training hard in the new recruit training camp, so they sent him to the military school, which had just been set up. Naturally, he was not sent there to be a student or a lecturer. Instead, he was sent there to be part of the military logistics. He could help out with miscellaneous tasks in the military school. Xu Wanshan was an honest and obedient person who could endure hardships. He had a good time as part of the military logistics in the military school, but he did not know his own limits. He felt that if he worked hard, he could eventually gain results. As long as he staked his life while training, he could also become an ace soldier, despite the fact that he was known as Stupid Xu. So he started training madly, just like he did when he was in the new recruit training camp. If someone ran 5 laps, he would run 10 laps, or 20, or 30. If someone swung their saber 100 times, he would swing it 500 times or 1,000 times. In other words, he watched the others' training programs while he performed his tasks during the day, and when it was quiet at night, he ran to a deserted corner and started competing against the others in secret. But a fool was a fool, and Xu Wanshan forgot something. His comrades in the new recruit training camp were all normal people like him, so among them, he could cover his weaknesses with hard work. However, the students in the military school were all genius teenagers. They were 1 in 10,000. Many of them had awakened to supernatural abilities before joining the school, and a foolish logistics officer like him could not hope to win against them. Everyone knew about the great difference between normal people and superhumans, but this fool was stubborn. He felt that they were all humans. They were born of a man and woman, had shoulders and a head, so if the others could do something, he could do it too. At that time, he played a little trick. He knew that he would definitely be scolded by the higher-ups if they learned that he was training madly despite the fact that he was a logistics officer, so he decided to use the advantage of being very familiar with the environment of the military school. He searched for a few incredibly hidden training spots and started his training to become an ace soldier. But the cultivation programs for superhumans were not something that a normal human could withstand. Yet he was really slow-witted. Any other soldier would have started groaning after going through half a day's worth of training, and in 3 days, they would be sent to the medical office to be treated. It would have healed them to perfect health. But no matter how much Xu Wanshan suffered, he refused to speak, even if he trained to the point that he coughed up blood and suffered internal injuries. When his higher-ups noticed what he was up to, it was already too late. He had drained every bit of his life within a few months and died because he ran out of strength. The comrades and squad leader who learned of this all felt their hearts ache for him. They scolded him for being the most foolish soldier that the Red Dragon Army had ever seen. I see. Meng Zhao pondered over this. If that's the case, this senior Xu was a normal person up to the end of his life? Can a normal person turn into a heroic spirit? A heroic spirit is made of the vitality magnetic field and brain waves a person leaves after their death. As time and spirit energy nourish them, they grow stronger and firmer through all sorts of coincidences. As long as one's willpower is strong enough, anyone can turn into a heroic spirit, Chu Feixiang said. But since the brain waves of a normal person are weak and are no longer protected by the brain against the radiation from the stars, the planet's magnetic field, and all sorts of interferences from spirit energy magnetic fields, they soon disappear. That's why you don't usually see normal people turning into heroic spirits. But while Xu Wanshan wasn't strong, his determination was really firm, and his mind could be said to have been as sturdy as a rock. Since he ran out of energy while training, he died unable to accept his own death, so he left behind his determination: I must become an ace soldier. If he died elsewhere, no matter how strong his determination was, before long, it would have disappeared like smoke, but he had died in the field of the military school's heroic spirit course. What sort of place do you think the heroic spirit course is? It's where there are the most heroic spirits in Dragon City, and it's the place where they are the strongest too. Many of the lecturers and instructors are high-ranking heroic spirit users. They have powerful heroic spirits from Heaven Realm elites and even Deity Realm elites. These powerful heroic spirits often create a resonance with their vitality magnetic fields, as if their souls are resonating with each other, and hence, without anyone noticing it, they formed a force field around the heroic spirit course which can block off the radiation from around the world and the interference from magnetic fields. Xu Wanshan's determination stayed protected, and it was influenced as well. After around 20 years, he gained some strength and turned into a small heroic spirit. The weakest heroic spirit in all of Dragon City. I don't get it. Based on what you said, Senior Xu's heroic spirit should be the determined and persevering type, Meng Zhao said with a frown. Why did it acknowledge you and resonate with your mind to become your heroic spirit? Based on what I understand of you, you're clearly not the determined and persevering type. There are plenty of other freshmen in the military school, so why didn't he choose someone else but you? I wish he would have chosen someone else. Chu Feixiang said with a scornful look. It's all that woman's fault that I'm bound to the weakest heroic spirit in Dragon City. Wait. Meng Zhao's eyes lit up. So, there's a woman involved. Is she pretty? The most important thing about being a person is to be kind. What's the point even if she's pretty? Chu Feixiang said angrily. Didn't a philosopher say that the more beautiful a woman is, the more diabolical she is? He was freaking right. That woman is my squad leader. She looks decent, but her heart is as wicked as a snake's. If we compared Zhuo Haoran to her, he'd be eligible to contend for the top 10 most outstanding youths in Dragon City. No way. Did she provoke you or did you provoke her? Meng Zhao felt that with Chu Feixiang's misdeeds in the past, the latter was more plausible. It's all because my scores were terrible and I always dragged the squad down. It made her feel humiliated as the squad leader. Chu Feixiang told Meng Zhao that the rules and regulations in the other normal undergraduate courses like the ones in Agricultural University did not have a concept such as a squad leader. The student council was simply in charge of the major and minor matters among students. But in the military school, the competition between squads was incredibly fierce. The squad leader had more power than a class rep in high school, and they could be considered pseudo-instructors and commanders. The squad which had Chu Feixiang, the joke of the course, was naturally ranked behind the others in all sorts of sparring sessions and competitions. This made their prideful female squad leader, who joined the heroic spirit course as a specially recruited student, really angry. She, thus, always treated Chu Feixiang as an eyesore and targeted him. And their lecturers just had to pair them up into a study group. They wanted the female squad leader, who had extraordinary talent and outstanding abilities to help Chu Feixiang, who only managed to join the heroic spirit course out of sheer luck, which made him rank dead last. They wanted the person ranked at the top to help the person who showed bad results, and they gave the female squad leader an order she was not allowed to refuse. She could not give up on him or cast him aside. She had to make recruit Chu Feixiang a new man and catch up to the monstrous geniuses in the course. The female squad leader did not mind helping the weak students or comrades. The problem was, their standards were different. One of them was a rare super genius, and the other was a normal student who came from a normal family, had normal talents, and was normal in every aspect. Since they were forced to pair up, it was impossible for them to produce any results in an instant. The female squad leader even felt that Chu Feixiang was intentionally going up against her by slacking off all the time and refusing to train honestly. Chu Feixiang, in the meantime, thought that the female squad leader was intentionally making things hard for him by setting impossible targets and terrifying training programs. She wanted to make things hard for him, torture him, and trample on him so that she could vent the displeasure she had for him dragging the entire squad down. On the first day they paired up, they started arguing and fighting against each other. In just a few days, the female squad leader tried to persuade him to stop trying and change courses. Honestly, it's not that I have to stay in the heroic spirit course. From the first day I entered military school, I knew that the heroic spirit course was a place for geniuses, monsters, and the children of generals and aristocrats. It's not suitable for normal people like me. It would have been better if I had obediently written a report and applied to transfer to the martial arts course or the logistics course. Chu Feixiang then gritted his teeth and hissed. But applying for the change is one thing, surrendering and running away like some dog with its tail between its legs after being looked down upon, mocked, and tortured by that woman is another. No matter how cowardly I am, I'm not going to bow down to that woman's will. Chapter 165, A Strange Coincidence. That's true. Meng Zhao nodded. You usually act really gung-ho in front of girls. Of course I have to do that. Honestly, if that woman hadn't provoked me, I wouldn't have been able to last even 1 week in the heroic spirit course. It's just too full of suffering, too tiring, and too brutal. Chu Feixiang said in an aggrieved and frustrated tone. But you didn't see how she looked at me. She always looks at me with this almost smirk, and there's scorn all over her eyes. There's also this mocking look on her lips, and even when she breathes scorn. What's that supposed to mean? All I did on the first day when I enrolled in the school was to say boldly before everyone got to know each other that I want to become the greatest general in the history of the Red Dragon City and defeat all the current generals, even Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang, which she accidentally heard. Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang is a deity realm elite and an 8-star superhuman. He has led 3 of the 10 great expeditions of the Red Dragon Army, and he's indeed a mighty general. You can't win against him so easily, Meng Zhao said. Speaking of which, didn't they say that a soldier who doesn't strive to be a general isn't a good soldier? Even if you're reaching for something beyond your grasp, it shouldn't have made her target you in every aspect, right? Chu Feixiang's face suddenly turned red. I was foolish in the beginning, he whispered, and I criticized the mistakes in Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang's 3 expeditions. I also said that if I had led the expeditionary army, I would have done it better than Xiao Zhangyang. I might have used rather crass words, but that woman's expression changed completely. I only learned later that her dad is Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang. Chu Feixiang continued now that he had started. Anyway, from that day onwards, that woman treated me like a thorn in her side and an eyesore. Ever since she was paired up with me, she even started picking faults in everything I did. She either starts mocking me by wondering how I managed to get into the heroic spirit course or persuading me earnestly to switch courses, since I would sooner or later die during training. She then adds that she would send me out with fanfare and give me a grand farewell if I switched to the logistics course. She would even reach out to the middle-aged men and women over there to make sure that I would enjoy my time and get the 50 kilograms I lost back. She has said stuff like she would do anything just so that I would change courses. Tell me, is that the way to look down on someone? I think that you should consider the last option, you know? Meng Zhao pondered over it. Chu Feixiang glared at him. Meng Zhao raised his hands. I was just joking. You need to fight for your dignity, after all. Even if you have to leave, you can't leave defeated. That's right. If that woman hadn't said anything, I would have left a long time ago. The more she provokes me, the more I want to stay in the heroic spirit course to fight against her. Even if I rank last in every class, lose another 50 kilograms, and die, I will die in the fields of the heroic spirit course. Then, I will turn into a toad and jump on her foot and bite her. Even if I can't kill her, I'll disgust her. Chu Feixiang said. Anyway, ever since that day, I fought against her with everything I had. I did whatever training program she set for me, but if my movements were off and I was too slow, that was not my problem. I knew that I needed to improve my skills and strength, but at the very least, I was determined. But I have to say, that woman is seriously brutal. She just had to leave me covered in wounds every single day, and even when she saw that I really couldn't get up from the ground, she didn't feel sorry for me nor lighten the training load. In the end, after training for more than a month, I became exhausted and got myself a really bad fever. I stayed in the medical cabin for 3 days and 3 nights and still couldn't get up. Coincidentally, there was going to be a loaded 100-kilometer cross-country race in the next few days. It's incredibly hard, which is why it's known as Hell's Road. All freshmen have to participate in it, but that woman used her power as the squad leader and deleted my name. She said that I was sick and couldn't take part in the race, which was just humiliating me at that point. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Everyone in the heroic spirit course is treating me and that woman as a joke at this point. In fact, there are people who have started a gambling pool betting when I leave. I have been persevering all this while, and even if I rank dead last in all the matches, I joined it to show those bastards my determination. Chu Feixiang gritted his teeth and said, but that woman didn't even say anything and just deleted my name. It was all because she wanted to get rid of me and increase the average score of the squad. But no one else knew about it and just thought that I backed out because I'm a coward. They said that I don't have the guts to go on Hell's Road and pretended to be sick to avoid it. I got angry after that and argued back. I told her that I'm part of the Red Dragon Army, and even if I'm sick, it's nothing. When the monsters invade, would a sick man not need to fight just because he's ill? Who was she to prevent me from going on Hell's Road without even talking to me about it? That woman then smiled coldly and said that with how I am right now, even if I participate in Hell's Road, I will definitely not be able to reach the end. Instead of giving up halfway and becoming the subject of everyone's jokes, it'd be better if I didn't register for the race at all. It'd be better if I just stayed comfortably in the medical cabin. We argued, and the fight increased in intensity. In the end, we made a bet on whether I'd be able to last the 100 kilometers with a 300 kilogram weight on my back in the obstacle course around the Heroic Spirit Courses field. If I could do it, she would admit that I am a jade worth polishing, and one day, I can become a mighty general. But her methods are too crude and rough, so she can't train me. She would apologize to me in public and be gentler when she sets up a new logical training program according to science. If I lost, there was nothing else to say. I'd leave. Meng Zhao scratched his head. You're in university, man, and you're even in military school. Is it really okay for you to be so childish? Childish? What are you saying? Do you think I care about that woman being gentle? I just couldn't take such an insult lying down, Chu Feixiang said. Honestly, I signed the form to change courses and even left my thumbprint on it. It was in my pocket. I had been bothered by that woman for a month, and it was time for me to end things. But even if I left, I had to leave with my head held high. I already thought about it. I definitely had to complete the 100-kilometer obstacle course with 300 kilograms on my back. Then, while the woman was dumbfounded, I'd bring out the form to change courses and slap it against her face. It'd show her that she just ended up making an outstanding person leave in anger and that Dragon City had lost a great general who could win all fights just because of her pettiness and harsh nature. I wanted to humiliate her and make her beg me not to leave. Of course, I'd definitely not leave. Heroic Spirit Course? I don't care about that. Think about it, wouldn't it be really elegant? You'd feel good too, right? Meng Zhao said, I think that you have a really good imagination. Anyway, before I fully recovered, I ran that obstacle course. And let me tell you, a 100-kilometer obstacle course with a 300-kilogram weight is really freaking hard. If I were my usual self, I'd have started begging for mercy after about 50 kilometers, but that woman was beside me, watching me with an intense gaze. Chu Feixiang said. Every time I finished a lap, I saw her dumbfounded expression, and I imagined her feeling ashamed and regretful after I finished. Hey, and then, without realizing it, all my fatigue and pain disappeared. I was filled with an endless amount of motivation. As I ran, I actually finished 100 kilometers? Meng Zhao asked. Ha ha ha. You wouldn't expect it either. But I ran 120 kilometers, which shocked that woman. Based on what she said later, I ran as if I were possessed, and even when she called out to me, I wouldn't listen. When she went to stop me, I just stared straight ahead and bypassed her. If I couldn't bypass her, I moved forward while pushing her. I was so strong that she couldn't stop me. In the end, she had to ask the lecturers for help, and they carried me to the medical office. Each of them held one of my limbs. Chu Feixiang first laughed, but then he covered his face, and his shoulders shook. It's only later that I learned that at some point in time, stupid soldier Xu Wanshan's heroic spirit bound itself to me, and with his help, I managed to run more than 120 kilometers. Meng Zhao connected the dots in his best friend's words, pondered them for a while, then understood what happened. So, stupid soldier Xu Wanshan's heroic spirit had been lingering around the field in the heroic spirit course while looking for a heroic spirit user who would resonate with him? And he was searching for someone who was honest, foolish, determined, perhaps not very outstanding in terms of his martial arts, gun technique, and intellect, but determined? Meng Zhao smacked the table and said, but even if he turned into a heroic spirit, he still couldn't wrap his head around it, huh? He didn't remember that all the students who managed to get into the heroic spirit course were elites among elites. Their determination was definitely strong enough, but they weren't honest, foolish, only had average skills in martial arts, gun technique, and normal IQ. Fortunately, God never forsakes those who work hard. He waited for many years, and he finally found you, you joker. At first glance, you're practically the same as him. Heroic spirits have no will, so he didn't know that you made a bet with your squad leader. He just thought that you're the same as he was in the past, and by some strange coincidence, as you ran, your vitality magnetic field and his spirit energy magnetic field resonated and fused together. You inherited stupid soldier Xu Wanshan's strength and dying will, and you became a glorious heroic spirit user, is that it? That's right. That's what happened, Chu Feixiang said with a depressed face. Since Xuanshan's strength as a heroic spirit was too weak, in the beginning, the lecturers in the heroic spirit course and the medical doctor couldn't even sense him. They sent me to be treated in the medical cabin. In the end, I got up with a muddled head in the middle of the night as if I was daydreaming. With great familiarity, I went to the corner of the school campus and practiced the army fist the entire night before I was discovered. Everyone was shocked and sent me back to the medical office. I didn't know what was going on myself. I seem to remember it, but I don't seem to know anything either. I just felt numbness and pain all over, and that my muscles had no strength. I didn't even have the strength to poop, but there was this urge in my heart. When I saw a field, I wanted to run in it. When I saw a horizontal bar, I wanted to rotate over it. When I saw grenades, I wanted to throw them. When I saw nothing, I wanted to practice my army fist. Not even 5 men could stop me. In a short week, this sort of thing happened 4 times. In the beginning, the doctor thought that I was obsessed or had started sleepwalking. Later though, a veteran in the military school saw me sneaking out to train and realized that my gait, posture, and foolish demeanor was exactly the same as stupid soldier Xuanshan's. So, he asked the most powerful lecturer and the greatest specialist from the heroic spirit course to examine me. They used the most advanced equipment and finally found Xuanshan's heroic spirit. They also discovered that his heroic spirit had embedded deep into my brain and even fused into one with my soul. We can't be separated anymore. Chapter 166, Invincible Army Fist. When Meng Zhao heard it, he could not help but frown and say, "All right, the process might have some twists and turns, but the results are still pretty good. No matter how insignificant something is, it's still worth something, right? Even if he's the weakest heroic spirit, he's still a heroic spirit. Many people want one, but don't have it. I heard that heroic spirits can change to a lot of forms and have a lot of divine abilities. Even in dreams, they can teach their heroic spirit users a lot of skills. They can also use their heroic spirit users to strengthen their bones and bodies. They can also release them as killing moves. The speed of their attacks is even faster than that of martial artists' creation of spirit energy magnetic fields. They can also seep into the heroic spirit user's weapons and use the vibrations from the spirit energy magnetic fields to interfere with the sphere energy level in an atomic nucleus. They can change the atomic mass of a weapon so that they can maximize the quality, optimize the form, and maximize the power of the weapon. If you add a heroic spirit to a normal saber, it will turn into a dragon-slaying saber. If you add a heroic spirit to a normal rifle, it can one-shot a nightmarish beast. What sort of ability does your heroic spirit have? Nothing. It has nothing. Chu Feixiang said with a long face. That's the problem. Other people's heroic spirits are made from the powerful vitality magnetic fields, memories, and determination of heaven realm or deity realm elites. They possess powerful divine abilities that allow them to split open the earth and destroy the world. Some heroic spirits are formed after Earth Realm elites die, and they absorb a lot of normal people's dying wills and determination. After they gather their wills together, they turn into powerful entities and can be considered to be very powerful. But my heroic spirit is a normal, fragmented soul. With his stubbornness and obstinance, he was born alone in the field of the heroic spirit course. Xuanshan was a foot soldier when he was alive, so what sort of skills do you think he has? I often dream about being Xuanshan and training madly, but all he does is practice running, walk in goose steps, stand at attention, salute, practice push-ups, rotations on the horizontal bar, throwing grenades, the most basic saber techniques and gun techniques, and army fist. No matter how skilled he was with these skills, at the end of the day, he's still just a foot soldier. Chu Feixiang suddenly stared straight ahead. Before Meng Zhao could say anything, he stood up, took one step back, and stood at attention. His eyes were wide open, his expression was honest and stern, and he flung his arms before he executed the most beautiful army salute Meng Zhao had ever seen in his life. If the generals saw him, they would definitely not be able to help but slap Chu Feixiang's shoulder and praise him. What a good soldier! His large movements naturally caught the attention of quite a number of the 5,000 people in the cafeteria. Some of the freshmen who had just arrived were very shocked. But when the military school students saw that it was Chu Feixiang, they smiled kindly at him and turned away, as if they were used to this. "What are you doing?" Meng Zhao was shocked. He quickly tugged at his best friend, but he stayed as still as a pine tree rooted to the ground. Even with his insane strength, Meng Zhao could not make Chu Feixiang budge. A few seconds later, Chu Feixiang returned to normal. This is a very common sight of new heroic spirit users losing control when their vitality magnetic fields and their heroic spirit's magnetic fields interfere with each other, Chu Feixiang said gloomily. But when other heroic spirit users lose control, they display beautiful and powerful skills in spite of themselves or execute the signature moves of their heroic spirits. When others see them, they know that they're a successor, right? As for me, I salute, stand at attention, or march in goose steps, and I can't control myself. When I march, I even march with the same arm and leg. Oh God, why? Can you imagine a heroic spirit marching with the same arm and leg? Meng Zhao imagined it, and he could not help but snicker. Chu Feixiang glared at him fiercely. I'm sorry, my mistake. Meng Zhao raised his arms in surrender. But look at the brighter side. We're all in the same boat now. I'm a broken star superhuman, so I have my difficulties too, right? Bah, no matter how few main meridians a broken star superhuman has, at the very least, they can execute a few skills. Didn't you also get Principal Sun's demon subduing pole and even upgraded it to the powerful demon subduing slash? Chu Feixiang said gloomily. At least, you have one skill. I might be a superhuman, but I have nothing. I'm a blank piece of paper. The strongest skill I have is the army fist. I can use it to fight against normal monsters, but how am I supposed to use it against nightmarish beasts, hell beasts, or apocalyptic beasts? The army fist was similar to the 100 saber techniques. It was a basic skill everyone could learn, and many high schools set up extracurricular classes to teach the army fist. Obviously then, it was not a killing move with great power. Meng Zhao thought about it. Since you've already cleared some spirit meridians, you can practice other skills. No one said that you can't practice martial arts just because you became a heroic spirit user, right? Chu Feixiang's expression turned even more bitter. Yeah. Usually, a heroic spirit won't interfere with the heroic spirit user practicing other skills. Instead, they'd help to a certain degree and fuse the skills they had while they were alive to blend with the heroic spirit user's new technique. Once the fusion is complete, they can execute the moves with greater power. But remember what sort of person my heroic spirit is. He's Stupid Chu, famous for being stubborn and obstinate. He believes that the army fist is the strongest martial art in the world, and if you mastered the army fist, it'd be even better than any amazing skill that can destroy the world. This is a belief carved into his soul. And after he bound himself to me once he turned into a heroic spirit, he carved that belief into my mind, as if he left a spirit mark in my brain. My current self logically knows that the army fist is just a technique taught to grassroots soldiers. It's the most normal and basic martial art, and no matter how much I practice it, I won't become invincible. In fact, it won't even be enough for me to reach the ranks of third-class fighters, but whenever I want to practice other martial arts, my heart resists it fiercely, and as I practice, at some point in time, I shift back to practicing the army fist. How can this be? Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. I spoke a few times to Xu Wanshan's former squad leader, and I learned that Xu Wanshan was really stupid in the past. Forget about any sort of amazing skill, even if it were just an intermediate martial art that was slightly harder to learn or some fusion fighting skill that combined the use of cold weapons or firearms, he just could not learn it. Only his army fist was pretty good, Chu Feixiang said. The former squad leader could not bear watching him fail multiple times but keep gritting his teeth to continue persevering only to continue failing, so he lied and said that there was no martial art in the world that could be considered the strongest in the world. The strongest person could make even the most normal martial art, like the army fist, deliver destructive force once they mastered it. It could even become a divine art that can uproot mountains, and with Xu Wanshan's potential, he was most suited to practice the army fist. As long as he could persevere, sooner or later, he would definitely make the army fist shine with glory and make it an invincible martial art. The former squad leader was kind. He didn't want Xu Wanshan to continue experiencing pointless failures, and Xu Wanshan looked as if he had understood the truth of martial arts. From then on, he continued to practice the army fist even harder, and he was very happy doing it, but that's a problem for me. I inherited his will and determination. I don't want to practice the army fist. I won't become a general if I just practice the army fist. Meng Zhao scratched his head. When you put it that way, it does seem like a huge trouble. It's a major problem. Chu Feixiang slapped his thigh and said, having this heroic spirit is even worse than not having any heroic spirit. When I didn't have a heroic spirit, I could at least imagine myself getting some powerful heroic spirit's favor and resonating with the mind of a deity realm elite. Then, I could easily inherit a divine art and command an army. I could march boldly in war and become a brave soldier of the Red Dragon Army. But when you resonate with a heroic spirit, it means that your soul is bound to them. Under normal circumstances, it's impossible to get bound to another heroic spirit. It's also impossible to kick aside a heroic spirit just because it's too weak and look for a new one. But my heroic spirit is not just weak, it won't even let me learn other martial arts aside from the army fist. Honestly speaking, even though I have the dream of becoming a mighty general, I know that it's not good for me to reach for something beyond my grasp. I have to be down to earth. Even if I can't become a general, I should be content with second best and become an ace soldier. It's something I could somewhat accept. I wouldn't mind becoming an ace soldier who can pretend to be a normal bodyguard after retiring from the army and mingle around beautiful socialites. I could even use my strength for things that I shouldn't, like reaching out to beat up the rich men's sons. That sort of life would be pretty good too. But now that I've been bound to stupid soldier Xuan Shan, I can't even think about becoming a general or an ace soldier. I'm going to stay as a normal foot soldier for the rest of my life. Meng Zhao did not know how to comfort his best friend. In his previous life, Chu Feixiang did not manage to make it into the military school and sacrificed his life quietly during the Monster War as a normal soldier. In this life, even when he managed to get into the strongest undergraduate course in the military school with Meng Zhao's help, after all the twists and turns, was he still going to end up as a foot soldier? Was this fate? It's all Xiao Jianking's fault. That harsh, mean, ruthless, and wicked woman. The more Chu Feixiang spoke, the angrier he became. He punched the table fiercely. If it weren't for the bet with her, I wouldn't have run a 100-kilometer obstacle course with a 300-kilogram load in the field, and I wouldn't have resonated with stupid soldier Xuan Shan. I wouldn't be bound by this weak and stubborn heroic spirit, and now, my dream wouldn't be completely ruined. Xiao Jianking, because of this, we're mortal enemies. Just you wait, don't let me find a chance to get back at you, or forget about Thunder God Xiao Zhengyang, not even God himself will be able to save you. Hey. When Meng Zhao saw the savage grin on his best friend's face, he quietly raised his hand. One question. Does that Xiao Jianking you're talking about has fair skin, a wicked figure, an oval face, looks rather coquettish, but has large, lively eyes resembling a tiger's, which shreds all that coquettish air and makes her look so heroic and aggressive that no one would dare to look her in the face? Is that about it? Huh, how did you know? Chu Feixiang asked in shock. I saw her, Meng Zhao said. When did you see her? Where? Chu Feixiang was curious. Now, behind you. Chapter 167, Score a Lucky Hit. Chu Feixiang jumped up like a cat with a stepped-on tail. He curled up and covered his butt, then said to the woman who had been standing silently behind him for 3 minutes, if you were willing to take the bet, you have to be willing to lose. You said that once I finished the 100-kilometer obstacle course with a 300-kilogram load, you wouldn't attack me again. Meng Zhao suddenly felt that his best friend's description of being a determined, hot-blood young man who had launched his counterattack was a little different from reality. He quietly observed his best friend's female squad leader, Xiao Jianking, who was the daughter of Dragon City's thunder god Xiao Zhengyang. There were quite a number of new people around them, and they observed her curiously but discreetly. She was a woman who was destined to attract attention. Very few female soldiers were able to stand gracefully even with a nanotech fighting suit, a strengthened exoskeleton, and 2 mighty swords that looked like the propellers of a helicopter. And very few female soldiers had skin as white as snow and without a single blemish even after going through high-intensity training for a few months in the most brutal weather under the summer sun, then joining the battlefield in the wild and fighting for half a month against monsters. If not for her aggressive, tiger-like eyes, she was not at all like a soldier, but like a fashionable, teenage celebrity who was even more brilliant and charming than Yan Feiru. But her intense eyes could not hide her ambition and determination, and it cast her awe-inspiring beauty into the shadows. Everyone could only see her heroic gait. Don't worry, Chu Feixiang. I won't hurt even half of your finger today. Just like her demeanor, Xiao Jianking's voice was a little hoarse, making her sound quite gender-neutral. She said faintly, I only came to tell you that I completed the mission we got to kill 53-eyed spirit cats, and I even killed some extra. I killed a total of 76 of them, so you can have half of my kills. Go and get your iron-blooded coins later. What? Chu Feixiang was a little stunned, and he frowned. Since this is a group mission and we were supposed to hunt in pairs, why did you complete the mission on your own? Wouldn't I be Meng Zhao felt that he wanted to say that this meant that he ended up relying on her to complete the mission, but they were in public, and he felt embarrassed to say this out loud. If it were demonic halberd pigs, iron-armored rhinoceroses, or any other monster that is thick-skinned but is slow, I wouldn't mind leaving behind a few for you to play with, but three-eyed spirit cats are famous for being agile and cunning. Fight them with your army fist? Ha, are you going to hunt them until midnight? I don't have so much time to help you practice your army fist until it's the best fist technique in the world. My efficiency is higher if I act alone. Xiao Jianqing paused, then added, I will give you half of the rewards from my hunts over the next few days. You can stay in the camp and rest while you think about the suggestion I gave you. You should know that you don't have to stay in the heroic spirit course just because you have a heroic spirit. You can go to the martial arts course, firearms course, commanding course, or even the logistics course. Those places can help cultivate heroic spirit users as well. Besides, your heroic spirit is too unique. What's the point of you continuing to stay in the heroic spirit course? What's the meaning of this? Are you looking down on my heroic spirit just because he's a normal soldier? The female squad leader's words had stomped on some taboo in Chu Feixiang, and rage swirled around him. His expression instantly became different, and he looked quite stubborn and obstinate. The shock from when he saw Xiao Jianqing was completely gone. He slammed his fist on the table and got up. I'm telling you, Xiao Jianqing, you can torment me, trample on me, and even torture me, but don't insult my heroic spirit. He roared. So what if he's just a normal soldier? No matter how mighty a general is, without thousands of soldiers to fight for him, he's just a general without an army to command. He's useless. Even if my heroic spirit is the weakest in Dragon City right now, heroic spirits can grow together with their heroic spirit user, and one of these days, my heroic spirit will become even stronger than your female battle god, and your father, Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang. The female squad leader frowned a little, then sighed in resignation. She ignored the raging Chu Feixiang and extended a hand to Meng Zhao. I'm Chu Feixiang's squad leader, Xiao Jianqing. You're his friend, right? Please advise him to change his mind. The heroic spirit course isn't suited for him and his heroic spirit. There's no need for him to show off or sulk about this. He's just staying in the course to suffer at this point. Meng Zhao's mind raced. Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang was a resolute general and a major figure in the Red Dragon Army. Naturally, he had the right to join Dragon City's tactical plans. Was he the right person worthy of Meng Zhao revealing some information to him? But no matter what, Xiao Jianqing was someone worthy of getting acquainted with. For the future of Dragon City and the safety of thousands of his peers, even if he had to sacrifice a bit of his best friend's pride and his body, everyone should understand where Meng Zhao came from, right? Hello, I'm Meng Zhao, Chu Feixiang's best friend. Don't worry, Xiao Jianqing, I don't think Feixiang is suited for the heroic spirit course either. I'll definitely persuade him to switch to the logistics course and stop bothering you. Meng Zhao quickly took Xiao Jianqing's hand and put on a smile on his face. Do you mind if we exchange contacts so that we can contact each other often? Honestly, I'm filled with admiration for Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang. After all, I've grown up listening to General Xiao leading the expeditionary force in the wild. To me, he's not just a mighty general, but a legendary and famous general. Chu Feixiang did not expect that Meng Zhao would betray him so willingly, and he was instantly flabbergasted. His dumbfounded expression made Xiao Jianqing break into laughter. When she smiled, her sharp, tiger-like eyes crinkled. The sharp glare she had disappeared, and only a beauty that would make heads turn remained. It caused quite a lot of boys around them to suck in sharp breaths. But that smile only lasted for half a second before her expression instantly turned stiff and wary. You said you're Meng Zhao. Are you from Agricultural University? That's right. Please take care of me, Miss Xiao. Meng Zhao smiled faintly. Ever since he killed the Bloody Moon Wolf King during the National College Examinations practical test, a lot of media corporations fell over each other to interview him, and he could be considered quite famous. It was not surprising then that Xiao Jianqing would recognize him. If that were the case, she might take the initiative to become his friend, and they might have the chance to sit down together to have a meal to talk about the current situation in the world as well as the tactical strategies employed by Dragon City, right? But to his surprise, Xiao Jianqing took her hand back at the speed of lightning. Contempt that she did not bother to hide appeared in her eyes. She first glared at Meng Zhao before she cast a scornful look at Chu Feixiang and shook her head as if she was saying birds of a feather flock together, I guess. She turned around and left, and when she walked, she even flung her hand, as if the skin Meng Zhao touched was bitten by a toad. What's going on? This time, it was Meng Zhao's turn to feel gloomy. I don't know her at all. Just how did I offend her now? No matter how much she hates you, there's no reason for her to be angry at me as well, right? Don't look at me. It has nothing to do with me. She just hates you. Chu Feixiang delighted in his misery and said, think. Your reputation is down the drain right now. And you thought to win that tigress vixen's favor by betraying your friend? Impossible. What do you mean? Meng Zhao was puzzled. Bad reputation? Who? Me? Duh. Why are you pretending to be innocent? I've been wanting to ask you about it, but I didn't get the chance just now, Chu Feixiang said. Right now, there's a rumor going around in the Alliance of the Five Universities that there's a freshman in Agricultural University's martial arts course who practices an evil martial art called the Ultimate Style just so that he can sneak into places he shouldn't and do despicable things that would enrage both heaven and earth. And he actually managed to fulfill his goals. Of course, in the end, he had his criminal acts unmasked and received a notice of criticism. There was a picture of that notice posted on the university's website. Most of the groups in the Alliance of the Five Universities know about it. In some screenshots, that person is known as Meng something, and in other screenshots, that person is known as something Zhao. Isn't that you? What? I didn't know that you're this sort of person. Ah, fine. Honestly, I can believe you being that sort of person. But I didn't expect you to be so daring, so efficient, and this evil ultimate style to be so powerful. You actually managed to sneak into the girls' dorms despite the fact that their defense is so tight? No. Listen to me. The ultimate style is actually a profound and legitimate. Chu Feixiang did not wait for him to finish. Right now, the expressions of most of the girls in the Alliance of the Five Universities change when they hear your name, and all of the boys are indignant. They want to put a shameless dog like you through the most severe interrogation and make you hand over the ways to practice this evil martial art so that they can criticize it. Then, they're going to cut you up so that they can vent their anger. Meng Zhao said, you've truly mistaken. How would I do something so shameless, boring, and perverse? The reason behind this accident is, hang on, what did you just say? Repeat that for me, will you? Chu Feixiang did. They're going to cut you up so that they can vent their anger. Meng Zhao shook his head. No. The one before that. Chu Feixiang went straight to the start of the conversation. The expressions of most of the girls in the Alliance of the Five Universities change when they hear your name. Meng Zhao shook his head again. Not that one either. The one in the middle. So, Chu Feixiang said, the boys in the military school wanted to put a shameless dog like you through the most severe interrogation and make you hand over the ways to practice this evil martial art so that they can criticize it. Meng Zhao's eyes lit up, and his delight was greater than his disappointment. Really? You want to criticize this evil martial art? Chu Feixiang spoke severely and with a sense of justice. Of course it's true. Many of the boys in the military school heard that you and I both came from 9th high school, so they tried to interrogate me too so that they can learn the truth of this evil martial art. If it's really dangerous, we will delve deeper into it to explore it fully so that we can learn how to counter it. That's the only way we can uphold justice and maintain peace. We're all friends, so tell me honestly. Is this ultimate style really sinister, despicable, shameless, and underhanded? Meng Zhao had to say, yes. It's indeed sinister, despicable, shameless, and underhanded. Then you have to give up the ways to practice it so that the boys in the military school can criticize it. Meng Zhao agreed to it. No problem. Anyway, all the boys from the Alliance of the Five Universities are going to stay in the base now. We can make an ultimate style study group, just like we did in high school. Aside from the boys in the military school, we can also gather all the hot-blooded boys with a great sense of justice from the University of Technology, Medical University, and the University of Science. I'll take the lead and have everyone criticize the ultimate style. Chapter 168, Female Battle God. Chu Feixiang was so amused that he let out a huff that blew a bubble from his nose. Seriously? Feixiang, we're friends who have fought in life-and-death situations. When you downloaded those dangerous and stimulating life science videos in the past, you shared them with me so we could criticize them together. Why would I lie to you? Meng Zhao slapped Chu Feixiang's shoulder and said firmly, don't worry. Even though I don't have great knowledge about heroic spirits, the 1024 branch meridians we cultivate in the ultimate style aren't connected to any killing moves that require you to form a spirit energy magnetic field. It shouldn't clash with your army fist. It's fine even if you don't have any skills. When you wander around the land, you need to rely on a sturdy body and a firm fist to survive, not some dazzling skills. You mentioned something that I agree with. Regardless of whether it's a martial artist, heroic spirit user, or heroic spirit, all of them can grow. Even if your heroic spirit is very weak right now, as long as you cultivate your 1024 branch meridians until they are as tough as steel and are perhaps even thicker, sturdier, and even more energetic than your main meridians, even the most normal army fist will be able to kill nightmarish beasts, hell beasts, and even apocalyptic beasts. Meng Zhao thought about it. Army fist might be a beginner fist technique that millions of Red Dragon army soldiers knew, but that was also its advantage. There were a lot of people who practiced it, which meant that it had built up a large database. There was feedback from people using it in real fights, which meant that there were various ways to use the fist technique against most monsters. It was modified non-stop to cover up its weaknesses, and new skills were developed from it. In contrast, when an ultimate technique was only available to Deity Realm elites, it inevitably had little data about its usage in real fights. It might have a fatal weakness that did not mean anything against 99% of the super beasts, but would be deadly against one type of super beasts. Because of this, Army Fist was definitely not the strongest fist technique, but it was definitely the steadiest fist technique. When monsters will start mutating madly, the old way of fighting and going to war would become outdated, and steadiness would become incredibly important. But you still need dreams. After all, what if you do manage to achieve it? After thinking about it, Meng Zhao continued. Don't give up on becoming a mighty general, and I'll do my best to help you. Of course, we can't go dreaming too big and hope to reach the top in one go. Let's set a small goal first. How about this? Let's not be in a hurry to fight against those who are stronger than us. Let's start with the peers who are in Spirit Tattoo Realm. If we work together in the Northern Offense, we'll definitely become the strongest 1-star superhumans in Dragon City. Then, we'll reach 2 stars in a brilliant manner. That way, I can make the ultimate style shine, and you can suppress your female squad leader so that she can see your manliness. When Chu Feixiang heard this, he could not help giggling. He laughed for a while until his face turned a little red, and he whispered, I don't have a problem with practicing the ultimate style, but forget about suppressing the female squad leader. You don't know about Xiao Jianking's origins, do you? She's a legendary specially recruited student. Meng Zhao snorted. Her dad is a general. There's nothing special about her being a specially recruited student. That's where you're wrong. Even though I despise the woman's evil ways, as it stands, she's so strong that she doesn't need General Xiao pulling strings for her. Chu Feixiang actually started defending the female squad leader. Also, General Xiao is known for being unbiased and not adhering to logic. He won't just pull strings for his relatives and children. He's the type who's a prude when it comes to morals. He's afraid of people talking bad about him, so he's especially strict when he treats his relatives and children. General Xiao has a total of 7 sons and 3 daughters. Aside from 1 son and daughter who have not become adults just yet, after his other children graduated, he sent them to the harshest and most dangerous squads. He doesn't give them special treatment. Instead, they have to face the most difficult trials, and they get promoted slower than their peers. He has been leading the army for years, and he has already sent 3 sons and 1 daughter to their deaths in the wild. The other generals and his former subordinates could not bear to watch it and tried to persuade him to stop sending his children to such dangerous places, but General Xiao could not be convinced. He said that he can't show love when he commands his soldiers. As a general, he's supposed to use the deaths of his soldiers to gain the greatest benefit. If he's unwilling to send his children to their deaths, why should he have the right to send other people's children to their deaths? Meng Zhao fell silent. Thunder God Xiao Zhengyang was not a general who created miracles like a magician. He was not skilled in using a small number of soldiers to win against a large number of enemies. His strategies could be described as a thunderbolt. They were simple, crude, and fierce. He was skilled in fighting against powerful enemies in the most difficult and bloody battles. Out of the 10 expeditions that the Red Dragon Army had ever launched, the 3 he led gained the greatest success. But at the same time, the number of soldiers and elites lost was also the highest. A lot of people in the Red Dragon Army, Supernatural Tower, and the Survival Committee criticized him, which prevented him from being promoted further. Otherwise, with his grand achievements during the 3 expeditions, he would have long since been promoted to the rank of a field marshal. He was ruthless to other soldiers, but he was even more ruthless to his own children. If that was how Thunder God Xiao Zhengyang behaved, It was indeed quite impossible for him to pull strings for his daughter to become a specially recruited student. Speaking of it, though, we can't say the General Shao has absolutely nothing to do with Shao Jianqing becoming a specially recruited student, Chu Feixiang said. There is a tradition in the Shao family that during the winter holidays before the children of the Shao family go for their national college examinations, General Shao sends them into the wild. He only gives them a dagger and a bottle of fresh water before telling them to survive on their own for 3 days and 3 nights. This is considered their coming-of-age ceremony. Meng Zhao remembered the bloody moon wolf king he encountered in the wild and gasped. Isn't that a little too crazy? I didn't say it wasn't. I think General Shao would send someone to protect them in the dark, but no matter what, the children are just normal teenagers who have not awakened to supernatural abilities yet. If they really ran into danger, even the bodyguards might not be able to protect them in time, Chu Feixiang said. And just as everyone thought, when it was Shao Jianqing's turn for her coming-of-age ceremony, her luck was especially bad. She ran into a grade 3 nightmarish beast called Lightning Dragon, which is a very fast beast. She was taken away and vanished after entering a crack in the ground. Its end could not be seen. When Shao Jianqing was dragged underground by the Lightning Dragon, everyone thought that she would definitely die. The Shao family even began preparing for her funeral, but she discovered a huge, incomplete, and mottled sword in the dragon's nest. She also awakened the power that had been lying dormant in it for 20 years. She obtained the acknowledgement of the heroic spirit in there and killed 7 lightning dragons in the nest in one go to carve a bloody way out of the underground. Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. Lightning dragons were the kings among nightmarish beasts. They were just one step away from apocalyptic beasts and were much stronger than bloody moon wolf kings. He had thought that he could boast about his feat of killing a bloody moon wolf king during the national college examination for at least a year, but Shao Jianqing killed 7 lightning dragons during her winter holidays, and she even kept a low profile about it. The world did not even know about it. Seriously, she showed no respect to him, a returnee. If you knew who formerly owned the sword she picked up in the dragon's nest and whose heroic spirit she awakened, you wouldn't find this strange or ridiculous. Before Meng Zhao could say anything, Chu Feixiang was unable to stop himself from revealing the mystery. Didn't I tell you just now that her heroic spirit is called the female battle god? A thought arose in Meng Zhao's mind, and he was so shocked that goosebumps broke all over his skin. The female battle god Su Jianqing? The last 50 years, there were all sorts of amazing people in Dragon City. Numerous peerless fighters showed up, but there was only one person who had the right to be known as the battle god, and that was Lei Zongchao, a 9-star superhuman who stood at the peak of deity realm. As the battle god's name rang through Dragon City and all other powerful fighters could only stare at him in awe, Su Jianqing gained the title of female battle god and obtained Lei Zongchao's acknowledgement. Since the dragon citizens were willing to print her title into their textbooks, it should be clear just how strong she was. Among the superhumans who were lost during the 50-year bloody war in Dragon City, Su Jianqing's cultivation realm was the highest, and she was the one who sacrificed herself in the most heroic manner. The last of the 10 expeditions was held in Chaotic Dreams, a river located to the west of Dragon City. With 2 broadswords, Violet Fang and Lightning Slayer, Su Jianqing killed 3 apocalyptic beasts and more than 50 hell beasts, creating the best chance for the Red Dragon army to attack. Once they chipped down 3 mountaintops that served as gathering spots for monsters, Su Jianqing died after running out of strength, and her corpse was dragged underground by some monsters. The Earthlings' might was displayed in that battle, and it made the remaining apocalyptic beasts residing deep within the Monster Mountain range shudder. In the next 20 years, they did not dare to invade Dragon City, and their fear turned into a steady shield in the beginning of the Great Construction Era. Many of the citizens idolized and missed female battle god Su Jianqing dearly. Many years after her death, Jianqing became the most common name for newly born girls in Dragon City. Shao Jianqing's name was also deliberately given to her because thunder god Shao Zhengyang wanted to commemorate the deceased female battle god. Of course, aside from the name, many people also longed to locate Su Jianqing's fragmented soul so that they could slowly nourish it and turn it into a heroic spirit, which would then lead to them being able to inherit her power. But there were many conditions required for the birth of a heroic spirit, and all sorts of unique circumstances had to be met. It did not mean that if a person's cultivation realm was high, their soul would be stronger, and because of it, they would definitely turn into a heroic spirit. If the conditions were met, even a normal person like Shi Wanshan could turn into a heroic spirit. But if a person was fighting fiercely before their death, all sorts of spirit energy magnetic fields clashed into each other, which could stir up a spirit energy storm. If that happened, no matter how strong a soul was, it would scatter and be completely destroyed. There were also cases like Meng Zhao's former principal, Sun Daxing. For the sake of protecting his students, he stimulated his brainwaves and burned his own life so that his soul would turn into a dazzling torch. His life was completely extinguished like that, so it was difficult for him to turn into a heroic spirit. Female battle god Su Jianqing fit the latter two categories that could prevent her from becoming a heroic spirit. To kill 3 apocalyptic beasts and more than 50 hell beasts, she had to burn away her own life, just like Principal Sun, and when the apocalyptic beasts delivered violent attacks while at their death, her soul was damaged badly and torn to shreds. Besides, her corpse was dragged underground, so her weapons, armor, and accessories, all things that might carry fragments of her soul, fell underground as well. Trying to search for her fragmented soul in the endless uncultivated land was the same as searching for a needle in a haystack. 20 years had passed, and everyone had given up on hope, thinking that even if Su Jianqing had left behind a shred of her brainwaves and her vitality magnetic field when she died, it would have long since been blown away and completely destroyed by the planet's magnetic field, the radiation from the stars, and the spirit energy from underground. But to their shock, Xiao Jianqing was able to find Su Jianqing's broken swords in a dragon's nest, and she inherited the female battle god's power. Chapter 169, Soldier. Meng Zhao gasped in amazement. Then, your female squad leader rose to power in one go, right? It's no wonder why she can kill 7 lightning dragons in one breath. Has she already reached Heaven Realm? No. Even though female battle god Su Jianqing was one of the best fighters in Dragon City, she died tragically, and the power that remained in her soul isn't much. She has also been exposed to the elements and all sorts of radiation in the wild for 20 years. When she was awakened by Xiao Jianqing, she was so weak that she was basically a candle in the wind. She was about to disappear at any moment, Chu Feixiang explained. Also, when Xiao Jianqing was first possessed by the heroic spirit, she killed 7 lightning dragons, which, as you know, are the kings of nightmarish beasts. It drained her heroic spirit. It'd be the same as you suddenly releasing an explosive power and killing the bloody Moon Wolf King. She created a miracle, but it's one she cannot reproduce, and she suffered a lot of terrible consequences because of it. Right now, Xiao Jianqing is still a 1-star superhuman. Of course, she's definitely at the peak of spirit tattoo realm. Perhaps when she's in a bad mood someday, she'll explode and become a 2-star superhuman. Also, no matter what, she has obtained the female battle god's legacy. Even if we don't talk about her strength, her potential in cultivating and fighting are both first class. Her speed of improvement is also much higher than that of a normal superhuman. As long as she continues getting in touch with the people Su Jianqing was close with, her disciples, her items, the environment she once immersed herself in, and continues down the path Su Jianqing took, her soul will resonate with Su Jianqing, and she'll have a high chance of reaching Heaven Realm or even Deity Realm. I see. Meng Zhao nodded, then frowned. Why haven't I heard about such shocking news before? Logically speaking, if the female battle god's heroic spirit found a successor, it would definitely attract the media and the internet. This would be a hot topic for a few months, wouldn't it? It's because General Xiao intentionally suppressed the news. I already told you, he's a prude when it comes to morals. Also, I heard that he doesn't have a good time in the Red Dragon Army. Many people criticize him by saying that his fighting style is too fierce and he doesn't know how to change. 1. If he kills 1,000 enemies, he loses 500 of his own soldiers. There's an endless supply of monsters, so Dragon City can't afford to give him groups of 500 soldiers to sacrifice. Chu Feixiang pursed his lips. I don't really agree with the general's fighting style either. Even Xiao Jianqing criticizes him at times, and she's his daughter. Wait. Meng Zhao was pensive. Since General Xiao intentionally suppressed the news, why do you know so much about it? You even know the details of her picking up a rusty, mottled, and broken sword to kill 7 lightning dragons. You also know about her criticizing General Xiao sometimes? What? Did she talk about her father in front of you? There's something going on here. Chu Feixiang's face turned red. Even if 3 layers of his skin were peeled off because after being exposed to the sun, his dark tone could not hide the dark flush. Where was I? Oh, yes. There might be some difficulty in Xiao Jianqing becoming the strongest 1-star superhuman and becoming a 2-star superhuman in a grand fashion. Right now, all the strongest spirit tattoo realm people among our peers are monsters like Xiao Jianqing. Chu Feixiang coughed dryly and quickly changed the topic of conversation. I went about asking for information, but I won't talk about those in Dragon City University. Let's just talk about the ones in the alliance of the 5 universities. Did you know that there are already 4 among us who are specially recruited to enter the fighting occupations? I talked about Xiao Jianqing just now. You have Wu Wu from Agricultural University's Monster Controller course. I heard that she's the panther girl who grew up in the wild. You must know her better than I do, so I won't go into detail about her. 1. Then, there's another monster in the military school's martial arts course. His father is an ace sharpshooter in the Red Dragon Army, and his mother is a weapons specialist who specializes in developing new guns. He inherited his parents' talent, and shooting a target accurately while he's 100 steps away or delivering a headshot while he's 800 meters away are all basic skills for him. They're not worthy of being mentioned at all. His greatest skill is controlling more than 100 bullets to hit more than 100 targets at the same time, and all of them will hit bullseye. That's. Meng Zhao believed that his shooting was first class, but even he found it impossible to believe what he heard. Getting bullseye out of all 100 shots isn't hard, the problem is doing it at the same time. That's impossible. I heard that he awakened to a supernatural ability that allows him to control metal. I don't know the details or the principle behind this, but it seems like he uses his vitality magnetic field to surround the bullets. He can turn more than 100 bullets into micro-missiles in some sense. Under this monster's leadership, the martial arts course this year has actually managed to fight on equal grounds with the heroic spirit course during our few tournaments. He is known as the future star of the gunfighting style. When he arrived in Shattered Star Lake, he shot through countless monsters' eyeballs and brains. He has even been chosen twice as the Daily Star. Chu Feixiang stopped talking for a moment. But this guy has run into quite a few opponents. Our Xiao Jianqing is definitely one of them, and there's also a guy from the University of Technology's machine course. His parents are machine masters for a mining company. 20 years ago, when they were exploring a mine, they got exposed to an unidentified crystal that released high amounts of radiation for a long time. At that time, his mother didn't know that she was pregnant. In the end, the adults were fine, but the baby, which was born later, did not have legs and a right arm. He only had a left arm. Logically speaking, with a handicap like this, it should have been very difficult for him to survive in the tough and despair-inducing environment in Dragon City. But not only did he inherit his parents' talents, he seemed to have been enlightened by the radiation from the mysterious crystals, for he's a genius mechanic. When he was in the upper levels of elementary school, he was influenced by his parents' actions and built himself a mechanical arm and a pair of mechanical legs. When he reached middle school, not a single person in his age group was his opponent in the robotics competitions. When he reached high school, he looked down on attending high school competitions. Instead, he joined his parents' mining company and mingled around with real, experienced machine masters. Now, he installed the best technology from strengthened exoskeletons, maglev technology, and automatic fire control systems into his mechanical arm and legs. They have been upgraded more than 10 times. The fighting strength in the newest version is very shocking. He can even control dozens of unmanned fighting vehicles and intelligent fighting vehicles at the same time. He is a tactical assault squad on his own. He has soldiers all around him, and he's incredibly awesome. Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes and thought about it for a long time. Wait, what did you say just now? He gave his best friend a profound look. Did you just say our Xiao Jianqing? Chu Feixiang looked at him gloomily. Will you pay attention to the main point? Is the main point my grudge with that woman? The main point is that having good grades during the national college examination is nothing. At most, you're just a normal genius. The ones who don't need to take part in the national college examination and have the universities offer them all sorts of great conditions to join them are the real geniuses. I heard that you did pretty well during the admission test of Agricultural University's martial arts course and suppressed the 4 great kings with brute force, right? That's awesome, but I have to say, you don't have the right to be called strong just because you scored high during your national college examination. Xiao Jianqing, Wu Wu, the future star of the martial arts course's gunfighting style, and the machine maniac from the University of Technology's machine course are the real 4 great kings of the alliance of 5 universities. Are they? Meng Zhao asked with a frown. Are Xiao Jianqing and the rest really as good as Wu Wu? Chu Feixiang nodded. I don't know how strong the monster controller course's Wu Wu is, but since they're all specially recruited for the fighting courses, they should be about the same strength, right? That's good. Meng Zhao's frown disappeared. If they're really powerful enemies who are about the same level as Wu Wu, I won't be so lonely walking down my path of a superhuman." Chu Feixiang looked at him as if he had something to say. Then, he stood up and started walking outside. Meng Jiao was a little stunned. "Where are you going? Aren't you going to eat?" "I can't eat while looking at you," Chu Feixiang said. "It's better if I use every single second I have to hunt three-eyed spirit cats to prove to that Xiao Jianqing that the army fist can kill nimble monsters." "All right, give me your tactical communications number. We'll meet up at night. Get a few more boys from the military school, and we can criticize the ultimate style together." Meng Jiao and Chu Feixiang exchanged temporary contact information. "Stupid soldier, we're leaving." Chu Feixiang sighed and glanced at the faint green humanoid-shaped spirit floating dumbly behind him. "Forget about becoming the strongest among those in the spirit tattoo realm and suppressing the female squad leader. We should just work hard and become stronger. Even if we become the second weakest heroic spirit and heroic spirit user, at least it won't be as embarrassing as it was in the past, right?" Xu Wanshan seemed to be able to understand his heroic spirit user's words. He did not seem to have any sort of displeasure toward being called stupid soldier. A matter-of-fact expression appeared on his rather blurry face, as if this was the name that he was supposed to have. He trailed behind Chu Feixiang quietly as if he was following his former squad leader in the past. "Hang on," Meng Jiao said when they were about to disappear. "Is your heroic spirit really called stupid soldier?" A heroic spirit born from fragments was a different thing compared to a powerful fighter when they were alive. Heroic spirits were not ghosts, but neither were they people. They were powerful determination and a brand of will. They were like psychological pictures and videos. A powerful fighter's fragmented soul could be divided to form multiple heroic spirits. And when countless fighters' fragmented souls shared the same wish, mindset, and determination, they could gather together to form a heroic spirit. Hence, heroic spirits were usually not known by their original name. Instead, they had a nickname that represented their characteristic, origin, or wish. Xiao Jianqing's heroic spirit was not known as Su Jianqing, but female battle god. "It's fine," Chu Feixiang said nonchalantly. Xu Wanshan's former squad leader and comrades called him this in the past. "Would you be the same as his former squad leader and comrades?" Meng Jiao asked. "Even if he was just a logistics officer when he died, he still joined the army earlier than you, and based on the rules of the army, he's your senior, right? Don't go looking down on him because he's weak. I think he's pretty unlucky to get a heroic spirit user like you. Besides, once you start practicing the ultimate style and become stronger, you'll be improving by leaps and bounds. When you become a war hero, the media and citizens will be cheering for you. Other heroic spirit users will say their heroic spirits are Thunder God, Female Battle God, Black Guardian God, and whatnot, which are awe-inspiring and grand names, but you will say Stupid Soldier. Who do you think will be embarrassing who at that time?" "Makes sense. Looks like I should give him a proper name." Chu Feixiang scratched his head and stared at his heroic spirit for a long time before he sighed. "Honestly, I've thought of it before. After I inherited the will of a powerful fighter, I would give it the name of Lightning General, Grand Marshal, Guardian Vanguard or something that sounds really domineering. But if I use them on him, it'll be wrong, and people will laugh at him. You've only been a foot soldier your entire life, and I don't think I'll have the chance of becoming a general, so I'll call you Soldier." Soldier was very satisfied with his new name. The spirit flames gathered together to form a huge, honest, and pure smile. It was as if he had just received the best name in the world. Chu Feixiang could only smile in resignation. He clenched his fists tightly and stepped on the mysterious battlefield with Soldier. Chapter 170, Unnamed Lake, a fierce fight begins. Unnamed Lake number 421 seemed to have been formed when two meteorites fell during ancient times. The two craters were of different sizes but right next to each other. They created a shape that resembled a gourd. At first glance, the water sparkled and no waves could be found. Even the lush aquatic plants around the lake appeared harmless aside from their slightly red tips. The area looked calm and peaceful. But when artillery shells tore through the air and landed in the unnamed lake, the illusion of harmony was shattered. Boom! Crack! Splash! As water pillars rose into the air, a number of strange fish with savage faces and sharp teeth were thrown off kilter and started biting each other. A few reptile-type monsters who had shells as sturdy as those of a crocodile but could move as fast as leopards started crawling toward the bushes of the bank. The bushes were then struck by a few artillery shells, and mini-sized boar-like monsters with thorns all over them appeared and ran into the distance helter-skelter. With the two brutal carnivorous monsters leading the escape, all the monsters around the lake were alerted to the attack, and more than 1,000 monsters started fleeing in all directions. Some of the monsters were mortal enemies with each other, and as they fled, they noticed each other. Their desire to hunt the other overwhelmed their awareness of danger. They pounced on their enemies and tore into them. Some of the etherealized plants, which pretended to be normal weeds, swung their branches, which looked like poisonous snakes, and bound a lot of the monsters who had started fleeing. They dragged them into the bushes, and in an instant, bone-chilling slurps rose into the air. The area, in truth, was partially a swamp. When the artillery shells landed on the ground, they sank deep into the loose mud, which diminished their power. Dragon City only had a limited number of resources, so it could not carpet bomb the area numerous times. Also, Shattered Star Lake was to be the most important high-tech agricultural area of Dragon City. The leadership planned to plant plants with spirit energy so that the dragon citizens of the next generation could be stronger. It would be for the best if everyone could awaken to supernatural abilities. But if they carpet-bombed the area and completely leveled Shattered Star Lake to the ground, the soil filled with valuable nutrients would be reduced to ashes, and they would destroy their future plans. The artillery attack lasted for 3 minutes, but it only terrified the monsters and forced them out of the bushes that were about half a man's height. After the artillery attack, a large number of multi-limbed fighting vehicles with thin metal limbs that were as sharp as blades and looked like spiders that had been magnified 100 times their original size surrounded the area from 3 directions. Shattered Star Lake was filled with swamps and bogs. They had a lot of weeds that were incredibly sturdy, because they were filled with metal. Various liquids from the weeds also had highly corrosive properties, so it was not suitable for crawler-armored trucks that weighed dozens of tons and had a low undercarriage to move through the place. The failure rate of normal multi-limbed fighting vehicles would also increase by leaps and bounds if they were sent here. To completely clear out Shattered Star Lake, the army intentionally upgraded the multi-limbed fighting vehicles by increasing the height of their bladed limbs and turning them into a model called the long-legged spider. It was designed to be used in swamps and lakes. They had runic symbols and runic ink carved into them, which made them look like they were etherealized and increased their durability and tenacity on a molecular level. However, the mechanical limbs in long-legged spiders were still weak and not suited for carrying many weapons and lots of ammunition. A single unit usually carried 8 tactical cameras that could turn 360 degrees, detect objects far in the distance, and identify them very accurately. They also carried biothermal probes and spirit energy detectors, so their main purpose was scouting. Aside from those things, they also carried a new crystal-powered battery with a high capacity. It allowed the fighting vehicles to provide energy for themselves and the unmanned fighting vehicles to temporarily land on their backs to quickly charge up. They only needed to rest for a short 5 minutes before being able to perform high-intensity work for more than 30 minutes. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of long-legged spiders and hundreds of cameras as well as biothermal probes instantly scanned the monsters that ran out. Through the unmanned fighting vehicles levitating in the air, they sent the data to the data chain, from where it was sent to the tactical superbrain located at the base to the east. The superbrain could instantly calculate the number of monsters, their level, and the danger they posed. Then, by comparing them with those existing in the databank, it would figure out the monsters' weaknesses, the best way to fight against them, the number of materials they might contain, the spots they would favor to build their nests, and even locate numerous videos showing the classical way to fight such monsters. After that, through the signal tower and the communication drones, the data would be sent back to the battlefield, or more accurately, it would be sent to the helmets of the agricultural university's freshmen who were fully equipped and stood at the edge of the battlefield as they eagerly waited for their chance to join the fight. There were 2 monitors installed in the helmets of the agricultural university freshmen. They showed large amounts of data from the battlefield while monitoring their physiological parameters. They could also share their team members' vision. The functions of the helmet were much more varied and better than those of the helmets and communicators that the students had used during their national college examination. Wolf crocodile, an amphibian-type monster. It has incredibly strong bite strength, and once it closes its jaws over its prey, it usually uses the death spiral to tear off its limbs. The creature has some imitative abilities and loves lurking at the edges of lakes and bushes. As of current, 87 of them have been detected. Ghost arrow pig, an Artiodactyla-type monster. It's a distant cousin of the demonic halberd pig, but it chose to evolve into a small, nimble creature. Even though it is less than half a meter tall, it possesses the brutality, fierceness, and fearlessness of boars. Pay attention to the sturdy, fine hair on its body. They contain neurological poison that can deliver unbearable pain to those that touch them. If necessary, Ghost Arrow Pig will even curl up like an armadillo and stick up its poison needles while it jumps at its target. If hundreds of poison needles pierce the victim's face, there is a high possibility that they will suffer from disabilities or be blinded. As of current, 243 of them have been detected. 100-eyed toad, an amphibian-type monster. It is large and has astonishing jumping capabilities. It has more than 100 poisonous sacs on its body, and when it is in mid-air, it can spray extremely corrosive acid in a large area. It deals some damage to metal and machines. If you are equipped with strengthened exoskeletons, you must pay attention to the 100-eyed toad's attacks. As of current, more than 1,000 of them have been detected. These three types of monsters pose the largest threat. Aside from them, there are at least 50 other types of monsters that possess a certain degree of offensive abilities near unnamed lake number 421. This is the monster list. Aside from monsters, there is a carnivorous etherealized plant known as water monkey. It is shaped like a normal water reed. Its leaves are as sturdy as vines, and it can swing them at will. Its attack range is over 3 meters, and it can drag its prey under its roots, and by blocking the prey's airway and binding it, it can suffocate its prey. Based on the overall analysis, the level of danger in unnamed lake number 421 is at code yellow. 1-star superhumans are allowed inside. Please fight bravely for the future of Dragon City, Earth, and human civilization. Go forth and contribute. Based on reconnaissance from the first few decades, Dragon City had set up a large database of the monsters in the north. They had a clear idea of the habitats of most of the monsters as well as their areas of influence. With that knowledge, they divided the battlefield into 5 different areas. Green regions were areas where all the monsters had been eliminated, and even if 1 or 2 monsters popped up occasionally, they were just small fry that could be killed by normal people. These regions were absolutely safe and could be built up without having to worry about anything in the slightest. Yellow regions had a lot of normal monsters and their nests. But aside from the occasional monster leaders, there were no super beasts around them. Armies formed by normal people were enough to clear out such regions under the leadership of 1-star to 3-star Earth Realm elites. Red regions had a lot of nightmarish beasts and their nests. They were not regions suitable for a normal army. Even if an Earth Realm elite entered the place, they had to consider the risks. If they ended up surrounded by a large number of nightmarish beasts, there was a high chance that they would die on the spot. An army led by Heaven Realm elites was required for this area, because it was only then that they could kill at ease. Purple regions were full of hell beasts. Since the wild was the home of monsters, even if a Heaven Realm elite's raw power could suppress a hell beast at the same level, it was not advisable for Heaven Realm elites to enter such places alone. They were to either form parties of around 20 Earth Realm superhumans led by at least 3 Heaven Realm elites that had support from the rear by artillery and unmanned fighting vehicles, or have a Deity Realm elite controlling the situation from a base that was not too far away so that their safety could be ensured. The last was the most dangerous region, and it was given a black color. There was no need to even say what it represented. It covered the territories of the mightiest kings of thousands of monsters, the apocalyptic beasts. After the fights that had lasted for most of the month, the electronic military maps the agricultural university freshmen saw of Shattered Star Lake were mostly yellow and green. The closer the areas were to the 2 tactical bases in the west and east, the greener the regions were, and it looked cute. But there was a smattering of red near Graveyard Forest. It meant that there were nightmarish beasts appearing in those places. The regions classified below black were also divided into different shades of their respective colors to differentiate the level of danger in those regions in greater detail. Right then, unnamed lake number 421 was classified as a deep yellow region. It meant that even though the creatures here were all normal monsters, the environment was complicated, and the monsters were all brutal and fierce. There was also a certain chance that a monster leader or a mutated monster would show up. They could break through the limits of their race and turn into nightmarish beasts. It was not suitable for the Red Dragon Army to attack this sort of place on a large scale. The 50 outstanding freshmen chosen from Agricultural University's martial arts course and monster controller course were all 1-star superhumans. Even if they ran into grade 1 nightmarish beasts, they would still have an advantage in terms of raw power. It made them suited for this place, and it could serve as the starting point for them to make a name for themselves. Understood? There are just thousands of normal monsters. We have 50 people here. If we divide them among ourselves, we'll only get dozens per person. We also have the Griffin Li Yingzi and the Monster Controller course's lecturer here. They're powerful Heaven Realm elites protecting us. We won't run into any danger, so we should just kill to our heart's content. For 3 days, everyone had been shut in the base to receive basic training before the battle. When they saw the other freshmen from the other universities reaping kills under their belts because they had come a few days earlier, they were so restless that even their bones were rearing to go. At that moment, the new superhumans were dressed in biochemical fighting suits fitted with strengthened exoskeletons. In their hands they held military-grade sabers or swords that could cut even hair, and they felt every drop of their blood raging. Chapter 171. The terrifying Lake Mengjiao was one of the few freshmen who did not fit strengthened exoskeletons on his suit and only wore a biochemical fighting suit. But his heart was also surging in excitement. His fighting spirit burned like hot magma, and it was even stronger than any other student's. He had already found 2 paths that could change the future and increase the speed at which the ultimate style would be promoted. The first was through his senior, Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, who was a very popular internet celebrity on the live streaming channels. He could appeal to the masses with his fame. If Senior Lin Chuan was as effective as Yan Feiru when she promoted the Ripple Force, it would basically be set in stone that the ultimate style would spread to the public 3 or more years ahead of the original time. It would save many warriors and powerful fighters, which would help to change Dragon City's future. The second option was to go through his best friend's female squad leader and approach Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang. Right now, the main martial art in the military was the gunfighting style. If the ultimate style suddenly rose to power in the army and came to stand on equal grounds with the gunfighting style, it would be a direct help to the Red Dragon army. But if Mengjiao wanted to take either of the 2 paths, he first had to provide real results. He had to slay monsters at an unbelievable speed and efficiency. There are a total of 4 students specially recruited into the fighting courses of the Alliance of the 5 Universities. Wu Wu is the only one who doesn't have any kills under her belt yet because she just arrived. The other 3 specially recruited students have shown beautiful results. They're ranked among the top 3 in the ranking boards like the kill count, the difficulty of the monsters killed, and influence. In truth, they can even compete with the specially recruited students from Dragon City University's martial arts course. Mengjiao's mind raced. As long as I kill even more monsters that are stronger than theirs with the ultimate style and push them down from the top of the ranking boards, I will definitely be valued highly by Senior Lin Chuan and Xiao Jiaqing. I might even get the chance to meet Thunder God Xiao Zhangyang. Mengjiao's eyes burned as intensely as those of the other students. This sight made the 2 leaders from their universities smile in understanding in spite of themselves while standing behind them. How naive these children are. Look at them, they're just like us when we first entered the fog to fight. But at that time, we were just in charge of harassing the monsters in small squads and performing reconnaissance in the wild. We weren't as lucky as they are today. We couldn't join such a mighty and grand battle that may decide the future of Dragon City. The lecturer from the Monster Controller course said with a smile. The Martial Arts course and Monster Controller course were competitors in the university. They were like oil and water. But once they arrived on the battlefield, they represented the glory of Monster University, and they had to produce beautiful results so that they could gain more benefits for their university, so they became like birds of a feather and helped each other. Hence, the freshmen from the 2 courses were assigned to the same battlefield, and they were not worried of getting into any conflicts. After all, even if they found each other an eyesore, they were still more pleasant to the eye compared to monsters. They could even use the desire for victory to stir up even greater fighting spirits. Li Yingzi smiled and was just about to remind the freshmen about the dangers of fighting in the wild when the Monster Controller course lecturer said, "You don't have to do that. If you remind them now, they'll definitely refuse to accept your advice and listen. Let them suffer a bit before you say anything. There are no super beasts here, and both of us are acting as the garrison. At worst, they will get severely injured. They won't lose their lives." Li Yingzi was quiet for a while before she nodded. The task to clear out unnamed lake number 421 has officially begun. Our target is to kill more than 90% of the monsters here before night sets and turn this place from a deep yellow region to a light yellow region so that the regular squad from the Red Dragon Army can enter and carry out an extensive purge in order to provide a solid barrier for the construction and agricultural workers to carry out their work safely. Remember this. Even though they are just normal monsters, when there are a lot of them, it will still be dangerous. Everyone, make sure that your locators and physiological parameter monitors are constantly in good condition. And make sure that there are at least 2 comrades within your field of vision at all times. If you suddenly notice that one of your comrades has gone missing, immediately make a report in the communications channel. Also, search through every inch of the bushes. If you miss a monster because of your negligence, the normal soldiers from the Red Dragon Army might lose their lives when they station themselves here. Do you understand?
Understood.
The new superhuman shouted. Move out. Li Yingzi raised her arm and brought it down like a saber. The new students immediately charged into the bushes like hungry wolves. Spirit flames danced madly around them to activate the strengthened exoskeletons, which let out mechanical rumbles. Sabers and swords tore through the air. Bullets seemed to have grown eyes. They pierced monsters' heads, and a beautiful but bloody battle started. In the beginning, the students progressed very smoothly. One-star superhumans were about the same in terms of strength with Grade 1 nightmarish beasts. With their intellect, equipment, and teamwork, even if they faced a Grade 2 nightmarish beasts, they would not suffer any losses, so they had absolutely no problems when dealing with normal panicked monsters. Small squads formed of 3-4 students shot into the bushes like bloody arrows that tore through everything effortlessly. The monsters they targeted usually didn't even get to launch an effective attack before they were killed by sabers, swords, or whistling bullets. Since the students have complete knowledge of the battlefield because of the long-legged spiders and the reconnaissance drones, they could see most of the monsters hiding sneakily in the bushes, kill them, and upload their beautiful fighting data. In just a short 10 minutes, many of the freshmen obtained their first kill. Outstanding people like Sunya, Xie Feng, and Wan Lian killed 3-5 monsters and were swiftly moving to the 2 digits with their kill count. For a period of time, the freshmen became relaxed, and laughter could be heard in the communication channel. The real battlefield isn't that much different from a virtual battlefield. It's not that hard. There are just normal monsters here. When I was in high school and had yet to awaken to my superpowers, I had already killed wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and 100-eyed toads. Now, they're still asking us to deal with these good-for-nothing small fry? They're basically using butcher knives to chop vegetables here. Our talents are being wasted. That's right, while it's still early, let's kill all the monsters in one go. We might even make it back to the base for lunch. We'll win a few major fights beautifully so that the higher-ups will learn of the strength of the agricultural university's freshmen. Then, they'll stop giving us areas with such a low difficulty. They should at least let us fight in light red regions. Then, the fights would be stimulating and we'd get to fight to our heart's content. If we can kill hundreds of monsters in one go and rush up the ranking board, we might be chosen by the powerful fighters to join them in dangerous regions that are classified above deep red regions. Then, we can hunt down Grade 3 nightmarish beasts or even hell beasts. Those would be real battles. The students laughed and chatted with each other. They treated the massacre they were unleashing as an excursion. But as time passed and they drew closer to the lake, the situation started changing without their knowledge. The first change came from the large number of harmless-looking weeds that grew by the lake. The weeds were the height of a person. They appeared weak and harmless, but they were incredibly tenacious and could grow very quickly. They could easily entangle or slip into the joints of the strengthened exoskeletons, which would then fail the machines. A lot of the freshmen were immersed in fighting to their heart's content when a bright red warning popped up in the monitors, and immediately after, their strengthened exoskeletons let out creaking sounds. Their movements became stiff or out of form. If the situation was not bad for them, their prey would just escape from their grasp, but if the situation was bad, the monsters counterattacked, and their strengthened exoskeletons received heavy blows, which even created sparks. Not only would they then not increase the students' fighting power, they would become a burden that tied down their bodies. The freshmen whose strengthened exoskeletons remained unharmed discovered to their frustration that the ground under their feet had become loose and wet. Gradually, instead of stepping on solid ground they landed in a bog. Quagmires were also hidden in the bogs. They were usually covered by plants that hid them, so they looked like solid ground, but when anyone stepped on them, they sank into mud that would either reach their waists or even their chests. And there were usually a lot of poisonous insects, snakes, and water monkeys lurking in the quagmires. When the freshmen sank up to their chest in the mud, countless pests would crawl out and fight over themselves as they climbed over the students' bodies. Even if the freshmen had awakened to supernatural powers and had the airtight biochemical fighting suits, when they saw the colorful caterpillars crawling all over their bodies, they were unable to resist the ancient fear embedded in their genes that stemmed from the poisonous creatures. Most of the quagmires were unable to swallow an entire person. But even if they were only some 30 centimeters deep, if someone stepped into them because they were careless, it was easy for them to reveal openings while engaged in a fierce battle. And the closer they got to the lake, the more monsters there were. They were also fiercer. They used the environment to launch attacks that were complicated and constantly changed. They were completely different compared to the monsters the freshmen ran into before. Even the 4 great kings of the martial arts course suffered. Sunya had cleared more than 80 main meridians and was known as the leader of the 4 great kings, but right then, weeds had blocked around 8 of the joints of her strengthened exoskeleton, and she felt like she was being forced to dance while in shackles. She could no longer bring out her characteristic agility and ever-changing attacks. She could only face the monster's fierce counter-attacks while taking off the strengthened exoskeleton. She looked incredibly pathetic. Zhang Rui had cleared all his main meridians in his legs, and he was insanely fast. In fact, he was known to have the best kicking technique among the martial arts course's freshmen. But now, his legs, which were like battle axes, were bound by the water monkeys. After he tore off the carnivorous etherealized plant's leaves, he found that the legs of his strengthened exoskeleton were badly damaged, and there were more than 10 bleeding ligature marks on his legs. He was even poisoned at some point. Duan Lian's fists had great force and deadly power. He had killed a few ghost arrow pigs in a row, but just when he became excited from all the kills, he did not pay attention to his feet and stepped into a quagmire. His legs sank into it. He was then bound by the plants growing in the depths of the swamp, and he could not extract himself even after a long time had passed. A few ghost arrow pigs charged at him and bruised him so badly that his head was almost entirely swollen. As for Xie Feng, he managed to arrive at the lake safely. When he heard the screams from Sunya and the other 2 in the communicator, he marveled at his own luck, but then, he noticed that he had stepped into the nest of several hundred-eyed toads, and in the span of a breath, dozens of them jumped up around him. They stimulated their poison sacs at the same time and gathered a large volume of incredibly corrosive acid to rain it on him. Chapter 172, Even Stronger Monsters. When even the 4 great kings found themselves in a tough situation, the other students were even worse off. Danger was everywhere around them, and they found themselves in a situation where they could only be beaten up. It only took a few minutes for the relaxed chatter in the communication channel to turn into shocked screams. What's going on? Why are the monsters so strong? Are they really just normal monsters? Their attack speed and use of the environment are of a much higher level compared to the monsters we've seen before. They're practically elite monsters. No, my strengthened exoskeleton is stuck. I can't move my right arm and right leg. I stepped into a swamp. Ms. Lee, save me. Why are the images blurry? I lost sight of a lot of monsters. Where did the long-legged spiders go? When new recruits fought, they often relied on the data from long-distance monitors. In the beginning, the monsters did not know what the long-legged spiders were, and they did not attack the strange-looking machines. Hence, they could monitor the area from above at a close distance, and the humans could locate most of the monsters around the lake. Then, through the data link, the freshmen could see everything and hear everything, which greatly increased their hunting efficiency and safety. But the monsters were not stupid. Gradually, they realized that the strange machines belonged to the same group of humans who invaded their nests. Quite a number of them jumped on long-legged spiders and bit down on their long limbs and the monitoring probes on their backs. The long-legged spiders sacrificed firepower and defensive abilities to maximize their mobility and scouting efficiency. Hence, there was no way they could resist the monsters staring into them. Soon, 3 long-legged spiders were reduced to scraps. Sparks flew out of them, and the ruined machine sank into the swamp. The remaining long-legged spiders were forced out of the areas with the largest quantities of monsters. Even the reconnaissance drones levitating in the air were attacked by the hundred-eyed toads, which jumped up and fired acid at them. They had to fly higher up. And once they had to take high-angle shots from 20-30 meters above ground, it was difficult to count how many small monsters there were lurking in the bushes that were more than 1 meter tall. The freshmen lost their ears and eyes, so it was only natural that they descended into panic. Many people retreated as they fought and left the lake in an incredibly pathetic fashion. When they retreated to the places where the monsters were not gathered in such large groups, their backs were drenched with sweat, and they gasped for breath. They felt that the half an hour they spent fighting in the wild was even more tiring than a tournament or 3 hours in a virtual battlefield. Some of the unlucky kids were even injured quite badly. Their bodies were full of poisonous needles from the ghost arrow pigs, and they were covered in the acid from the hundred-eyed toads. Even if they had the strengthened exoskeletons or the biochemical fighting suits, they still felt sharp pain burning their skin. Now, you should have noticed why you have to start in a yellow region even though you're 1-star superhumans and why you have to fight against normal monsters to slowly gather fighting experience, right? Li Yingzi widened her eyes, and spirit flames gushed out of her like a volcano eruption. A semi-transparent griffin made of pure energy rose into the air and let out a shocking roar. Killing intent that was equivalent to that of a high-grade hell beast descended over the area like a mountain, and all the monsters in the battlefield shuddered. For a time being, they gave up on attacking the humans and fled back into the swamp or crawled underground. The freshmen gained a valuable moment to catch their breath. They quickly retreated to the perimeter of the battlefield and gathered together. When they saw each other's wounds and shock, they smiled bitterly. The monsters in the city and the monsters in the wild were two completely different things, even though they belonged to the same grade. Li Yingzi let the griffin circle above her head. It was made of pure energy created from spirit flames. She placed her hands behind her back and said faintly, "The monsters you see when they invade the city while the fog descends are unintentionally sent into Dragon City because the dimensions of the two worlds overlap with each other. If being perfectly accurate about it, they do not invade Dragon City because of any conscious effort. They just coincidentally fall into it through space-time rifts. They do not make any preparations to fight, and they don't always have all their offensive abilities. And we have made skyscrapers with reinforced concrete. We have also strengthened the roads, and there are piercing lights all over the place. The monsters cannot even imagine this, let alone adapt to it right away. Besides, there are millions of people in Dragon City, and 3/4 of them are soldiers or members of pseudo-military organizations. Everyone has some fighting strength, so the monsters are lone armies in a foreign land at that point. They only think about fleeing and not winning the fight. As for us, when we're in the city, we can read the movements of the dimensional vortex and predict what will happen half a day or a day in advance. We know when the fog will descend on us, and we can fortify the areas and regions that need to be fortified. We can even build barricades on the roads and mobilize soldiers. The windows are stuffed full of guns, and we form a 3D net made of firearms that cover every inch of the area. When the monsters arrive before you, they are already struck by a few rounds of bullets, grenades, and rocket launchers. But even if they avoid them, the light, impact, and deafening sounds scare them witless. They do not have any fighting power left in them by that point. The most important thing, though, is that you have the advantage in the city. You're surrounded by comrades, and you have powerful elites guarding you. Even if you're injured, you can get the best treatment within a short period of time. So, you have an absolute psychological advantage. Don't look down on psychological advantages. If you don't have to worry about attacks from the rear and can be fearless in the face of death, you can attack more smoothly, and the speed at which you create your spirit energy magnetic fields will be higher. It will also be more stable, and your success rate will also be increase. Just now, I saw a few of you trying to create spirit energy magnetic fields through the reconnaissance drones and long-legged spiders. You wanted to release powerful attacks, but you panicked, and your movements were out of form. You couldn't guide your spirit energy accurately into your main meridians, which is why you failed. Some of your attacks even changed in grotesque ways and lost all strength, even if you were familiar with them in university and prided yourselves in their usage. This is a sign that your minds have been affected. The freshmen lowered their heads in shame. Creating spirit energy magnetic fields and executing killing moves was the specialty of martial artists practicing the overkill style and beast soul style. Quite a number of the outstanding freshmen had already mastered the ways to create around 8 spirit energy magnetic fields during the short 2 months of their university life. Some of them had even mastered the ways to execute more than 10 killing moves. They could create exciting and cool fights in the cultivation rooms or the arena. They were full of themselves and felt smug. They thought that they were martial arts geniuses. The brats believed that they were improving by leaps and bounds and were just slightly weaker in terms of attack speed and power when compared to their upperclassmen and lecturers. It was only right now that they understood that there was a vast difference between attacking in the arena and truly fighting in the depths of the fog. It was a completely different concept to fight in the wild, because they were in an incredibly horrible environment. After all, they were trying to attack while waist-deep in a swamp. Poisonous needles from the ghost arrows were stuck in their bodies, acid from the 100-eyed toads covered their chests, and all sorts of pests crawled all over their bodies. When they fought in the city, no matter how familiar they were with the moves, they were still amateurs. It was only if they could remain calm and focused even when faced with venomous purple leeches in their pants and create perfect spirit energy magnetic fields before executing their most powerful moves with ease would they have the glory of a veteran superhuman. Humans' fighting strength decreases in the wild, while the monsters living there are fighting in their home base. They are familiar with the plants, and they know which quagmire contains the most terrifying purple leech and which seemingly tranquil lake contains a large amount of water monkeys. They have gained their organs and fighting styles through evolution after living in their environment for millions of years. They eliminated what they did not need and strengthened what they needed. Their fighting power, thus, is naturally much higher, Li Yingzi explained. The wolf crocodile's short legs and the hundred-eyed toad's sticky liquid-covered legs are not suited for fighting in Dragon City's reinforced concrete and strengthened roads. But they're perfectly suited for the environment in front of you. As you can see, it's a place that is partially a lake and partially a swamp. Your strengthened exoskeletons are fighting models made for fighting in the city. Most of their characteristics and advantages were carefully designed for the purpose of urban warfare. The brand new version made for fighting in the wild is still in the process of being designed and upgraded. This toy might have high firepower and seem to increase your speed, jumping height, and arm strength, but it's heavy and has a high failure rate. There's a limit to the angle at which its joints can turn, and it has all sorts of fatal weaknesses, such as being entangled by weeds. That's why it's not an equipment that we require you to have on yourself. I personally don't suggest you use the strengthened exoskeletons currently available in the market. The freshmen were enlightened. Their lecturers had told them the same thing while they were choosing their equipment before leaving for battle. But at that time, the freshmen were deeply attracted by the fierce appearance of the strengthened exoskeletons, their great firepower, and the ridiculous increase in power. They did not listen to their lecturers. That was why most of them chose to get the strengthened exoskeletons. They even mocked the students who went into the battlefield with only light equipment. They were not going through the National College examination anymore, so there was no maximum number of weapons they could bring to the battle. As long as they could carry something, they could bring any of the mass-produced firearms, ammunition, or machines that could increase their abilities. So if they did not take them, they were idiots. It was only now that they understood. They were the real idiots, and there were still a lot of things they could learn. The elites from the martial arts course and monster controller course sucked in deep breaths. They got rid of their scorn for their enemies, their arrogance, and their dejection as they remembered the battle just now and reflected on their oversights and mistakes. The two lecturers looked at each other and nodded. But as most of the freshmen had retreated to reflect on their battle, they noticed to their shock that someone's kill count was still increasing, and soon, she reached the top of the ranking board for their battlefield. It's Wu Wu. She's actually not affected by the environment at all? Her attacks are so fierce. In just a short 20 minutes, she killed more than 50 monsters. She's practically a killing machine at this point. Is she in the martial arts course or the monster controller course? Her skills are even better than those of the martial arts course's 4 great kings. The students cried out in surprise in the communication channel. Yeah, the last sentence was basically unnecessary. During the tournament between freshmen, Wu Wu had already shown just how terrifying she was before the 4 great kings. From that moment on, her unique living experience spread through the martial arts course, and everyone learned that she had grown up in the wild. Now, she was basically back at home, which would probably make her even stronger. None of the students were envious or jealous of Wu Wu, and none of them even considered trying to win against her. They could only marvel at her while thinking that she was indeed a specially recruited student. She was a monster-level elite, which put her in a completely different world compared to normal-level elites like they were. But just as everyone was shocked by Wu Wu's powerful offense, in half a minute, a name no one expected to see suddenly shot up to the first place in the kill count ranking board. Meng Zhao? That's impossible. What witchcraft did he use this time? How did he instantly kill more than 30 monsters? Chapter 173, The Ultimate Style Dances. The confused students quickly switched their monitor screens to Meng Zhao's shoulder camera and helmet camera, which allowed them to see his first-person view. When the signals were strong and stable, all fighters could share the same fields of vision. On one hand, it could allow them to discover their comrades' troubles in time and form more complicated strategies suited for small squads. On the other hand, they could observe the dazzling performances of powerful fighters when they killed monsters. It served as the most effective method for them to increase their fighting strength. Stored in the Supernatural Tower's official website and the video archive of the live streaming channel were the first-person views of the matchless fighters killing hell beasts and even apocalyptic beasts. They were available for download for all Dragon citizens so that they could become stronger. Moments earlier, quite a number of people had switched to Wu Wu's first-person view. But she moved like a phantom and was as quick as lightning. Every second, she performed 360-degree maneuvers or moved around in extremely small spaces. When watching her first-person view, the students felt like they were sitting in a roller coaster driven at 3 times the original speed. The world spun around them and they saw stars. They could not make heads or tails of it, and they had no clue how she attacked. Some people only watched her for a few seconds before they puked because of the high-speed spins. But Meng Zhao showed a completely different sight. If Wu Wu's fights were incomprehensible, then Meng Zhao's first-person view was abnormally straightforward. He did not use any astonishing moves, unfathomable attacks, or exciting moves. He used the most normal moves, the 3 great basic force execution methods, the 100 saber techniques, the army fist, thunder rapier, side slides, and rocket charges. They were all basic martial arts that Dragon City elite youths learned when they were in high school or middle school. He executed his moves one by one, and he could not even be considered to be fast. His attack trajectory was not difficult to deal with it either. The students could see it clearly, and they were pretty sure that a normal soldier who had a few days' experience on the battlefield would be able to execute such an attack. And yet, while the other students found the wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and hundred-eyed toads to be incredibly cunning, brutal, and strong, these monsters seemed to be attracted by the light on Meng Zhao's saber. They eagerly jumped up and rammed themselves against his blade, which let him cut their throats with minimum effort. Meng Zhao landed in quagmires, faced weeds, and met water monkeys, just like all the other students. Many of the monsters also snuck up behind him. There were no long-legged spiders helping him monitor the enemies around him, and the reconnaissance drone efficiency when identifying the creatures had also been limited greatly. Even so, he seemed to be able to see every detail on the battlefield. He perfectly avoided the traps and narrowly dodged the ambushes from the monsters behind him. In just a short moment, dozens of monster carcasses were left behind on the sides of the path he took. Compared to the torn carcasses left by the other students, the monsters Meng Zhao killed had wounds that were no longer than the length of a person's pinky, and the amount of blood they lost was very small. It was going to be very easy for harvesters to harvest them when they cleaned up the battlefield later. This meant that Meng Zhao had perfect control over everything. When he killed monsters, he held back and even thought about how he should kill them. When the students saw the monsters coincidentally jumping onto the blades all the time, some people even had the misconception that Meng Zhao was actually dancing with the monsters. Meng Zhao? While the students could not figure out what was going on, Duanlian was the first to be unable to hold back his curiosity. Did you intentionally not choose the strengthened exoskeletons while we were picking out equipment because of the weaknesses Ms. Li mentioned? That's right. Meng Zhao took half a step to the right and tilted his upper body by 45 degrees, so the venom-laced needle from a ghost arrow pig would pass 3 millimeters from his chest. In his hand, Meng Zhao held Surging Lightning, the saber specially designed for the future 100 saber techniques. Lightning seemed to gush out of the saber, and he stabbed the blade into the wrinkles unprotected by the needles. This area was under the ghost arrow pig's neck, and it was the only part unprotected by needles. Meng Zhao did not drive the saber too deeply into the pig. He only cut through its neck and artery. Then, he pulled the saber back and stabbed the head of a hundred-eyed toad, which had wanted to sneak up on him. Before the hundred-eyed toad could feel any pain and release all of its acid, Meng Zhao kicked the creature to a congregation of wolf crocodiles some distance away. The acid the hundred-eyed toad spat out fell into the wolf crocodile's eyes. Not a single drop was wasted. Even though the wolf crocodiles did not have great vision, when their eyeballs were attacked, they were in so much pain that they started thrashing around and shaking their heads violently while snapping their jaws. Unfortunately, they did not manage to catch any prey, so they could only vent their rage at the weeds and water monkeys around them. Meng Zhao seized this chance. He went forward and delivered 3 slashes. He used the crystals embedded in the saber, and with the runic symbols carved into it, he formed a spirit energy magnetic field that could heat up the blade. He waited until it was more than 1000 degrees Celsius, and as if he was using a hot knife to cut butter, he cut off the 3 wolf crocodiles' heads. It took him only 10 seconds to do all this. Every single one of his movements was very clear, and he did not use any unexplainable skills. But the students watched this entire thing with slack jaws, and as they examined themselves, they knew that they could not use seemingly normal skills and link them together to produce miracles. At this moment, Meng Zhao spoke up. Just now, Ms. Li mentioned the weaknesses of the strengthened exoskeletons specifically designed for urban warfare. That's one of the reasons why I didn't choose one, but even if a strengthened exoskeleton specifically designed for swamps was produced, I don't think I would use it. Why? Duanlian had lost all of his desire to compete against Meng Zhao. He now treated him as a monster on the same level as Wu Wu, which was good for him. He could ask for advice with a humble attitude if he did not understand something. Don't these strengthened exoskeletons increase our fighting strength? That's right, but if you use added power, you will have to pay an additional price. Meng Zhao recalled the experiences from the fights in his previous life. The strengthened exoskeletons will never be able to break free from the limits of machines. They may claim that their joints can make 360 degrees turns, but in the end, there's still going to be dead angles. Their turning speed can't compare to human bodies when we execute force, especially when compared to the speed of powerful fighters. And once you're used to the illusion of power brought to you by the strength amplification system, it'll be very easy for you to depend on it and form your muscle memory around it. Then, your entire fighting model and force execution system will be made to accommodate the strengthened exoskeletons without your knowledge. If your strengthened exoskeleton breaks during battle, won't your fighting strength plummet? Besides, we're one-star superhumans who have just awakened to supernatural abilities, so we still have a long way ahead of us. No one knows what sort of miracles we can create, but if we use mass-produced strengthened exoskeletons, they can easily turn into our shackles, because there's a limit to their speed, mobility, and force execution. It can shackle us down, and we won't be able to escape. Normal soldiers don't have any hope in awakening to supernatural abilities. Their speed and strength are weak, so it's only natural that they should use strengthened exoskeletons to increase their fighting power. Matchless fighters have armor smiths, who are creators of super-powerful weapons. They use the bones of apocalyptic beasts, the essence of the spirit meridian ley lines underground, and the metals from space that fell into the other world's lakes many years ago to create unique strengthened exoskeletons that are specifically designed for them, but that's a different matter. If I imagine myself fighting in a terrible environment with no hope for backup or supplies, I don't like the idea of relying on machines, monsters, or unmanned fighting vehicles. The students looked at each other at a loss. They were not just surprised by Meng Zhao's words. They were shocked by the fact that he did not stop swinging his saber while he talked. Through his first-person view, they saw him kill 4 monsters while he spoke to them. Duan Lian was stunned for a long time. How did you manage to kill dozens of monsters in an instant and surpass Wu Wu's killing efficiency? I saw that her speed is much faster than yours. Did you poison the monsters? The students nodded. They were all impressed by Meng Zhao's diabolical methods of poisoning, lying in ambush, setting up traps, and launching surprise attacks. I didn't kill dozens of monsters in a go, and I didn't poison them either. The monsters we're fighting today all have a certain degree of poison or corrosive properties, so they're born with poison resistance. Even if I put a bit of poison on the saber, it wouldn't be enough to kill them. Meng Zhao stopped talking for a moment before he continued. It might be because the wounds I leave are rather small, so many of the monsters remain ignorant even after they receive fatal wounds. They jump around happily before they die of internal bleeding or their heart exploding. The reconnaissance drones levitate high in the air so they can't see clearly, which is why my kill count data is updated a bit slower. Duan Lian found it unbelievable. I wanted to ask you. The wounds you left on the monsters are really small. How are you certain that your attacks will definitely hit the monster's vitals? It's just a normal skill, you can do it too, Meng Zhao said seriously. As long as you're like me and become a part-time harvester and dissect hundreds of wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and 100-eyed toads, you'll also be able to get a full grasp of the distribution of their muscles, blood vessels, and organs. Then, you can also kill them like a butcher cutting up a cow. You can easily strike their vitals. The communication channel was silent for a few seconds. Why do you look like you have eyes on your back? No, it's not just your back. You look like you have eyes growing on your feet as well. It feels like you can see through everything and avoid the monsters trying to ambush you from the back. You even notice the man-eating swamps pretending to be solid land. Xie Feng took Duan Lian's place to continue asking questions. That's all thanks to the ultimate style. After cultivating 1024 branch meridians, I pushed my senses to the limits of Spirit Tattoo Realm. I can sense the fine differences between swampy land and firm ground through my combat boots, and I can also smell the bloody scent from water monkeys mixing with the scent of mud. I can even hear the monsters breathing and heartbeat, Meng Zhao said. Such sensitive senses are not very useful when applied in a noisy, heavily polluted city with reinforced concrete everywhere, but in the wild, there aren't many people around. If my surroundings are quiet, they can greatly increase my chances of survival on the battlefield. I once showed you the amazing aspects of the ultimate style by moving the coin from the spirit meridians on the back of my left foot through my entire body to the back of my right foot. Then, I used the fine control I had over my muscle fibers and the turbulence from spirit gas to make the hairs on my leg tie a knot. At that time, many of you thought that I'm crazy, because you thought that there's no use for tying a knot using my leg hair, right? Now, you should understand it. Since I can tie knots with my leg hair at will, it's only natural that I can sense faint murderous intent and fine changes in the weeds and the land. My senses are like a radar that can help me escape danger half a second ahead of time. Chapter 174, Creating Interdisciplinary Talent. It was only at that moment that the students came to a realization. Meng Zhao had turned his leg hairs into radars. Even though it sounded like something only a lunatic would do, it was actually very powerful. Those who cultivate 1024 branch meridians don't pay much attention to killing moves, and many students in the university look down on it, thinking that without killing moves, we won't be able to decide a fight in one move. But now that we're at the front lines and you've personally witnessed how complicated the environment is and how fierce the monsters are, you must understand my goals now, Meng Zhao said. Ms. Li was right just now. A good mental state and firm resolution are very important to successfully create a spirit energy magnetic field. Even if you can easily release more than 10 beautiful killing moves in the university, when you're in the stinky swamp, you will sense venomous insects crawling all over you, so very few of you will be able to create spirit energy magnetic fields. But even if you do manage to create one, it will be distorted, and your attack will be out of form. Its power will be much weaker. You have to understand. We're just freshmen. We only use 3-5 main meridians when practicing killing moves. At most, we use around 10 of them. When we'll become juniors or seniors, we'll be able to get in touch with super killing moves, secret techniques, and awakening techniques that can destroy the world. We will then use dozens of main meridians and will need to clear the 8 dragon meridians to activate some of the attacks. But the difficulty in creating them will only increase by 10 times. At that time, your opponents will no longer be normal monsters like wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and 100-eyed toads. You might have to risk your life by going into the nests of hell beasts. Are you certain that you can remain calm when you face hell beasts' roars and see their nests filled with corrosive sticky liquid? Are you certain you'll be able to successfully, accurately, and quickly create the profound and complicated spirit energy magnetic fields required for those super killing moves? The students looked at each other and thought about it deeply. A few days ago, while they were in university, they would have firmly said that they could. Now, they had panicked even when they faced ghost arrow pigs and 100-eyed toads. They simply had no confidence to continue tooting their own horns. Li Yingzi's voice suddenly appeared in the communication channels. That's why we need to train. By repeatedly creating spirit energy magnetic fields, we can stabilize the circulation of our spirit energy and form it as easily as we breathe. The muscle memory and instinctive reactions we form will allow us to not be afraid when we face powerful superbeasts. Meng Zhao did not intend to back down when he faced his lecturer's rebuttal, but he had just received a notice of criticism, and he did not intend to challenge the beast soul style head-on. Ms. Li is right. Right now, this is the ideal of the mainstream cultivation method. The problem is, forming muscle memory and instinctive reactions isn't that easy, Meng Zhao said seriously. Ms. Li, you're talented, and your brilliance shines from miles away. You're a rare genius in Dragon City. No one can hope to fight against you, and Mr. Gu admires you a lot in secret too. He worships you like a goddess. So, it's only natural that you won't find creating the spirit energy magnetic fields for the super killing moves to be any problem. But I'm a normal person with average talent. Clearing more than 10 main meridians is already a gargantuan task for me, and making my spirit meridians circulate quickly, accurately, and in a stable manner is even harder. It'll be even more difficult for me to make them surge at a certain frequency as well. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but our hopes for reaching your standards will be very low even after we've graduated for more than 5 years or 10 years. This means that no matter how we cultivate, it's inevitable that we will face problems such as our attacks going out of form or spirit energy magnetic fields facing interference because of fear-inducing brain waves. But we can't possibly say that we'll hide in Dragon City and not go out to fight for 5 years to 10 years, right? It's impossible to wait until we perfect our mental strength cultivation and our success rate when releasing our killing moves reaches 100% before going out of the city to fight, right? While speaking, Meng Zhao continued killing monsters. In time, he was drenched in blood, and it made him appear even more convincing. The students thought about what he said. He was right on some level. Forget about surpassing the Griffin Li Yingzi within a short amount of time. Even if they had 100 years, they might still not be able to reach her level. Fear, from which their hearts would waver and their spirit energy magnetic fields would distort, was a problem they had to face. It would lead to failure in the execution of their attacks or their strength decreasing. It seemed like they could not rely completely on killing moves to solve their problems. Normal attacks were also very important. But the ultimate style can only be used to hunt normal monsters. When you'll face powerful super beasts, you'll still need killing moves to decide the fight in one move. Duan Lian's voice rose once more in the communication channel, but he did not sound arrogant. Instead, he sounded like he was asking for Meng Zhao's advice. This means that you all acknowledge that the ultimate style has an advantage the other styles don't have when killing normal monsters and can at least be promoted at a wide scale among grassroots soldiers and normal citizens? Meng Zhao asked with a smile. Cultivation is a form of science. We seek truth from facts. Since I haven't tried using the ultimate style to kill nightmarish beasts and even hell beasts, I can't say with certainty that the ultimate style will or will not be able to kill super beasts. But Mr. Gu and I have never thought about having the ultimate style monopolize the market and kick aside the other martial arts styles. Agricultural University's martial arts course has always specialized in the Beast Soul style. It creates countless mighty spirit energy magnetic fields through extracting and researching monsters' vitality magnetic fields. This is very valuable knowledge, and now that we have the Beast Soul fusion technology, we must continue with practicing this martial art. But while you practice the Beast Soul style, don't you think you can also spend some time and energy to practice the ultimate style? You might be able to produce a 1 + 1 greater than 2 effect, after all. The students were stunned. They felt that Meng Zhao had become much more cordial over this period of time. He was not as aggressive and brutal as he was a few days ago when he poisoned them, set up traps, and ambushed people. The notice of criticism was very useful. Honestly, the categorization of martial arts styles is just for the ease of academic research and business purposes. There isn't a natural chasm that cannot be closed between the styles. In the future, Dragon City will face even more complicated fights, so we will need interdisciplinary talents who can cross the gap between styles or even fields, Meng Zhao continued. Forget about martial artists of different styles, we can even perfectly blend different fighting occupations together. For example, Wu Wu from the Monster Controller course is a monster controller, but she has fighting strength that doesn't lose to that of a martial artist. There's also that specially recruited student from the military school's martial arts course. He's known as the future star of the gunfighting style, but he has extraordinary talent in controlling bullets, so you can say that he's a super ace sharpshooter. Everyone here is a Beast Soul style martial artist, and you have pride in what you do. I won't try to convince you to give up on your style, but you can seriously consider this. Instead of practicing 10 spirit energy magnetic fields and panicking at a crucial moment, which will leave you unable to execute a single one, wouldn't it be better to practice only 5 spirit energy magnetic fields and use the time to practice the other 5 on the ultimate style and increase the power of your normal skills? It might even increase the success rate of your other killing moves. The students started talking among themselves. When Meng Zhao had used his sinister and ruthless methods to defeat them one by one, they were not impressed by it. But when they saw him being humble despite how efficient he was in killing monsters, they started thinking about his suggestion. Since he did not completely deny the Beast Soul style and said that the ultimate style could be used to strengthen it, then nothing would not clash with their main cultivation methods, right? Is practicing the ultimate style difficult and will it take a lot of time? Duan Lian asked hesitantly. The difficulty in practicing it varies between individuals. I can't give you a guarantee in that regard, Meng Zhao said honestly. The ultimate style has just been born, and there are plenty of aspects in which it is not mature yet. You can practice it based on your needs. If you're interested, you can spend more time practicing it. If you're not too interested in it, you can just try it out. If you're really not interested in it, you can come over and just take a look when you're free. We can form a few control groups later and compare the efficiency in killing monsters, then we'll be able to understand it clearly. In any case, Mr. Gu and I will not be taking money for this. We'll only take a few monster coins from you as a token payment. And if you give us your experimental data, you might even be able to gain monster coins. As this goes on, you'll be earning money without suffering any losses, so I don't see a reason why you shouldn't practice it. The students looked at each other. They were a little tempted. How about this? From now onwards, you can try adjusting your fighting style, Meng Zhao said. The customized cultivation cabins for the ultimate style haven't been shipped to the base in the lake yet, so for the time being, you can't cultivate your branch meridians. But you can change your fighting ideals at any time. I hope that you can control your desire to create spirit energy magnetic fields in the subsequent battles and quell your urge to use killing moves. You should try and use only normal attacks to deal with these monsters. What do you think about that? You want us to only use normal attacks? The students were a little shocked. These are just normal monsters, and our normal attacks have always been designed to be able to kill them. Meng Zhao said seriously. There are many of you who have faced similar monsters at high school. Back then, none of you had awakened, so you couldn't create any spirit energy magnetic fields, but you were still able to kill them. I know that you've just learned how to create spirit energy magnetic fields, and you're really interested in all those killing moves that create a lot of cool electricity effects. You know the saying, when you have a hammer in your hands, everything you see is a nail, and you just want to hit it. No matter what kind of monster you face, you want to defeat it with a killing move. But I think that missiles are the strongest when they're on the missile launchers. Killing moves are ultimate moves that decide the fight in one blow. Unless you're 100% certain that they will succeed in their job, there's no need for you to use them rashly. The war in the future might become even more brutal. Forget about the success rate and think about the possibility of us facing a monster horde for a moment. It'd be far too easy for us to release dozens of killing moves in one go and drain our spirit energy, so it'd better if you learned beforehand how to fight when unable to use your killing moves. The students sank into deep thought. They cast their gazes at Li Yingzi. Freshman of the martial arts course, in your subsequent battle, unless it's absolutely necessary, you are not to create spirit energy magnetic fields. You are only to use normal attacks to fight against the normal monsters. Against their expectations, the Griffin Li Yingzi, the creator of the Beast Soul Fusion technology, agreed with Meng Zhao's suggestion. Chapter 175, Perfect Kill. The martial arts course freshmen no longer hesitated. After taking 10 minutes to reorganize themselves, they recovered most of their stamina and decided to remove their severely malfunctioning strengthened exoskeletons to go into the battlefield with just light armor. They had learned their lesson. They became cautious of every step they took and paid close attention to the ground before them as well as what was behind them. They also formed groups of 3 and set up triangle formations without anyone telling them to do so. They stuck close to each other as they moved forward, which allowed them to see all 360 degrees around them. After they gave up on creating spirit energy magnetic fields, they had less openings, and their reaction time improved. The efficiency at which they killed monsters increased. Wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs and hundred-eyed toads were just normal monsters. As long as the prodigies from Agricultural University's martial arts course fought steadily, the monsters posed no threat to them. Gradually, the freshmen found their rhythm, and the more they killed, the smoother the process became. The 2 lecturers watched the battle from a distance with different expressions on their faces. Ms. Li, that Meng Zhao from your course has been really famous recently, the lecturer from the Monster Controller course said with a grin. I didn't expect that you would agree with his thoughts about spirit energy magnetic fields not being important. Li Yingzi was silent for a long time before she sighed softly and said, Mr. Zhao, you should know that I took part in Meng Zhao and Mr. Gu's Project 1024 before, but at that time, a major accident occurred, which led to Zhang Yi's death. My thoughts were different from Mr. Gu's, and that's why we split ways. For 10 whole years, I believed that I was right and Mr. Gu just refused to realize his errors, which is why he became obsessed with the project. I once tried to convince him for a long time, but he refused to listen to me, and in my anger, I stopped paying attention to Project 1024 and Mr. Gu. Later, the project faced a major setback, and he seemed to have completely given up on it. I watched it from the side and refused to lend a hand when he needed it the most. It's what I regret the most in my life. Regardless of whether it's for the participants who once joined Project 1024 or as Mr. Gu's. As someone with a different status with Mr. Gu, I shouldn't have been so indifferent toward it. Then, half a month ago, Mr. Gu and Meng Zhao really produced results in their experiment and proved that Zhang Yi's wild dreams could actually be turned into reality. It woke me up from my dream and I became incredibly ashamed. In truth, the one who has been refusing to realize their mistakes over the years was me. I shouldn't have given up on Zhang Yi and Gu Jianbo's blood, sweat, and tears so resolutely and became a deserter. Of course, the Beast Soul Fusion technology I'm using right now is also a brand new martial art that is powerful and filled with endless possibilities, but I've decided to do everything that I can to give a chance to Mr. Gu and Meng Zhao's ultimate style. Cultivation is a science, and science is something that needs constant exploration and testing. Failures also have value, don't you think? Mr. Zhao, honestly, I suggest that you should convince your students to try and understand the ultimate style as well. They might be able to become even stronger from it. The monster controller lecturer was slightly stunned. I know that the monster controller course has been reforming its fighting ideals non-stop. The traditional monster controllers strengthen their minds until their brains become deformed but highly developed. While their biochemical beasts become stronger, the monster controllers themselves turn into their own fatal weakness because of their body's weakness. Li Yingzi smiled faintly. This year, you worked hard to bring Wu Wu among you. It's obviously not just because you value her personal strength, but also because you want to explore a brand new path through her. You want to see just how powerful a monster controller with great fighting skills can become. If that's the case, the ultimate style is your best choice. As long as you're willing to, the martial arts course will definitely teach you everything without holding back. The monster controller lecturer thought about it for a while. Ms. Li, are you thinking that we're too generous? Li Yingzi looked over Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, which was surrounded by black fog, and raging waves, which looked like it was about to erupt like a volcano due to the black clouds rolling about above it. Before we came here, I spoke for an entire night with Dean Zongyue, and I learned that he has a shocking ambition. If we were to only treat the monster controller course as our competitors, I might not have said what I did today. But Dean Zong said there is only one true opponent for Agricultural University's martial arts course, and that is Dragon City University's martial arts course. The monster controller course isn't our competitors, and much less our enemies. Instead, you're our allies in our challenge against Dragon City University's martial arts course. If the exchange of skills can make us stronger together, we should share our secret techniques, ultimate techniques, and whatnot. Of course, the prerequisite is that the monster controller course has the guts to publicly challenge Dragon City University's martial arts course. The monster controller lecturer's pupils shrank. But his breathing quickened, and he could not help but clench his fists. Dragon City University's martial arts course lived up to its name as the strongest in Dragon City. All the fighting majors of the other universities treated Dragon City University's martial arts course as their target. Defeat Dragon City University's martial arts course. This was the cry existing in multiple universities, lecturers, and students' hearts. Unfortunately, no one was able to realize it so far. Are you really confident in the ultimate style? The monster controller lecturer asked hesitantly. No practitioner of any martial arts style would dare to say that they have the confidence to defeat Dragon City University's martial arts course. Li Yingzi smiled. But Meng Zhao is right. Even if we practice the ultimate style, we won't suffer any losses and won't be scammed out of our money. Since the current Beast Soul style and the fighting model of the monster controllers can't win against the Overkill style from Dragon City University's martial arts course, we can give the ultimate style a try. At most, we will just lose completely, but that's fine. Speaking of which, Meng Zhao just joined Agricultural University's martial arts course 2 months ago, but he managed to get so many resources for himself, and he caused such a ruckus as well. I have a feeling that he was born for the ultimate style and to challenge Dragon City University's martial arts course. Even if he can't completely win against the Overkill style through admirable methods. Once Li Yingzi said this, she suddenly stopped talking, and her gaze became gentle, but her smile turned a little strange. Perhaps his use of ambushes, traps, devious attacks, and his willingness to use every conceivable method will terrify those arrogant Overkill-style martial artists who think that there's no one else worthy of their attention. Under Meng Zhao and Wu Wu's lead, the new superhumans who had regained their composure took control of the battlefield, and everyone's kill count started climbing steadily. Then, everyone noticed that Meng Zhao had deliberately slowed down his rhythm and did not seek to kill at maximum speed. Even though based on his efficiency earlier, it would have been easy for him to complete the third segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest and kill more than 1,000 normal monsters, he believed that his score would not be high enough for him to get the new skill, Monster Blood Combustion. Hence, compared to speed, he paid more attention to achieving perfect kills. While he danced among the wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and hundred-eyed toads, he continued training his skills, saber technique, and control over every inch of skin and every strand of muscle fiber. In the beginning, he left wounds that were the length of a pinky when he killed the monsters. Gradually, the fatal wounds became even smaller, and the glints from his saber became as fine as needles when he pierced the monsters' hearts or necks. He learned to kill a monster instantly without spilling a single drop of blood. He also minimized the strength he spent as well as the weaknesses he revealed. This was the effect of the perfect kills he longed for. Soon, Wu Wu surpassed his kill count. After an entire day, even Sunya, Xie Feng, Duan Lian, Zhang Rui, and the strongest students in the Monster Controller course managed to kill more than he did. Meng Zhao's kill count was ranked at 9th place among the 50 new students. It was a pretty decent number but was not enough to shock everyone. Only the veteran harvesters could understand just how terrifying he was when they personally dissected the monsters he had gently stabbed to death through the crevices of their shells and cracks in their bones. The students naturally did not have such judgment. They just thought that he had spent all of his energy killing in the morning, which led to him slowing down in the afternoon. That was quite normal. At the very least, he did not use any sinister or despicable methods. Instead, he used true martial arts to kill monsters head-on, which won some of the students' trust and admiration. Their views of the ultimate style also started changing subconsciously. It changed from a trick used by criminals into a skill that was somewhat useful when used against normal monsters, and they could try to understand it as an elective course. When the last ghost arrow pig fell with a cry, the long-legged spiders checked the lake 3 more times. They could not find any monster that could pose a threat to humans. The lecturers guided the students to pile up the numerous monsters around the perimeter, then poured special chemicals on them so that their scent would spread out. It was a warning to the other monsters that this area had become human territory and monsters were not allowed inside it. The weaker monsters would not dare to come recklessly after such a display. After a few days, the engineering team from the Red Dragon Army would set up a station and build a signal tower, set up an electrical grid, and build automatic battle forts. If they did not manage to detect large numbers of monsters for a week, the safety level of the area would change from yellow to green. At that time, the environment reconstructionists and agricultural specialists would enter the area and get rid of the annoying weeds and water monkeys. They would change the quagmires and moats into fertile land that would be suited for planting crops or cultivating plants. After finishing their first battle, the students naturally celebrated it. They picked the largest monster carcasses and returned with their hands full while chatting with each other. At that moment, the hundreds of hunting squads scattered in the other parts of Shattered Star Lake all returned victorious as well. The huge tents at the base of the East Lake filled with life once more. The fights during the day were a healthy competition between the universities. When everyone returned to the base at night, the alliance of the 5 universities would set up big booths to trade prey and skills or make friends from different fields. They could also discuss their experiences, and while they brainstormed their fights, they could create new fighting styles. The alliance of the 5 universities was made of people who were like birds of a feather. They all treated Dragon City University as a target they must defeat, so they often exchanged ideas with each other. When they reached the depths of the wild, some people even jokingly named the base at the East Lake as the Union of Universities. Quite a lot of professors from the universities organized all sorts of talks to broaden the horizons of the outstanding students from the other universities. There were also plenty of study groups, martial arts research clubs, and other personal exchange groups among the students. The universities also encouraged such things. Meng Zhao used the monster coins he gained from the hunt during the day to apply for a tent, in which he organized the Ultimate Style Exploration Group. Chu Feixiang then brought him a piece of good news. That night itself, he had collected around 40 military students who were willing to meet the legendary Meng Zhao, the man who received a notice of criticism around 1 month after he enrolled into his university. Chapter 176, Black Skull. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to get enough people for you, and I can guarantee you that our study group will be full of life. You won't get any awkward silences. Chu Feixiang scratched his head and looked at him with slight embarrassment. But their quality is a bit lacking. I'll just use the words that the lecturers in the military school said, they're all a bunch of rotten and conceited people. Don't mind them, okay? Chu Feixiang told Meng Zhao that the students from the Heroic Spirit course were all very arrogant, and they regarded the brand new, deviant cultivation method from Agricultural University's martial arts course with disdain. Some of them found it interesting, but because of their female squad leader, they had biased opinions about Meng Zhao. Some of them also thought that Meng Zhao was not really that strong because he was Chu Feixiang's best friend. After all, Chu Feixiang was a joke rarely seen in the military school's Heroic Spirit course. He was the weakest of the weak. Going through any exchange with him and his friends was just a waste of their time. For the last half a month, Xiao Jianqing organized the students at night into pairs so they would recall their fights during the day and think of more effective strategies. Most of the students in the Heroic Spirit course naturally wanted to join the female squad leader. However, During the 2 months Chu Feixiang stayed in the military school, he had also found some friends. They were mainly from the martial arts course, firearms course, engineering course, and logistics course. They were the weakest of their courses, and they empathized with each other and treated each other as brothers facing the same difficulty. They were usually punished together, and as time passed, they became familiar with each other. Since they could get into military school, they were all quite intelligent and had good fighting skills. The main reason behind why their results sucked was because of their personality. They were either too wild or thought of themselves too well. They were too opportunistic or too careless. Aside from not wanting to go through their courses properly, they used every means to do whatever they wanted. There was nothing they would not dare to do. When these brats gathered together, they polluted the atmosphere of the military school, and the lecturers got so angry that they said that even if these people graduated, they would still end up as pests in society. That's the situation. I don't think they're really here to learn the ultimate style. They're just bored and want to have some fun. In fact, it would be great if they could get some entertainment, Chu Feixiang told Meng Zhao. Don't go thinking that these brats will learn from you obediently. They're all rotten to the core. They're really bad. Don't worry. It's very normal, Meng Zhao said with a smile. They're all hot-blooded youngsters. No one will be impressed so easily. Coincidentally, I'm the best in using the truth to convince others. Later, just bring those brats over, and I'll teach them a lesson. All right. Chu Feixiang agreed and went to summon those people. As for Meng Zhao, he went to the 5,000 cafeteria and used the monster coins he obtained during the day for a monster meat set that contained a lot of spirit energy. The cafeteria at the East Lake base ran on the standard self-sufficient model. The prey from the freshman squads mostly consisted of ghost arrow pigs and hundred-eyed toads. Hence, the main course for dinner was honeyed ghost arrow pigs and smoked toad legs. Since the ghost arrow pigs were relatively small, it was easier to bring out their flavor compared to large Artiodactyla-type monsters like the demonic halberd pigs. There was even a trick to cooking them. They had to pluck out the poison needles and stab them into the flesh. When a small amount of poison was injected into it, the flesh became softer, more tender, and plump. Once it was blended with wild honey, it had a unique numbing effect in the mouth, and the sweet taste did not fade away even after a long time. There were people who called ghost arrow pigs the land pufferfish. They were a rare delicacy. Smoked toads were a famous dish that existed even on Earth. Once their skin was removed and their poisonous glands cleaned out, they could be skewered on a branch from a pine tree and smoked carefully. The taste would then be even better than that of frogs and bullfrogs. In the past, some people stayed far away from this tasty dish because toads looked ugly. But when they transmigrated to the other world, they had no other choice. Once they found that even earthworms tasted great, they no longer cared about the toad's outer appearance. Besides, the hundred-eyed toad was bigger than even the largest bullfrog on Earth. Even after it was smoked and shrank, its legs were still thicker than a drumstick. If anyone picked one with their hands and bit down with a growl, they would not be able to reach the bones, so eating it was a real pleasure. Meng Zhao used his monster coins to buy a total of 10 honeyed ghost arrow pigs and 20 smoked toad legs, which formed a mountain of meat in front of him. Even if the superhuman's metabolism was incredibly quick and they spent energy 5 times faster than normal people, Meng Zhao's astonishing appetite still caused quite a number of people to look at him strangely. He chose the most discreet corner in the cafeteria and used the mountain of meat to hide himself. Then, he rubbed his temples gently while he focused on kindling, which was at the top of his field of vision. He checked his results. He had to kill 1,000 normal monsters for the third segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest, and his progress had risen to 178 1,000ths. It should not be difficult to complete it over the next few days, but he had decided to get a 5-star rating, so he planned to complete the quest by at least twice the required amount. It would be best if he could kill 3,000 normal monsters. He also obtained extra contribution points and skillfulness points after killing monsters. Since he had talked about his strategies in detail with the students and promoted the ultimate style, he obtained contribution points from it as well. Right then, he had 40,000 points. The progress of the repair of the 10 main meridians had also reached 67%. In 1 week, he should be able to completely clear them. At that time, he should be able to get another killing move aside from demon subduing slash. As for now, Meng Zhao thought about it for a while before he smiled softly and scrolled to Army Fist in his skill list. It was a basic fist technique that hundreds of Red Dragon Army's soldiers mastered. Many students also came into contact with it during their middle school or high school years. Meng Yishan also came from the Red Dragon Army, so there was no way Meng Zhao would not know it. But in the past, he seldom used Army Fist to fight, so his skillfulness with it was at a normal level. Since his best friend had a unique heroic spirit and could only practice the Army Fist, Meng Zhao would definitely help him. He wanted to show him how the Army Fist looked after it evolved in the distant future once countless Red Dragon Army soldiers spilled their blood for it one after another. Besides, the untamable brats were waiting for him to teach them a lesson using the Army Fist. After thinking about this, Meng Zhao no longer hesitated. He decided to spend lavishly and threw more than 10,000 contribution points into increasing the skillfulness of Army Fist. Hiss! A piercing pain raged through his body. It was as if a dam in the depths of his brain had collapsed, and the memory fragments from his previous life surged into him like a tidal wave. He felt as if each nerve ending was withstanding an electricity shock of 100,000 voltage. His cells screamed, and his blood boiled. His organs twitched madly, and his muscle fibers acted like an aquatic dragon that had just woken up. They bared their claws under his burning skin and continuously swelled, shrank, and trembled. Congratulations! Your skillfulness with normal level Army Fist has reached 100%. It is now upgraded to Specialist level. Congratulations! Your skillfulness with Specialist level Army Fist has reached 100%. It is now upgraded to Master level. Congratulations! Your skillfulness with Master level Army Fist has reached 100%. It is now upgraded to Perfect level. Meng Zhao pushed the future Army Fist to Perfect level in one go. Even if the Army Fist was just a basic fist technique and he had awakened to supernatural powers and cleared all 1024 branch meridians, which pushed his physical constitution to much greater heights, he was in so much pain that he gritted his teeth. He also became so hungry that he saw stars. It was as if a monster had punctured a hole in his stomach. The aromatic meat mountain in front of him was meant for him to replenish his energy once he drained too much of it by increasing his skillfulness. Meng Zhao swiftly ate the 8 smoked toad legs along with their bones. He could not even be bothered to chew them. Then, he shoved 3 honeyed ghost arrow pigs down his throat, and it was only then that the hunger he felt subsided. He let out a satisfied sigh. Before, there were 2 factors stopping me from activating the skills from my previous life. One of them was that I didn't have enough contribution points. The second was that I didn't have enough nutrients, Meng Zhao thought. But these 2 aren't a problem while I'm at the northern battlefield. As long as I keep killing, I can get dozens of monsters to eat every day. I'll get tons of nutrients, so it won't be a dream for me to push all my basic skills to the ultimate level. It was the right choice to come to the northern battlefield. I might even be able to reach 2 stars and break the record of turning from a 1-star superhuman to a 2-star superhuman. And aside from this, Meng Zhao gently rubbed the center of his eyebrows. Goosebumps broke out once more on the skin on his neck. It was as if he could sense the pain of his blood gushing out once more. When he leveled up his Army Fist, he saw bits and pieces of his memories. He was in a huge training camp, where he received training that was much harsher than the one received in the Red Dragon Army. The training camp seemed to be underground, because there were dozens of lights that were even brighter than the sun hanging above his head, which made it really obvious when the trainees decided to slack off. Someone he had seen in his nightmare was also there. It was the instructor with the bad breath. This time, he did have a painted skull on his face nor any disguise of the otherworld creatures. It allowed Meng Zhao to see his face. But there was nothing special about it, it was a forgettable face. The only thing sticking out was the top of a skull-shaped tattoo under his properly fastened collar. There were wisps of black flames coming out of the skull's black eye sockets. After circling around the skull a few times, they crawled into its mouth. This was the second mark that Meng Zhao remembered clearly aside from the X-shaped eye. Looks like I received this instructor's special training in this mysterious underground training camp in my previous life, and I changed from a normal citizen to a third-class fighter. Meng Zhao thought in silence. My Army Fist was perfected and strengthened in this training camp to the point that I formed muscle memories and instinctive reactions. That's why I was able to easily push it to perfect level after returning to the past. But I don't think that this underground training base belonged to the Red Dragon Army. The atmosphere at the base of the Red Dragon Army shouldn't be this gloomy, brutal, and strange. Everyone gave off a dreary air. Where is this located? Who is the instructor? Why did I join this mysterious squad in my previous life? What sort of mission did we carry out? Why did we need to massacre a village that belonged to a civilization of the otherworld? Meng Zhao had a feeling that he needed to become stronger before he could answer these questions and unveil this mystery. While he was thinking about his next step, a thin and short person brought over a meat mountain that was just as ridiculous as Meng Zhao's in front of him, jumped on the bench nimbly, and squatted down. It was the Panther Girl, Wu Wu. Chapter 177, Difference Between Humans and Monsters. Wu Wu picked up a honeyed ghost arrow pig with both hands and pushed it in front of Meng Zhao's lips. During the entire process, she stared at him with a very sincere look. What's the meaning of this? Meng Zhao asked. A treat for you. I want to learn ultimate style. Really? Meng Zhao was shocked and surprised. As one of the 4 students who was specially recruited for the fighting occupations in the Alliance of the 5 universities this year, Wu Wu was incredibly famous. Her fighting strength was also obvious to all. If she were willing to learn the ultimate style, she would be the best advertisement Meng Zhao could find, and he could get a lot of contribution points as well. Really? Wu Wu nodded and said seriously, I'm defeated by powerful person, so I learn from powerful person. Then I defeat powerful person and eat him. This is the law of survival. Of course, you defeat me, so you can eat whenever you want as well. Meng Zhao looked at her. Can we stop talking about eating each other all the time? Even if you really want to do it, please don't say it so straightforwardly. Wu Wu frowned. Do you not know I want to eat you because I don't say? I can teach you the ultimate style, but the condition is that you stop talking about such indicative and strange words. If someone hears them, they'll think that there's something going on between us. Wu Wu thought about it. Okay. Please teach me ultimate style. I agree with your conditions. I can kill all the people you don't like too. I don't have anyone I don't like for the time being, but even if I did, I could handle it on my own. Stop causing trouble for me. Wu Wu was truly a dangerous person. It was no wonder why so many Monster Controller course students stayed away from her even though they respected her. They even called her Big Sis Panther despite her looking like a kitten. Meng Zhao was silent for a moment. How about this? I don't need you to do anything over the top. I just hope that you can practice hard and learn the essence of the ultimate style, then we'll defeat the other 3 specially recruited students like Xiao Jianqing from the military school's Heroic Spirit course in terms of the ranking boards in the base at the East Lake. Can you do that? No need for you to say it. I will defeat them. Wu Wu bared her sharp teeth and revealed a brutal but cute smile. When she saw that Meng Zhao did not eat the honeyed ghost arrow pig that she personally served him, she took it back and opened her mouth wide. Then, she stuffed her cheeks full with half the head of a piglet. There was something unique about Wu Wu when she ate. First, she liked squatting on the bench instead of sitting on it. Second, while doing that, she held her food with both hands while looking around. She was wary of her surroundings and watched for anyone trying to snatch her food right out of her hands. Third, it seemed like there was another dimension with limitless space in her mouth. She could stretch her cheeks at will. They would puff out to the max, and she would change from a kitten to a large squirrel. Without personally seeing it, it would have been difficult for Meng Zhao to imagine how a girl who was less than 160 centimeters tall could stuff half the head of a piglet into her seemingly petite mouth. She looked greedy and wary, just like a monster in the wild, and she stood out like a sore thumb in the cafeteria. Meng Zhao found it interesting and got curious. In the end, he could not contain himself and asked, Wu Wu, have you gotten used to living in the human world yet? Wu Wu chomped down on the piglet at lightning speed, and her cheeks trembled. She widened her brilliant eyes and stared at Meng Zhao in puzzlement. She could not understand what he meant. Didn't you grow up in the wild? You never thought about being a human before, right? Yet suddenly, you were saved by humans and brought back to Dragon City. When you saw the lustrous city and everything unbelievable in it, you must have received a huge shock. Now, you're back in the wild again, and you're ordered to kill monsters. Do you find it hard killing them? Meng Zhao was not asking without thinking. From the memory fragments of his previous life, Meng Zhao knew that during the later stage of the monster war, many of the high-grade monsters with extremely high intelligence and skills in mind-related secret arts used every method conceivable to infiltrate Dragon City. They hoped to break the fortress of human civilization from within. At that time, quite a number of people were controlled by monsters, and they were even willing to work together with monsters. Since Wu Wu stayed in the Monster Research Center for years and could even enter Monster University with the legitimate status of a specially recruited student, she had to have gone through careful monitoring and various examinations. She was definitely absolutely loyal to human civilization. But Meng Zhao really wanted to know just what the humans who were loyal to the monsters were thinking, and he thought that he might be able to get some clues from the girl. Wu Wu finished the honeyed ghost arrow pig in just a few bites. She stuffed the last of it down her throat so quickly that she was even faster than Meng Zhao. I stayed with ghost leopards in the wild and killed many monsters. Why would I find it hard to kill them now? Wu Wu snatched another honeyed ghost arrow pig while unable to understand the gist of Meng Zhao's question. In the wild, it's survival of the fittest, law of the jungle. Before humans arrive in monster world, we killed one another. The strong kill the weak, eat them, enslave them. It's normal. No problem. Meng Zhao scratched his head. That's true. But what if we run into a group of ghost leopards in the future, will you hesitate? Why? Wu Wu pouted. When I was ghost leopard, I also attacked ghost leopards many times. It was only then that Meng Zhao remembered Wu Wu saying that she had killed and eaten at least 2 ghost leopards before. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. From young, I know I different from other ghost leopards. After all, I not look like them at all. While showing food into her mouth, Wu Wu spoke in a muffled voice. At that time, many ghost leopards bite me, catch me, bully me, treat me like toy and tool to train cubs. I don't think I is a deformed ghost leopard, but I don't know I is human. Every time I am covered in wounds, I lick my wounds alone. I look at sky and horizon and spend a long time thinking and thinking and thinking. In the end, I broke necks of 3 cubs who bully me with my bite, and I understand. I am God. I am God of ghost leopards. I am destined to rule over all ghost leopards. This is why I look different from them. My thinking is different from them. I am much smarter than them. I know how to set traps, sow discord, break them from all sides. I know many ways to make them run in circles. When I get my wish and become ghost leopard queen, I run into rescue team, and I learn that I have many kindred. But my kindred does not fit into this world. They very different from all other monsters. They face animosity from many monsters. It's just like how I don't mix with ghost leopards and am enemies with most cubs. Why is that? I continue thinking, and I understand in the end. Humans are gods of monsters. We are strongest monsters. We have the right to kill them, eat them, and rule this world. So when I return to the wild, I have no hesitation and conflict when I face monsters. I just use another method to do what I did last time. Wu Wu's experiences from when she was young caused Meng Zhao's heart to clench for her. But killing intent was hidden in her calm voice, as if this was completely logical, and goosebumps broke out on his skin. Humans are not the strongest monsters. Is there a difference? Humans are monsters. Of course there's a difference. We're not monsters. We're civilized. I know. Humans can write, sing, make houses, make strong weapons with big bangs. Our weapons are sharper than claws of normal monsters, but is there a difference? Wu Wu swung the hind leg of the honeyed ghost arrow pig and said, in the wild, I kill ghost arrow pig and eat it raw. Among humans, I hunt ghost arrow pig and ask someone to put honey on it. They roast it carefully and put on plate. Then they make me use chopsticks and knife to eat it. But it only add trifling process. No difference in essence. To ghost arrow pigs, they are killed and eaten. So in their eyes, ghost leopards and humans are both monsters, no? Wu Wu's train of thought was very unique, and it formed a closed loop in her thoughts. It seemed like it would be very difficult to break it. Wu Wu continued, after I return to Dragon City, I observe in secret for very long time. Even though everyone always say human civilization and make it seem as if humans and monsters have division that cannot be closed, I don't think so. Dragon City is same as ghost leopard nest I lived for more than 10 years. Is also survival of the fittest, and the strong are kings. Also need to compete and struggle madly non-stop to survive arduously in very brutal environment. Ghost arrow pigs curl up and use poison needles to hunt. 100-eyed toads jump up and use acid to hunt. Wolf crocodiles bite prey and use death spiral to hunt. Ghost leopards use rotting claw to hunt. Humans use cold weapons, guns, steel and machines to hunt. Everyone is monster. No difference. I use ghost leopard's method and can still survive like fish in water in human world. As she spoke, she finished the mountain of meat in front of her. The stainless steel tray was empty, without a single bit of bone or meat scraps. Even the honey and oil was licked clean. The tray shone bright and even reflected the girl's face. Then, she drew a piece of serviette from the pack of serviettes at the center of the dining table. She wiped her mouth and said with a smile, biggest difference between humans and monsters is we use paper to wipe mouths after we eat. Not hard. Meng Zhao found himself speechless. He then remembered how his throat was slit by the instructor with a black skull in his memory fragments. When he fell on the ground with no strength in his limbs and waited for death in despair, he heard the screams from the shriekers in the village that belonged to the civilization of the otherworld. What exactly was the difference between humans and monsters? From what he remembered from his previous life, even though they paid a large price for it, in the end, humans still won the monster war. But that was merely the truth of the previous life Meng Zhao remembered. After that war, what is that extraordinary disaster that rushed through all of the other world from Monster Mountain Range? Meng Zhao sank into deep thought. You are weak now. Wu Wu looked at him. Compared to time we fought in University Grove, you have more thoughts. You become conflicted and hesitant. You are no longer firm and resolute. If we fight again, you will be bitten to death by me. No, I became stronger. Even though Meng Zhao had not found his answer yet, there was one thing he was certain of. Humans have brains, and we use them to think of stupid things. We also have eyes, which we use to discover truths, even if they are not pleasant. This is the greatest difference between humans and monsters, and it's the path I will take as a superhuman. I will persevere to the end down this road. Come, let's go to the cultivation room. I'll let you witness the power of the ultimate style. Chapter 178, Persuasion Lesson. Hot-blooded youths filled a hard-shell rooftop tent which was a temporary cultivation room. Aside from the rotten brats Chu Feixiang brought from the military school, there were also Duan Lian, Xie Feng, and the other freshmen from Agricultural University's martial arts course, along with the monster controller course freshmen who had a vague idea of how strong Meng Zhao was through Wu Wu. Dragon City was small. The new superhumans who managed to make it into university were mostly from one circle. They were either high school students from first high school, second high school, and construction high, or had met each other through the high school level competitions, which meant that they were familiar faces. Hence, when the freshmen from military school and agricultural university met each other, they started chatting while laughing. Xie Feng, I heard that this Meng Zhao from your university's martial arts course is a ruthless person and is skilled in crooked things and sneaking into other people's dorms. He even wanted to put on a disguise to enter the women's bath but was caught and received a notice of criticism. Is that true? There's no other reason behind why we came here today. We just wanted to see how much of a rascal this bastard is. Why did I hear that he wasn't caught on the spot but had actually fled from the women's bath? Agricultural University's martial arts course and monster controller course sent 10 fighters to catch him, right? But he hid in the bushes and ambushed them or launched sneak attacks. He used every trick conceivable and defeated all of them and nearly escaped through the university gate before the lecturers decided to take action and suppress him. That guy's a genius. We have to meet him. Xie Feng, Duan Lian, and the other Agricultural University martial arts course freshmen felt humiliated. No matter how despicable Meng Zhao's methods were, he was still one of theirs, and they could not allow people from another university to mock him this way. Duan Lian and Xie Feng immediately mocked them back. Zhao Lei, while you were in construction high, weren't you really arrogant and said that nothing can possibly defeat you and you'll submit to no one? Why is it that I heard that you aren't having a good time in the military school's martial arts course? You're dragging the course down in all sorts of tournaments. You can't get used to the brand new fighting style after you awaken to your supernatural abilities, huh? But even if you can't get used to it, it's fine. Meng Zhao's ultimate style might only be able to kill normal monsters, but it'd be good for you to learn it. You should clean your ears later and listen to him properly. You too, Zhou Xiaotian, you had a really brilliant mind during high school, and you managed to get into the top 8 or top 3 in the city during the tactical competitions. But why have I never heard your name since you joined the military school's commanding course? The brats from the military school turned red. Who said that we're not having a good time? I just don't like the gunfighting style. They're not like martial artists or sharpshooters at all. They just care about their form and posing. They're completely useless. The lecturers and instructors are all idiots. They think that the strategies used during the expeditions 20 or even 30 years ago are the golden standard, and we can't change them at all. They can't see the genius behind the brand new strategy that I set up. I can't be bothered with them. They spoke one after another, and when Meng Zhao and Wu Wu arrived at the cultivation room, the atmosphere was already crackling with hostility. Meng Zhao, why did you friend bring these jokers? Xie Feng came up to him and whispered, I know these guys. They're all infamous delinquents and difficult students from their high school days. They're the epitome of people who refuse to join any organization and don't want to abide by the law, but love popularity and are filled with wild dreams. They cause trouble all the time, And their parents only sent them to the military school because they can't do anything about them anymore. They want the military school to help them change their bad ways. These people aren't really here to understand the ultimate style. I know. Meng Zhao had never had any hopes of attracting the elites like Xiao Jianqing from the military school. Chu Feixiang also told him that most of the people he could gather were the weaklings from their respective courses. Since they were placed at the tail end of their courses, it was either that they were lacking in the intelligence department or the physical department, or had problems with their emotions and personality. But since they could get into the military school, they were definitely intelligent and physically strong, so aside from being wild, there was no other reason behind why they were ranked last. However, there were also benefits behind being difficult, and it was that they were more willing to try new things and break conventions and biases. Their attitude to the ultimate style was the same as to any other brand new strategy that might be launched by the Red Dragon Army. Meng Zhao knew that the Red Dragon Army had been fighting while focusing on counterattacks in the city for the past half a century. Even during the Great Expedition era, when they had sent armies forward, they just went straight to the enemy's den 10 times with soaring resolve. And when they fought against the monsters, they fought like surgeons dealing with a patient. They only targeted monsters who were incredibly brutal or arrogant and completely destroyed their nests as well as killed their kind. The Red Dragon Army never built a fort in the depths of the fog to defend any area for a long time. Instead, they returned to Dragon City at the fastest speed possible. It was because they were forced to do this. Their manpower, resources, and best fighting power were not high enough to allow them to expand in the wild, not when the environment was shattered and incredibly unstable. Hence, right now, the classical strategies were treated as the golden standard by the Red Dragon Army and used to defend the city, for urban warfare, and raids against a certain target. But they were not suited for large-scale wars where all fronts pushed forward to conquer and colonize the land. In Meng Zhao's previous life, the Red Dragon Army paid a devastating price for the stagnation of their tactics. Many of the military school's top students only followed conventions and used the classical strategies from the textbooks, which resulted in many losses. Then, some of the disobedient students who refused to adhere to the ways of the old and were not favored by the lecturers and instructors became the main force in reforming the strategies. Meng Zhao did not know whether there were any future tacticians among Chu Feixiang's friends. He smiled at them and moved forward to welcome them loudly. "Hi, everyone. I'm Meng Zhao. I welcome you to explore this brand new fighting style called the Ultimate Style with me. We don't want to hear about the Ultimate Style. We just want to know how you snuck into the women's bath." Someone shouted from the back of the black mass of heads. Laughter broke out. Meng Zhao laughed as well. He laughed for a full 3 seconds before he suddenly glared and released a sharp killing intent as he shouted, "Who said that? Come out." He had the killing intent of someone who returned from the apocalypse. It was not something that a freshman in university could withstand. All the freshmen shuddered, and the cultivation room fell silent. "What, you have the guts to say it, but don't have the guts to admit it." Meng Zhao looked at the military school students askance and put on a scornful, cold sneer. "I said it." A large military school student built like a bull pushed aside the people before him to arrive in front of Meng Zhao. He spoke in a nonchalant manner. "I'm Zhang Hongjie, and I'm from the military school's martial arts course. I heard that Chu Feixiang has a best friend who is especially amazing, and I came here to see just how amazing you are. Let me say this first, our time is precious, so if you really have an amazing martial art, bring it out. We'll use iron-blooded coins, monster materials, or the martial arts from the military school in exchange for it. We won't let you suffer any losses, but if you're just boasting about it or are just trying to steal from us, then forget it. We're just here to make up the numbers and show some respect to our friend." "You talk too much," Meng Zhao said coldly. Zhang Hongjie was stunned, then flew into a rage. "What did you say? We're all martial artists here, and you're a future soldier. Why are you wasting so much breath yakking away? Are you thinking about using your saliva to kill monsters?" Meng Zhao sneered. "Compared to words, I prefer using my fists to talk. I believe that you will definitely have a deep impression of the ultimate style once I beat you up so badly that your parents won't be able to recognize you." Zhang Hongjie thought about it. "Are you thinking about playing some trick? I heard that you're really despicable." Meng Zhao frowned. "Where did you hear that?" Zhang Hongjie pointed at Chu Feixiang. "Him." Meng Zhao found himself speechless. Without a single word, he started removing his clothes. Then, he removed his pants and combat boots. In the end, he only had a pair of boxer shorts left on him. "Since there are girls around, I won't remove my shorts in case I scare them," Meng Zhao said faintly. "Come on. Today, I promise you that I will not use any tricks. I'll let you witness the horrors of the ultimate style fairly and squarely. Even if you use tricks, I'm not afraid." Zhang Hongjie removed his coat too and revealed the muscles underneath. The specialty of the military school's martial arts course was the gun-fighting style, so they paid attention to the fusion of martial arts and guns. Hence, it was very easy for people to have the misconception that gunslingers were leaner than martial artists. In ancient times, the archers were men built like bulls. In the modern era, since the gunslingers had to carry machines and ammunition weighing dozens or even hundreds of kilograms and be steady and accurate while moving at high speed, their ability to carry great loads and their cardiorespiratory functions might even be better than those of cold weapons users. Zhang Hongjie might be among the last in the military school's martial artists, but it was not because he was lazy or did not have enough talent. It was because he looked down on the tactics used by the gunfighting style. After all, they were invented to protect the city. He wanted to search for another path, but he just could not find the right direction. But he had been training madly in secret, and the amount of training he did was not any lower than that of the gunfighting style elites. Even if he did not have a gun in his hands, his eyes shone with a fierce light, which made it seem like he had turned into a heavy machine gun with fierce firepower. Whoosh! Bright spirit meridians wrapped around his hairy arms, and hundreds of black rays shot out to instantly envelope Meng Zhao. While the group was surprised, Meng Zhao acted like an assault boat soaring through the waves. No matter how fierce the waves were, they never managed to sink the boat. Instead, it cut through the waves and continued moving forward. In half a minute, Zhang Hongjie delivered more than 100 fierce punches, and when his punching speed reached the maximum, the onlookers could not even see Meng Zhao. But he was unable to touch even a strand of Meng Zhao's hair, because whenever his powerful fists drew close, Meng Zhao's hair would sense it and allow its master to instinctively dodge it. The onlookers could not believe their eyes. They had seen nimble fighters before, but most of them needed some space to dodge. Yet the onlookers had not even had the time to spread out before the two started fighting. So, the diameter of the space they had was less than 5 meters, and their fight was limited to a circle with a diameter of 3 meters. Yet Meng Zhao was able to lead Zhang Hongjie around in this tiny space. This was a display of shocking control. Suddenly, Zhang Hongjie's powerful fists came to a stop. For some reason, his eyes bulged out of their sockets and became bloodshot. His throat turned purplish-black and his face scrunched up as if he was in great pain. Meng Zhao was in a posture that was incredibly familiar to the military school students in front of him. It was the second style of the army fist, throat-piercing kick. Chapter 179, A Fair Fight. Bang! The people could not even see how Meng Zhao attacked. They only heard a dull thud that caused their skins to crawl, and Zhang Hongjie, who weighed more than 100 kilograms, was sent flying like a sack filled with iron sand and crashed into the crowd. Even if the onlookers had long since tensed their muscles and were prepared to be knocked into, they still felt as if a raging demonic halberd pig had run into them at more than 150 kilometers per hour. Around 8 military school students were sent flying, and even more staggered before they fell on their butts. Zhang Hongjie did not slow down. He actually tore through the tent and fell on the ground outside. A few of his friends ran out in a hurry and found him lying on the ground while vomiting as he cradled his chest. He was about to lose the last of his breakfast. The terrifying kick caused the tent to sink into cold, dead silence. The next moment, the student burst into a ruckus. "Excuse me?" He managed to kick Zhang Hongjie so hard that he started vomiting? He made it look so easy, but Zhang Hongjie has already lost his will to fight. He's so fast. It looked like he could predict the future. He saw every single one of Zhang Hongjie's attacks. Why did the army fist become so fierce, ruthless, and brutal in his hands? It has a completely different air when he uses it. That's the most powerful throat-piercing kick I've ever seen. While the students discussed among themselves, Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath. His joints let out cracking sounds, and his spirit energy flowed slowly through his 1024 branch meridians. When they showed on his skin, they formed 1024 shining spirit tattoos on his muscle lines. The onlookers had never seen such a brilliant spirit tattoo on a one-star superhuman before. It looked like an ingenious armor made of pure energy. With just the power of spirit tattoo realm, he had managed to produce the effect of armorized spirit armor, which was something unique to 6-star superhumans. The electricity he produced when he used the ultimate style did not lose to that of those who practiced the overkill style or the beast soul style. Wow! The students knew that it was just a special effect, but appearance was very important, and in the eyes of the people, Meng Zhao instantly became very mysterious and powerful. And Meng Zhao did not destroy his powerful image. He took half a step forward and shouted loudly, "Who's next?" "Me." Another military school freshman stood up with gritted his teeth. Even though the Army Fist was a normal martial art that could be practiced by everyone in Dragon City, it was still a martial art used by soldiers, and the military school students were supposed to be good with it. Yet now, they were defeated by a student from Agricultural University using Army Fist, which was the greatest humiliation for the military school students. The military school martial arts course freshman also took the stance of Army Fist. His face was stern, and he looked incredibly wary. He no longer looked derisive and playful. Clearly, he now treated Meng Zhao as a rare powerful enemy. But no matter how highly he saw Meng Zhao and how much on guard he was, it was useless. 3 moves later, Meng Zhao used the first attack of the Army Fist just as before, and they both executed lunging punch at the same time. Both of them clearly went straight for each other's heart, and their fists were like cannons, but the military school martial arts course freshman's arm was stretched out slightly more than Meng Zhao, so he should have hit him right on target. But for some reason, just when his punch was about to reach the degree of a raging beast and hit Meng Zhao's chest, Meng Zhao's pectorals suddenly started trembling at high speed, and his muscle fibers moved in a strange arc, which made it seem like he had gained the arc-shaped armor of tanks, and the student's fist just slid across his chest. Bang! Meng Zhao's lunging punch hit his opponent, and he sent the second military school student flying. He could not get up even after a long time had passed. Meng Zhao's pectoral muscles shuddered as he stared at the military school students and roared like a tiger. "Who else?" "Me." A military school engineering course freshman stepped forward. In truth, the occupations famous for being dominated by boys in the military school were neither the heroic spirit course nor the gunfighting style course. It wasn't even the firearms course whose maniacs lunged around heavy machine guns, heavy anti-material sniper rifles, or rocket launchers all the time. Instead, they were the engineering and logistics courses, which were filled with built men. The combat engineers had to drive large construction machinery weighing dozens or even hundreds of tons while they built roads and forts in the wild. And since the interference from the other world's spirit energy magnetic field was very strong, the materials were incredibly unstable. The failure rate of the machines was 10 times higher when compared to Earth, so they had to repair the machines all the time. The trend for weapon design in Dragon City was big and clunky, so the core components of the large construction machines easily weighed hundreds or even thousands of kilograms. The combat engineers often did not receive a lot of help while repairing such machines and had to complete their tasks on their own. The task of disassembling the components of the large construction machines alone was enough for them to get deformed and bulky. There was no need to even mention the logistics course. They lived in the era when railroads were easily destroyed by monsters, when there was a maximum weight that armored airships could carry, and when the failure rate of crystal-powered tanks was incredibly high. Manpower was the only effective and reliable method to provide supplies, weapons, and reinforcements. The students in the logistics course in the military school had a nickname, camels. Those who could not carry tons of supplies with no change in their expression and move around like the wind through winding mountain roads did not have the right to be known as camels. The powerful boys usually had to go through a lot of stamina and martial arts training. Their fighting power was not that much lower than that of the martial arts course freshmen. The military school engineering course freshman only managed to last 5 seconds before he was defeated. Like Zhang Hongjie, he curled up in a corner while vomiting his guts out. Next. Meng Zhao's blood had started surging because of the fights, and he did not intend to stop. The military school's freshmen also started burning with fighting spirit. Regardless of whether they were from the martial arts course, firearms course, logistics course, or the engineering course, all of them lined up one after another for their turn to challenge Meng Zhao. They also seemed to have their minds dead set on using the most orthodox Army Fist to challenge him. After all, he defeated them using the Army Fist, so they could not use any other martial art to defeat him. Even if you're an outstanding student from Agricultural University's martial arts course and are very strong, you have limited stamina, right? There are plenty of us, and we can definitely wear down all of your stamina. Challenging someone to a marathon fight did not sound good, but they were angered by Meng Zhao's arrogance, and they completely forgot about it. But to their surprise, It seemed like Meng Zhao had an endless supply of stamina. Even if he was engaged in a marathon fight, they could not do anything to him. What's going on? This guy's senses are too sharp. His hair is like a radar, and the slightest movements alert him of my actions. His army fist is just terrifying. His speed alone is faster than mine by 15%. He perfectly exploited all my openings. All my attacks bounced or slid off him. He looks like he's wearing an armor that has oil spread all over it. All the military school freshmen who fought against Meng Zhao had the same feeling. They felt horrible. Every time Meng Zhao performed a sidestep, a lunge, a punch, or looked around, he was able to interrupt, change, or throw off their rhythm. Their breathing changed and their heartbeat did so too, which made them subconsciously reveal openings. And the moment they revealed the slightest opening, Meng Zhao exploited it to the maximum degree. Their aggressive offense was destroyed, and not one of them was able to escape. Many of the military school students had come to watch Meng Zhao make a fool of himself, but when they lay outside the tent vomiting, they found that they were the jokes. The freshmen from Agricultural University's martial arts course and monster controller course were dumbfounded. Spirit flames gushed out from the ruthless person before them and killing intent raged around him. He looked like a demon, and they simply could not believe that it was the same Meng Zhao who had laid an ambush in the bushes and launched surprise attacks at them. Meng Zhao was someone who had put on great shows where he fought against people in Agricultural University's martial arts course and monster controller course, but both times, he won through dirty tricks, leaving behind the impression that his strength was really nothing to look at. He's clearly strong, so why did he use despicable and shameless methods in the university? That's right. He could have clearly won against us in the arena fair and square, and we would have been impressed by it. Why did he poison us, set up traps, lay an ambush, and sneak into the girls' dorm? Could it be that he wasn't actually forced to use those things because he wasn't strong enough, but only did them because he was interested in it, and he was just born shameless? The students just could not understand it. When they registered what was going on, Meng Zhao had defeated all the military school freshmen aside from Chu Feishuang. Even though more than half of the military school students came from the engineering course, logistics course, and commanding course, and they did not pay a lot of attention to individual combat skills, it was still an unbelievable result. As the students looked at the military school students and their bruised faces and residue of vomit at the corners of their mouths, then at Meng Zhao, whose eyes burned like magma and sparkled like stars, they could not help but be shocked. Phew! Meng Zhao let out a deep breath, and it was as white as paper. Even though his stamina was drained, his muscles were torn, and each of his cells screamed, he felt elated. Since he fought against Wu Wu in the Grove, this was the first time he used the ultimate style and had every bit of his vitality exploited to the max during an intense fight. Meng Zhao was not being reckless by challenging and defeating all the military school freshmen who came for the exchange. It was the way he thought of to increase the interest in the ultimate style to the highest degree. First of all, the students Chu Feishuang brought over were definitely not the strongest students in the military school, the ones from the heroic spirit course, but were mostly from non-fighting occupations. And even the military school's martial arts course specialized in the gunfighting style, but they were unable to use guns in this sort of exchange. Second, Meng Zhao intentionally used the army fist to defeat them because he was certain that they would want to defend the glory of the Red Dragon Army and would definitely use the army fist to fight back. The army fist he used was the future version, the agglomeration of the data gathered from various people, and he knew most of the weaknesses and openings in the current army fist. But forget about that for a second and remember the fact that he had already pushed his army fist to perfect level. That alone meant that the freshmen were never going to be able to compare to him, and he could counter them perfectly. Besides, he had already cleared 1024 of his branch meridians, and the ultimate style's terrifying ability to fight extremely long battles allowed him to have full confidence in suppressing the military school students fairly and squarely. Meng Zhao's breathing had never become labored, and his smile never faded away. Everyone, this is the increase in stamina brought by the ultimate style. Next. Wait, you haven't defeated me. Suddenly, Chu Feishuang looked as if he had been hypnotized by some mysterious power. An honest and determined expression appeared on his face, and he stood up while staring at Meng Zhao. Chapter 180, The Cultivation Method for Heroic Spirits. Meng Zhao scratched his head. Do we need to fight? Duh. I'm also a military school student. There's no reason for me to not fight together with my comrades. Chu Feishuang strode forward. The spirit flames surrounding him burned brighter to form stupid soldier Shu Wanshan's honest and determined form behind him. No, he should be called soldier now. Chu Feixiang stared at Meng Jiao and said, "Besides, soldier doesn't like your army fist. He said your fist technique is dark and filled with bloodlust as well as destruction. It's a killing fist. The real army fist shouldn't be like this." Meng Jiao laughed in spite of himself. Regardless of whether it's the army fist or any other martial art, they're all used to destroy things and kill others. What else could it be besides a killing fist? The other martial arts might be designed for slaughter, but the army fist is used to protect our homeland. It should be a protective fist. Just like the other military school students, Chu Feixiang took up the stance for the army fist. The difference was that soldier turned into wisps of army green spirit flames behind him and surrounded his temples, eyes, arms, and every inch of his body. Chu Feixiang's originally rather loose camouflage uniform instantly became tight. Rippling sounds rose, and he was like a sleeping volcano that just woke up. Explosive strength started gathering in him. His dark and shiny skin, which was the result of the sun shining on him for many days, gained the texture of obsidian because of the additional power provided by the heroic spirit. At that moment, Chu Feixiang's presence was completely different from when he was a high school student half a year ago. Black Bear, good luck. The flames of hope burned in the military school student's eyes. Even though Chu Feixiang was infamous for being weak in the heroic spirit course and even lost to many logistics course and engineering course freshmen, when it came to the army fist, he was the strongest in the entire military course. Even most of the upperclassmen could not win against him. The reason for it was simple. To a large extent, the army fist was a basic fist technique for normal people. If a superhuman practiced the army fist, they would mainly use it to strengthen their bodies or to warm up. There were plenty of amazing martial arts to learn. Who would be so free as to explore the army fist day in and day out? When it came to the other martial arts or when it came to the lowly methods Meng Jiao used to sneak into the girls' dorm, Chu Feixiang was definitely not Meng Jiao's opponent. But what if the military school's strongest army fist went up against Meng Jiao? Would he be able to win against this monster? Whoosh! Right after this question rose in the onlookers' minds, the best friends from high school crashed into each other like armored trains. Lunging punch went up against lunging punch. Throat-piercing kick went up against throat-piercing kick. Horse stance side punch went up against horse stance side punch. Inner side downward hook, intersecting side kick, outer side side hook. The two young men executed their attacks methodically and faced each other head-on without any flashy movements. They displayed an incredibly insightful tournament for the students. In an instant, the cultivation room filled with the shadows of fists and kicks. When the sturdy bodies crashed into each other, it sounded like thunder. Waves of wind tore through the air, and visible ripples surged. The two displayed the strongest power of the army fist, and it was one that the onlookers had never imagined to see. This is the real army fist? Heroic spirit users do live up to their name, huh? Even if he's the weakest heroic spirit user in Dragon City, once he enters the field he knows well, his heroic spirit is able to bring out incredibly great strength. Based on what you said, isn't Meng Jiao ridiculously strong? He doesn't have additional power given to him by a heroic spirit who's skilled in the army fist, and he fought against dozens of us just now in a marathon fight. But his stamina isn't gone, and he's still able to put up such an exciting fight against the Black Bear. He's insane. Look, their army fists are very different. They might use the same attacks, but they're completely different. Meng Jiao's attack speed is much faster, and he has a lot of fine movements that can confuse his enemy. He's trying to interrupt his opponent's thoughts. He wants the enemy to fall into his rhythm and get trapped, so his fighting style is really strange and cunning. And once the opponent shows an opening, his army fist turns 10 times fiercer. All his attacks go for the opponent's vitals, and he even sacrifices himself to damage his enemy. Such a fighting style is just too fierce. It's strange, devious, and brutal. It's no wonder why the Black Bear said that his fist technique is dark. It's really a true killing fist. The Black Bear's army fist is the most orthodox and normal version, the one passed down in the Red Dragon army for half a century. But he looks like he has improved every single cell in his body to perfection, and with the help from his heroic spirit, his army fist looks even better than the instructors. He shouldn't be ranked at the last place in the heroic spirit course with that army fist. So why is he ranked last? Wait. I saw the Black Bear practice the army fist before. At that time, he wasn't this strong. I feel like Meng Jiao's corrupted army fist angered the Black Bear's heroic spirit, and it brought out his unprecedented potential. That's right. The Black Bear's heroic spirit is famous for being stubborn. He will do everything he can to persist and defend his beliefs. He believes that the Army Fist is the supreme martial art, so he couldn't just watch someone use such a strange, devious, brutal, and corrupted version of the Army Fist to defeat all of the military school students. I heard that in the beginning, when the heroic spirit users just awaken their heroic spirits, many of the heroic spirits aren't able to bring out 100% of their power due to the disruption from their spirit energy magnetic fields or because their brain waves are not in sync. Take the strongest specially recruited student in our batch for example. Xiao Jianking's heroic spirit is the female battle god, but she can't bring out even 10% of her power. She needs all sorts of actions and events to continuously resonate and be polished so that she can upgrade her heroic spirit and grow together with her. Could this be the Black Bear's turning point? Did his heroic spirit's potential explode under his rage? With the onlookers discussing what they saw, Meng Zhao finally got the gist of what was happening, and he could not help but moan about it. He had wanted to hold back a little and fight a few rounds against Chu Feixiang so that they could keep up appearances, but after exchanging a few blows with him, he realized that he was getting ahead of himself. When it came to the Army Fist, he might not actually win against Chu Feixiang. After all, he did not really use a cheat and put an infinity stamina hack on himself. He had just fought against dozens of military school students in one go, so there was no way he would not be so tired that he wanted to die. The dozens of honeyed ghost arrow pigs and smoked toad legs he ate earlier turned into heat and sweat. Not a single bit of energy that came from them was left. They all disappeared from his esophagus to his small intestines, and his stomach started growling again. But Chu Feixiang looked as if he had been injected with a war-issued stimulant. Each of his punches was stronger than the last, and when he stared into Meng Zhao's eyes, his gaze was filled with anger. He was just like an honest person who just saw his favorite thing having been slighted. "Feixiang, what are you doing?" After they exchanged all 16 basic moves of the Army Fist once, Meng Zhao was unable to continue the fight anymore. He whispered, "Are you here to help me promote the ultimate style or to pull the rug from under my feet?" "I don't want to, but I just can't control myself." Chu Feixiang threw a punch at Meng Zhao's nose. "Soldier doesn't like your Army Fist, and he says that your fist technique took the evil path, so he must correct you. You should know by now just how stubborn Soldier is." "Enough with that. Do you think I don't know the theories related to heroic spirits?" Meng Zhao gritted his teeth. There is a spiritual resonance between the heroic spirit and heroic spirit user, and they affect each other mutually. The heroic spirit can't hypnotize the heroic spirit user, just stimulate the heroic spirit user's subconscious. If Soldier really controlled you to hit me, this means that your subconscious has been wanting to beat me up for a long time. Does it? Chu Feixiang thought about it, then said seriously, "Yeah. Makes sense. From the moment you suddenly started pretending to be cool and stuff a month and a half before the national college exam, I've been increasingly unable to quell my desire to beat you up. Big Brother Xiang, I'm wrong, okay? I won't dare to put up a facade in front of you anymore, so please help me preserve my reputation today." Meng Zhao asked. "I didn't think that your Army Fist is this fierce. Even if this is an ancient version, you managed to display such terrifying power with it. Looks like we've found a way to train Soldier. But you have to hold back a little. We can explore this in private. Remember your words. You have to promise me to spend half an hour every day to practice the Army Fist with me," Chu Feixiang said. "Soldier thinks that while your Army Fist is evil, it's really strong and more exquisite and fiercer than all the fist techniques he saw from instructors in the past. You're a good opponent, so if he can beat you up once in a while, he'll become stronger. I'm going to repeat myself. Heroic spirits are spirit fragments left by our seniors which fuse with the heroic spirit user's subconscious. In simple terms, heroic spirits are the subconscious of heroic spirit users." Meng Zhao gritted his teeth. "It's not that Soldier is thinking about becoming stronger by beating me up once in a while. You're the one with those thoughts." Bang! Their fists landed against the other's chest once more, and it was as if the armor-piercing shells from 2 tanks had rammed into each other's gun turret. Both of them retreated 5 steps at the same time and sat down on their butts. Again. Chu Feixiang struck the ground and crawled up with gritted teeth. It looked like he had not had his fill in fighting. Again? Meng Zhao broke out in cold sweat. He did not know whether he should laugh or cry. "I was just sparring with all of you so that you can see how terrifying the Army Fist can be when the ultimate style super endurance is added to it, despite the fact that it's the most normal fist technique. We're comrades on the same side, and you're all pillars of the future Red Dragon Army. I want all of you to become stronger, so why must we decide a victor? Besides, everyone knows that the strongest point of the military school isn't your heroic spirits, your guns, and most definitely not your cold weapons, but your formations. It's the war souls you refine when dozens, hundreds, of even thousands of soldiers become united in spirit. When I see so many students from the logistics course, engineering course, and commanding course joining hands and fighting together, I can just imagine how strong the Red Dragon Army's war soul will be. I don't mind if you want to continue fighting against me, but I'll have to bring out my shameless spirit and run away. Then, when it's 3 or 4 at night, I'll ambush your tents. Chapter 181, The System Leveled Up. The students began to laugh. Chu Feixiang scratched his head and smiled bashfully. Soldiers' fighting spirit gradually faded away and looked honest, determined, and rather silly again. Honestly, if Meng Zhao managed to remain strong right up to the end and even defeated Chu Feixiang, who was the strongest when it came to the army fist, the military school students would have been utterly humiliated, and they might actually become angry because of it. They would then not listen to him talk about the ultimate style. Instead, it was better if he humbled himself and let the military school students retain some of their dignity, so their anger would not rise so high. And just as Meng Zhao expected, once he showed respect to them, the military school students did the same, and they became impressed with his actions. They traded compliments a little and became filled with expectations for the ultimate style. Meng Zhao struck while the iron was hot and said that the alliance of the 5 universities had to stand strong. They should not fight against each other at the East Lake base because they only had one enemy, and it was their greatest enemy, Dragon City University's martial arts course, which was located at the West Lake base. His words stirred up the youngsters' desire to win and their refusal to admit defeat. For a period of time, the atmosphere in the cultivation room was incredibly passionate. The military school students and agricultural university students sat down side by side and focused while Meng Zhao spoke about his theories. He was not in a hurry to talk about the principles of the ultimate style. Instead, he drew out surging lightning and showed them the future 100 saber techniques. Then, he put away his saber and showed them the future versions of reckless bull force and ripple force. After that, he asked them to compare the versions he used to the versions they learned. It seems like the attack and defense rhythm in your martial arts is much faster. Your attacks are more numerous, and you give off the feeling of a storm, which would not let the enemy catch their breath. The military school students gathered their experiences from fighting Meng Zhao and started analyzing them one after another. That's right. Me and Mr. Gu's views are that as the monsters continue to evolve and mutate, the war in the future will become even more brutal, so the easy method of accomplishing a task in one stroke by killing monsters with a single powerful move will become less effective, Meng Zhao explained. The development of martial arts will focus on the faster attack rhythm, and we'll definitely have to pay more attention to control instead of energy output. What I meant is that if you can't control the enemy's rhythm and force it to reveal openings, then no matter how great your energy output is, it'll be pointless because you won't be able to hit the monster's vitals. While if you accidentally fall into the enemy's rhythm, the moment you stiffen up while creating your spirit energy magnetic field, you'll be crushed by the enemy. The brand new fighting models have much higher requirements for stamina, fine control over muscle fibers, and sharpness of our senses. To sum it up, we won't be competing in terms of whose fist hits harder, but who makes fewer mistakes, and we'll also shift our enemies' movements, and trick them to make more mistakes. The 100 saber techniques, reckless bull force, ripple force, and the army fist I showed you just now had a 10% increase in their attack speed compared to the mainstream versions. When you execute 10 punches, I can execute 11 or 12 punches, and even if our punching force is about the same, I can predict your punching trajectory, so if I can execute 1 or 2 more punches compared to you, I will have the advantage. But I have to pay a price for this advantage. When increasing one's rhythm, higher requirements are imposed on muscles, bones, nerve system, and organs. This problem isn't obvious in the 100 saber techniques, army fist, and other basic martial arts that even normal people can learn. But if we'll want to increase the attack speed and rhythm of the amazing martial arts that only superhumans can train, our bodies won't be able to keep up with it, and it'll be a problem. Agricultural University's Mr. Gu Jianbo, Ms. Li Yingzi, and Senior Zhang Yi predicted this, and 10 years ago, they started exploring the way to cultivate the 1024 branch meridians in an attempt to increase the power of normal attacks and the speed of our offense. They have gained early success now, and it is the ultimate style. Meng Zhao turned on the military-grade laptop and opened the PowerPoint Gu Jianbo had prepared before displaying it on the projector. The ultimate style isn't a martial art used for direct fighting like the Army Fist or the 100 Saber techniques. It's more like an ideal, a cultivation method, and a tactical system. If we treat the Army Fist and 100 Saber techniques as programs, then the ultimate style is a system, and it's a next-generation system that is even more advanced than the currently popular overkill style. It can push the machine we know as the human body beyond its limits, and it will become faster, better, and more stable. It will help you execute Army Fist v2.0 or even Army Fist v9.0 at a much smoother, easier, and satisfactory pace. Later, you can create an exchange group, and I'll share the PowerPoint slides in the group. This is the culmination of Mr. Gu and the others' blood, sweat and tears over 10 years. The data is definitely accurate, and it's very valuable. 2 or 3 days later, a batch of the most advanced ultimate-style cultivation cabins will arrive at the East Lake base, and we'll set them up for all of you to use as public cultivation cabins. Honestly, the cultivation cabins specially designed for the ultimate style require a large amount of gene medicine made of valuable ingredients and etherealized nutritional fluid every time they're used, so the capital is rather high. That means that the cost for each isn't cheap. But if you're interested in it, you can join our cultivation feedback program and become volunteers and promoters. Then, for the next half a year, you will be able to use the cabins at cost price or at a highly discounted price. Also, with each student you manage to bring to us, you will be able to use the cabin for an hour free of charge. As long as you promote it to enough people, there's a possibility that you won't need to pay a single coin. In conclusion, you don't have to doubt the power of the ultimate style. One look at you should make you understand that. Meng Zhao put on the pose of a bodybuilder and tightened his pectorals. Half a year ago, I was ranked last in a key high school. I had hidden injuries, and my future was bleak. Even getting into college was a dream I could never realize. Who would have thought that in just a short 100 days, my strength would increase by leaps and bounds? Not only did I awaken to supernatural abilities, I even killed a bloody moon wolf king, defeated multiple people, and rose to fame in the alliance of the 5 universities? The expressions of the students changed. Could it all be because of the ultimate style? Nope. Meng Zhao thought about it and answered honestly. My great increase in strength has almost nothing to do with the ultimate style. The group fell silent. What I mean is that if I could rise to power miraculously in 100 days, it means that I am a 1 in a million legendary genius. And if a rare genius regards the ultimate style so highly, why are you still hesitating? The students shuddered. The atmosphere became a little cold. But let's get back to the main topic. Next, I will use the wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and 100-eyed toads I killed during the day as examples and talk in detail about how branch meridian cultivation can increase the power in the muscle groups in your arms. Those muscle groups are your deltoids, triceps, biceps, and brachioradialis. Then, I'll show you how this increase in power in the muscles helped me execute even fiercer 100 saber techniques. Meng Zhao coughed dryly and turned on the videos showing the first-person view of his fights during the day, along with the videos of his fights filmed from multiple angles, which were given to him courtesy of his coursemates' views. He also showed the frozen carcasses of the 3 monsters he killed in the most perfect fashion so that the students could admire them. The first exchange of the Ultimate Style study group was very successful. When many of the students showed up, they regarded Ultimate Style with disdain or came just for fun, but when the exchange ended, they found themselves wanting to know more. They sighed, because it was much more than they expected, and they knew that it was worth their time. The different exchanges, lectures, and intensive classes held at the East Lake base by the outstanding peers like Xiao Jianqing and various famous lecturers from universities might offer to teach them amazing martial arts which were even more powerful than the Ultimate Style, but the problem was that if a martial art was suitable for Xiao Jianqing, it didn't mean that it was suitable for the untamable brats and the normal Red Dragon Army soldiers, who were much more numerous than the superhumans. In comparison, the things Meng Zhao brought out, regardless of whether they were the Ultimate Style, the Corrupted Army Fist, Ripple Force V2.0, or the future 100 Saber techniques, had very low requirements to practice them. And if a normal person had hopes of learning them, then superhumans were definitely able to learn them. Quite a number of people were even interested in Meng Zhao's Surging Lightning. It was mainly because they saw that the wounds left on the 3 monster carcasses were really fine and not much blood had spilled out. The Ultimate Style, 100 Saber techniques, and Meng Zhao's knowledge of the monster's structures were key components in helping him leave behind such beautiful wounds, but if he did not have the help of a good weapon, it would have been impossible. Meng Zhao generously let them play with Surging Lightning, and many of the military school students felt that it was much lighter and fiercer compared to the sabers they were currently using. It was especially suited for the 100 saber techniques and could bring out their full power. This saber is pretty good. How many monster coins did you spend to buy it? Why didn't I see it available for trade at the weapons center? As the group caressed the runic symbols on the spine of the saber, they could not help but admire it. This is a test version. The factory asked me to get data from practical fights for them. It's not available in the market for the time being, Meng Zhao said with a smile. This is awesome. The military school students were shocked. You're just a freshman, and there is already a weapons manufacturer asking you to test out their weapon and gather data for them? This is a very rare honor. Only super freshmen like Xiao Jian can get this sort of treatment in the military school. That's not true. Meng Zhao felt that he had to keep a low profile, or else, he would not appear actually friendly. I have a small share in this saber, so I could take it for testing. It's not because my fighting strength is really great. The students looked at each other. They could not tell whether Meng Zhao was pretending to be weak again. Meng Zhao thought of something at that moment. If you think that this saber is pretty good, I can ask the factory to get a batch of test version sabers over. Then, could all of you talk about your feelings about the activities we held in the Ultimate Group Study Group tonight among your circle of friends or in your social media outlets? If your likes and shares go over 100, I promise you a Surging Lightning Youth version. The 3 people who will get most likes and shares will receive Surging Lightning Youth version's flagship model. You're all the first batch of the Ultimate Style enthusiasts and promoters, so this is a small, personal gift from me to you. I hope that we can work together in the path that we're going to take and figure out how to make the Ultimate Style even stronger. Chapter 182, Improving at Ridiculous Speeds. Meng Zhao decided to make the first move so that others would follow in his steps and posted his first post on a social media platform. Today, I was lucky enough to talk about the Ultimate Style with the military school students and fought with them using the Army Fist. I learned a lot from them. As expected of the nursery of the most powerful people in the Red Dragon Army, the students from the military school really have great knowledge about that subject. They gave me a lot of inspiration, and I believe that we will definitely push the Ultimate Style to new heights. When the students saw that he did not mention the matter of them fighting in a marathon fight on social media, they could not help but sigh in relief. They thought about it. Meng Zhao showed them great respect and even generously shared the Ultimate Style with them. On top of that, they could get a free saber, and a few days later, they could enjoy free training in a cultivation cabin. Sending a few posts to their circle of friends and praising the Ultimate Style wouldn't make them lose anything. Soon, the social media outlets of the military school students gained new posts. I went on an exchange with Meng Zhao of Agricultural University's martial arts course today. He isn't as horrible as the rumors make him out to be. Instead, he's an upright, noble person, and is very friendly. His Ultimate Style is also something worthy of research. That's right, Meng Zhao stepped forward during the practical test of the National College examination and turned the tides. He's definitely a good person. Don't be fooled by the rumors. If you have the chance, look for Meng Zhao and talk to him, then you'll understand. I'd like to explain certain things in regards to the matter of Meng Zhao going into the women's bath. In truth, at that time, a really fierce snake-type monster entered the women's bath, and the girl screamed. Meng Zhao was coincidentally passing by the alley under the window of the women's bath, and since he's a considerate and chivalrous person, when he heard the screams, he immediately thought of being like the countless heroes and martyrs. When he saw something unfair, he had to do something about it, so he did not care about the time, place, and his own honor. He immediately jumped in through the window and killed that snake-type monster. He used the heightened senses given to him by the Ultimate Style and kept his eyes shut during the entire process. He's truly a noble person with exemplary conduct. After the last post, many students quickly responded with strong remarks. A few just typed 3 question marks. What's going on? Were you captured by Meng Zhao? Does he have a saber against your neck? If that's true, type some nonsensical words, and we'll go to save you. What the heck? What sort of benefits did you get from Meng Zhao? Even if you're being a ghostwriter for that Ultimate Style or whatever, you don't have to be so obvious about it. There were naturally people who misunderstood them, but it stirred up quite the storm at the East Lake base. Over the next few days, Meng Zhao sparred with the students using basic martial arts during the Ultimate Style study group he organized every night and analyzed how spirit energy could flow non-stop through the branch meridians while he killed monsters. He also analyzed how the endless flow of spirit energy could help with the transmission of electrical signals in the nerves, the shrink and expanding of muscle fibers, and the turning of joints. As more people joined, there soon were more than 100 people in the tent. It had never been big to begin with, so it was starting to not be enough for all the students who wanted to participate. Even though the people who were willing to come for the exchanges were either the bad fruits of the military school, the freshmen of the universities, or the one-star superhumans who were already working in society, which meant that they were all people who were not very influential, it was still a good start, and Meng Zhao was very satisfied with it. To ensure that the students would be attracted by the ultimate style, Meng Zhao did not just ask Li Yingzi to help him contact Gu Jianbo, who remained in the lab of Agricultural University's martial arts course, and got a lot of the quintessential theories of the ultimate style. He also used the ideals of the ultimate style to push the basic martial arts to a brand new stage and perfectly killed all sorts of monsters. At first glance, when compared to the students whose hunting speed was getting faster because they were getting more experienced, he slowed down. If anyone just looked at the tabulation of monster kills, they would find that his ranking kept falling, and he became a nobody again. But he believed that once anyone got incredibly familiar with something, no matter how many similar monsters they killed, they were just mechanically repeating the same movements, and it did not help them improve. He preferred to practice different killing methods on the normal monsters. During the delightful hunts, he continued to polish the ultimate style and his basic martial arts so that this brand new system and the upgraded programs could work even more perfectly with each other. Hence, after Meng Zhao managed to shrink the fatal wound he delivered to a monster from a certain angle to the minimum, he did not use the same method to kill another similar monster. Instead, he would start racking his brain to think about other ways to kill it. Sometimes, he tried killing them with no time limit but in the way that allowed him to save up stamina. Sometimes, he tried killing the monsters without caring about his stamina and spirit energy but about taking the lives of as many monsters as possible within the shortest amount of time. Sometimes, he tried killing without spending his stamina and preserving his spirit energy as much as possible to make sure that he could release his killing move at any moment. Sometimes, he gave up on his saber and fought against the monsters with his bare fists to test how he could settle his fights if his weapon broke or he lost it. Sometimes, he got up at 3 or 4 in the morning and fought fiercely against Chu Feixiang or Wu Wu. When they beat each other black and blue and got tired, he would intentionally miss breakfast and go to the battlefield with the students who had rested fully and were full of energy. He was testing whether he could bring out the advantage of the ultimate style while he was incredibly tired or hungry. At one point, he even intentionally let himself be captured by water monkeys and carnivorous etherealized plants to see whether he could break free when his limbs were bound by poisonous vines and continue fighting after that. At another point in time, he got bitten by wolf crocodiles, stabbed by ghost arrow pigs, and had acid from hundred-eyed toads enter his system. He would then continue fighting while hurting all over and hallucinating. The students did not know that Meng Zhao was testing the ultimate style after intentionally injuring himself. When they saw him, they just thought that he looked a little pathetic. This was especially so when they compared him to the 4 students specially recruited to be in the fighting occupations. They were currently very popular, while he could not even compare to Sunya, Xie Feng, Duan Lian, Zhang Rui, and the others, who had improved by leaps and bounds. His improvement did not bring any shock or amazement to the people, unlike his first fight. Meng Zhao was the only one who knew just how much he had been improving. A lot of the memory fragments from his previous life rose in his mind, and the blurry black and white images pieced together. They even gained color. The skillfulness of his basic skills also rose to perfect level or ultimate level, which gave him a lot of confidence. Without using spirit energy and activating superpowers, his fighting strength should be among the top out of the millions of people in the city. And thanks to sparring with the students in the base, the progress of the second segment of the fight for the ultimate style quest shot up to 101 out of 300. He was no longer far away from completing his goal of fighting against 300 superhumans who were in fighting occupations and were at the same level as him. And while he was not very fast at killing the monsters during the day, the number of normal monsters he killed had long since surpassed the lowest requirement. He had already killed 1,315 1,000ths, but he still had to kill 100 super beasts before settling accounts with kindling. Then, he would have the chance to get the super skill monster blood combustion. The 10 main meridians had already been fully repaired. His arms were now surrounded by brilliant and thick spirit tattoos. With the fine but beautiful spirit tattoos from his branch meridians, he could form a vivid and incredibly fierce tattoo. Besides that, His offensive had increased by leaps and bounds, and he could create a brand new spirit energy magnetic field. Now, Meng Zhao was someone whose number of cleared main meridians reached the 2 digits, and if he rounded up his numbers, the difference between him and Sunya, who had cleared more than 80 main meridians, was not big. Kindling remained burning at the top corner of his field of vision and displaying his contribution points, which had gone over the terrifying wall of 60,000. He could now activate another 1/3 of the skills he had learned in his previous life. They were all supernatural skills that sounded incredibly brutal when he looked at the names. Meng Zhao was dazzled, and he did not know just which skill he should activate. Or should he activate all of them at once? To make sure that he could get hundreds of thousands of contribution points that would allow him to activate all the skills as soon as possible, aside from sparring with the students every night, he also learned how to edit videos and uploaded scenes of his fights during the day online. As the construction of the railroads was completed in segments from Dragon City to Shattered Star Lake, a large number of signal towers were also built along the way. The exchange of information between the front lines and the rear became increasingly easier, and for a period of time every night, the superhumans who had been fighting at the front lines talked with the citizens at the rear through the social media and short video platforms. Since the enemies the Heaven Realm elites faced in Graveyard Forest and the Deity Realm elites faced in Raging Waves were incredibly fierce and the spirit energy over there was very complicated, it was very difficult for them to upload the full version of their fights. Most of the uploaded fights came from the fierce battles at Shattered Star Lake. The most popular among the citizens were the videos of youthful and beautiful freshmen from the universities, because those were their first battles. Xiao Jiangqing and the other 3 specially recruited students of the fighting courses from the Alliance of the 5 universities were naturally the ones promoted the most. The universities provided a lot of videos, and the live streaming platforms showed their battles from all sorts of angles. They were treated as the outstanding fighters of the new generation and carefully decorated before promotion. Meng Zhao's videos allowed him to gain some popularity as well because of his strange and deviant way of fighting. Before he uploaded his videos, the netizens never thought that there would be more than 50 different ways to kill a ghost arrow pig. They did not expect that someone would actually torture themselves with the fangs, venomous spikes, and acid from monsters before killing them. They did not think he would fight while covered in wounds. They also did not expect that while he was unarmed and while his arms were limp because he was poisoned, he could use a broken rib of a ghost arrow pig to cleanly kill a wolf crocodile, and then, with swift movements, flay another wolf crocodile and suffocate a 100-eyed toad. The swift but deviant ways he used to fight while suffering from major blood loss or when he was incredibly tired dazzled the netizens. And with Gu Jianbo, Ning Shuo, the Yan organization, and soul-breaking saber Luo Wu's support, Meng Zhao dumped money into the live streaming platform and short video platforms to make them promote him on their homepage and give him exposure. He also bought a lot of ghostwriters to push his videos on the trending ranking board. For a period of time, his name of the eldest senior brother of the ultimate style spread like wildfire and many netizens became interested in this brand new cultivation style and fighting model that came with a different air. Chapter 183, Art of Ghostwriting. As the kings of low-tier and middle-tier martial arts, Yan organization were really good when it came to promoting things. The ghostwriters and fans as well as anti-fans that the organization cultivated were really good too. The company was very familiar with the ways of buying media and recommendations as well as increasing exposure. Otherwise, how could Yan Feiru possibly come to occupy the top spots of the live streaming platforms as the Ripple Princess? When Yan organization went to promote the ultimate style, they were professional people doing professional things. Some of the things they did exceeded even Meng Zhao's expectations. Once he uploaded videos of his fights and sparring session with the students as free live-streamed classes, the first wave of comments was a stream of mockeries and insults. All sorts of unpleasant comments showed up, and all of them pointed to one thing: yes, compared to the traditional martial arts like the Overkill style or Beast Soul style, the brand new Ultimate style seems to be slightly more effective when it comes to killing monsters. It can also preserve stamina and spirit energy a little more, and it seems like it improves endurance. But that tiny increase would only made it suitable to kill normal monsters. It was average goods and one of the martial arts at the low end of the spectrum. It could not compare to the Overkill style, Beast Soul style, and the other high-end martial arts. The ghostwriters from Yan organization were the ones who started those comments. Meng Zhao was extremely puzzled. He had brought Gu Jianbo to meet the master of Yan organization, Yan Hengbo, and both of them regretted not meeting each other sooner. The negotiations went on very smoothly, and they quickly formed a strategic cooperation. They were now definitely going to embed ripple force as the main basic force execution method at the core of the Ultimate Styles martial arts system. They were sailing on the same ship of benefits, so what was Yan organization doing? You don't understand. The netizens are used to ghostwriters using all sorts of methods to praise the product they want to promote, and they have long since become wary, so doing that would have reverse effects. If we immediately started heaping praises on the Ultimate Style, the netizens would not bother to understand it. They wouldn't even click on the video to take a look at it, Yan Fair told Meng Zhao through the chatting app. But if we first degrade the Ultimate Style, the netizens will become curious, and they'll click on the video to see just what this Ultimate Style is. Also, through the ghostwriter's insults, we can make it seem that the Ultimate Style is worth nothing, which will lead to a decrease in the netizens' expectations for the Ultimate Style. So when they will see how dazzling you are when you dance between the monsters, they will think, whoa, that's pretty good. It's not as bad as the comments said. And subconsciously, they'll side with the Ultimate Style. Also, don't go thinking that the ghostwriters are criticizing the Ultimate Style to nothing. They're actually influencing the thoughts of people by inserting their ideas into their heads repeatedly. They're repeatedly saying that the Ultimate Style is very useful for killing normal monsters, and it's even more effective compared to the Overkill Style, Beast Soul Style, and other martial arts. Once this concept is planted into the netizens' heads, we'll have achieved partial success. You know the saying, the ones who get the sinking market will be the ones who will rule over the world. The stronger the martial art is, the harder it is to practice it, and the market for it is smaller. The Ultimate Style is just like the ripple force. Its target is the citizens, and it might go even farther to involve high school students and the grassroots soldiers in the Red Dragon Army. This is the most important market, so we shouldn't be worried about targeting the low-end market. The lower we go, the more people will learn of us, and we will not have a problem with earning a profit, because right now, getting traffic is the best way to earn a profit. Last of all, netizens are very smart. Do you think that they can't tell that there are plenty of ghostwriters leading the trend behind many of the malicious comments? But they won't be able to guess that the ghostwriters smearing the Ultimate Style's name belong to it. Logically speaking, there is no need for the Ultimate Style to commit suicide by slandering its own name when it has just been born, right? Then, just who would have hired these ghostwriters to defame the Ultimate Style? Practically every article criticizing the Ultimate Style compares it with the Overkill Style, Beast Soul Style, and Gunfighting Style. As people will make comparisons, they will come up with the conclusion that the Ultimate Style can't compare to the other styles at all. The truth will be clear. The ghostwriters would have to be from the Overkill Style, Beast Soul Style, and Gunfighting Style. Then, the smart netizens will think, if the Ultimate Style is really just wishful thinking and they're just causing a ruckus, why did the traditional martial arts styles use everything they have to destroy the Ultimate Style's name? Why are they thinking about nipping this brand new martial art in the bud? It must be because the Ultimate Style has a bright future and the possibility of becoming immensely powerful. Her words stunned Meng Zhao. Are you sure that the netizens are so smart that they can think so deeply? He asked hesitantly. Even if the netizens can't figure it out, it's fine. We can help them. The ghostwriters from Yan organization are professionals. They can rebuke you until you're not worth a single penny in the morning, but in the afternoon, they can praise you to high heavens. They can lead the tempo of the discussion from various angles and directions. Yan Fair told Meng Zhao that the main point was not comparing the Overkill Style and the Ultimate Style and deciding which was stronger. They were to instill a new thought into the netizens' minds, and that thought was that the Ultimate Style could compete with the Overkill Style. She then asked him whether he understood it. Take this for an example. If you shamelessly hound battle god Lei Zhongchao to fight against you in an arena, it won't matter who wins or loses between you. Even if Lei Zhongchao only casts a glance at you through the corner of his eye, you will still be considered to have won, and he to have lost. Even if you anger him and he beats you up in the arena to the point that you can't even take care of yourself, you will still become famous overnight and have a bright future ahead of you, while he would have lost completely and be too ashamed to even stay in the superhuman circle. Think about this carefully, isn't this the same logic as what we're doing right now? It makes sense. Promotion is seriously such a profound art. Now, the Overkill Style is just like battle god Lei Zhongchao, and I'm the Ultimate Style, a third-class fighter who is a nobody. As long as we bind the two of them together, we win. Meng Zhao was so excited that he slapped his thigh and gasped in amazement. Big sis Yan, don't you also practice the Overkill Style? Aren't you being too vicious to your own style? When we're in the world of business, we only talk business. I think that in the future, Martial arts will become even more segmented, and the high-end market will be completely different from the sinking market. I support the overkill style to fight against super beasts, especially when it comes to hell beasts and apocalyptic beasts. I believe that this is the only way to kill them. But it won't stop me from believing that the ultimate style is the most effective method to harvest normal monsters en masse. It's just like what you and Mr. Goose said, there isn't any problem with cultivating the 108 main meridians and 1024 branch meridians together. Unfortunately, I'll be at the Westlake base over this period of time, which is some distance away from you. A few days later, I have to go into Graveyard Forest with my lecturers to fight against even stronger super beasts. Otherwise, I want to go to the East Lake base and visit the Alliance of the 5 Universities to test the new cultivation cabin you created. Anyway, don't worry. With Yan organization leading the tempo in the dark, the ultimate style's exposure and its popularity will keep on growing. Soon, it'll be trending in the entire city. What happened half a month later was just as Yan Farah predicted. While continuously attacked by the Ghost Riders online and degraded until it was worth absolutely nothing, the ultimate style intrigued quite a lot of netizens, and their desire to rebel rose to the max. Everyone became sick of the mocking words and criticisms toward the ultimate style, and they started hoping that it could make a counterattack. Very soon, that counterattack arrived. It was not an internet article with empty words, but a swift attack from reality. And it came from Yan Organization's conference on Ripple Force v2.0. Originally, the conference should have been held during the Golden Period, which was the summer holidays after the National College examination, but due to the future Ripple Force that Meng Zhao brought forward, Yan Organization gained far too much inspiration. Yan Hengbo led the researchers into the martial arts lab and started a brand new process of upgrading the force execution method, which lasted almost half a year. Then, they finally came up with a Ripple Force v2.0 strengthened version. The martial arts industry had long since received news about this. It was the first time that one of the 3 basic force execution methods, Ripple Force, Reckless Bull Force, and Dragon Snake Force, received a true full version upgrade. The performance parameters would increase in all aspects, and it would create an important change in history. The event had a high possibility of changing the power setup of the basic martial arts market in Dragon City. Reporters gathered in the conference. The online live stream of the conference was also so popular that millions of people watched it at the same time. Yan Organization did not disappoint the viewers and the reporters. They gave a demonstration of Ripple Force v2.0, and the marvelous force execution method left people dumbfounded. Yan Organization put up all sorts of astonishing displays, such as repeatedly striking through 19 A4 sheets of paper with the ripples that came out of the user's fist while they stood 1 meter away. It was very hard for anyone to imagine that a basic force execution method would be able to do this. Ripple Force v2.0 is definitely the strongest force execution method in Dragon City. Many of the netizens wrote in the comments section of the live-streamed conference. The power setup of the basic force execution methods in Dragon City has changed. As the Yan family's Ripple Force attacks aggressively, will the other Ripple Force styles and the practitioners of Reckless Bull Force and Dragon Snake Force rise to arms and counterattack or just wait for their deaths? It was an incredibly sensational topic, and it attracted tens of thousands of insiders and enthusiasts. But what attracted the most attention in the conference was not Ripple version v2.0 itself. Instead, it was the 2 specially invited guests sitting at the VIP seats. One of them was Dean Zhang Yue of Agricultural University's Martial Arts and Life Science Department, and the other was Gu Jianbo, the person in charge of the research related to the ultimate style. Gu Jianbo had come to sign the tactical cooperation contract with Yan Organization. Yan Organization had actually chosen to announce their cooperation with the ultimate style during the conference of Ripple Force v2.0, which was an incredibly important event. They even promoted Ripple Force v2.0 as being able to perfectly operate within the ultimate style system and increase the performance of this brand new martial art to the highest degree. They acted as if it was the key feature of Ripple Force v2.0. Yan Hengbo, the leader of Yan Organization, also declared publicly that in order for Ripple Force v2.0 to blend with the ultimate style even more perfectly, he had been making minor adjustments to it, which was why the launching of the force execution method had been postponed by several months from the initial date, and he was incredibly sorry about that. Yan Organization placed great importance in the ultimate style, and to have Ripple Force v2.0 perfectly embed itself into the core of the ultimate style, they would rather refine it carefully and push back its launch repeatedly. This shocking news instantly caused a stir. Chapter 184, Each of their improvements. It had to be known that the question which of the three basic force execution methods was stronger was a hot topic that never died down in the world of Dragon City. It attracted countless keyboard warriors to quote authoritative works in their arguments. Ripple Force, Dragon Snake Force, and Reckless Bull Force each had their loyal followers protecting them. The reason behind it was very simple. Forget about the normal citizens practicing the ultimate divine arts that could only be practiced by people at the level of battle god Lei Zongchao. They could not even understand the construction plans of the dense spirit energy magnetic fields, so how could they happily argue with each other if that were the case? So, they could only talk about the three basic force execution methods in their free time. When Yan Organization stepped forward to endorse the ultimate style, the countless loyal fans and anti-fans began to talk about it, and the ultimate style's exposure reached new heights. Yan Feru seized this opportunity and stood forward to speak. The angle she chose for her topic was very ingenious. She did not say anything about the pros and cons of the ultimate style, but placed her attention on being against internet violence and condemning heartless ghostwriters. Yan Feru stated that she was the third-generation successor of the Yan family's Ripple Force but also a martial arts course student in Dragon City University. She was a proper overkill-style martial artist, and she did not have the right to talk much about the ultimate style, since it had risen to power alone and was a brand new martial arts concept. But over this period of time, a large number of ghostwriters and anti-fans had criticized and degraded this young martial arts concept which had just been born. Many of the words they used far surpassed the boundaries of normal martial arts inquiries, and as a proper martial artist, she regarded this sort of action with great disdain. I have personally experienced just how terrifying internet violence can be. Yan Feru spoke as if she was blaming herself in front of the camera. A few months ago, I was deceived by people with ulterior motives, and while I did not understand the truth, I recklessly gave immature opinions toward the powerful demonically modified Ripple Force. I misled many netizens, and it nearly led to a bad reaction to the demonically modified Ripple Force. I blame myself for this, and I have reflected on my comments online in the past to figure out whether I have disrespected and overlooked something else even more. Now, I've sworn to be cautious and open-minded toward all new ideals, new weapons, and new martial arts. I will not be in a hurry to give my first thoughts, and I will not condemn them immediately. Instead, I will give them the chance to grow slowly and gain their glory so that they can have the chance to prove themselves in real combat. This is my personal view, and it will naturally not represent all of Overkill style, but I believe that all of the Overkill style practitioners are the same as me. They have generous hearts, wise minds, and calm souls. They will not be provoked and will tolerate everything. They will also be willing to receive the challenges from other martial arts styles in real battle. Yan Feru then apologized sincerely to the netizens in regards to her comments about the demonically modified Ripple Force a few months ago. After that, she pushed this whole matter to new heights by saying, over the past 20 years, Dragon City could be said to have lived in a relatively safe age. Spirit energy martial arts and supernatural powers were acquired by multiple households, and they became commercialized in various ways. Commercialization in itself isn't bad, but we should also be tolerant. If we go overboard and operate just to obtain profit, we'll sink into destructive competition. We will use every method conceivable to criticize our allied martial arts styles and business partners, which will lead to the martial arts world and superhuman circle to turn aggressive, and that's not good. This is especially so right now. Dragon City is shifting from tactical defense to tactical offense. We are moving the war outwards. No one knows exactly what awaits us outside in the depths of the fog and the wild. The martial artists of the various sects, the superhumans taking up the various fighting occupations, and the millions of netizens and citizens must be united to fight against our opponents. Regardless of whether it is the overkill style or the ultimate style, both of their targets are the same. They want to use their fists and weapons to ensure that more of their comrades survive. Yan Feru spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, which earned her a lot of support from the netizens. Even Meng Zhao was lost. He was having a hard time believing that most of the ghostwriters who degraded the ultimate style in the beginning were actually from the Yan Organization. The solo act and the accusation of someone else for a crime they committed themselves was just awesome. Because of it, even if someone wanted to criticize the ultimate style online after this, they would have to think about whether their actions would have reverse effects. Many of the main practitioners of the other styles also popped up to speak against internet violence. The first one to take action was a 6-star superhuman at the peak of Heaven Realm, soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu. He used his official social media account to share Yan Feiru's article and showed his support by voicing his opinion about the matter. Usually, since deity realm elites were the leaders of their own specializations, they did not readily post their opinions online. They also seldom showed up to do any sort of business promotions. Heaven realm elites like soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu were the top-class elites that the normal citizens usually saw, so they had countless fans online, and he became the trending topic on the social media platforms. Once Luo Wu showed up, he also stirred many other powerful fighters to take action. Even though these people spoke from a strategic standpoint and mostly talked about internet violence and how the various martial arts styles could engage in a healthy competition so that they could improve together, as the instigator of the entire matter, the ultimate style kept appearing before the netizens every day. As time passed, many people gained the impression that the ultimate style was not that weaker than the overkill style. It was a martial arts style suitable for normal people and low-grade superhumans, which could increase their efficiency in killing normal monsters. But was the ultimate style really only suitable to kill normal monsters? Late at night in Shattered Star Lake, once Meng Zhao finished his daily killing of monsters and conducted the academic exchange with students, he stayed in the cultivation room alone and sat in a meditative position. He focused and entered deep meditation. When the world around him bled away like a fading tide, kindling would start burning fiercely at the top corner of his field of vision and light up the black tortoise Dinzong Yue left behind in the depths of his mind after the deity realm elite branded it on his cerebral cortex. In an instant, Meng Zhao would appear in the world in his mind, and he would enter the battlefield where he fought against the black tortoise. The beast's soul was refined and created after Dinzong Yue killed an apocalyptic beast. He extracted its shattered vitality magnetic field and used countless monster souls to refine it, which meant he spent a lot of blood, sweat, and tears to create it. When Meng Zhao faced it, he felt as if he was facing a real apocalyptic beast, and the pressure he felt made him feel as if the world had shattered and everything was collapsing around him. His training encompassed him facing the pressure that came from the feeling of the apocalypse descending on him and using the ultimate style to deliver as many slashes as possible before the black tortoise killed him with one swipe. At first, he only managed to deliver 9 slashes before he was torn to shreds by the claws of the black tortoise. The mind-numbing pain of it was as great as the torture that came from the mental strength test. Next time, he delivered 12 slashes before being reduced to mincemeat by the black tortoise. On the third day, he lasted 27 seconds and delivered 19 slashes. He went through the fourth, the fifth, and the sixth days. As time passed, gradually, Meng Zhao began to be able to fight against the fragmented soul of the black tortoise for more than 3 minutes. While he danced around at high speed, he cut into the black tortoise's shell and the folds where its limbs were connected to its body. The clash between the brand of the beast's soul and memories of his previous life helped Meng Zhao increase the skillfulness of the skills he learned in his previous life. This unexpected reward was something that even Dinzong Yue probably did not expect, despite the fact that he was the one who left behind the brand on Meng Zhao's cerebral cortex. Even with the intellect of someone at deity realm, he should have estimated that Meng Zhao would need at least 3 years before he could completely break the beast's soul brand. Because of that, he would be able to benefit from the black tortoise's fragmented soul throughout his entire university life. But who would guess that there was a unique fragmented soul residing in the depths of Meng Zhao's mind, and with the strength of 2 souls, the speed at which he trained his mind would increase to twice that of a normal genius. Meng Zhao knew that the effect which came from the internet fervor created by hiring ghostwriters to direct internet traffic and create discussion was empty, and it came and went very soon. If the ultimate style truly wanted to rise to power, it had to show results before the fervor was gone. He believed that the day was about to arrive. At that time, he would not be the only one creating miracles. More ultimate style practitioners would create those miracles. Once the internet fervor reached the East Lake base, no matter how fierce the fights were during the day, there were always more than 100 enthusiasts who came to the cultivation room for the exchange. They sparred there and cultivated. After the 3 cultivation cabins customized for the ultimate style were shipped to the front lines on the armored airships, they also became new toys that students lined up to try. Practically everyone found that after they used gene medicine and bioelectricity to stimulate their 1024 branch meridians, their senses and fighting endurance increased by a certain degree. Among them, the ones who improved by ridiculous leaps were Chu Feixiang and Wu Wu. Ever since he fought against Meng Zhao in the cultivation room using Army Fist, Chu Feixiang improved like he was on steroids. He found the correct way to train his heroic spirit, and from then on, he rode on Meng Zhao's coattails every day while causing a ruckus, and he often asked Meng Zhao to spar with him. In the past, Meng Jiao quite liked sparring with Chu Feixiong. He could beat up the big white bear until he groaned in pain, and that fair, plump boy weighing more than 100 kilograms would run all over the place to escape from him. But after receiving the harsh training from the military school, the big white bear turned into a big black bear, and with the help of a heroic spirit, his fighting spirit and resistance increased. Even if he were beaten up so badly that his parents would not be able to recognize him, he still gritted his teeth and continued. He only stopped once he beat up Meng Jiao until he was in the same state as he was. Meng Jiao finally bore witness to how stubborn the legendary soldier was. He insisted on proving that Meng Jiao's army fist was wrong and that being a righteous fist of protection was the true secret behind the army fist. Fortunately, soldier did not bother Meng Jiao for too long. After just a few days, when they fought using army fist at the same speed and strength, Meng Jiao could no longer win against Chu Feixiong, who was possessed by soldier. Forget about you, even Xiao Jiangqing is often rendered speechless when she sees my astonishing performance. Chu Feixiong could not help but smile smugly at Meng Jiao. Yesterday, I caught 25 three-eyed spirit cats in one go using army fist, and you should have seen that woman's expression. It was really interesting. Chapter 185, The situation is good. Is it? Meng Jiao felt that Chu Feixiong's body movements, speed, and the choice of timing had gone through a complete change, and he was happy for his best friend. He thought about it and said, then, let's form a party and head to even more dangerous places to fight. We can refine the ultimate style and army fist even more so that they can become better. After fighting intensely in the depths of the wild for a month, the students had gained a lot more fighting experience than from the years in the city defense. Many of them now possessed the ability to fight on their own without the help of Heaven Realm elites. The hunting squads they formed were no longer limited to the students within their own universities or courses either. They could form parties among the members of the Alliance of the 5 universities and even be recruited by powerful people to get closer to the dangerous regions near Graveyard Forest, where they would carry out all sorts of missions. The local government supported letting them form their own parties at will, because this was how a real battle would be like. They paid a lot of attention to the teamwork between various types of soldiers. If a party was formed purely of martial artists or gunslingers or heroic spirit users or monster controllers and they ran into a hard fight, they would be unable to cope with the situation, and it would be difficult for them to solve the problem. A standard superhuman squad would usually have at least 5 fighters, and they would be made of more than 3 different fighting occupations. They would also have at least 2 medical soldiers, harvesters, and other supporters. That was the only way they could ensure the highest survivability and greatest firepower. Meng Jiao had gotten to know quite a lot of freshmen from other universities through the Ultimate Styles study group. Sometimes, they would go together to hunt. He would even teach them on the spot while he figured out how martial artists of different styles were to work together with the other people. His battle achievements were slowly climbing up, and he gained the right to enter deep yellow regions and light red regions. And since he had been fighting against the Black Tortoise's beast soul, his mental state had been growing stronger as well. He was eager to test his limits. But against his expectations, Chu Feixiong's face turned red, and he said, I can't do it tomorrow. Xiao Jiangqing told me that we're going to area number 578. She heard that there is a lake there which has began boiling a couple days ago. It seems like a fierce beast or treasure has appeared at the bottom of the lake, and we want to investigate it. Then, we'll do it the day after tomorrow, Meng Jiao said. I can't make it the day after tomorrow either. Chu Feixiong's face turned even redder. Fortunately, his dark skin hid his blush, so it was not very obvious. I've also made a promise with Xiao Jiangqing for the day after tomorrow. We'll be going to a place near Graveyard Forest in search of 3-eyed spirit cats' nests. We'll be trying to kill a 3-eyed spirit cat king. She said that it's very beneficial to fight against 3-eyed spirit cats' agility. Meng Jiao sucked in a deep breath and said, then, 3 days later. 3 days later? Chu Feixiong scratched his head for a long time. What now? Do you have another appointment with Xiao Jiangqing 3 days later? Has she booked you until New Year? Are you going to her house for a reunion dinner? Meng Jiao had an unpleasant expression. Chu Feixiong smiled in a rather embarrassed fashion. That's not it. You know my situation, right? The ruthless and fierce instructions from the military school insisted on tying me and Xiao Jiangqing together by saying it's a study group. Once my results get better, we can be free of each other. I'm trying to break free from that woman as soon as possible, which is why I'm training so hard. Is that so? Meng Jiao narrowed his eyes and trained a sharp gaze on the black bear's dark skin. Why do I think that you're pretty happy about being bound to that woman? Meng Zhao, we're all peers. You should be more refined when you use your words, Chu Feixiang said seriously. Saying that woman is too crude. It's not suitable for you to use it to describe girls. She never provoked you. What the heck? Meng Zhao was flabbergasted. You were using that word just now. I was just going along with the flow. I was thinking about how things are unfair for you. Are they? Did I say that? Chu Feixiang thought about it. Then, I'll pay attention to it next time. Let's not call her that anymore. It doesn't feel nice when you hear it. A good man doesn't fight against a woman, right? Even if we really have to fight, it's meaningless even if we gain advantage verbally. We should use our manliness to completely defeat them. That's not right either. It's not us. You can forget about it. It'll be more than enough for me to defeat her alone. If Chu Feixiang's astonishing change was only known to Meng Zhao, Xiao Jianqing and a small portion of people in the Ultimate Style Study Group, then Wu Wu's brilliant achievements were known to everyone at the Easy Lake base. As one of the 4 specially recruited students within the fighting courses in the Alliance of the 5 Universities, she was the last to join the front lines. Before she arrived, Xiao Jianqing and the other 2 had already shown dazzling performances which shocked countless people. They defended the glory of the student recruit system set by Dragon City by showing how fair it was. Wu Wu's performance did not lose to that of Xiao Jianqing, despite the fact that she had the support of the heroic spirit female battle god. In just half a month, her kill count shot up the ranking board, and soon, she surpassed everyone aside from Xiao Jianqing and the other 2 specially recruited students. On one day, she managed to kill more than 300 monsters. On another occasion, she fought for a total of 72 hours straight. On yet another occasion, she destroyed a demonic halberd Chinese alligator nest and killed 2 demonic halberd Chinese alligator kings, who were super beasts. She renewed all sorts of unimaginable records and became the daily star of the East Lake base several times. In fact, during the choosing of a weekly star session, her overall marks were ranked second, and the person ahead of her was a veteran hunter who was a 3-star superhuman. This shocking performance naturally attracted multiple people's gazes. Not only did various sponsors and investors look for her, the social media and live streaming platforms also sent reporters to interview her. Wu Wu's live experiences as she grew up were also a major selling point. Besides, the local government wanted to turn her into a standard promotional tool. A human girl who was lost in the wild returned to the human world after being saved by the Red Dragon Army and was taken care of by the Survival Committee. She regained the glory and dignity of her humanity, and she is now fighting to defend human civilization. Such things really motivated people. Meng Zhao had thought that Wu Wu would be really averse to the high number of cameras and flashing lights, or at the very least, she would be incredibly unfamiliar with it. If she bared her teeth at the camera and started declaring that she wanted to eat this or that, that would be bad. But to his surprise, the girl was not afraid of the cameras at all. Sometimes, she was very graceful, while at other times, she looked pitiful. Sometimes, she was heroic, while at other times she was as naive as a kitten. Her frowns and her smile stirred up the netizens' emotions, and the effects from interviewing her were really good. There are also monsters who like putting on makeup on their faces after they become bosses or kings in their groups. They use colorful fragments of crystals to disguise themselves and let out different sounds to show their might, Wu Wu told Meng Zhao in private in a resigned tone. Since I want to become the king among the super monsters which are humankind, I have to learn their unnecessary formalities and the ways to promote myself. Even though it's a little troublesome, I don't think that these promotions are any different from roaring as the king of beats. It's not difficult to get used to it. You think so? Then, Meng Zhao suddenly noticed something. Wait, your grammar is no longer broken and fragmented. Wu Wu was a little taken aback. When you spoke before, you did so in fragments, and there were a lot of grammatical mistakes as well as awkward pauses. You did the same thing when you were interviewed a few days ago. Why are you speaking so fluently all of a sudden? Meng Zhao asked in surprise. Oh. My grammar has always been perfect, I just pretended that my grammar sucked. It suited my character, Wu Wu said calmly. You saw it too. The local government wants to use me to declare the superiority of human civilization and Dragon City's lifestyle, so I naturally have to pretend to be naive, simple, and cute. Then, I can use this character to get more benefits. It sucks that my methods are really brutal and I don't look cute. The only thing I could do was pretend that my grammar sucks. In the words of humans, you'd say that this is a character setting. Meng Zhao found himself speechless. Don't you feel tired? Not at all, Wu Wu said coolly. 99% of the humans are the same as 99% of the monsters. We just need to use our claws to conquer them. There's no need for you to use words to communicate with them. Everyone thinks that I have broken grammar, so if I run into people I don't like, I can just choose not to speak and even ignore them. It gives me more time to think about important things quietly. Isn't that just great? Then why aren't you speaking in broken grammar today? Meng Zhao asked. I forgot. Wu Wu shrugged. She found it puzzling as well. I guess it's because I'm close to you, no? Wu Wu, Chu Feishuang, and Meng Zhao were not the only new superhumans who had changed completely and improved by leaps and bounds after they joined the Northern Offense. It wasn't even only the superhumans who improved. The normal soldiers who joined the Northern Offense also learned a lot from the tactical offense as they pushed boldly forward. It was said that in just a short month, over 300 people turned into Broken Star superhumans. Triumphant news kept pouring forward from the Northern Offense, and the situation looked good. The railroads and public roads between Dragon City and Shattered Star Lake gradually took shape. More than 200 powerful forts defended this artery of traffic, and no matter how much the monsters caused a ruckus, they could not cross the forts. The low-grade superhumans from the Alliance of the Five Universities and Dragon City University had cleared more than 70% of the regions in Shattered Star Lake, and they divided the regions that seemed to be locations where superbeast nests were built and were relatively dangerous into really small areas, then used long-legged spiders and reconnaissance drones to monitor them closely. All they were waiting for was to gather a large number of soldiers so that they could take down the entire area in one go. The powerful fighters sent out a large number of superbeast carcasses from Graveyard Forest every day, and their harvests were so great that it was something rarely seen over the past 10 years. And as the powerful fighters fought day and night, they continued training their minds and bodies, and they reached even higher states. Banners flew practically every day in the bases where the Alliance of the Five Universities and Dragon City University were located in Shattered Star Lake, saying things like, "Congratulations to whatchamacallit of whatever year he or she happens to be in from insert name here university for reaching Heaven Realm." The people ate the buffets in celebration for the birth of Heaven Realm elites time and again, and sometimes, there were 2 or even 3 people who leveled up on the same day, so the dates of their celebratory dinners clashed. Good news also came from the Deity Realm elites fighting in raging waves. Apparently, they had already located the nest of the apocalyptic beast, and they were about to get rid of the Supreme King of Beasts in one fell swoop. At that time, Dragon City, Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Raging Waves would all belong to humans. Everyone cheered happily, thinking that they would gain full victory for the Northern Offense before winter arrived. Meng Zhao alone felt more terrified the more good news he received. He just could not fathom how he had never heard of Dragon City obtaining complete victory in his previous life, even though right now, victory was right within their grasp. Chapter 186, Rainy Season. Between the 2 bases in Shattered Star Lake and Raging Waves was a huge sandbox. There were long-term plans for it. Central Business District, a 3D show farm for etherealized plants, a high-end residential area, a crystal industrial integrated area, and a runic symbol research town would be built there. They had prepared dozens of skyscraper models that were hundreds of meters tall, which would create a picture of prosperity and modernity that did not lose us to Dragon City's main city. This bridgehead for the advancement of human civilization in the otherworld would be a legendary futuristic city. When the students had just arrived, even the ones with the strongest imagination had a hard time believing that they could turn everything that was planned in the sandbox into reality within a short period of time. But as they gained victory after victory in the Northern Offense and a large number of construction machines were sent to the cleared areas from the rear, the riverway was cleared, the muddy ponds were filled up, and the pile drivers made loud sounds day and night, everyone felt like they had returned to the great construction era. Sparks from steel flew everywhere, molten iron flowed, everyone bustled with activity, and everything changed rapidly. The students quickly gained hope. Now, when they came back from their hunts, they loved to squat around the sandbox and imagine a bright future. There were all sorts of rumors flying around. It was said that the Survival Committee had already decided to turn the area from Shattered Star Lake to Raging Waves into a brand new demonstrational developmental zone. It was going to be the best region in Dragon City, and it would be known as Celestial Dragon Area. Someone also mentioned that the prices for land and houses would rise to extravagant numbers, and in the future, the high-end houses would be more in demand than even the luxurious house in the main city area. Many of the powerful fighters would move here so they would be closer to the crystal mines under graveyard forest and raging waves. It would allow them to enjoy being nurtured by spirit energy, and the training here would be even swifter than in the main city area. Other people said that the houses here could not be bought by money. They would have to draw lots, and those who contributed in the northern offense and had a lot of points accumulated under their belt would have a higher chance of getting selected. Whenever anyone mentioned this, the students' faces turned red. They rubbed their palms together, as if they already saw themselves living in the high-end houses in Shattered Star Lake. They imagined themselves being nourished by spirit energy every day. Meng Zhao was the only one who squatted in a corner while thinking about other things. In his previous life, Celestial Dragon Area did not exist. Instead, he could vaguely remember Dragon City going through an incredibly difficult period for a few years after his mother was burnt by the ghost-eyed golden-winged flame beetle. They suffered from such a lack of resources that they had to ration food. The atmosphere in the city had turned incredibly gloomy, which meant that they never managed to gain complete victory. There were no fighting spirits soaring into the air as they started all-round constructions. So, what happened after they thought that everything was going great to when they would never be able to build Celestial Dragon Area? Meng Zhao could not figure it out for the time being. So, he trained even harder to improve his strength and spread the ultimate style, reckless bull force, 100 saber techniques, and other martial arts suitable for the war in the future. When November arrived, the thing he was worried about finally happened. A sudden storm came, and it rained for 3 days and nights, which turned Shattered Star Lake into a wetlands. The lakes were calm and pure, like brilliant moons or pearls before, but the water level rose, and hundreds of lakes gathered together. They became an ocean with strong waves. The areas the humans had cleared after fighting for 2 months were devoured by the mysterious ocean in the blink of an eye, and a lot of the crude and clumsy construction machines that were not transferred away in time sank to the bottom of the lake. When the rain hit skin, it felt as if the heavens had decided to fire tens of thousands of arrows at the same time. The drops were slightly corrosive and interfered with the superhuman's vitality magnetic fields. It also invaded the core units of the war and construction machines. The humans could not launch massive offenses in the storm, which provided the monsters with valuable time to catch their breath while on their deathbed. When the storm gradually came to a stop, the water level, which had risen to ridiculous heights, required around 5 days to go down. However, the marks the humans had left in the regions which had been ravaged by the lake were completely washed away. The ground had become at least 10 times more watery than before, and there was a lot more mud. The originally fertile soil turned into a terrifying swampland, and countless mutated pests lurked in it. Even worse was the fog that came later. Once the storm passed, fog rose from everywhere and enveloped a circular area of 100 kilometers in Shattered Star Lake. The visibility in it was incredibly low. Even the superhumans with sharp eyesight had a hard time seeing each other clearly when they were 20 meters apart. And there was a powerful interference with spirit energy magnetic fields, so the internet was completely crippled. The communication system was practically dead, and the failure rate of the war machines rose to 100%. The fog, mud, and venomous pests, the collapse of communications systems, and the large increase in the failure of complicated machinery created an incredibly horrible fighting environment. Only superhumans were able to deal with the situation, while the Red Dragon Army had a hard time providing support to the northern offense, since it consisted of normal soldiers. Unless, of course, it did not care about casualties. How could this happen? Didn't they say that the Supernatural Tower inspected Shattered Star Lake for more than 10 years and had complete knowledge of the astrological and geographical parameters? Why didn't they know that November is the rainy season in Shattered Star Lake and that such a bothersome fog would rise here? The fighters at the front lines grumbled. The environmental scientists and meteorologists at the rear felt really unsatisfied as well. Based on their observations over the past 10 or so years, the weather during autumn in Shattered Star Lake was stable, so it was a very precious period of time when they could get decisive results. Storms and fog seldom appeared. But they did not know just how many types of crystal mines were hidden under Shattered Star Lake. The minerals that contained great spirit energy were incredibly unstable, and it was very easy for them to interfere with the planet's magnetic field. Based on the analysis, Shattered Star Lake had never had such a large number of superhumans gathered in it before. The vitality magnetic fields released by thousands of superhumans at the same time might have created a resonance and affected the unique frequency of some underground crystal mine, so it released its power, which interfered with the magnetic field of the planet in this area. This in turn might have affected the weather and created a heavy storm with fog. In the ancient texts about deities and monsters, there were records of cultivators summoning the wind and rain. After superhumans reach deity realm, they can also use their strength to resonate with the planet's magnetic field to obtain the support from the world. Based on this, the change in the weather should be related to the activities of the powerful humans. The meteorologists argued eloquently. In the past, only a small number of superhumans did small-scale reconnaissance in Shattered Star Lake, which is why they didn't create any problems with the weather. But this time, Dragon City sent out such an unprecedented number of superhumans that they could practically be considered an army. This, of course, interfered with the weather, which then affected the army. This is the first time we've sent so many superhumans out of Dragon City to launch a decisive battle. Before we figure out just how many crystal mines are hidden under Shattered Star Lake to raging waves, no one could have expected such a thing happening. It was no longer important to find out who was responsible for the accident. In truth, even if they had managed to predict the arrival of the rainy season and the fog, the northern offense was already ready to be launched, and they had to wage war. What was important was that they could not drag out the northern offense until it was January or February in the other world, because winter was the harshest during that time. The temperature during the winter in the wild would occasionally drop to -20 or 30 degrees Celsius. Sometimes, it was even lower. The ground would freeze solid, and the failure rate of sophisticated weapons and construction machines would increase a lot. Right now, the strategy Dragon City used to fight against monsters was known as the Fortress Strategy, where they used war fortresses as their core. Without the war fortresses' massive firepower, which served as transfer points for communications and command centers and provided necessary supplies and medical treatment to powerful fighters when they were hungry and injured, even the superhumans would not dare to recklessly enter deep into the wild for intense battles. When the harsh winter arrived, it would be inevitable that the efficiency of the man-made war fortresses would plummet. The northern offense's rhythm would then be disrupted. But the worst part was that the monsters had already started attacking the artery connecting Dragon City to the front lines. The monsters had become smarter. In the past, they formed huge hordes and launched suicidal attacks at the humans' groaning armored trains. Since they faced the powerful firepower from the armored trains which were protected by powerful fighters, it was only natural that their actions led to their death. But now, the monsters noticed that they did not actually need to attack the armored trains. They just had to destroy the rails and public roads when the fog was around and visibility was low. Then, they could force the humans' armored trains and freight cars to stop, which gave them the chance to attack them. The fog enveloped the entire artery, and it covered a region that was almost 20 kilometers in length. Hence, the stretch of 20 kilometers turned into a death road where fights occurred all the time and blood was spilled all over the place. Every day, countless Red Dragon Army soldiers and monsters engaged in brutal survival games. When the rails and public roads were destroyed, the humans repaired them, and once they were repaired, the monsters destroyed them. Practically every crosstie and road sign was stained with blood that could not dry. Because of it, the efficiency of supply provision fell down. The amount of weapons, ammunition, medicine, and resources transported to the front lines was reduced to half of its original number. Then, it dropped to 1/3, and later, it became even less. This put a limit on the number of times the Red Dragon Army could provide fire support for the superhumans. After the normal soldiers fired their last bullet, even if they wanted to contribute, they could only hold their guns like they were torches and sigh helplessly. The superhumans could only grit their teeth and persevere. It was impossible for them to retreat. Even though their spirits were not as high as half a month ago, all the people at the front lines knew just how many resources Dragon City had poured into the northern offense. They had been very close to success and glorious results. If they retreated now, it would mean that the resources the Dragon citizens had accumulated over decades would all go up in smoke. Until they rested for some 5 years, it would be impossible for them to make a comeback. And if they waited for 5 years before they returned, Shattered Star Lake, Graveyard Forest, and Raging Waves would have once again turned into monster heaven. Then, all the blood they spilled in the northern offense would all be in vain. Chapter 187, The Monsters Who Evolve Madly. The northern offense did not stop. Instead, more investors poured money into it. A large number of veteran superhumans were mobilized from the other battle lines around Dragon City to provide reinforcements. The supernatural tower and universities brought out their cultivation resources, which they had accumulated over decades, as rewards. The spirit energy and runic symbol technology research centers, monster research centers, and zombie research centers also brought out all sorts of high-tech which had yet to be tested. It soon began to look that the battle would be the deciding factor whether Dragon City would prosper or fall. However, the murderous humans noticed an even more troublesome matter after they rushed into Shattered Star Lake, which was ravaged by a storm and a flood. The monsters were evolving. In the past, the monsters faced interference from spirit energy, and their genes were not stable. The speed at which they evolved was 100 times faster than that of the creatures on Earth. Now, the speed at which they evolved was 10 times faster than even that. It was as if the gears controlling their evolution were broken, and they broke through the limit that kept their evolution in check. Animals, plants, fungus, bacteria, and viruses started evolving at unbelievable speeds. In the beginning, their evolution was limited to their organs. The venomous spikes from the ghost arrow pigs became longer and sharper, and they could be fired farther. Before, they could be blocked with anti-explosion shields, but now, the spikes would drive themselves half an inch into oid armor. And if one hit the human body, it pierced right through it. There was no trouble for the spike to go through a skull. The 100-eyed toads could jump higher and excrete even more acid. The corrosive properties of their acid became stronger, and it became even easier for them to use it. They could now form acid fog that would permeate through everything while they were a few meters in the air. Even if the humans managed to avoid the acid, it was far too easy for them to get in contact with the acid fog and breathe it in. It burned their retina and respiratory tract. The wolf crocodile's biting strength increased by leaps and bounds. After they evolved, their mouths were like saws, and they could bite through a strengthened exoskeleton. Then, when they activated their death spiral, they could crush and rip apart the humans' limbs and even their strengthened exoskeletons. The mutation of organs alone was enough to make the low-grade superhumans feel troubled. But the monster's intelligence when it came to fighting also rose. It was as if all the stupid monsters had been killed by humans. It left only the cunning ones alive, and they reproduced. They knew how to use a large variety of strategies to dance around humans. They lay in ambush, launched sneak attacks, feigned death, lured enemies deeper into their territories, and even surrounded humans to provide reinforcements for each other. Even the monsters who were famed for living alone gradually gained the habit of forming groups. As for the monsters who were already used to living in groups, they started forming larger groups composed of dozens of monsters. They created mighty hordes that resulted in unbearable consequences to solo human hunters. What was even more frightening was that monsters of different races started showing signs of working together. In the past, the monsters treated each other as mortal enemies. Before the humans transmigrated to the other world, they fought against each other and ate each other for an unknown number of years. Hence, it was very difficult for anyone to imagine feline-type monsters working together with demonic halberd pigs or other artiodactyla-type monsters, much less working together with reptile-type monsters. If anyone analyzed this from the perspective of biology, they would find that the difference between a demonic halberd pig and a 100-eyed toad was even bigger than the difference between a demonic halberd pig and a human. After all, no matter how weird demonic halberd pigs and humans found each other, they were still mammals in the end. But now, when they faced the humans' powerful offense, the monsters were threatened, and they broke through the restraints imposed on them by their instincts. They discovered the benefits of having a variety of different soldiers from different races. Because of it, the humans faced even greater problems. In the beginning, when they faced a single monster or a horde formed from a single type of monster, they could find a way to deal with them. If they faced monsters who were skilled in close-quarters combat, they would defend their forts and wait for the monsters to charge at them on their own. They would, then, die in front of humankind's heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. If they faced monsters skilled in long-distance fighting, they would carpet bomb the area before using smoke bombs to obstruct vision. After that, they would send superhumans to fight them. In the decades of the Monster War, such simple and crude strategies always worked. But now, the classical strategies written in textbooks just led to increasingly more devastating losses. There were no longer any cheers in the East and West bases. Casualties covered head to toe in blood were carried back to the bases by their similarly injured comrades practically every day. Many of the new and young superhumans with bright futures ahead of them were stuffed into black body bags and carried back by their coursemates with numb expressions. Those who managed to die with their whole bodies intact were considered rather lucky. Many of the people disappeared without a trace seconds after they stepped into a swamp. Perhaps one day, when humans completely conquered Shattered Star Lake and drained all the swamps, they would be able to find their incomplete corpses in the depths of the mud. The bases were filled with a solemn atmosphere. But no one lost their fighting will, regardless of whether it was the seniors who had seen even more devastating battles rage through the city or the ignorant newbies. Instead, they joined the battle that would decide Dragon City's future with even greater enthusiasm. All sorts of new weapons, new technology, new martial arts, and new ideals were discussed with fervor and revered. Normal soldiers and superhumans looked for a secret weapon that could solve the problem of monsters which were leveling up non-stop. The topic of the monsters evolving and mutating was the hottest one among the students at night, before they fell asleep. One night, when they held one of their meetings before bed, Meng Zhao said, "The monsters have always learned very quickly. We never noticed this because the monsters who entered Dragon City by mistake through the dimensional vortex were all killed by us, so they never had the chance to learn. Only the apocalyptic beasts are powerful enough to invade Dragon City and flee after being surrounded by deity realm elites. Aside from them, the normal monsters and middle-tier and low-tier superbeasts living in the wild don't understand the terrors of human civilization at all, so they don't have the experience or motivation to level up. But now that we started expanding our territory on a large scale, we entered the monsters' home base, and with the advantage provided by the environment, many of the monsters might get injured, but not die after coming into contact with us. There is a saying in the military that a veteran who's survived countless fierce fights is worth 10 ignorant new soldiers. It's the same for monsters. The monsters which flee back to their nests will naturally tell others about their experiences when fighting humans or use some kind of really profound method to stimulate the strength hidden in the deepest parts of their genes. They will then become stronger in all aspects, from their limbs and organs to brains, and this strength will make them better against humans. Natural selection is decided by the survival of the fittest, and those who adapt are the ones who survive. I believe that the monsters which manage to survive the brutal environment of Monster Mountain Range are all smart and powerful. In the past few decades, they had never run into opponents as bizarre as humans, but those who can't get used to fighting are eliminated by nature, so the ones who remain are the most troublesome. So, we must not think about trying to be lucky by winning the war in one effortless swoop. The real monster war has just begun. The students fell silent. After some time, one of them grumbled, "There are far too many monsters. I thought that we have already cleared 70% of Shattered Star Lake and killed most of the monsters. I didn't expect that after the 3-day storm, these bastards would pop up endlessly from the swamp, and they became even fiercer and more cunning. Say, forget about the pests, why are there so many of those beasts of prey as well? It doesn't make sense. Where have they been hiding? What do they eat? How can they reproduce on such a large scale? It seems like after we entered the other world, not only have the laws of physics been distorted, even the ecosystem and the rules governing the food chain were destroyed. What if the monsters were never naturally produced?" Meng Zhao mumbled sleepily. He was exhausted after fighting for an entire day. They might be bioweapons produced at a large scale. The students were stunned. "What did you say?" Meng Zhao was also surprised. He did not know what he was saying either. The students were beginning to be unable to see through Meng Zhao. There was one thing that puzzled them a lot. Was he lucky that he chose Gu Jianbo, the creator of the ultimate style, as his personal tutor when the semester started, or did he really have a secret no one knew about and knew that the ultimate style would soon shine brilliantly? When the monster war became more intense, the old martial art styles and weapons resulted in the fighters getting gravely injured, but the new styles, thought processes, and strategies ascended one after another. Among them, the one that caught the most attention was, without a doubt, the ultimate style. In over a month or so, the number of students who learned the ultimate style from Gu Jianbo through the remote classes organized by Meng Zhao increased to nearly 150 people. Under the support of Dean Zong from Agricultural University's martial arts course and the sponsor from Yan Organization, 10 cultivation cabins custom-made for the ultimate style were shipped to the front lines. This was enough to fulfill the requirements of the low-grade superhumans training in them for half an hour every day. Aside from Wu Wu and Chu Feixiang, most of the students were not as strong as the monster that was Meng Zhao. They could not withstand the dual shock of high-density gene medicine and super-strong bioelectricity coursing through them. They could not clear 1,024 branch meridians in one go. But even if they only cleared from 30 to 200 branch meridians and their senses sharpened by 5%, the results of their battles were vastly different from their peers on the battlefield that was filled with dangers and could instantly decide their lives and deaths. Before the storm, whether a person chose to practice the ultimate style or not did not have a great effect on the results of the war. After all, those who practiced the ultimate style were all freshmen ranked either at the bottom or middle of their respective universities. It was very difficult for them to change completely within a short time. Besides, both Meng Zhao and Gu Jianbo had suggested that they do not use any of their killing moves and do their best to curb their urges to create spirit energy magnetic fields. They could not get used to the switch between the old and new fighting styles within such a short time, so their data and the results of their fights were average. They remained as nobodies. But after the storm, everything changed. Chapter 188, A Small Storm. If the students who did not practice the ultimate style and the members who were in the ultimate style study group who had the same fighting strength were compared, the latter generally had a 20% better survival rate on the battlefield. Even if they were injured, they seldom lost their fighting strength or suffered life-threatening injuries. Even if they were drenched in blood and looked as if they were suffering from terrible wounds, they could still jump around in a lively manner and run back to the base. Everyone else's killing efficiency had largely fallen. The people who could kill 30 or more monsters in a day could now only kill a bit over 10. But the ultimate style enthusiasts did not have a clear decrease in killing efficiency. Based on what they said, when they stepped into the swamps filled with traps and faced the evolved and mutated monsters, they felt as if they were fish in water and could do whatever it was that they wanted to do. In an instant, they could sense the ingenuity of the ultimate style. Meng Zhao had taught them many skills, such as repeatedly sidestepping when they faced monsters, making their muscles tremble slightly when they attacked, and shaking their heads subconsciously when they launched fatal strikes. It might have seemed stupid and unnecessary before the storm and brought no benefits, just wasted stamina and made them miss opportunities to attack. But after the storm, it became a crucial tactic. Not only did it allow them to expand their peripheral vision and be constantly prepared to avoid attacks that might come at them from anywhere, they could also use more complicated movements to throw the vastly more intelligent monsters off their rhythm, along with using more attack trajectories that made it difficult for the monsters to dodge. In other words, the ultimate style looked as if it was born for the brand new battles. It was a natural counter to the new generation of monsters. When the communication lines and the information transfer channels were cleared, though such moments were rare, a lot of battle data and the experiences of the fighters at the front lines were sent back to Agricultural University's martial arts course. Gu Jianpo was shocked and delighted. Even the pioneer of the ultimate style did not expect that Meng Zhao's arrival would bring such brilliant hope for the ultimate style. Even though the northern offense suffered a setback, it offered a unique turning point for the rise of the ultimate style. And as expected, the 10 years of experiments and countless researches ensured that Blade Dancer had a lot more theoretical knowledge than Meng Zhao. He immediately gathered all the experimental data of the ultimate style and the achievements at the front lines and wrote a few articles that held a lot of weight. The martial arts course's Dean Zongyue also used his great judgment, authority, and incredible tolerance to seize this tactical chance that would disappear in just a short moment. He used the large network he had gained after he became a Deity Realm elite and reported the various achievements of the ultimate style to the university. Then, he sent them out to the alliance of the 5 universities and the major corporations created by his alumni from Agricultural University, Red Dragon Army, and the Supernatural Tower. In just a short while, the ultimate style was no longer a conjurer's trick that had caught momentary attention online. Instead, it entered the sights of the powerful people of various areas and the absolute powers who had the right to control the fate of Dragon City. Of course, since they were now facing a brand new fighting style, countless wild theories and even heretical ideas with false reasoning popped up, just waiting to be tested. But the ultimate style was one that had been refined multiple times in Meng Zhao's previous life, and it was the martial art ideal that was the most suited for the brand new fighting style. It stood out very quickly. Quite a number of Agricultural University alumni who were now famous became incredibly interested in the ultimate style and were willing to invest in their university to expand the scale of the experiments related to the ultimate style. The other 4 universities in the alliance invited Gu Jianbo to give lectures, attend exchanges, and explore how the ultimate style could blend with the other martial arts styles and fighting occupations. As the military school students, Ma Hong, and the other officers who were serving in the army, they promoted the ultimate style with everything they had, so even the Red Dragon Army decided to create a lecture team consisting of instructors to learn the essence of the ultimate style and verify it with the military's own methods. If things went well, it would have the chance to spread among the millions of Red Dragon Army soldiers. When Gu Jianbo happily told Meng Zhao about this news, Meng Zhao only smiled faintly. It was not because he was calmer than his tutor, but because he already knew that they had gained initial success when he saw the skyrocketing contribution points at the top of his vision. He had completed half of the fight for the ultimate style quest, and he had now gained more than 100,000 contribution points. He was just a small butterfly who had returned from the apocalypse. He had been covered in wounds and totally insignificant, but as he continued flapping his wings, he finally stirred up a small storm. The future was changed. With Blade Dancer Gu Jianbo and Black Tortoise Zhang Yue protecting the ultimate style, they would continuously perfect and promote it, so Meng Zhao felt completely at ease about this. Now that he was free of worries, he could start killing monsters at the front lines as he wanted and provide even more fighting data for the ultimate style. Unfortunately, Shattered Star Lake was shrouded in fog, and the interference from spirit energy magnetic fields was very strong. Not only did it cripple the internet and the fighting data chain, even the cameras, IR detectors, tactical computers, and other slightly more sophisticated equipment faced interference at an atomic level. Their electron shells were affected. Slight changes occurred in these machines, which resulted in their failure and inability to record battles. Meng Zhao could not record himself training madly day and night nor his fights. Due to various reasons, he could not send all the monster carcasses he killed back to the base either. His vision was not good in the fog, and he was gradually going deeper into Shattered Star Lake, to the point that he reached the border separating Shattered Star Lake and Graveyard Forest, which was a dangerous region where super beasts might appear. The normal students could no longer match his rhythm. Aside from Wu Wu, Chu Feishuang, and another handful of people, few people knew just how Meng Zhao had become. Everyone just had a blurry idea that after he practiced the ultimate style, he became far stronger than a normal Broken Star superhuman. But in their minds, there was a limit to his strength. At most, he was at the same level as Sun Ya, Xie Feng, Duan Lian, and Zhang Rui, the four great kings of Agricultural University's martial arts course. Even Sun Ya and the other three thought the same way. They admit that Meng Zhao had been improving very quickly recently. They could see him going through a change almost every day. His gaze became sharper, and the killing intent coming from him was getting stronger. If anyone came into contact with him at close distance, they felt as if they could not breathe. But the amount of monster carcasses that Meng Zhao brought back every day in exchange for monster coins was not that much higher when compared to theirs. After they got through the most brutal first few days, they got used to the all-new fighting style, and their strength as well as experience increased by leaps and bounds. Besides, the ultimate style had a fatal weakness. It could only be used to harvest normal monsters and could not deliver a fatal strike to superbeasts. This meant that Meng Zhao was fated to only fight in Shattered Star Lake. It was difficult for him to enter Graveyard Forest and join the more intense fights, because there were plenty of superbeasts there. Due to this, Sun Ya and the other three had a psychological advantage over Meng Zhao. They were people who treated going into Graveyard Forest as their goal. Then, one day in early December, they formed a party with Meng Zhao for the first time after the storm to go to a dangerous zone near Graveyard Forest. Before the storm, the danger level of this region was registered as deep yellow, which meant that there might be a normal monster's nest over there. There was even a possibility that there would be normal monsters who had mutated into superbeasts as well. After the storm, the lakes connected, and the areas around them turned into swamps. The danger level appraisals in the past lost all their significance, especially in areas that were close to Graveyard Forest. Superbeasts from the forest might pop up there at any moment after fleeing from Heaven Realm elites. Among the freshmen, only the people who were at the level of the four great kings from the martial arts course would dare to form parties and go there, because they had been improving at lightning speed during the fierce fighting over the past few months and had a great understanding over the subtleties of spirit tattoos. But Meng Zhao walked in front of them with two surging lightnings at his waist. With light footsteps, he stepped on the muddy ponds. Sun Ya and the other three watched his back and discussed him. Using the ultimate style to harvest mooks is pretty good, actually. Next time, when we go into Graveyard Forest to fight, we should bring Meng Zhao. Even if there are a lot of normal monsters in Graveyard Forest, with him around, we can save a lot of our stamina and pay more attention to fighting against superbeasts. That's right. Even though the ultimate style doesn't have enough power, its users are very agile, and they're really good at dodging. When we face superbeasts, Meng Zhao should be able to run and attract the superbeasts to kite them, thereby giving his party members the chance to deliver a fatal strike, Xie Feng said. With such a deviant in the team, our efficiency would increase by leaps and bounds. Besides, he also knows how to poison, set traps, launch sneak attacks, perform injury examinations, and harvest. Duan Lian added. With Meng Zhao around, we won't need to bring a harvester with us. If we had another person with us, we'd be wasting more of our strength, and that harvester would be a burden. It's better if a party is as simple as possible. Agreed, Jiang Rui said. Let's get a clear grasp of Meng Zhao's strength today. We'll see if he has the right to join us in Graveyard Forest. As they spoke, Meng Zhao suddenly froze in front of them. Sunya and the other three also smelled the abnormal stench in the air. When they heard the hissing sounds that came from the depths of the fog, goosebumps broke out on their skins. A dozen slithering figures appeared vaguely in the rolling fog. There was a long, vertical slit in their murky eyeballs. Their fangs were in rotting flesh, and their scales stood high like blades. They shone with a dim, chilly light. The pythons were longer than 10 meters, and they formed monstrous-looking slithering lines in the swamp. They were one of the most powerful existences among normal monsters, blade-shattering pythons. Compared to the blade-shattering pythons Meng Zhao and the others had encountered during the National College Examinations practical exam, the wild species were thicker after they evolved and their blade-like scales were more compact and sharp. The pythons could also move faster. The fierce light that shone dimly in their eyes showed that they possessed incredibly high intelligence. Based on the number of bodies that popped out in the fog, there were about 30 of them. No good, it's a nest of blade-shattering pythons. The expression of Sunya and the other three changed. Even though the blade-shattering pythons were normal monsters, once so many of them appeared, they were still very difficult to deal with. Besides, since there were around 30 blade-shattering pythons gathered together, there might be a Python King among them, and it would be a Grade 1 super beast known as Blade-Shattering Python King. The group was solemn. If there are so many blade-shattering pythons around, not even Meng Zhao can. Before the sentence could be completed, Meng Zhao stepped forward lightly and jumped into the 30 blade-shattering pythons bearing their fangs. Chapter 189, Well, it's too dangerous. Then, the four saw a miraculous and unbelievable sight. Meng Zhao might have jumped straight at 2 blade-shattering pythons, but the moment he was about to be bitten, he curled up as much as he could and rolled away from the fangs. Instead, the 2 blade-shattering pythons, which had pounced on him at the same time, stuck their fangs into one another and got tangled up. No matter how hard they tried to remove themselves from each other, they could not break free, as if they were Siamese twins. Meng Zhao sped up and moved among the 30 blade-shattering pythons. He lured them after him and tempted them into attacking. But every single time, their fangs missed their target and landed on their comrades. And every time they sank deep into the flesh of their comrades, they also pierced their comrades' scales. The raging blade-shattering pythons then launched the most brutal attack. They attempted to bind Meng Zhao and crush him into minced meat. But Meng Zhao looked as if he was covered in oil and moved like a loach filled with life. Not only did he manage to break free of the blade-shattering pythons surrounding him, he got them entangled among themselves, and in the end, their bodies ended up knotted together. In just a short 10 minutes, practically all the blade-shattering pythons were entangled until they became a giant mountain of flesh due to Meng Zhao's ingenious kiting, and some of them even started devouring their comrades from their tails. They struggled under great pain, and the knot became tighter. If Meng Zhao had drawn his sabers and cut all the blade-shattering pythons into pieces, Sunya and the other three would not have been as shocked. But right from the start to the end, he didn't even touch his saber's hilt. The 2 surging lightnings, one was the youthful version, and the other was the flagship model, were firmly sheathed. Meng Zhao relied on the matchless movements from the ultimate style to dodge, and it was enough to make 30 evolved blade-shattering pythons get entangled with each other. Sunya and the other three rubbed their eyes while wondering whether they were hallucinating. How can this be? Once the battle ended, the 4 of them went forward and observed the pile of blade-shattering pythons. Xie Fen could not help but exclaim in surprise, no matter how agile you are, python-type monsters aren't normal pythons. Why were they so stupid as to get entangled with each other? Why couldn't they break free? Meng Zhao looked at him calmly. His breathing hadn't even become short. Because I use drugs. The blade-shattering pythons have bad eyesight, so they mainly rely on scent and changes in heat to sense their enemies. I brought with me biological medicine made from more than 20 monsters commonly seen in this area. Before I pounced forward, I sprayed it on myself, so the blade-shattering pythons would lose their sense of smell, which made it very difficult for them to identify me. As for why they got entangled and couldn't break free? That's easy. When I brushed past them, I injected a quick-acting, high-density muscle stiffener in them. It can make them stiff for half an hour. While speaking, Meng Zhao unbuttoned his waterproof battle trench coat so that they could see the throwing knives, syringes, exploratory needles, and all sorts of harvesting tools in there. Xie Feng gulped and stammered, but the needles on the syringes aren't firm. The scales of the blade-shattering pythons are famous for being as tough as steel. The edges are also very sharp, and they stand tall. How did you manage to jab the needles into the pythons? No matter how tough the scales are, they still need to move. The blade-shattering pythons need a lot of space to move when they want to bind a prey and crush it, so gaps and folds often appear between the scales, Meng Zhao explained patiently. For example, there is a ring-shaped fold very close to its spine and central nervous system at the spot 7 inches under its head. As long as you can find the weakest part of the fold and jab the syringe gently inside it, the muscle stiffener will immediately enter the spine. It will release a false command to the central nervous system that a powerful enemy has come to attack them, and the creature will instinctively stiffen up their muscles. As long as I calculate the time properly and make sure that the python wrapped around itself or was bound around its comrade, I can make sure that despite being soft when it just bound itself to its comrade, it will soon be as stiff as a board. For half an hour, it will be vulnerable for slaughter. Even though Meng Zhao made it sound easy, when the four thought about it carefully, they found that it was just impossible. He had to move around at high speed and dodge in a tiny area. During that time, he had to accurately find the fold 7 inches below a python's head, and he had to do it with all 30 blade-shattering pythons. Once he found the fold, he had to inject the solution into the pythons, but he also had to calculate the precise time it took for the medicine to take effect so that he could lure them to get entangled with each other. That was just too ridiculous. When did you use the syringe? Why didn't we notice it? Xie Feng was puzzled. The fog might be too thick. Meng Zhao shrugged. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and horror rose on his face as he stared at the bush behind Xie Feng. Xie Feng shuddered, and goosebumps nearly broke out on his skin. He instinctively turned his head around, but there was nothing behind him. What? He sensed a cold chill on his neck. At the moment he turned his head around, Meng Zhao brought out a syringe as if he had conjured it out of thin air. The needle tip was pressed against his artery. Look. It's just a simple trick. Meng Zhao withdrew the syringe and said with a smile, the monster's intelligence might have increased, but it's not entirely detrimentary to us. At the very least, it's easier to trick them. They've become anxious about what they can gain and lose, and they overthink things. And once they let their attention wander, they step into our trap. Instead, the monsters who are simple-minded and only know how to charge forward blindly are sometimes the hardest to deal with. As he spoke, Meng Zhao went to the pile of blade-shattering pythons and brought out a set of harvesting tools that could be easily carried around from his backpack. He inserted the largest needle he had in a syringe and groped around the area 7 inches under the head of a blade-shattering python. Then, he jabbed it there. The fingers of his left hand shuddered at high frequency while he controlled the needle with his right hand gently and meticulously. Soon, he sucked out 3 light golden drops from the blade-shattering python. They were its precious blood from the heart. They were the essence of the monster and also the source of its vitality magnetic field. If a blade-shattering python had the blood from its heart extracted, it might not die, but it would become listless and would no longer be as fierce as it was in the past. Meng Zhao did the same thing to the other pythons, and his smooth movements caused the other 4 to gasp in amazement. If they believed that they were on equal grounds with Meng Zhao when it came to the field of martial arts, then, when it came to harvesting, they could only be obedient students before him. But they were puzzled. Why didn't you kill the blade-shattering pythons and only extracted the blood from their hearts? It's still early, and we can hunt more monsters. The road is muddy right now, and the fog is thick. The transportation vehicles from the logistics department can't come over and transport all the monster carcasses back. There's no meaning in killing them. It'll be better if we make them contribute more to the battle. As Meng Zhao spoke, he switched to another syringe and injected a deep purple drug into the blade-shattering pythons. What's that? Xie Feng and Sunya looked at each other at a loss. They just could not understand what Meng Zhao was doing. It's a drug I created using death after crossing a mountain, crimson centipede, thousand-ring snake, and the poison glands and venom from dozens of other creatures. I also added 8 nerve agents into the mix. It's a unique, secret, slow-acting poison. Its greatest specialty is that the poison can be passed to other monsters and accumulate in them. It's very difficult to dissolve it completely. Meng Zhao gave a mysterious smile. He patted the head of a blade-shattering python that he had just poisoned and said faintly, the fight for survival in the wild is very brutal, and even if the monsters are showing signs of working together, they still act on their instincts when hunger kicks in. They still fight against each other and devour each other. Blade-shattering pythons are the kings of normal monsters, so they seldom find mortal enemies in Shattered Star Lake. But now, I've extracted the blood from their hearts, so they're incredibly injured. They're basically afflicted with an incurable heart disease. Forget about fighting, they will be left gasping for breath if they crawl a little faster. Think, will hungry monsters lurking in the depths of the fog let go of such tasty prey? Trust me, before these blade-shattering pythons die from the poison, they'll be surrounded by other monsters and torn to shreds. Even their bones will be devoured by the microorganisms in the swamp and the creatures that feed on carrion. Then, the poison will spread to those monsters, and just like a virus, it will continue spreading down the monster's food chain and kill a lot more monsters. Based on my estimations, the entire process will last around 10 days to half a month. After that, the poison will completely disappear. It will completely degrade without causing harm to the land nor polluting anything. It will not affect our safety either. Even if the poisoned monsters are killed by humans and are dragged back for eating, it's fine, because this poison can't stand high temperatures. If the monster flesh is boiled for 5-10 minutes, it'll lose its poisonous properties. The 4 people were dumbfounded. Then, they shuddered because of his smile. You're really familiar with this? Could it be that this isn't the first time you did this? Xie Feng found this unbelievable. Yeah. When I hunt every day, I only bring 1/10 of my loot back to the base. I deal with the other monsters using similar methods. Of course, I don't always poison them. I sometimes use harvesting to stimulate the propagation of the viruses or microorganisms in their bodies and intentionally cause their carcasses to change. It's to turn them into powerful biochemical bombs, Meng Zhao said. But that's only limited to when I speculate that there is a superbeasts or a powerful monster's nest around and there are absolutely no humans in the area. I don't know whether I've managed to gain anything from it, though. He only brought 1/10 of the monsters he killed back to the base every day. The 4 people were shocked once more. It took them 3 minutes to somewhat digest the shocking news. Sonia summoned her courage and extended a hand. Meng Zhao, let's go and hunt in Graveyard Forest. Sonia told Meng Zhao that after fighting fiercely for a few months, the superhuman squads led by Heaven Realm deities had cleared the perimeter of Graveyard Forest, and the stronger hell beasts had all been killed or chased further into Graveyard Forest. Right now, all the Heaven Realm deities were deep in Graveyard Forest and pushing forward to the part where Graveyard Forest connected with Raging Waves in hopes to conquer Graveyard Forest as soon as possible. Due to the storm and the fog, the war situation had become really worrisome, and their soldiers were surrounded by troubles. The higher-ups had quickly mobilized the elites of low-grade superhumans to enter the perimeter of Graveyard Forest and search for monsters that might have escaped and get rid of carnivorous etherealized plants so that they could build a base to advance further. The new base could then provide protection for the Heaven Realm deities when they carried out their operations. The large-scale battle in Shattered Star Lake won't last for long. You can leave the remaining small fry to the other students. Sonia said heroically while swinging her fists. We should go into Graveyard Forest and create a name for ourselves. Meng Zhao listened to her quietly before he shook his head. Huh? Sonia was stunned. You're not going? Why? Well, it's too dangerous, Meng Zhao said. No way. Sonia could not help but laugh. Don't worry. We know that the ultimate style is only suited for killing normal monsters. That's why we asked you to join us. When the 4 of us release our beast souls at the same time, even if we run into Grade 2 super beasts, we'll still have a chance to win. Besides, your movements are really ingenious. Even if we can't win, you can definitely run away. You misunderstand. Meng Zhao stared into the depths of the fog, where Graveyard Forest was, baring its teeth like a demon. He also stared at Raging Waves, which stood tall like an ancient deity behind the forest. I'll definitely be going to Graveyard Forest, but not with you. Because if you form a party with me, it'll be too dangerous for you. Chapter 190, Fire Feather Dragon. Xie Feng was stunned for a long time. Meng Zhao, do you know that the way you speak often makes students have the urge to spar with you? Does it? Meng Zhao asked calmly. Every night, I spar with 10 students from the Ultimate Style Study Group. If you have that intention, I can fight with you at any time, but you'll have to make an appointment first. Let me see. Right now, my slots are filled until the night 3 days later, which is the 7th. What do you think of that? Xie Feng sucked in a deep breath. When he looked at the silver light that kept shining between Meng Zhao's fingers, his expression turned a little stiff. Suddenly, 2 sparks shone in Meng Zhao's eyes. His ears moved a little, and he became excited. A super beast, and a huge one, he mumbled. Xie Feng was slightly stunned. Where did that super beast come from? Meng Zhao moved his hands to the saber hilt and licked his canines. He said eagerly, "Northwest. It's 3 or so kilometers away from us. It should be a tyrant of reptile-type monsters. It might even be a dragon-type superbeast. I've been waiting for days for it to appear." "Are you serious? The sound waves from a superbeast so far away are blocked and distorted by the fog. How could you hear them?" Meng Zhao had already jumped backwards and landed on the mountain of flesh from the blade-shattering pythons. Then, he jumped again and disappeared into the depths of the fog. The 4 great kings from Agricultural University's martial arts course were left by themselves. They looked at each other with strange expressions. What's going on? Even if there really is a superbeast, the practitioners of Beast Soul style should be the ones handling it. He's just a broken star superhuman practicing the ultimate style, why is he jumping into the fray? Zhang Rui grumbled. "Let's go and watch. We're course mates. If he really runs into a superbeast, we can't just watch him walk to his own death," Sunya said. A mysterious lake had appeared after the storm. Due to the influence of the crystal mine and meteorite from space under the lake water and the swamp around it had a sticky, orange-red texture. It bubbled like a hot spring while releasing the scent of sulfur. The temperature in the area was 20 degrees Celsius higher than the area several kilometers away. 3 freshmen, who were lost in the fog, stumbled about the swamp helter-skelter. One of them was in such a panic that he could not tell where he was. He stepped into a quagmire, and his right leg immediately sank in up to his knee. Numerous fine, vine-shaped etherealized plants shot out from the mud. They wrapped around his leg, and even if he had the defenses from the nanotech fighting suit, his leg muscles were horribly torn, and he screamed in pain. His 2 companions quickly came forward to help him. After spending a lot of effort to cut through the etherealized plant, they dragged him out. Then, a shocking boom rose in the fog and a long whip that looked like a fire snake shot through the air. With a loud slap, it struck the area beside the 3 people. The fire snake might not have hit them, but the sparks that followed it did, and they started burning like a napalm bomb. No matter how much the students rolled around in the mud, they could not get rid of the fire completely. And when they finally did, the fire had already burned through their nanotech fighting suit and left painful wounds on their limbs. When the 3 people stood up while enduring great pain, the heat around them was already so high that it was unbearable. The hot spring nearby had turned into magma. In the depths of the fog was a large, crimson object. It slowly moved over in the manner of a king. It was a dragon-type monster that was longer than 5 meters. At first glance, it looked like the amalgamation of a huge lizard and a prehistoric dinosaur. Embedded in its forehead were 3 red crystals. On its body were dazzling feathers that looked like they were burning. When the feathers stood up, the dragon looked twice as large, and it let out a presence as if it could destroy everything in its way. Even the weakest of the fire feather dragons were grade 2 superbeasts, and when they grew to adulthood, they usually reached grade 3. Among all the nightmarish beasts, they were tyrants second only to lightning dragons. One of their inborn talents was fire breath, which allowed them to release heat that was more than 1000 degrees Celsius. It could burn for more than 5 minutes, and it also had the characteristics of a napalm bomb, which made it very difficult to extinguish the flames. The fire feather dragon could form a wall of fire that would shrink down at the moving speed of its prey. It could even suffocate the prey. Another one of the inborn talents was hot torrent. It could burn the area, which created the shrinking and expansion of hot and cold air, which would then form a shield from air torrents. This could interfere with other monsters' poison and the humans' bullets as well as distort the attack trajectory of opponents' long-distance attacks. The last inborn talent was flame dance. The fire feather dragon could make their sharp feathers stand up, then spin their bodies at high speed to fire thousands of feathers in all directions. It looked like a meteor shower once released and was a very effective large area attack that could kill large amounts of normal monsters and human soldiers. When humans categorized monsters, aside from a handful of exceptions, they usually categorized them based on a few simple and crude principles, i.e. how many inborn talents they had. Fire feather dragons had 3 talents, so they were definitely creatures that would cause a lot of problems to low-grade superhumans. The 3 freshmen had been separated from their companions and had been wandering around like headless chickens in the fog for a long time. After going through various fierce battles, they were now incredibly tired. They had also used up all their ammunition and eaten all of their food. Due to the interference from the spirit energy magnetic field, the communication channels only released white noise. No matter how much they shouted, they could not get any response from reinforcements. But even if they had managed to get through, They would not know how to say where they were. In that sort of situation, when they ran into the fire-feather dragon, the three people's spirits plunged into endless, boiling despair. Buzz, 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 buzz. Right when the fuel sack under the fire-feather dragon's chin started to glow a savage red and swelled to the maximum, which was a sign that it was about to fire another breath of fire, the three people heard the sound of propellers descending from the sky. The sound was as beautiful as the songs of immortals. Bang! 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 Four small and exquisite unmanned fighting vehicles fired at the fire-feather dragon from different angles, as if their actions were guided by an invisible thread. Whoosh! 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 Then, 8 mechanical spiders that were no longer than half a meter but had sharp, chilling blades crawled over in a nimble manner. They jumped on the fire-feather dragon's back. Bullets flew, and they attracted the fire-feather dragon's attention. The blades shone brilliantly as they stabbed the fire-feather dragon's back in an attempt to cut through its spine. No matter how much the creature raged and thrashed around, the mechanical spiders remained fixed on its back and carried out their duty with great responsibility. The pleasant sound of the friction of metal traveled into the trio's ears, and a mighty steel giant tore through the fog. It was like the combination of a strengthened exoskeleton and a heavy cavalry from ancient times. Its limbs were covered in blades, wheels, and crawlers. Swinging around on its back were 4 mechanical arms that looked like octopus tentacles and could be extended at will. There were 3-pronged steel claws at their tips with exploratory needles, chainsaws, impact drills, flamethrowers, and other tools. At first glance, it looked even stranger than the fire-feather dragon. But the 3 freshmen looked as if they had seen their savior, and they were so happy that they were in tears. "It's Shusheng. Thank goodness, we're safe." Shusheng was a freshman from the University of Technology's machine course and one of the 4 students specially recruited for the fighting courses in the Alliance of the 5 Universities. Since his youth, he was known as the Machine Maniac. After being born with disabilities, he designed multiple firearms and mechanical limbs on his own, and all of them received good remarks from professionals. While the other geniuses were still working hard for the National College examination, he had already received the admission letter from the University of Technology's machine course and worked together with the experts from the University of Technology and the Red Dragon Army to create an even stronger generation of strengthened exoskeletons. A fire-feather dragon, huh? That's a grade 3 super beast you seldom see in Shattered Star Lake. Looks like I'm pretty lucky today. Even though this nightmarish beast caused normal students to tremble, Shusheng smiled when he saw it. He even whistled. As he did so, the 4 unmanned fighting vehicles fired even more rapidly. The mechanical spiders that jumped on the fire-feather dragon's back opened the plates on their stomachs to reveal a bone saw that could spin at high speeds. With 4 bone saws cut into the fire-feather dragon's spine at the same time. The fire-feather dragon roared in pain, and the flames surrounding it instantly turned white. The temperature in the area increased rapidly by 100 degrees Celsius. Regardless of whether it was the mechanical spiders or the unmanned fighting vehicles, all of them were crippled by the high heat, and sparks flew out of their bodies as loud with crackling sounds. The fire-feather dragon had its sharp feathers stand up, and they shot out like bullets. It activated its flame dance, and the mechanical spiders and unmanned fighting vehicles were instantly torn apart. Shusheng's expression changed, and he summoned even more mechanical spiders and unmanned fighting vehicles from the fog. But the fire-feather dragon breathed out, creating a thick pillar of fire. It took up a circular area of 20 meters before forming a white wall of fire, thereby trapping Shusheng and his remotely controlled machines inside. The flames, smoke, and sparks reduced the visibility. The rapid increase in temperature also affected the control chips in the unmanned fighting vehicles and mechanical spiders, so there was a brief lag in Shusheng's commands. Hence, right after the fire-feather dragon launched its second flame dance, it managed to reduce Shusheng's unmanned fighting vehicles and mechanical spiders to scraps. How can this be? Shusheng's forehead broke out in cold sweat. The length of this fire-feather dragon's fire breath is longer by around 8 meters compared to the average data recorded in the Monster Compendium, and the maximum temperature of the flames seems to be higher by around 40 degrees Celsius. Even its speed and agility are much higher. Is it really a fire-feather dragon? Before Shusheng could understand what was going on, the fire-feather dragon charged at him like a burning armored train. Shusheng instinctively controlled the 4 mechanical arms that could extend at will behind him. With a light tap against the ground, he jumped into the air. But to his surprise, the fire-feather dragon seemed to have predicted his escape route. It jumped earlier than he did, and like a tiger with wings on its back, it crashed into Shu Sheng in mid-air. The fire feather dragon then opened its mouth while airborne to take a bite of him. Shu Sheng blocked instinctively, and fire feather dragon ripped his right arm at the elbow. Fortunately, he was born without his right arm and legs, so what the fire feather dragon tore off was just a mechanical prosthetic limb. Shu Sheng used that chance to activate the high-voltage rail run hidden inside his right upper arm. 3 electric arcs intersected with each other and struck the fire feather dragon's throat one after another, electrocuting the creature so badly that smoke came out of its neck. It was only then that Shu Sheng was able to break free of the creature's hold and crash into the mud. Chapter 191, Specially Recruited Students Gather. But even though there were electric arcs encircling its throat, when the fire feather dragon fell to the ground, it did not die howling in pain, which was what Shu Sheng had expected. Instead, it shook its head viciously and climbed up as if nothing had happened. It did not howl in pain either, but started snickering savagely. Its fangs intersected with each other and crushed the electric arc. Isn't it too strong? Shu Sheng was dumbfounded, and his skin crawled. When the fire feather dragon charged at him again, he found himself feeling helpless. He was just about to summon his last mechanical spider to carry his physical body and run when 3 incredibly shrill whistles tore through the fog behind him. They turned into 3 sharp arcs of light that resembled a crescent moon and dug into the fire feather dragon's brain before they exploded simultaneously inside. They were 3 bullets. Their accuracy and power could be comparable to that of missiles. The fire feather dragons had imploded. The bullets tore through the skin and exposed the flesh. Even the white bones could be seen. A chuckle came from the fog. Then, a young man who had a lot of gel smeared on his hair so that not a strand of hair was out of place when he combed it backwards stepped out slowly. He even had a pair of sunglasses over his eyes and wore a long trench coat, which made him stand out like a sore thumb in the battlefield. In his hands he held 2 handcrafted, crystalline handguns. Carved into the bodies of the guns were profound and complicated runic symbols. After rune ink was poured into them, the light shining from them formed shapes resembling star anises while releasing a destructive presence. Han Sing. Shu Sheng's pupils shrank. Han Sing was a freshman from the military school's martial arts course. Just like Shu Sheng, he was one of the 4 students specially recruited for the fighting courses in the Alliance of the 5 Universities. He was known as the future star of the gunfighting style, and it was said that he had psychokinesis. He could control more than 100 crystal bullets at the same time and increase their speed, accuracy, and power, so the handguns would possess destructive force as terrifying as that of a cannon. Han Sing was one of the greatest competitors for Shu Sheng within the Alliance of the 5 Universities. They were friends but also rivals, and they had stolen each other's praise multiple times while competing against each other on the ranking boards. They fought so fiercely that they often seemed like school children and ended up suppressing each other. When Shu Sheng saw Han Sing, he released a sigh of relief, but he also felt a little awkward. Since Han Sing saw how pathetic he looked, he would definitely mock him. Just as he expected, Han Sing pretended to blow at the non-existing smoke from his gun barrel and put on what he believed to be, really elegant posture. He said with a smile, "Look what we have here, isn't this the Ace Machine Master? Aren't you supposed to bring with you dozens of unmanned fighting vehicles and spider fighting vehicles wherever you go? Aren't they supposed to surround you and make you look incredibly amazing and whatnot? Where's your machine army? Why are you alone now? It's no wonder why you were bitten by that fire feather dragon." Shu Sheng gritted his teeth and said, "Han Sing, don't be so smug. If it wasn't because of the interference from the spirit energy magnetic field in Shattered Star Lake which obstructs my remote machine army and reduced me to only 1/3 of my unmanned fighting vehicles and spider fighting vehicles, I would have reduced this fire feather dragon to mincemeat a long time ago." That's how fights in the wild are like. The more monsters are in an area, the thicker the spirit energy in the area is. And when the spirit energy is extremely thick, it means that there are crystal mines with a lot of crystals hidden underground. It, of course, makes the interference from the spirit energy magnetic fields even stronger. Han Sing grinned. "That's why I said that machine masters face too many limitations. They just can't be considered to be part of the fighting occupations. They should wait for the real warriors to get rid of the monsters before they come over to build bridges and roads along with new homes for us." "You." Shu Sheng's face turned red, but he had nothing to say. "Don't be angry. You're injured. Sit by the side and rest. Meanwhile, you can admire how I kill this fire-breathing bastard." Han Sing aimed at the fire-breathing dragon. The spirit energy in the air fluctuated strangely. It was as if there were two spirit flames gathering together to become vague red lines that shone from his muzzles toward the fire-feather dragon's eyes. Bang! 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 Han Sing fired all the bullets in his handguns at the fire-feather dragon's eyes. The moment the bullets shot out, his hands trembled slightly to ensure that the trajectory would change in a very troublesome manner. It allowed the 10 bullets to move in different angles as they charged at the fire-feather dragon's eyes at the same time. No matter how the fire-feather dragon dodged, at least 3 bullets would pierce its eyes. Han Sing's smile grew brighter. He could already imagine the fire-feather dragon's eyeballs exploding. It would jump about in a rage while howling. Then, Han Sing would destroy its throat, and after that, its organs. But the fire-feather dragon did not dodge. The 3 crystals embedded in its forehead shone brilliantly. The creature's eyes sparkled with a mocking and fierce light. Suddenly, a crimson firewall appeared in front of it. The air around it distorted, and its body became a blur. Han Sing had been confident that he could kill it with the 10 bullets, but after they passed the wall of fire, they bounced off the sturdy feathers, and even if some of them did hit the head from the right angle, they were far from the eyeballs. Aside from causing the creature to bleed a little and making the fire-feather dragon look even more monstrous, they did nothing else. Besides, while the flames surrounded it, the fire-feather dragon's wounds rapidly closed up. In just half a minute, a thin layer of skin grew over the 3 wounds Han Sing had created in the beginning. Granulation tissue intersected with each other on the skin, and it looked as if it was about to recover. Impossible. My bullets were created and carved by experts. They have the purest crystals embedded in them and possess explosive spirit energy. When I use my powers to activate them, I can break the heads of normal nightmarish beasts. How could this creature's hot torrent interfere with my bullet trajectory? At that moment, Han Sing's expression changed. A few strands of hair curled up from his neat, slicked-back hair. And its recovery abilities are a little ridiculous. Don't fire-feather dragons only have 3 inborn talents? I know that they're fire breath, hot current, and flame dance. I've never heard about them having fast recovery abilities too. Good luck, future star of the gunfighting style. Let this supporter see just how mighty you fighters are. Shu Sheng took the chance to take a stab at him. Han Sing gritted his teeth. He moved his hands quickly, and in an instant, they left 18 after images. With these dazzling movements, he brought out 8 guns from his trench coat, and as if he was the 8-armed Nezha, he delivered a bullet storm. The fire-feather dragon continued spitting flames and created multiple flame shields in front of itself. It used the difference in temperature around it to create rolling heat waves, and at the same time, he used the light from the fires to interfere with Han Sing's vision. In the meantime, it walked in a Z formation and drew closer to Han Crossing. What a smart creature! Han Sing no longer looked as relaxed and elegant as he did a moment ago. He noticed that his firepower was not enough to suppress the fire-feather dragon. He could only watch as it drew closer to him. But he could not give up on shooting, because if he ran away right now, the fire-feather dragon would definitely jump up at him from behind. Crack! Suddenly, an ominous sound came from his guns. The cartridges had jammed. The spirit energy in the other world could easily cause obstructions to the electron shells in the atoms of matter, causing slight changes would occur at the level of particles. This affected the performance of machines, and the failure rate of guns became much higher than on Earth. Superbrains, unmanned fighting vehicles, intelligent fighting vehicles and other sophisticated equipment with chips in them were most easily affected, and they often failed. Han Sing's guns might have a simpler structure, but when a superhuman and nightmarish beast's vitality magnetic field crashed viciously into each other, spirit energy would inevitably crash against each other like raging waves, and hence, the cartridges jammed. Even though Han Sing had 5 other guns being fired, the jamming of a cartridge disrupted his attack rhythm. The fire-feather dragon seized the fleeting opening and spat out a magma ball at Han Crossing. It would envelope his whole body. Han Sing gritted his teeth. He retreated while continuing to fire his handguns. The magma ball, which looked like a fireball, exploded in mid-air. Its attack range instantly grew by 5 times, and it continued chasing after him relentlessly. Han Sing's face went pale with shock. It was too late for him to dodge. When the fire-feather dragon's fire breath was about to give him a warm bath, something suddenly grabbed him from the back, and that strange force dragged him away by half a meter, which allowed him to escape from the magma by a hair's breadth. Han Sing was still shocked. When he turned his head around, he found that Shu Sheng had used his extendable mechanical arm to drag him back. Their gazes met, and they saw the fear in each other's eyes. Can we contact the powerful fighters nearby? This creature is even fiercer than lightning dragons. It's a true king of nightmarish beasts. We can't handle it. Han Sing gulped, and he felt as if he had just swallowed chili sauce. Sure. Shu Sheng nodded and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Help! Somebody, help us!" Han Sing broke out in cold sweat. "What are you doing?" "You asked me to contact the powerful fighters nearby," Shu Sheng said. "Since the morning, the interference from the spirit energy magnetic fields has been becoming worse, and the wireless internet as well as tactical data links have been crippled. If you want to communicate with anyone at all, you need to shout." Before Han Sing could make a sarcastic quip about it, the fire feather dragon arrived in front of them. It curled up its huge body, and like a flaming top, it started spinning rapidly. As it spun about, dozens of sharp and burning feathers shot out everywhere like rain. Not only did it make Shu Sheng and Han Sing flee for their lives, the feathers also stuck to the ground, which turned them into sinister needles. If either of the men were careless and stepped on them, the needles would go straight through their soles to the tops of their feet. "Looks like there aren't any powerful fighters in the area. We'll just have to protect each other while we escape." Shu Sheng's legs were mechanical prosthetics, and wheels as well as crawlers were embedded in them. He did not have to worry about the flaming feathers stuck on the ground. He summoned his last spider fighting vehicle from the fog and used an extendable mechanical arm to scoop up Han Crossing. Just when the two of them were about to run, the fire feather dragon noticed their intentions, and it spat out 3 fire breaths in succession, which reduced the high-speed, mobile spider fighting vehicle Shu Sheng intended to protect them into scraps. Han Sing and Shu Sheng's skins crawled, and they nearly sank into despair. However, after it spat out the flames, a hoarse bark of laughter came from nearby. "Who told you that there aren't any powerful fighters around?" Xiao Jianqing walked over slowly with her 2 swords that resembled the propellers of a helicopter. 2 pairs of intense, wild eyes appeared in the fog behind her. They belonged to Wu Wu and her ghost leopard. The 4 specially recruited students of the fighting courses in the Alliance of the 5 Universities had gathered together. Chapter 192, Sudden Change. "Why are you two here?" Shu Sheng and Han Sing were surprised and delighted. The 4 specially recruited students from the Alliance of the 5 Universities were always ranked at the top of the various ranking boards for freshmen. They had also become the Daily Star a few times, so they had a deep understanding of each other. They were competitors in a small circle, and they also admired each other. "Wu Wu and I wanted to go to the dangerous areas at the edge of Graveyard Forest to gain a deeper understanding of each other's strengths," Xiao Jianqing said with a smile. "But Wu Wu discovered a fire feather dragon's footprints. We chased after it until we came here, and we coincidentally ran into you too. What's wrong? You're fighting against one fire feather dragon, and you're in such a pathetic state? It doesn't seem like your style." Superhumans and superbeasts might be divided into 3 major realms and divided further into 9 small grades, but humans possessed intelligence, and they could use a lot of items as well. They also wore nano-fighting suits and strengthened exoskeletons and had major killing weapons that could allow them to rain down bullets. Usually, they could kill monsters who were a level stronger than they were. Hence, 1-star superhumans could kill Grade 2 monsters. Xiao Jianqing and the other 3 specially recruited students were outstanding members in Spirit Tattoo Realm. Their inborn talents or divine arts caused their fighting strength to be much stronger than normal 1-star superhumans. Even if the fire feather dragon was a Grade 3 superhuman, if Shu Sheng and Han Sing fought against it together, they should not have been at a disadvantage. Be careful. They competed against each other usually, but when they faced the king of nightmarish beasts, Shu Sheng and Han Sing would not have their peers readily step into a trap. This creature is very strange. It's definitely not a normal fire feather dragon. It might be a fire feather dragon king, and it might break the limits of nightmarish beasts at any moment. If it's a real fire feather dragon king, you would have died a long time ago. As Xiao Jianqing said this, she saw that the fire feather dragon's wounds were healing rapidly, and her expression changed. "Yeah, it's a little strange. What should we do?" Shu Sheng looked at his broken mechanical arms and gasped for breath. "We have to fight as we retreat. How about we try to lure it to a place with more powerful people? I remember that there are some university lecturers fighting at the center of Shattered Star Lake." "It's very smart. It won't fall for the bait." Xiao Jianqing narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. "Besides, if the lecturers fight it, it won't be considered our kill. Didn't you hear? The perimeter of Graveyard Forest will be open for low-grade superhumans soon, but if us 1-star superhumans don't have excellent achievements, we won't be allowed to hunt freely in Graveyard Forest. We'll have to trail behind those powerful fighters and won't be able to enter a lot of areas. We finally ran into a powerful creature, so we can't let it run away before our eyes. If we kill this fire-feather dragon, we can explore the depths of Graveyard Forest." Newbies were ignorant, and because of it, the other three immediately agreed to Xiao Jianking's suggestion. The four people gathered together and gave off an imposing presence, thereby gaining an advantage in this area. Even the strange fire dragon sensed danger. It narrowed its eyes and wanted to run. Glory Cross. Xiao Jianking would not let it run away so easily. With a shout, the spirit flames around her burned fiercely. A dark golden figure gathered behind her. The two broadswords with crossguards that looked like helicopter propellers flew out of their sheaths. She took one of the broadswords with both hands and lifted it high above her head. The other broadsword was held by the heroic spirit behind her, and she positioned it horizontally before her. The two broadswords shone with a light so brilliant that Xu Sheng, Han Xing, and Wu Wu were unable to open their eyes. The light had been directed straight at the fire-feather dragon, and it shone like powerful lasers into the creature's eyeballs. It instinctively lowered its head and shut its eyes. Xiao Jianking took a step forward and swung her broadsword together with her heroic spirit. The two sword glares turned into two bolts of lightning. One of them traveled vertically, and the other traveled horizontally. They struck the fire-feather dragon's body. This time, the fire-feather dragon's hot torrent was unable to interfere or block the attack. The lightning tore off hundreds of feathers from the left side of its body. It even cut into its flesh, which was as sturdy as leather. Its organs were also electrocuted. Two large and black, cross-shaped marks were left behind on its body. This is the ultimate technique that propelled the female battle god Su Jianking to fame. Glory Cross will cause the spirit energy in the air to surge and create a light that cannot be seen by the naked eye, because if you try, your retina and even optical nerves will be damaged. I didn't expect that Xiao Jianking would already be able to execute this move while at Spirit Tattoo Realm. Xu Sheng and Han Xing looked at each other and gasped in amazement. The structure of the spirit energy magnetic field for this move was ingenious, and a lot of spirit energy was required. Even a 3-star superhuman might not be able to execute it successfully. With the additional power granted by the heroic spirit, Xiao Jianking could pull off a decent Glory Cross, even though she was just at Spirit Tattoo Realm. Heroic spirit users did live up to their name as one of the 4 major fighting occupations. Before the two of them could finish sighing in amazement, Wu Wu shot with her ghost leopard like 2 black bolts of lightning. Rotting Claw. The human and leopard executed their talents at the same time. They attacked the wound Xiao Jianking had just created from a troublesome angle. Rotting Claw had the ability to interfere with vitality magnetic fields and instantly cause cells to decay. They could perfectly suppress the fire-feather dragon's strange but incredibly powerful self-healing properties. Before, the fire-feather dragon's wound would have stopped bleeding very quickly, and new granulation tissue would squirm inside. Now, wisps of black smoke danced and flowed around the wound. It invaded the wound non-stop, and the fire-feather dragon's self-healing speed fell by at least 30%. The fire-feather dragon flew into a rage. It opened its mouth wide and tried to catch the ghost leopard. But Wu Wu and the ghost leopard acted like telepathic twins. They tapped against the ground lightly and drew 2 strange arcs in the air as they jumped, which allowed them to escape from the fire-feather dragon's claws by a hair's breadth. Bang! 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 Han Xing fired his guns again, stirring up sparks between the fire-feather dragon's fangs. A super alloy saber that vibrated at high speed popped out of Xu Sheng's left arm. With the aid from the 4 extendable mechanical arms, he moved like a huge mechanical spider and went to attack the fire-feather dragon. The 4 specially recruited students surrounded the king of nightmarish beasts. The fire-feather dragon was shocked and enraged. It continued spitting out fierce flames and released a torrent shield. Sometimes, it curled up and released thousands of feathers. But when the 4 people worked together, they could cover up for each other's weaknesses. Once they figured out the fire-feather dragon's attacking style, even if they were injured, they insisted on sealing up its path out of their encirclement. They did not give him any chance to fight back. Even if the fire-feather dragon went berserk before death and turned into a fireball that jumped up and down, thereby burning the 4 of them to the point that they were badly battered, they gritted their teeth and refused to back down before their competitors. In the end, Xiao Jianking used her broadswords to stab the fire-feather dragon's spine and cut it into 3. Han Xing seized the chance to stuff his gun barrels into the fire-feather dragon's throat. The storm of bullets raged around in the fire-feather dragon's organs. They went on a rampage so fierce that its abdominal cavity swelled up. Shu Sheng controlled a self-detonating drone onto the fire feather dragon's head, and with a bang, its skull exploded. Wu Wu seized the chance to use Rotting Claw and strike the fire feather dragon's brain, and even its eyeballs were invaded by her attack. Even if the king of nightmarish beasts contained great vitality, when it was struck repeatedly by fatal strikes, it lost its last bit of life. As it roared in refusal to give up, it fell down in a dejected lump. Its flames froze up, and it was reduced to a cold carcass. Gasp, 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 gasp. The 4 specially recruited students felt exhausted. They gasped for breath and sat down. As they looked at the dense and terrifying wounds on their bodies, they found that they did not even have the strength to treat themselves. They felt lucky. The fight had been too dangerous. The fire feather dragon was definitely strange. If any one of them, the machine master, gunslinger, heroic spirit user, or monster controller, were missing, the other 3 might have been the ones dead on the ground. No, if any one of them were missing, they would not have even had the chance to fall dead on the ground. They would have been reduced to a pile of rotting flesh in the fire feather dragon's stomach. But the rewards were great. This sort of mutated superbeast was much more valuable than normal superbeasts who were of the same type. If they brought its entire carcass back to the base, their points would skyrocket, and they could get even better gene medicine and supernatural weapons. Perhaps they would be allowed to go and explore Graveyard Forest tomorrow. Let me take a look at just what makes this creature so odd. Since Shu Sheng used mechanical prosthetics, before their metal fatigue reached their limit, he would always spend less stamina compared to Xiao Jianqing and the rest. He swung his tentacle-like extendable mechanical arms and arrived in front of the fire feather dragon's corpse to open its empty head. Suddenly, Wu Wu shuddered and screamed, "Careful! Slit her!" A red thing that looked like a vine shot out of the fire feather dragon's battered carcass and wrapped around Shu Sheng's mechanical arm. Shu Sheng immediately made his decision. With a shout, he cut off the connection between himself and the mechanical arm, and with the remaining 3 mechanical arms, he fled back to the other 3 people. His choice was correct. The instant he took the initiative to remove the mechanical arm, more crimson vines crawled out of the fire feather dragon's body. With a loud crunch, they shattered his mechanical arm and dragged it into the wound in the fire feather dragon's abdominal cavity. If Shu Sheng had not been an oddity who had 40% of his body made of mechanical parts, or Xiao Jianqing, Wu Wu, or Han Xing had been in his place, unless they had the courage to instantly cut off their arm, they would have been devoured by the fire feather dragon's carcass. What's going on? Their skins crawled, and they were dumbfounded. Before them, the fire feather dragon's carcass started changing in a shocking manner. Its originally dark red feathers turned white, and red vines crawled out of its wounds, surrounding its body. It was as if they wanted to bring its tattered carcass together again. The dragon stood up while staggering. Its eye sockets were empty because its eyeballs had rotted away. But now, 2 green balls of flames burned inside. It was as if a ghost was staring at them, and the 4 people shuddered. The broken bones were exposed outside, but the fire feather dragon did not care. It looked as if it had multiple sharp blades shining with a chilling light stuck in its body. They could bring great pain to its enemies, but also to itself. Flames surrounded the creature once more, but this time, they were dark green and produced no heat. They released a pungent smell, which suggested that it had powerful poisonous and acidic properties. Based on the image and presence, the creature was completely different from before. If the fire feather dragon from before was the tyrant of nightmarish beasts, now, it was a pure nightmare. Corpse transformation. Xiao Jianqing's expression turned cold, and she hissed coldly. Chapter 193, Full Power of the Ultimate Style, Activate. With the interference of the spirit energy magnetic field from the other world and the radiation from the crystal mines and the ridiculous amounts of activity from microorganisms working together, the speed at which living beings rotted and became spoiled was faster than the speed on Earth. It was also more intense. Even if something died, it could easily turn into another living being that was even more difficult to deal with. Humans could turn into zombies. Monsters and superbeasts also had a certain chance to turn into all sorts of horrifying undead. But usually, corpse transformations happen from 6 to 24 hours after a monster's death. Xiao Jianqing and the other 3 had never seen a superbeast's carcass turning into an undead within a few minutes. Besides, the will-o'-the-wisp dragon that the fire feather dragon had turned into was completely different from the ones they had seen in textbooks. The cold, dark green flames surrounding its body burned stronger, and its broken bones were sharper. A large number of red, vine-like things continued squirming about in the abdominal cavity, which made it even more monstrous compared to a normal will-o'-the-wisp dragon. Thud. It did not give up on Shusheng even after he fled. It fired a fire breath, which was the undead version. Shusheng was too slow, and his legs were devoured by the green flames. The undead version of fire breath was not as hot as the one of a living fire feather dragon, but it was incredibly corrosive. The mechanical prosthetics Shusheng had created using super alloy let out creaking sounds, and in an instant, holes appeared in them due to the corrosion. Rust covered them, and they became incredibly brittle. Is the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's fire breath supposed to be this corrosive? The four were shocked. The will-o'-the-wisp dragon before them was much more agile than when it was alive, and it charged straight at its target. Shusheng could only grit his teeth and activate his automatic ejecting system. He fired his broken right arm and legs at the will-o'-the-wisp dragon and turned them into metal shards that could interfere with its attack trajectory. His body, which had only one arm left, was launched in another direction. With the magnetic absorption system, he landed on a spider fighting vehicle, and with a click, he fused together with the fighting vehicle. It became his second mechanical body, which could move at high speed and was suitable for running away. "I'll lure it away. Run!" Shusheng shouted at the other three as he moved the 6 limbs with wheels installed in them. Usually, undead creatures had microorganisms stimulating their nerves and viruses stimulating their cells, so their attack patterns were even more bizarre than when they were alive. This was especially the case for the mutated will-o'-the-wisp dragon, which they had never seen before. The 4 of them simply did not know its weaknesses and how they should fight it. It was not a good idea to fight such a creature head-on while they were exhausted and their spirit energy was drained. Shusheng turned around and ran. The will-o'-the-wisp dragon chased after him. Xiao Jianqing and the other 2 might not have intended to cast aside Shusheng and run, but they needed valuable minutes to catch their breath or take gene medicine which would replenish their spirit energy to the point where they could create spirit energy magnetic fields and release a major move. During that incredibly dangerous moment, the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's claws tore apart Shusheng's spider-fighting vehicle and ripped off his remaining left arm. A lone figure appeared from the fog in front of him. That figure did not carry any firearms nor had a strengthened exoskeleton or biochemical beasts. The person did not have unmanned fighting vehicles or remote fighting vehicles surrounding him either. His face was relatively young, and Shusheng could tell at first glance that he was not a university lecturer, an army instructor, or veteran hunter. He was just like them, a naive freshman. Shusheng felt his skin crawl. He groaned in his heart and screamed as loudly as he could, "Danger! Run!" The person heard him, but he remained standing calmly. He did not seem to care about his warning at all. "I'm Shusheng." Shusheng shouted again. "I have an undead will-o'-the-wisp dragon that is at least grade 3 behind me. You can't handle it. Run!" The person tilted his head to think, as if he was wondering just who Shusheng was and why he thought that others would definitely recognize him just because he announced his name. But the phrase "an undead will-o'-the-wisp dragon that is at least grade 3" caused him to stop thinking. An interested smile bloomed on his lips. Then, he slowly pulled out 2 sabers. The lights of the youthful version and flagship model of surging lightning intersected with each other and illuminated his sparkling eyes. "Meng Zhao?" Not far away, Xiao Jianqing stood up. Her expression was strange. As for Wu Wu, she sighed in relief. She brought her ghost leopard to the side and started treating her wounds with complete ease. Han Xing scratched his head. He had heard of Meng Zhao's name before and knew that this person's ultimate style had been really famous lately, but wasn't the ultimate style meant to fight against normal monsters? The creature before them was an undead, which was at least grade 3, so it was much more difficult to deal with than normal nightmarish beasts. Behind Meng Zhao, Sunya and the rest of the 4 great kings from Agricultural University's martial arts course stumbled out of the fog. They immediately saw the fleeing Shusheng, and they were instantly shocked. Everyone knew that he was one of the 4 specially recruited students for the fighting courses in the alliance of the 5 universities, so he was someone who could do whatever he wanted in Shattered Star Lake. Who could possibly have burned him so badly and covered him in wounds? He had even discarded his human-shaped mechanical prosthetic limbs and now looked like a grotesque half-human, half-spider. Then, they heard Shusheng shout, and they felt chills down their spines at the phrase "an undead will-o'-the-wisp dragon that is at least grade 3. When they saw the will-o'-the-wisp dragon charging forward like a fiend, they were scared out of their wits. "Meng Zhao, run!" The 4 great kings from Agricultural University's martial arts course jumped up like terrified rabbits. But Meng Zhao ran in the opposite direction compared to them and Shusheng. He charged at the will-o'-the-wisp dragon. Whoosh! He lowered his body to a great degree and used the weeds as well as fog to provide cover for himself. Then, he went for a slide and slid under Shu Sheng's mechanical spider. After that, he brought his surging lightnings up and thrust forward. The will-o'-the-wisp dragon's eyeballs had been destroyed, and its black eye sockets shone with a strange green flame. They could not see all the fine details like when it was alive, and it did not notice Meng Zhao's actions. It was only when the two sabers swung upwards and stabbed its throat that it noticed Meng Zhao's existence. However, at that moment, Meng Zhao had already slid behind it like a human-shaped loach. Slit her. Red vines popped out of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's wound at its throat and started healing it at lightning speed. But Meng Zhao remained calm. He brandished the sabers until they looked like two whirlwinds and turned into a spinning top. The saber glares surrounded the will-o'-the-wisp dragon. He's fast. He actually has the guts to fight against the will-o'-the-wisp dragon at close distance? The will-o'-the-wisp dragon is completely baffled. This was the first time the specially recruited students saw Meng Zhao fighting at full strength. They simply could not believe that the will-o'-the-wisp dragon, which had caused them so much trouble when they fought against it with a party of 4, would be held back so firmly by Meng Zhao and his two sabers. Wounds deep enough to see bone were continuously left on its body. Blood and flesh flew in the air, and it looked a tragic sight. Sonya and the other 3 had been thinking about running away, but now they were dumbfounded. Cold sweat broke out on their skin. They did not expect that the ultimate style, which they had thought was just a harvesting machine suited to kill mooks, would be so effective when fighting against a nightmarish beast. In an instant, Meng Zhao delivered 360 slashes. Even though the wounds he left were healed by the red vine-like things after a moment, he did not seem to care about the results. He only enjoyed the fight and patiently engaged in a tug-of-war with the will-o'-the-wisp dragon. It might be known as an undead creature, but it was not really dead. It was still restrained by biology. As Meng Zhao cut into it as if he was cutting mincemeat, the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's healing became slower, and it gradually became agitated. Roar! It turned its head around and released the undead version fire breath at Meng Zhao. The poisonous green flames grazed past Meng Zhao and burned some weeds to a crisp. Everyone in the area cried out in surprise. But Meng Zhao did not even bat an eyelid. He slowed down intentionally and drew closer to the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's mouth, which was still dripping with poisonous flames. He lured the will-o'-the-wisp dragon to spit out the flames time and again, but not a single spark landed on his body. Is he doing this intentionally? Xiao Jianqing and Han Xing looked at each other, and they saw the surprise in each other's eyes. He intentionally lured the will-o'-the-wisp dragon into using fire breath, but it was only after he had planned out how he would dodge and counterattack. Did he turn himself into bait to make the will-o'-the-wisp dragon spend its poison? It might sound simple, but if anyone truly took the risk to do this during a real fight, they would need a really stable mental strength index, great control over their muscle fibers and joints, and great understanding of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's attack patterns. While everyone was busy gasping in surprise, they suddenly smelled the tasty aroma. When they turned their heads around, they found that Wu Wu had already finished bandaging herself and the ghost leopard. She had brought out 2 cans of self-heating MRE and was heating them up. Xiao Jianqing was stunned. "Wu Wu, what are you doing?" "Make preparation to eat," Wu Wu enunciated clearly. "You're eating now?" Xiao Jianqing could not believe it. "Meng Zhao is here. I can do nothing except eat," Wu Wu answered seriously. Xiao Jianqing found herself speechless. All right, even if Meng Zhao's movements are really agile, the ultimate style lacks a powerful move that can decide the fight in one go. At most, he can only exhaust the will-o'-the-wisp dragon, and they'll both be injured badly. Us specially recruited students will have to deal the fatal blow. Before Xiao Jianqing could say those words, a shocking change happened in the battlefield. For an unknown reason, the will-o'-the-wisp dragon which had been raging around looked as if it had been struck by a petrification spell. Its movements turned stiff and slow. Its flesh and the blood-red vine-like things started swelling uncontrollably and turned into a round leather ball. The limbs were really thick and short, and as the abdominal cavity continued swelling up, they could no longer touch the ground. The creature looked really stupid and ridiculous, and its agility was reduced by a large amount. Meng Zhao sensed a chance. The frequency at which he swung his sabers instantly increased to a whole new level. He left countless intersecting bolts of lightning in the onlooker's retina and forced the will-o'-the-wisp dragon to retreat repeatedly. Suddenly, with a thud, the surging lightning youthful version stabbed into the will-o'-the-wisp's left eye socket and came out of its right eye socket. Meng Zhao had managed to stab the brain. Then, He raised the surging lightning flagship model and brought it high over his head. His spirit energy magnetic field and spirit flame surged. Meng Zhao shouted, and he looked like an angry titan who had lifted a demon-subduing pole high in the air. Chapter 194, Blood Flower. The surging lightning flagship model had a fire crystal, green frost stone, and a crystallized neurosphere from a terror dragon embedded in it. If Meng Zhao injected spirit energy in it, he could affect the atomic electron shell and change the properties of the saber. Meng Zhao had his spirit energy flow from his 1024 branch meridians and the 8 main meridians to the saber. The fire crystal was the first to shine in a dazzling light. The saber turned an orange-red while it burned hot. With one slash, Meng Zhao left behind a sizzling burn on the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's neck. Then, the green frost stone shone with a cold, chilly light. It reduced the temperature of the saber to -100 degrees Celsius. It froze up the water molecules in the air, and pieces of ice from the blade fell to the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's wound. The surging lightning flagship model was made using special alloy number 3642 and the tailbone powder from a thundertail, which made it strong enough to withstand the instant change from high temperature to low temperature. But the will-o'-the-wisp dragon was a creature of flesh and bone. There was no way it could withstand the constant change of temperature with a difference of thousands of degrees Celsius. Since heat caused things to swell up and cold shrank objects, its cells burst, and its bones and flesh became incredibly brittle. Through the fine control given to him by the 1024 branch meridians, Meng Zhao switched between using the fire crystal and green frost stone several times in just a few seconds. It was as if he was repeatedly bending a metal wire. In the end, when the metal wire reached its limits of metal fatigue, he used the principle of causing things to expand in heat and making things shrink in the cold to maximize the fragility of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's body. At that moment, the crystallized neurosphere from the terror dragon shone with fierce light. Demon subduing slash. The spirit tattoo on Meng Zhao's arm seemed to shoot out of his arms and surround the blade. Then, through the additional power given to it by the crystallized neurosphere from the terror dragon, it shot 3 meters forward. It looked like a huge blade that could kill a terror dragon. With just one slash, Meng Zhao cut into the wound he had been repeatedly attacking all this while and beheaded the will-o'-the-wisp dragon cleanly, as if he was cutting a piece of paper. His muscles had gathered strength before he launched the attack, and with the spirit tattoos providing an outline, he felt like he had matchless strength. Regardless of whether it was the 4 great kings of agricultural universities' martial arts course or the even stronger specially recruited students, when they saw this, they felt a storm rage in their hearts, and they were incredibly shocked. All except Wu Wu, that was. But that was not the end. After the will-o'-the-wisp dragon was beheaded, it did not die. Instead, something crawled out of the stream of blood gushing out from its abdominal cavity. It looked like a man-eating flowers bulb, but also like a mutated organ. It let out hissing sounds as it swung its numerous tentacles and went to bite Meng Zhao's neck. But Meng Zhao seemed to have been expecting this change. Right when he lowered the tip of the surging lightning flagship model to the ground, he brought it up, and with an upwards thrust, he stabbed the crimson flower covered in flesh and blood. Even his hilt almost sank inside. His spirit energy surged madly. The low-temperature spirit energy magnetic field hidden in the green frost stone froze the bloody flower and the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's carcass into ice statues. Even the tentacles that looked like bloody vines stopped raging and became slow and stiff. Meng Zhao stopped attacking. He let go of the saber hilt and squatted down slightly, allowing a tentacle covered in spikes to graze past the top of his head. He flung his water-resistant fighting trench coat to the back and brought out 2 mini submachine guns that were about the size of the handguns at his waist. But even though they were tiny, they were still stronger than handguns. Meng Zhao aimed at the frozen bloody flower and fired all the bullets at it in one go. Blood and flesh flew in the air. Nectar spilled all over the place. The bloody flower screeched as it was torn apart and shredded to pieces. But Meng Zhao was still worried. He would not allow the bloody flower the chance to come back to life. His hands went to his legs, and with a move that made Han Xing let out a gasp of admiration, he switched to new cartridges. He emptied 3 cartridges before he threw away the mini submachine guns and arrived next to Xie Feng and Sunya to pick up his backpack. From it, he took out a silver-white liquid nitrogen spray and returned to the mangled carcass of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon. He first removed the 2 surging lightnings from its body, then sprayed liquid nitrogen over it for a full half a minute. Then, he finally sighed in relief, and a faint smile appeared on his face. His movements had been as smooth as those of a butcher working in a flow production. It shocked everyone. Then, He opened his fighting trench coat and brought out nearly 100 dissection and harvesting tools tightly packed together to cut up the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's carcass. His actions were as smooth as those of a butcher cutting up an ox. Even though many people knew that Meng Zhao had a background in harvesting, this was a grade 3 superbeast. It was also a mutated and unidentified version. It contained incredible value and countless secrets. It should be transported back to the base so that the monster experts could examine it carefully. But he just harvested it? The group surrounded him and watched him move as if he was performing magic tricks. He brought out all sorts of cold storage cans and airtight bags from his military backpack, which was beginning to resemble a bag full of treasure. He categorized the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's claws, fangs, brains, bones, and organs and sealed them up with familiar motions. The students felt their mouths go dry. They did not know what to say. Suddenly, with a hiss, a few bloody vines that had not been completely frozen up shot out like a viper at Meng Zhao's face from the depths of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's abdominal cavity. Meng Zhao did not even blink. He poked them gently but quickly 3 times with his forceps and caught them. He snapped them off and put them into his bag. The group sucked in sharp breaths. Xiao Jianqing could not help but ask, "You're harvesting a will-o'-the-wisp dragon here? Isn't it too dangerous?" And he was being a little careless about it. He was just a 1-star superhuman, yet he was forcefully harvesting an evolved version of grade 3 superbeast. If he did not do it properly, the monster materials would mutate again at any moment, and the carcass would turn into a biochemical bomb. Meng Zhao was focused on his task, so he did not even look up. This superbeast might be dead, but its cells are still very active. If I don't harvest it immediately but freeze it with super low temperature to send it back to the base, it might rot away or explode, and its research value will be largely diminished. "How do you know how to harvest a will-o'-the-wisp dragon?" Xiao Jianqing asked hesitantly. "I've seen it before." Meng Zhao paused for a moment, then added, "In a book." The group was speechless. He just read a few textbooks and monster harvesting manuals and dared to work on a mutated will-o'-the-wisp dragon? They did not know whether they should admire his courage or break out in cold sweat because of his audacity. "What is this?" Xiao Jianqing gasped and pointed at the fragments of the bloody flower that Meng Zhao had frozen up and put into a cold storage device. "This is a blood flower. It's the reason why the fire feather dragon became like that," Meng Zhao explained. "Even though it's called a blood flower, it's actually a strange life form similar to a fungus. It likes living as a parasite in monsters, and it can improve the functions of monster cells. It's similar to the zombie virus you usually find in human bodies. But this thing is even more terrifying. It can excrete a unique substance that can twist the genetic chain, so a creature will display all sorts of terrifying and monstrous states. Usually, when the host is still alive, the blood flower is in a state of hibernation. At first glance, it's no different from a normal parasite, but it secretly absorbs the host's energy to stay alive. Once the host dies, the blood flower is activated. It takes over the host's body and makes it enter a much more powerful second stage of life. This is why the fire feather dragon experienced a corpse transformation right after it died and turned into a will-o'-the-wisp dragon. The group looked at each other and could see the puzzlement in each other's eyes. "I've only heard about bloodgrass before. They're really powerful creatures that resemble fungi and can live on as parasites in many monsters. I also know that they're the main reason as to why monsters experience corpse transformations." Xiao Jianqing frowned a little and said, "But a bloodgrass's nature isn't supposed to be this fierce. Monsters are evolving, and pseudo-fungi parasites are also evolving. Blood flower is the evolved form of the bloodgrass, but of course, it's far from its fully evolved state." Meng Zhao sighed. "Not far into the future, perhaps we will face more monsters with blood flowers residing in them as parasites. This war is far from over." "You're Meng Zhao from Agricultural University's martial arts course, right?" Xu Sheng crawled over with his mechanical prosthetics which were in the shape of a spider fighting vehicle. He was still shocked, but he said, "Thanks for saving me just now. I owe you one. But I noticed that when you released your final, major move, the will-o'-the-wisp dragon suddenly swelled up, and it could not even put its limbs on the ground. It could only watch you as you swung your saber on its neck. What happened?" This was something that the others could not understand, either, but it was the key that decided the battle. If the will-o'-the-wisp dragon hadn't suddenly swelled up as if it was about to explode, Meng Zhao would not have had so much time and would not have been able to calmly create his spirit energy magnetic field to release demon subduing /. "I injected something into its body. Meng Zhao retrieved a syringe from a hidden spot on the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's carcass. No one noticed when he had stabbed the syringe into the spot that was at the back of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's thigh, which was directly under its butt. "What's that? Poison?" Xu Sheng was puzzled. What sort of poison would be that powerful? "It's not poison. It's the blood of the heart from 30 blade-shattering pythons," Meng Zhao said. "I was out hunting just now, and I ran into 30 blade-shattering pythons, so I gathered the blood of their hearts while I was at it. It's a coincidence that I got to use them on the will-o'-the-wisp dragon." The group then came to an understanding. The blade-shattering python's heart blood contained a lot of spirit energy. If it were carefully modified, it could be turned into gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid. If taken at suitable amounts, it was a great supplement that could improve cultivation. But if someone had the heart blood of 30 blade-shattering pythons injected into them before it was modified, the rampaging spirit energy would act like a flood and crash into the organs and limbs until they were destroyed. Even the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's powerful body was not able to withstand it, so the effect was much better than that of poison. "But how did you gather the blood of 30 blade-shattering pythons' hearts in passing?" Xiao Jianqing, Xu Sheng, and Han Xing were puzzled. Blade-shattering pythons might just be normal monsters, but when there were 30 of them, they were very difficult to deal with as well. Xiao Jianqing and the others were confident that they could kill 30 blade-shattering pythons, but they were not certain that they could keep the pythons' hearts in perfect shape to gather their heart blood. Their puzzled gazes went to the 4 great kings from Agricultural University's martial arts course as they stood behind Meng Zhao. The 4 great kings scratched their heads. Forget about appraising Meng Zhao's methods, they did not even know how to describe it. Chapter 195, Bloody Road, God of Murder. Suddenly, Meng Zhao's smooth movements froze for a moment. He brought out an object that was the size of a swan's egg but was as red as a heart from the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's carcass. He used an exploratory needle to poke that strange heart. The bloody vines that had not died in the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's carcass screeched and started rushing to the heart. Meng Zhao dumped the heart into condensation-stabilizing fluid with a grave expression. "What happened?" Wu Wu licked away the oily rice at the corners of her mouth, patted her tummy, and came over. She could see the uneasiness in Meng Zhao. "This is the blood flower's sclerotia. It's an organ that you can call its heart and brain. It's the most important thing for a blood flower settlement. No matter how many of the raging bacterial flora split up and no matter how large they grow, there's only one sclerotia. If we destroy the sclerotia, the entire blood flower will wither in a short moment and die," Meng Zhao explained. "But usually, the blood flower sclerotia is round. Based on the number of bacterial flora over here, it should also be larger. It should be about the size of my palm. But this one is only the size of half my palm, and it's oval in shape." "So?" Wu Wu narrowed her eyes. "So, it has recently split up," Meng Zhao explained. "Blood flowers use fission to make a sclerotia produce bacterial flora. It can keep undergoing fission until it forms thousands of bacterial flora that look like bloody vines, thus creating a huge settlement. But the sclerotia usually does not undergo fission, unless the settlement is so large that the host can't support them. To prevent the death of the host, the sclerotia will split into 2, and the second one will search for a new host to form a new settlement. Based on the size of this sclerotia, it underwent fission less than 3 days ago. If it's within such a short period of time, the 2 blood flower settlements will not be too far apart from each other. It's so that they can take care of each other until both of them grow up and mature to the point that they can live independently." The group felt chills down their spines. "Are you saying that there is another super beast that has a blood flower in it nearby?" Meng Zhao sniffed the smell of blood that was getting stronger in the fog. As he listened to the rustling sound of footsteps, he thought that they sounded like death. "I'm saying that you should all check your shoelaces and make sure that you're moving with only a light weight, because we're going to need to run really quickly later." Pairs of red eyes gathered together to form a destructive ocean in the fog. They slowly surged over. At first glance, they were all normal small monsters. They were gray in color and were known as swamp rats. This Gliers-type monster liked biting into sturdy materials, including reinforced concrete. They could bite through public roads and skyscrapers that humans built with a lot of effort, but aside from that, they were not very strong. However, Gliers-type monsters had insane reproductive abilities, so they were able to form a large rat horde and drown out a monster that was much larger than they were. Swamp rats were one of the monsters that normal soldiers and low-grade superhumans did not want to run into in the wild if they did not have a lot of firepower for support. At that moment, the eyes of the swamp rats shone with a fierce light. Their blood vessels bulged out, and their pelts were gone. Terrifying tumors protruded from their bodies. Quite a number of the tumors had burst open, and thin as well as strange bloody vines crawled out of them, making it clear that they had been infested by blood flower bacterial flora. The group sucked in sharp breaths. They did not expect that a blood flower settlement would have the ability to infest a whole pack of rats. Regardless of whether it was the specially recruited students or the four great kings, when they faced the raging, blood-red rat horde, they did not hesitate and just ran. Meng Zhao continued kneeling on one knee, and his hands moved even faster than before. His fingers turned into two balls of gray fog, and right before the rat horde, he harvested the last bit of the will-o'-the-wisp dragon's carcass. Meng Zhao? The group covered more than 100 meters in one go. When they saw that Meng Zhao was not with them, they looked back, and they found to their absolute shock that he was still in the same place. They did not expect that he would actually be that fearless. The blood-red rat horde had surrounded him, but his gaze and hands did not waver. He packed away all the materials. When dozens of swamp rats infested by the blood flower bacterial flora jumped up and opened their mouths at him, he flung the huge backpack on his back, retrieved the two surging lightnings that had been positioned diagonally on the ground, brandished them, and produced silver saber glares that tore the swamp rats to shreds before he fled as well. When he did not move, he was as still as a mountain, but when he attacked, he did it like a mad dog with its tail lit on fire. Meng Zhao rushed after the group. When they were 1 kilometer away from the battleground, he was already running alongside Xiao Jianqing. Isn't he too fast? His endurance while running at maximum speed is insane. The group was amazed. Then, they heard slurping sounds and cracking sounds behind them. When they turned back to look, they noticed countless monsters that had been lurking in the bushes and the marshes jumping out. Wolf crocodiles, ghost arrow pigs, and hundred-eyed toads were among them. They ran together with the students in a panic. Unfortunately, they were half a step too slow, and they were swallowed by the rat horde, leaving behind large rat bums. When the rats left them, only white skeletons were left. This scene sent chills down the students' spines. Their chests heaved, and they only cared about breathing in fresh air and large gulps. They did not even have the energy to speak. No, there was one monster who could speak. While Meng Zhao ran, he asked Xiao Jianqing and the rest, "So, do you have time to listen to me talk about the ultimate style now?" "Huh?" Xiao Jianqing, Xu Sheng, and Han Xing were shocked. They stared at Meng Zhao as if he was not a human, because he was carrying materials that weighed hundreds of kilograms while running madly. Even so, he remained relaxed. How many lungs did this guy have? After all, he had just fought fiercely against the blood flower-infested will-o'-the-wisp dragon. Meng Zhao looked at them patiently. As you can see, the ultimate style is famous for providing great endurance in battle. If we can win against an enemy, we'll pursue the enemy relentlessly. If we can't win, we'll run away. We have incredibly high survivability in battle. As new fungus like blood flowers, viruses, bacteria, other parasites and mutated forms appear, the monster war will continue becoming more intense. The monsters in the future will become more and more difficult to deal with, and all sorts of monster hordes will show up endlessly, so you'll inevitably run into situations like this. So, it's very necessary for you to practice the ultimate style at least a little bit. Wu Wu popped up by the side to show her support. Yes. Very necessary. What the heck? When Xiao Jianqing, Han Xing, and Xu Sheng saw how these two spoke in perfect harmony, they could no longer keep their composure. The ultimate style might be a brand new martial art that has just been born, but it's not some evil deviant. It's a proper martial art that will last for a long time. Just 2 days ago, we passed the Supernatural Towers ISO 0050 Cultivation System Quality Verification Test. As long as you follow the cultivation manual, the risk of you going through spirit energy deviation is very low. It can also perfectly blend with most of the cultivation methods and fighting styles. Regardless of whether you're a gunslinger, monster controller, machine master, heroic spirit user, or a practitioner of other martial arts, you can learn it. You're the specially recruited students of the Alliance of the 5 Universities, and you have special statuses, as well as bright futures. I have here with me a customized set meticulously prepared for you. If you come to train in the Ultimate Style Cultivation Cabin every day for 30 days and show the record of your usage to your circle of friends and social media platforms, we'll give you a discount of 80% from the cost price of the gene medicine, high-calorie nutritional fluid, and all the other cultivation resources you'll need to use. Don't worry, Yan Organization is sponsoring this activity, so you will not face any additional charges. If you don't believe me, you can ask Woo Woo. Yes. I prove it. Really 80% discount, from cost price. Woo Woo had been running together with her ghost leopard. But feline-type monsters were made for short-distance sprints. They could not do long-distance runs. The ghost leopard might have been modified genetically, but after running for a few kilometers, it started foaming at the mouth. Its tongue hung out of its mouth, and it started staggering. Woo Woo decided to just pick it up by its neck and fling it on her shoulder. Then, she just carried the ghost leopard as she ran. When the group saw the ghost leopard hunching its shoulders while looking absolutely baffled, Xiao Jianqing, Xu Sheng, and Han Xing were all a little dumbfounded. Was this the power of the ultimate style and the strength of branch meridian cultivation? Suddenly, Duan Lian, who was at the back of the group, screamed. He was the largest among them, and he was also the slowest. Because he had been distracted for a moment, he stepped into a pit left by a Gliers-type monster that had crawled out of the ground. He sprained his ankle and fell to the ground. Two swamp rats seized the change to jump on him, and they bit his butt. Even though he had a biochemical fighting suit, it still hurt so much that he screamed. When Meng Zhao heard his scream, he hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and turned back. I'm sorry about last time, so take this as an apology for it. If there's a next time, you're going to have to pray to God. Meng Zhao kicked away two swamp rats and yanked Duan Lian up by the shirt to toss him at Xie Feng and the rest. Then, he removed his military-grade backpack and tossed it to them as well. He drew his surging lightnings and faced the aggressive rat horde. Come on. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth while he thought fiercely. Looks like the northern offense failed in my previous life because of the appearance of these blood flowers. Most of the monsters got infested, and their fighting strength jumped up by leaps and bounds. But I won't let you have it your way in this lifetime. Whoosh. With the additional strength provided by the ultimate style, he executed the future 100 saber techniques to their limit. What a frenzied saber technique. The specially recruited students and four great kings witnessed the other side of the ultimate style. If Meng Zhao had spent most of his time against the will-o'-the-wisp dragon spinning around like a top to dodge it, right now, he allowed the people to understand what was the true meaning of being a mook harvesting machine. The two sabers in his hands turned into two tornadoes of death that intersected with each other. The air surged to create a powerful suction force that sucked in the swamp rats into the torrent of blades, and they were torn to shreds. Countless swamp rats shoved at each other to pounce at Meng Zhao, fearless of death, but he was patient. He also had the endurance to grant their wish of an early death. In just a short moment, a bloody trail covered in carcasses was by his feet. And as he walked down this bloody trail boldly, he looked like a god of death who fought his way out of hell. Chapter 196, Undying Bird appears. The eyes of the specially recruited students turned red when they saw the bloody storm Meng Zhao stirred. I feel kind of miffed. It feels like I'm being underestimated, Xu Sheng said with narrowed eyes. That's right. Usually, I'm the one standing in Meng Zhao's position and killing monsters while the rest watch by the side with their mouths hanging open, Han Xing said. I am full. Can continue fighting, Wu Wu said. Then what are we waiting for? Are we really going to let Meng Zhao use his ultimate style to clear out all the monsters? Xiao Jianqing drew her broadswords with the propeller-shaped crossguards. The four of them looked at each other and charged forward. Xie Feng, Sunya, Duan Lian, and Zhang Rui looked at each other, and they saw the unwillingness to admit defeat on their faces. Damn it, even though we're normal people and can't compare to those 4-5 monsters, no matter what, we're the four great kings of Agricultural University's martial arts course. There's no reason why we should stay behind and watch them fight while doing nothing ourselves. Duan Lian snapped his sprained ankle back in place with a crack. With a pale face, he injected himself with a powerful painkiller and struck his chest. He let out an angry shout and charged forward. The 9 outstanding Dragon City freshmen worked together and turned into 9 rumbling armored trains that charged among the blood-red rat horde. They suppressed and killed them. The students' vitality magnetic fields crashed against each other, which made their spirit flames burn even fiercer, and they managed to suppress the aggressive rat horde through brute force. The power of the rat horde lay in its numbers and how it gathered together. But once the rats were scattered and no longer united, even if the blood flower stimulated them, they were not powerful monsters. Soon, the scattered rat horde became a swaying flame, and it was extinguished by the 9 people's combat boots, which were plated with steel plates. But a strange, bloody fog gathered above the swamp rats' mangled carcasses. It surged and gathered together. Slurping sounds rose everywhere as the bacterial flora grew. Tentacles resembling blood vessels grew out of the swamp rat carcasses. As if they were threads sewing a torn piece of cloth, the tentacles reconnected the torn carcasses. Some of them casually stitched different pieces of swamp rats together to form monsters with 2 heads, 3 or 4 tails, and a lot of claws. Xiao Jianqing and the rest gasped for breath as they watched this scene in disbelief. Meng Zhao spat on the ground while he wiped off the blood and cold sweat from his palms on his trousers. The probability of monsters with blood flowers infesting them turning into undead was higher by more than 50%, so people usually had to kill them twice. And the second time was often harder. This was the reason behind why Meng Zhao had turned tail and ran in the beginning. But since they had already fought to this point, it seemed like they could only keep fighting until the end. "Find its sclerotia!" Meng Zhao shouted. These bacterial flora belong to one settlement and listen to one sclerosia's commands. As long as we destroy the sclerotia, the bacterial flora will wither. This is the way to completely get rid of it. The group looked at each other and surrounded Meng Zhao to block the undead swamp rats from charging at him from all directions, which would give him a chance to search for the blood flower's sclerotia. Meng Zhao shut his eyes and scrunched up his nose to sniff out the place which had the strongest stench of blood. After a creature turned into the undead, it might not be faster and stronger, but it was definitely more poisonous and corrosive. Besides, the layout of the undead's organs and bone structure were different from creatures that were alive. Its weaknesses were also quite different compared to the time it was alive, making it harder to deal with. Sometimes, even when someone in the group beheaded an undead swamp rat, the things that looked like man-eating flowers would shoot out of their abdominal cavities and hiss while charging at their target's neck artery. Even if they split the undead swamp rats in half from the head to the tail, bacterial flora sometimes crawled out of the bloody cuts and connected with the torn limbs of the other undead swamp rats to create a brand new monster. The deformed and ugly existences that looked like Frankenstein were horrifying and disgusting. The students' mental strength index began to fluctuate, and their failure rate in creating their spirit energy magnetic fields continued to climb up. Every time they failed to create their spirit energy magnetic field, they revealed a lot of openings, and the undead swamp rats bit them viciously. Regardless of whether it was the specially recruited students or the 4 great kings, their nano-fighting suits were already torn to shreds. Their bleeding wounds gave off tendrils of black smoke, which was a sign that the wounds were corroded quite badly. Can we really not kill these creatures? The group felt their skins crawl, and a chill went down from the top of their heads to their spines. It was as if ice was stabbing into their skins. At that moment, Meng Zhao opened his eyes. That's it. He moved like lightning and jumped over 8 undead swamp rats. Then, he flew over like a rock with its wings spread. His surging lightnings were the wings that he spread to their limit. His target was the swamp rat king that lurked in the depths of the rat horde. It was twice as large as a normal swamp rat, and it was so plump that even its limbs were curled up under its body. The swamp rat king was covered in pulsating tumors. Bacterial flora rampaged in all 7 of its orifices and danced about in a bizarre manner as if they were twitching. They were giving commands to the blood flower settlement. The blood flower sclerotia had to be residing in its body. Meng Zhao charged at the swamp rat king like a hungry wolf. With just a few jumps, he landed in front of it. The swamp rat king screeched and, immediately, dozens of undead swamp rats shoved at each other to pounce on its attacker. Meng Zhao had already predicted their attack trajectory. The dozens of undead swamp rats turned into his platform. He stomped on them with his combat boots, which squashed them dead. Every time he stepped on one, it would increase his speed. He finished the creation of the demon-subduing pole in midair and intersected his surging lightnings. Then, with a cross-shaped slash, he cut the swamp rat king into 4. That's not right. The rat king is too weak. It doesn't look like it's been infested by the sclerotia. Before Meng Zhao landed on the ground, he knew that there was something wrong because of how effortlessly he killed the swamp rat king. And just as he expected, he did not see the oval, heart-shaped sclerotia in the 4 parts of the swamp rat king's carcass. At that moment, Meng Zhao landed on the ground, and in the moat beside where he landed, a snake-type monster suddenly shot out at lightning speed toward his neck artery. This creature had the triangular head unique to venomous snakes. Its body was covered in dark gold spots, and it had thick, deformed blood vessels throughout its body. Some of them made scales burst apart, and the blood vessels protruded out of the body. Its eyes had also been devoured by the fungus. 2 red flowers formed by bacterial flora were in place of its sockets. It opened its mouth to the limit, and countless rampaging bloody tentacles shot out of it. No, The leader of the swamp rats is a golden thread snake. The sclerotia is residing inside the golden thread snake. Meng Zhao felt goosebumps break all over his skin. Usually, the leader of a particular type of monster was a creature belonging to the same category. A rat king would command a rat horde, and a wolf king would control a wolf pack. But in this world, where the law of the jungle ruled, the winners were kings, and monsters were incredibly intelligent. For the sake of survival, the weak would submit to the strong, and there were cases when some other race would rule over another. Wu Wu was the best example. As a human, she had ruled over a ghost leopard pack. As long as she continued bringing fresh food to the ghost leopard pack and expanding their territory, as well as defeating and eating all the challengers, the other ghost leopards would willingly accept her rule. It was the same case with swamp rats. Usually, the largest and fiercest rat with the sharpest fangs would be crowned king after it bit several of its kind to death. But if they ran into an even fiercer mortal enemy like a snake-type monster, and for some reason, this mortal enemy did not want to finish all of them in one go, they might maintain a strange symbiotic relationship for a period of time. The swamp rats would accept the golden thread snake's rule and provide some plump rats to it as tribute regularly so that most of their kind could live out their ignoble existence under its protection. The golden thread snake could then save up on the energy it needed to hunt and use the swamp rats to fight against its enemies. It was a win-win situation. When the blood flower ran into this rat horde ruled by a golden thread snake, there was no need to even guess just who the sclerotia would choose to infest. Meng Zhao had chosen the wrong target. And it was already too late for him to change them. The ultimate style did not guarantee endless stamina and spirit energy. Earlier, he had killed a will-o'-the-wisp dragon. Then, he had carried out a highly precise harvesting. After that, he carried materials worth hundreds of kilograms and ran madly through a swamp. And that wasn't the end. He then fought multiple rounds against a rat horde, and now, he was at the verge of collapsing. Even his toes were trembling. I just ascended the stage brilliantly, but in the blink of an eye, I'm about to die? Meng Zhao really wanted to flip two thick and long middle fingers at the cruel thing called destiny. At that moment, he heard a faint cry resembling that of a falcon-type monster from the tumbling clouds. Then, a piercing red light shot out of the clouds. Falcon-type monsters were the mortal enemies of python-type monsters. Even if infested by a blood flower, the golden thread snake still jumped up as if it was electrocuted. Even so, it did not manage to escape the fate of being surrounded by the red light. It was cut into several parts. Dozens of blood-red, tentacle-like bacterial flora crawled out of the struggling and spasming golden thread snake's torn carcass. They dragged an oval-shaped heart and screeched like a burning spider as they looked for a new host. The red light that cut the golden thread snake split into dozens of thin, red lines and cut the blood flower sclerotia into pieces. All the blood flower bacterial flora in the undead swamp rats' bodies crawled out of the carcasses and thrust skyward with their final cry of denial. An even more sonorous cry responded to them. It was the awe-inspiring cry of a hell beast. Then, a crimson flame that looked as beautiful and magnificent as a phoenix descended from the sky. An incredibly handsome, long-haired young man with tear tracks on his face levitated in the burning flames. It was at that moment that Meng Zhao noticed that the red light that killed the golden thread snake and blood flower sclerotia, which saved his life, was actually a ball of flames that resembled a phoenix. It was the long and beautiful tail of a bird. This is a beast soul. It's the undying bird? Isn't that man Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, the person who is technically my neighbor because he's staying in Joyous Heavenly Garden, which is right next to Blessed Heavenly Garden? He's the best graduate over the recent years from Agricultural University's martial arts course, and he's even more popular than Yan Feiru on the live streaming platform. Among all the handsome and elegant guys in Dragon City, he's the only male idol I don't hate. Chapter 197, Idol. Falcon-type monsters came and went without a trace, and they were the hardest to hunt among all monsters. But Lin Chuan had personally killed more than 100 Falcon-type monsters and extracted their vitality magnetic fields to make them resonate with his spirit energy magnetic field. Then, he created a powerful beast soul known as the Undying Bird. It was no wonder how he had managed to reach the ranks of Heaven Realm elites before he was 30 and become one of the youngest 4-star superhumans in Dragon City. The greatest difference between those in Earth Realm and Heaven Realm was that the latter had already mastered the secrets of maglev, and they could resist the pull of gravity and fly freely in the sky. Of course, normal 4-star superhumans only levitated in the air, since they had just reached Heaven Realm. It was very difficult for them to fly as swiftly as falcons. But with the Undying Bird supporting him, Lin Chuan was not limited by his realm. He descended from the sky as if he really had a pair of burning wings on his back. The wings of fire swept through the area, and in an instant, they sent the remaining hundreds of swamp rats into the air. They were reduced to screeching fireballs, and before they landed on the ground, they were burned to a crisp with the blood flower bacterial flora in their bodies. Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan, Xiao Jianqing, Xu Sheng, and Han Xing might not have been from Agricultural University, but they knew this young elite who had recently become really famous online. Delight shone on their faces. Sunya, Xie Feng, Duan Lian, and Zhang Rui were so happy that they wept and cheered in delight. With the Heaven Realm elite next to them, victory was assured. Once the blood flower sclerotia was destroyed, the remaining bacterial flora acted like monsters without a leader, and they soon fell apart and rotted away. Lin Chuan swung a chain spear made from a super beast's spine. It was crystalline and had fire patterns surging on it. With a single swing, he burned all the swamp rats and blood flower bacterial flora that were making their last struggle against death. In an instant, the last bewitching ball of flame was extinguished with a pained screech. Crack! Crack! The chain spear with the fire patterns had an attack range that was several meters long. The segments pulled back and connected together to turn into a long spear that was 2 meters long. The bottom of the spearhead had 4 metallic wings that pointed diagonally upward. With Lin Chuan's dancing long hair and gloomy eyes, he looked so handsome that even his parents would want to disown him to get to know him. Sunya and Xiao Jianqing instantly forgot the terror they felt from the will-o'-the-wisp dragon and the blood-red rat hordes. Their hearts were sparkling with adoration. Even Wu Wu was staring at Lin Chuan fixedly and gulped in secret. No one knew whether she wanted to eat him, or, eat him. "No way, Wu Wu, do you have such low-class hobbies as well?" Meng Zhao asked. Even so, he could not help but follow customs as well. He ran over to Lin Chuan with great excitement. "Senior Lin Chuan, hello, I know. You're Meng Zhao. You live in Blessed Heavenly Garden, and you can be considered to be my neighbor." Lin Chuan smiled in a very gentle manner, and it looked as if his pores were shining as well. "You know me?" Meng Zhao was ecstatic. Lin Chuan had not been acting alone. Instead, once he sensed the presence of a powerful beast and the monstrous flower, he called upon a large amount of reinforcements. But instead of keeping pace with them, he came first with his undying bird. Soon, 5 crawler trucks that could travel through all terrains came to the bloody battlefield with hunters and powerful soldiers. The experienced fighters were stunned for a long time when they saw the swamp rat-torn limbs and the will-o'-the-wisp materials Meng Zhao had managed together. They did not expect that the freshmen would dare to fight head-on against the king of nightmarish beasts, and it was even one that was infested by a blood flower. But even more astonishing was that they had managed to win beautifully. This was especially the case for Meng Zhao. He had seized every second he had to harvest a really fresh and undamaged blood flower sclerotia, which would contribute greatly toward their efforts of making a relative suppressant and antidote for cracking the secrets of the blood flower. Some of the experienced hunters and elite scouts from the military gave him a thumbs up once they understood what had happened. From that moment on, with the testimonies from the veterans and the 4 specially recruited students, the ultimate style was no longer limited to just being a good weapon against normal monsters. It now entered the Hall of Fame and now truly stood on equal footing with Beast Soul style, gunfighting style, overkill style, and the other traditional martial arts styles. But Meng Zhao's focus was on Lin Chuan. One of the reasons was because he wanted to use Lin Chuan's ability to capture countless girls' hearts and fame to promote the ultimate style. The other reason was that Lin Chuan was really his idol. "Big brother Lin, did you know that I've been idolizing you since a long time ago?" Meng Zhao said excitedly in the medical car. "When I was still in elementary school, I heard about you getting into Agricultural University's martial arts course. Blessed Heavenly Garden, Joyous Heavenly Garden, Longevity Heavenly Garden, and Happiness Heavenly Garden are bound together. We can count on one hand just how many people from these 4 public renting housing areas have managed to get into university, and you even got into an ACE course in Agricultural University's martial arts course. The teenagers in our area all grew up listening to your story. You're the legendary ACE student, and everyone loves but also hates you. We worship your strength, but every time we procrastinated on our studies, our parents would lecture us, and they would always use you as an example. They'd say something like, 'Look at Lin Chuan from the next area.' At that time, I would always think, who do you think Lin Chuan is? He's a legendary genius and a rare talent. I can't compare to him. If I had 1/10 of his talent, you'd be burning incense in temples and praying." His words were sincere, and it made Lin Chuan laugh like a pig. And since he was so handsome, even if he laughed like a pig, he still managed to dazzle the medical university girl who was bandaging Meng Zhao's wounds. Her face turned red, and her heart raced, and she nearly wrapped Meng Zhao's mouth with bandages. "Don't say that, Meng Zhao, you'll make me blush," Lin Chuan said with a smile. "You've been really popular lately too. While I was in Graveyard Forest, I never went online. Even so, I've heard people talk about you a few times. When I went back to Shattered Star Lake and saw some of the old faces from Agricultural University, I heard rumors about you every single day. You should know the Griffin Li Yinzi. She was my personal tutor while I was at university, and she praised you to high heavens. She said that you're even more outstanding than I was in the past and said that no matter what, I have to stay in Shattered Star Lake for some time to give you some cultivating tips." "No way?" Meng Zhao blushed. "Ms. Li regards me so highly?" Meng Zhao thought that Li Yingzi was very averse to him. After all, the Ultimate Style and the Beast Soul Style were fighting over the cultivation resources in the martial arts course, which would stir up conflict. He had also tricked her into pulling down Gu Jianbo's pants. There was no way she would forget about the second thing so easily, right? "Ms. Li is your usual person with a soft heart, even though her tongue is poisonous. While I was in university, she was someone with a face of ice, but fiery passion," Lin Chuan said with a smile. "I heard her talk a lot about you and Mr. Gu Jianbo. In fact, she even mentioned a few times that she was regretting her decision to give up on Project 1024. She also expressed her delight about your achievements. I thought that she was exaggerating things, because no matter what, you're just a freshman, and at most, you were just lucky to be in the right place at the right time. There's no way you'd be that strong. But after seeing you kill the Will-o'-the-Wisp dragon and how you fought against the Blood-Red Rat Horde, I know that she wasn't exaggerating when she talked about you. In fact, her comments were really reserved." His words stunned the medical university girl who was treating Meng Zhao. She could not understand how Meng Zhao, who seemed to be an ordinary freshman, could make the legendary Weeping Reaper give him such a high appraisal. Meng Zhao was on cloud nine when he was acknowledged by Zidal. The pain and fatigue from the fight instantly vanished, and he smiled. "Big Brother Lin, I didn't expect you to be so cordial. Do I look like someone who is very difficult to approach?" Lin Chuan intentionally schooled his face. Half a second later, he could no longer keep up the farce and smiled. "I became curious because of Ms. Li, and after I got to know of your situation, I learned that we're actually neighbors who are just one street away from each other. Perhaps we even saw each other when we were younger. In fact, we went to the same elementary school. It's just as you said, it's very difficult for someone from small public renting housing areas in Blessed Heavenly Garden, Joyous Heavenly Garden, Longevity Heavenly Garden, and Happiness Heavenly Garden to get into university, and it's even more difficult for someone to get into a famous university's ACE course. It's even more difficult for someone like this to find his own footing in a university filled with powerful people. As I watched you grow and gradually show your brilliance, I thought that I was looking at my past self. Even if Ms. Li didn't ask for my help, if I could help, I'd definitely help you." "Thanks, Big Brother Lin." Meng Zhao exhaled. Lin Chuan was very easy to approach, and the specially recruited students had witnessed the power of the Ultimate Style. He could be said to have completed most of the fight for the Ultimate Style quest. A thought rose in his mind, and he said, "I went to Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School at that time. Big Brother Lin, did you go there as well?" "That's right." Lin Chuan held back his laughter. "The children from the 4 public renting housing areas all go to Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School. Look, we're elementary school mates, and we're also university mates. We share a direct senior-junior relationship. My homeroom teacher was a female teacher with a fair face. She had freckles all over her face, was petite, and a seemingly gentle woman. She taught physical education. She was called Miss Sun. It's either Sun Yaoli or Sun Lia. I forgot," Meng Zhao said. "Do you know her, Big Brother Lin? She might have looked like a lady, but her thundercloud palm was very vicious, and when she shouted, her voice was even louder than thunder. Her husband was our language teacher, and he was a big, burly man who was nearly 190 centimeters tall, but in front of her, he acted as obediently as a chick." "Seriously?" At that moment, Lin Chuan's eyes lit up as well, and he said excitedly, "Miss Sun was also my homeroom teacher for 3 years. I remember that there was a new male language teacher who had just been transferred over at that time. He looked pretty handsome and elegant, and he was filled with wisdom. He could tell us a lot of stories from Earth, so everyone liked his language classes a lot. But Miss Sun was very unreasonable. She would usually occupy the language classes and change them into her physical education classes. The students seethed with anger but did not dare to say anything. So I thought of a trick. At that time, Miss Sun and the language teacher, Mr. Huang, were both not married. I thought that Miss Sun seemed to fancy him, so I told her, "You can't be so hot-headed all the time and shout like a thunderclap. I won't ask you to change, but you should endure for a period of time and put on a disguise to trick Mr. Huang into your hands before you reveal your true colors, right?" I was thinking that if the homeroom teacher and the language teacher got together, she would definitely feel too embarrassed to occupy her husband's language classes, right? I didn't expect that they'd actually get married later, and the homeroom teacher would occupy all the language classes without even bothering to put on a disguise anymore. And she even forced the language teacher to practice thundercloud palm with us, so in the end, the language teacher didn't have time to tell us stories from Earth at all. Meng Zhao laughed so much that he leaned back. It's no wonder, then. Whenever Mr. Huan saw us, it looked like he hated us. So you were the one who did this? Being taught by the same homeroom teacher as his idol was a very strange feeling. In an instant, they became even closer than before. Chapter 198, A New Pseudo-Heroic Citizen. On their way back to the base, Meng Zhao chatted with Lin Chuan about a lot of things. They talked about the teachers with special traits in their elementary school, the secret base of the boys at the back of the school building, and a huge drawing from Lin Chuan there. It looked like a huge gorilla, but it was actually a drawing of the fierce Principal Li. This discovery made Meng Zhao yelp. He told Lin Chuan that his drawing had brought him a lot of trouble. When he discovered it in the secret base, he thought that it resembled Principal Li a lot, so he added an arrow by the side and wrote down Principal Li's name beside it. He did not expect that he would be captured by a teacher, who would then insist that Meng Zhao was the one who drew it, which would then result in Meng Zhao being forced to write a reflection report worth 5,000 words. Next Monday, he also had to reflect on his actions in front of all the students during the morning assembly, and when he went back home, he was punished by his father. Lin Chuan laughed like a pig again. His pig-like laughter entranced the medical university girl once more. The two men talked about the grocery store and snack shop at the entrance of the elementary school. They talked about the models of the battle god Lei Zongchao and all sorts of super beasts that were incredibly popular at that time that they were supposed to assemble and paint them on their own. They also talked about the snacks by the side of the road. Fried lizard skewers had lizards with their stomachs cut open. After their organs were cleared out, minced earthworm meat was stuffed inside them, and they were fried in oil. The key was that a small bit of demonic halberd pig fat had to be added to the vegetable oil, so when they were fried, the aroma would come out like a punch, and it would hit anyone passing the stand so hard that they could not even stand properly. Do you remember Grandpa Wang? The lizard meat he fries smells the greatest. When he opens up his stall at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the children who haven't even been dismissed from class would no longer have the mood to train. I heard that he has a secret technique. He searches for the freshest and juiciest earthworms. But no matter what, his fried lizard skewers are different from other people's, Meng Zhao said with a gulp. How could I not remember? I loved them the most while I was in elementary school, Lin Chuan said. Now that I think of it, they weren't hygienic, but they were really tasty. You can laugh if you want, but a few times when I was in despair in the depths of the wild, the only thought I had in my heart was that I can't die. I still have to go back to the entrance of the elementary school and eat a fried lizard skewer made by Grandpa Wang. Seriously? Meng Zhao's eyes lit up, and he said, then, next time, if you have the chance to go back, I'll definitely treat you to one. Grandpa Wang is old, and his body isn't very good now. He sets up his stall only for 2 hours every day after elementary school is over, but I have his contact number. If he knows that you're coming, he'll definitely prepare a grand meal for you. What do you mean by if I have the chance? I'm still staying in Joyous Heavenly Garden. If we have the time, we can go and look for Grandpa Wang together. We can even visit our homeroom teacher and language teacher in elementary school. I wonder whether Principal Li retired. If we see him, I will definitely admit that I was the one who made that drawing, but you didn't write that 5,000-word essay in vain, you know? It's your fault for writing his name over there. Ha 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 ha. Lin Chuan laughed boisterously. Meng Zhao laughed as well, but he was surprised. You're still staying in Joyous Heavenly Garden? With Lin Chuan's status as one of the youngest Heaven Realm elites in Dragon City and his fame online, Even if he was not as experienced and elite as soul-breaking Saber Luo Wu and could not stay in a top-class luxury house in Dragon City No. 1, he should be able to easily get a huge house that was more than 160 square meters and the type that was classified as a high-end abode fit for cultured people. Why was he still staying in a public renting house? There have been people trying to persuade me to move. They tell me to move to a better and larger place, so it'll be easier for me to make connections and work, but I'm a nostalgic person at heart. I'm already used to the boisterous atmosphere of the public renting houses and the neighbors I've seen since I was young, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Besides, I was thinking that the monster war is still going on, and there might come a day when more powerful monsters will rush into Dragon City and reach blessed Heavenly Garden and joyous Heavenly Garden. The luxurious apartments, high-end abodes, and apartments for talented people all have defense systems. They also have their own main fighting tanks and veteran elite, so they are not afraid of monster invasions. But if the powerful people who appear once in a blue moon in the public renting houses move away after we become rich, we'll only have the old, sick, and weak left behind. If the monsters really invade our home, who will protect them? Meng Zhao's respect for him rose. He felt that he had met someone who thought like him and that heroes thought alike. Of course, he was currently far weaker than Lin Chuan. He needed to continue working hard so that he could catch up to his idol. Unfortunately, I'm at the depths of the wild all the time. Even if I return to Dragon City, I'm either being treated in the hospital or training in the supernatural tower. I seldom go back home. Now that you said it, when I have the chance, I should go back and see the people from my past. Lin Chuan said with a smile. While they chatted with each other, they discovered that they shared a lot of similarities. When they returned to the base, they were already so close that they nearly shared a drink with each other and swore to be brothers. The Griffin Li Yingzi stood at the entrance to the base and waited for them with a dark expression. When they met, she first scolded Meng Zhao fiercely, saying that he had become really audacious and that he respected neither the organization nor the laws. He often ran around wildly by saying that the visibility in the fog was not good and that communications were not smooth, which resulted in him always entering dangerous areas. Today, he even went mad and decided to provoke a blood flower-infested will-o'-the-wisp dragon. If Lin Chuan had not arrived at the final moment and something really happened to him, what would she have to say to his tutor, Gu Jianbo? She scolded Meng Zhao for a full 3 minutes, and he soon wanted to crawl into a hole and die, but suddenly, the topic of her conversation changed, and she shifted her wrath on Lin Chuan. She said that he had just been heavily injured in Graveyard Forest and returned to Shattered Star Lake to be treated. So why was he unable to control his legs and started running around after staying in the hospital for only 1 day? Did he think that there were no hell beasts in Shattered Star Lake so he could run around doing whatever he wanted? Lin Chuan's tutor from his university years was Li Yingzi. And their student-tutor relationship was closer than anyone else's. When Li Yingzi started scolding him, she did not hold back at all. She did not give any respect to the internet celebrity. As Meng Zhao listened to the scolding, he gradually understood Lin Chuan's situation. He had killed 3 great give hell beasts known as multi-headed fire lizards in the depths of Graveyard Forest while he was on a hunting mission. He saved 2 comrades, but his organs were invaded by poisonous flames. Right now, he was still enduring great pain, as if there were flames burning his body. Big Brother Lin, you. Meng Zhao simply could not imagine it. Just now, Lin Chuan had elegantly won against the blood-red rat horde and chatted happily with him along the way, yet he was actually poisoned by flames and was in great pain. What terrifying willpower! A thought appeared in his mind, and Meng Zhao seized the chance when Li Yingzi stopped scolding them after 5 minutes. Big Brother Lin, did you know that multi-headed fire lizards are hell beasts that have really strong desires? Sometimes, when they can't find sexual partners, they use normal lizards or other python-type monsters to satiate their lust. They end up leaving behind so many holes on these pitiful creatures that they look like hornets. So, if we run into a reptile-type monster with hornet nest-shaped wounds on their carcasses in the wild, there's a possibility that there are multi-headed fire lizards nearby, so we have to be on guard. Lin Chuan and Li Yingzi looked at each other at a loss. They could not understand why Meng Zhao would mention such strange trivia. Kindling shone at the top of Meng Zhao's vision, and 2 small rows of words appeared. Elite citizen Li Yingzi has been enlightened by you, and her knowledge to survive in the wild has increased. Increase contribution points by 1. Pseudo-heroic citizen Lin Chuan has been enlightened by you, and his knowledge to survive in the wild has increased. Increase contribution points by 3. I knew it, he's a pseudo-heroic citizen. Meng Zhao's heart raced. He just knew that Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan was not someone ordinary. Another pseudo-heroic citizen had appeared. Meng Zhao did not have a lot of information regarding Lin Chuan from his memories from the previous life. He felt that with how recklessly the other fought, he might have actually died in a soon-to-come fight. In this life, Meng Zhao swore in his heart that he would definitely change his idol's fate so that he could live through the battle safely and continue shining brightly in the path of Dragon City rise to power. After deciding this, Meng Zhao began promoting and boasting about the ultimate style. Big Brother Lin, if your organs are injured, you should try practicing the ultimate style. The ultimate style focuses on cultivating the 1024 branch meridians, and it can quietly nourish your organs. It will get rid of the poisonous flames and promote the healing of hidden injuries. The effects are really good. Sure. He had thought that Lin Chuan would hesitate a little when in the face of the brand new cultivation style. He did not expect that he would agree immediately and would even be willing to join Project 1024 and explore how Heaven Realm elites should create brand new cultivation system for the ultimate style. If they were certain that it was effective, Lin Chuan was even willing to use his status as an internet celebrity to promote the ultimate style in live stream classes, his circle of friends, and social media platforms. Big Brother Lin, you're such a bro. Meng Zhao was delighted. You and I are people who were taught by the same homeroom teacher in elementary school. If I don't help you, who should I help? Besides, your tutor isn't a stranger to me either. In the past, he often treated me to drinks and food. While I was going through my most difficult times, Gu Jianbo often helped me. When someone offers you a small bit of kindness, you should repay them tenfold. This is a simple rule, and I still know it, Lin Chuan said with a smile. Huh? Meng Zhao was puzzled. Why did Mr. Gu treat you to food? Lin Chuan coughed dryly a few times and pulled Meng Zhao to the side. He whispered, at that time, the Griffin was a greenhorn. She was a new lecturer who was a nobody. No one was willing to choose her as their personal tutor, and I was ranked at the bottom of the admission test in the martial arts course. I adhered to the rules and became her disciple. Then. Well, you know that Mr. Gu and Ms. Li have a special relationship. They seem to have been in a conflict of some sort. Ms. Li didn't like to acknowledge Mr. Gu, and I was her only male disciple at that time, so Mr. Gu often treated me to food to ask about Ms. Li. As this happened multiple times, we became closer to each other. By the way, how is Ms. Li's relationship with Mr. Gu now? Are they back together? Well. Meng Zhao thought about it and whispered, I can't say. In any case, they always fight at midnight. Chapter 199, Thousand Moon Slash. Li Yingzi walked over with a puzzled expression. What are you talking about? Both of them looked at each other, and like friends who had known each other for years, in a show of great teamwork, they said simultaneously, it's nothing. We're talking about some of the things we did in university. You just began your university life. What things could you possibly mean? Li Yingzi glared at Meng Zhao and turned to Lin Chuan. Her tone became slightly gentler when she said, Lin Chuan, at that time, I've just become a lecturer in the university, and I didn't know how to polish you, so you were a nameless nobody during your university years. It's only after you graduated and groped around in the dark while trying to figure out your way that you managed to shine. Now that I think about it, I've let you down. If cold-blooded Jiang Ming had been the one to provide you with guidance, you might have obtained greater power and glory, and you wouldn't be as you are now, going into the wild most of the time as a vanguard at the front lines and getting injured so often. No way. Lin Chuan laughed. I only reached my current position because you cultivated me during my university years. As for getting hurt, it's something normal, and I'm already used to it. Speaking of which, at that time, I was just a poor student who came from a public renting house. I had to compete against many of the aristocratic children in the martial arts course, and I did live a very tough life. It's all thanks to you and Mr. Gu providing me with financial help that I managed to stumble my way to graduation. Now, my life is slightly better, and I often think about how I should repay you. Your Beast Soul Fusion technology is maturing day by day, and it's a key program supported by the martial arts course, so there's not much room for my help. But Project 1024 is the product of you and Mr. Gu's blood, sweat, and tears, and I've been thinking about helping with it. Lin Chuan and Meng Zhao looked at Li Yingzi sincerely. Li Yingzi thought about it for a long time before she finally nodded. All right, I'll agree to it. I believe that Mr. Gu will be really ecstatic when he hears this news. From that day onwards, Lin Chuan became a brand new subject of Project 1024. He often formed a hunting pair with Meng Zhao and went to the most dangerous regions in Shattered Star Lake. While he treated his wounds, he also did recovery training. Meanwhile, he taught Meng Zhao a lot of the secrets about using spirit energy and some of the really practical survival tips in the depths of the wild. Lin Chuan's fighting experience was much greater than Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi's, who stayed in the university all year long. Meng Zhao naturally learned a lot from his guidance. And he occasionally gained inspiration based on the memory fragments from his previous life and asked questions or solved riddles in a shocking manner, which also enlightened Lin Chuan, so he often felt like his thought processes had cleared. To quote Lin Chuan, "I don't know what's going on in your brain, Junior. I'm not 30 years old yet, but when I'm in front of you, I often feel like you're someone of the younger generation who is worthy of respect. You're a monster." The two of them worked together and grew so quickly that they improved faster than when they cultivated alone. Very soon, they were attached at the hip. Sometimes, when they became so excited from their kills, they set up camp in Shattered Star Lake and listened to the rising and falling monster cries around them. Then, they talked to each other in a tent so excitedly that they spent the entire night chatting. The more they talked to each other, the more they found themselves clicking, and they felt as if the other was just another version of themselves in this world. 2 weeks went by like that. Lin Chuan's cultivation of the 1024 branch meridians to cure the injuries in his organs went on very smoothly. He and Gu Jianbo were both Heaven Realm elites, so when they talked to each other remotely, the brainstorming sessions they went through caused the cultivation system of the ultimate style to change every day. The day for the birth of the perfected ultimate style that Meng Zhao remembered based on the memories of his past drew nearer. And Lin Chuan did as he promised. When the internet was no longer obstructed, he quickly seized the chance to go online. He promoted the benefits of the ultimate style on his social media platform and the live streaming platform. He did not exaggerate the effects of the ultimate style like the other internet celebrities who were paid to market products. He did not hide the weaknesses and immature parts of the ultimate style either. He just reported the progress of his healing and his thoughts about his cultivation. His truthful attitude and the slightly depressed, handsome face made the promotional effect much stronger than those of hysterically promoted products. Based on the information Gu Jianbo sent from the rear, a lot more famous businesses and investors became interested in the ultimate style. The Supernatural Tower had agreed to let Agricultural University open up an ultimate style experience area in the tower. A batch of ultimate style cultivation cabins would be placed there so superhumans could test out this brand new cultivation system. Feng Shui Medical Center, a famous private hospital in Dragon City, also collaborated with Agricultural University's martial arts course to test using the ultimate style to cure withered main meridians and stimulate the Broken Star superhumans' fighting strength. Most of the superhumans in Dragon City who awakened in a battlefield were Broken Star superhumans. Hence, this was an unimaginably large cake. Even if they just spread some butter on it, it was enough to stuff the newly born ultimate style so full it would burst. As of current, the ultimate style was rising to power much faster and fiercer than what Meng Zhao remembered from his previous life. By the looks of it, before long, it would sweep through all of Dragon City and change the entire war's progress. And this brought an additional benefit to Meng Zhao. Every time Lin Chuan went on a broadcast, he invited Meng Zhao as an assistant so that he could demonstrate the ingenious aspects of the ultimate style. As he spoke, he did not hide his admiration for Meng Zhao. The netizens' strange love extended to him as well just because he was attached to Lin Chuan, and Meng Zhao became famous as the Weeping Reaper's assistant. The military also recorded his achievement for killing the Will-o'-the-Wisp dragon and blocking the Blood-Red Rat horde. He obtained the title of the Daily Star in the East Lake Base and entered even more powerful fighters' sights. Xiao Jianqing, Xu Sheng, and Han Cheng were like Wu Wu. They became interested in the ultimate style and often came over to train with Meng Zhao and Lin Chuan. They could not be considered to be really close friends, but at the very least, when they saw each other in the 5,000-man cafeteria, they would sit down at one table and eat together. Meng Zhao once again promoted the ultimate style to Xiao Jianqing in hopes that she could get her father, Thunder God Xiao Zhengyang, to acknowledge it. But Xiao Jianqing told him that her father was an upright person and especially strict when it came to family members. If she tried going behind doors and asked him to promote the ultimate style, it would have an adverse effect. Besides, General Xiao and the Deity Realm elites who joined the Northern Offense were planning a major operation targeting raging waves in an attempt to get rid of the apocalyptic beast. They were not in the mood to pay attention to the ultimate style. However, when the Northern Offense came to an end, The freshmen from the Alliance of the Five Universities and Dragon City University might hold an inter-university tournament. It had a long history and was just like the tournament between Agricultural University's martial arts course and Monster Controller course. This year, Dragon City University had 5 specially recruited students for their fighting courses, while there were only 4 specially recruited students for the fighting courses in the Alliance of the Five Universities. If the tournament was going to be a 5 versus 5 squad battle, there would be 1 person missing from the Alliance of the Five Universities. Xiao Jianqing invited Meng Zhao to join their team and told him that it was the tournament with the highest specifications between the freshmen of the fighting courses in Dragon City's universities. If Meng Zhao could stand out with the ultimate style during the inter-university tournament, the ultimate style would naturally enter the sights of her father and the other powerful fighters of the same rank as he was. Meng Zhao had been communicating with Lin Chuan a lot lately, and he felt that his fighting strength had increased like mushrooms after a rain. His confidence swelled up, and he really wanted to meet the elites of Dragon City University, so he naturally agreed to it. But he was still a little worried in his heart. Based on what Xiao Jianqing said, the humans had once again regained their foothold on the northern offense. Even though they had run into some problems after the storm, they were once again pushing forward. They moved slowly but surely. Victory was within their grasp, otherwise, the higher-ups would not have started preparing for the inter-university tournament. Based on what Meng Zhao had seen, she was right. Even though they had been thrown off their rhythm slightly in the beginning, their persistence finally got through, and they reconstructed the bases, built the forts, killed the monsters, built the railroads, explored the place, and mined the mines. Now, a few of the military railroads had already extended into Shattered Star Lake. The armored trucks filled with heavy railway guns traveled to the center of Shattered Star Lake, and the destructive cannon fire could display their might at Graveyard Forest and Raging Waves. But this was slightly different from the ending Meng Zhao remembered from his previous life. Could it be that he had caused a butterfly effect after he spread the ultimate style and harvested a blood flower sclerotia, which helped Dragon City turn the tables? Meng Zhao could not be certain. After all, the ultimate style had just been born, and its influence was not great. Many of the superhumans just tried it a little before they stopped practicing it, while the veteran elites who stayed in Graveyard Forest for long periods of time did not even have the time to go to the East Lake base to test out the ultimate style cultivation cabins. The evolution of the blood flower was not a secret either. Through Ning Shuo, Meng Zhao learned that the Monster Research Center had discovered this strange parasite long ago and had begun a series of researches on it. The blood flower sclerotia he harvested naturally increased the progress of the research by a few %, but it was not to the state where it could completely change the war. Meng Zhao did not know whether there would be more changes in the northern offense. But Lin Chuan had recovered and was about to return to the depths of Graveyard Forest to engage in a new round of fights. During the last few days they spent with each other, they used every second they had to think of all the knowledge they thought could help the other and taught one another everything that they could. When Lin Chuan heard that Meng Zhao had already cleared 14 main meridians and was thinking about learning a killing move that paid more emphasis to crowd control and long-distance attacks, he decided to teach him the move that propelled him to fame, Thousand Moon Slash. He also suggested that Meng Zhao add 2 chains to the hilts of his surging lightnings so that they could turn into sickles and he could dual-wield them. My Flamewing Spear was created using a Super Beast spine. It can be broken into 19 segments, and all of them are connected by chains. It's a chain spear whose attack range reaches dozens of meters, and when necessary, it can also be reconnected into a spear. Lin Chuan told Meng Zhao that chain-type weapons were very difficult to master, but once he managed to learn them, his attack trajectory would drift about, and the angle of his attacks would be very difficult to handle. His attacks could be much more varied, which would make them unreadable, and their power would also be very strong. If you want to practice chain-type weapons, you will need sharp senses and great control over your fingers. You'll be controlling the chain like a musician a zither. Only then will you be able to master its essence. Fortunately, you're a harvester during your free time, and it's a job that pays a lot of attention to the cultivation of your hands. You've also cleared all the branch meridians in your fingers. Your senses and control are 10 times stronger than those of a normal martial artist. You're very suited to practicing chain-type weapons. Thousand Moon Slash is a move that I've been practicing since I became a superhuman. I've also thought of a lot of variations for it. It helped me to effortlessly go from Earth Realm to Heaven Realm. But as my realm increased, it gradually stopped being suitable for me and Flame Wing Spear. But I can teach it to you, so you can continue making it shine with glory. Chapter 200, Giant. Before he left, Lin Chuan gave Meng Jiao 2 chains created from the spines of a grade 5 super beast multi-headed fire lizard and dozens of unique alloys. Meng Jiao had a good eye. He knew that the spine of the multi-headed fire lizard alone would empty a person's bank account if they were to buy it on the market, and Lin Chuan had even asked a craftsman to carefully carve hundreds of runic symbols in it after fusing it with unique alloys, so it were both tough and malleable. It could stretch and retract as Meng Jiao wanted, and it was much tougher than normal metal chains. If he attached the 2 chains to his surging lightnings, his attack range would increase 5 times, and he could bring out the agility and mobility of the ultimate style even better than before, along with its characteristic of running if the user could not win. Meng Jiao's gratefulness toward Lin Chuan was evident on his face. Lin Chuan laughed, saying that he could already tell that Meng Jiao's achievements in the future would definitely be greater than his. At that time, no matter how Meng Jiao wanted to repay him, he would definitely accept it shamelessly. But Lin Chuan also mentioned that weapons were external objects, and the most important thing for a superhuman's cultivation was still their own understanding of spirit energy. The greatest difference in spirit energy and the heat energy, electricity, and nuclear energy on Earth is that spirit energy is an energy that has emotions and even a soul. On the last day, Lin Chuan helped Meng Jiao practice his Thousand Moon Slash with his chain sabers in the wild. Meng Jiao decided to splurge and used 5,000 contribution points to increase his skillfulness and skillfully imitated every one of Lin Chuan's movements. Lin Chuan gasped at his comprehension abilities and said that he had nothing else to teach him in terms of skill, but Meng Jiao could not reach Heaven Realm just by learning and understanding new skills. He had to search for what would move his emotions so that the spirit energy in his body would resonate with the spirit energy in the world. There is a saying, spirit energy is the soul of countless powerful, intelligent life forms that existed in ancient times. Lin Chuan spread his palms, and raging spirit flames gushed out of his palms. He stared at them and mumbled, "Imagine it. This is the other world. It's a planet with resources far richer than those on Earth. Millions and even tens of millions of years ago, there were incredibly powerful and intelligent life forms here, and they created a super civilization. But due to some reason, this super civilization was destroyed, and all intelligent life forms died. They only left the brain waves and vitality magnetic fields that signified their unwillingness to accept death. Then, due to the unique structure of this planet, or some other reason we don't understand, they were forced to stay or imprisoned in the planet, and they turned into the spirit energy that we know today." Lin Chuan's stern expression caught Meng Jiao's attention. He thought about Lin Chuan's words carefully and shuddered. Lin Chuan laughed and retracted his spirit flames before he said, "Of course, that's just a hypothesis. What is the nature of spirit energy? Why is there spirit energy in the other world but none on Earth? Why is it that even though there is no spirit energy on Earth, we, as creatures from Earth, still retain the organs to absorb and cultivate spirit energy, which are organs from ancient times? These are all questions to which we have no answers, and no one knows the truth behind it. But no matter what the real nature of spirit energy is, there is something we can be certain of, and that is that it can produce the strongest emotional resonance with humans. If you are satisfied with your current state, then you can go along with Mr. Gu's teachings and use the ultimate style to continue refining your 1024 branch meridians. That will definitely be sufficient. But if you want to continue moving down the path of a superhuman and reach Heaven Realm or an even higher state of life, you must find the emotion that grants you the strongest power. For me, the emotion that grants me the strongest power is sadness, because as I went down my path as a superhuman, I saw many comrades fall before me. Death is usually incredibly brutal and tragic, and I feel like I am moving forward with their destinies on my back. Hence, when I fight, I shed tears without my own knowledge. It helps me release my strongest strength. Naturally, I'm not telling you to fight while remembering the most tragic way your comrades died and crying hysterically. After all, if you don't have my looks, you'll look pretty horrid if you cry while fighting." Meng Jiao laughed at the last part. Lin Chuan smiled as well. Once he was done laughing, he continued, "Your desires, your joy, anger, sadness, happiness, and all the extreme emotions and urges can resonate with your spirit energy and increase your power endlessly. The path of cultivation is very long. You'll have to figure out just which one of your emotions can stimulate your fighting will the most." Meng Jiao could tell that Lin Chuan was bidding him farewell, so he could not help but say, "Big brother Lin, are you leaving tomorrow?" "That's right. I've been healing my wounds for a month in Shattered Star Lake, and I'm feeling restless from all the inaction. It's time for me to go back and work in Graveyard Forest." Lin Chuan thought for a moment, then said, "I was supposed to bring you to the perimeter of Graveyard Forest and let you test Thousand Moon Slash a few times in real combat so that you can become familiar with the skill and your chain sabers, but I just received a mission. I'm to head into the depths of Graveyard Forest. I might even need to get close to raging waves or head deep underground. It's just too dangerous and not suitable for someone in Spirit Tattoo Realm. So, wait for my return, and next time, I'll definitely fight with you. Big Brother Lin, you don't have to bother about me, but don't you think you're working too hard?" When Meng Zhao heard the word dangerous, he could not help but frown and say, "Everyone calls you Reckless Daredevil and says that you spend at least 200 days a year in the depths of the wild. Most of the Heaven Realm elites don't cultivate and fight as hard as you do. You were just badly injured because you were fighting against the multi-headed fire lizards. I heard from Ms. Li that your heart stopped for a full 3 minutes. Now that you've just recovered, you're going back into the battlefield in the most dangerous place possible on the planet. Is there a need for you to do that?" "Of course there is. Poor kids who came out of public renting houses like us don't have the support of our families nor good foundations. If we don't work hard, how can we step on the shoulders of those aristocratic children and stand out?" Lin Chuan smiled in a nonchalant manner and patted Meng Zhao's shoulder. "Little Meng, thanks for your kindness. I know that you're worried about me, but I'm already used to life in the wild, and I don't like being in Dragon City. Every time I go back, I see all the cars and lights, markets full of people, banquets with people toasting each other, and I feel empty and cold. When I look up, all I see are my deceased comrades. They're shredded, torn up, just like when they died. They stare at me as if asking why I can enjoy life while they had to die. But when I'm in the wild and listen to the howls of the monsters and lie in stinky swamps, I can sleep well. The souls of my deceased comrades become my guardian angels and help me continue forward on my superhuman path, even though it's full of blood and turmoil." Meng Zhao frowned and said hesitantly, "Big Brother Lin, have you ever thought that this is some sort of mental illness, like PTSD or combat stress? Being a superhuman means that you will be using rampaging spirit energy to continuously stimulate the brain so that it can display all sorts of abnormal abilities. If you look at it from this angle, all superhumans have mental disorders. The higher their realm, the worse their mental disorder is." Lin Chuan tapped the center of his brow and said with a smile, "Of course I know that I'm sick, that's why I vent my emotions by crying every time I fight. What about you? What's your mental disorder?" Meng Zhao instantly found himself speechless. Lin Chuan laughed and said, "All right, little Meng. I'll listen to you. Once I'm done with this mission, I'll definitely go back to Dragon City to rest for a few months. I'll visit our homeroom teacher and language teacher in our elementary school. We'll also eat Grandpa Wang's fried lizard skewer. But don't tell him beforehand. We'll queue up with the elementary school students. It'll only taste good if we fight for them." "That's a promise," Meng Zhao immediately said. Then, a thought appeared in his head, and he said with some unease, "Must you go on this mission? I feel like this sort of will go back and visit our homeroom teacher in elementary school after my mission finishes is as big of a death flag as after I finish this mission, I'll go back to my hometown to get married." "Ah, damn you. Are you cursing me?" Lin Chuan kicked Meng Zhao. The depressed, handsome weeping reaper who caught the hearts of countless girls was acting increasingly more informal in front of Meng Zhao. "I must go on this mission. I'm employed by Sky Pillar Corporation, and I have to be the guide for their exploration team," Lin Chuan explained seriously. "Sky Pillar Corporation?" Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath. Sky Pillar Corporation was a mega-corporation that existed before the Survival Committee was set up. It started off as a mining and energy production company. Then, it went into the research and development of top-tier machines and the creation of firearms. It was a true giant in the business industry. During the Dark Age when viruses mutated, zombies roamed the land, monsters appeared, and order was destroyed, Sky Pillar Corporation had risen to power. They provided a small sanctuary for the citizens in despair and contributed greatly to the formation of the Survival Committee. During the past few decades, Sky Pillar Corporation discovered dozens of crystal mines one after another and provided a solid base in terms of materials for the continuous perfection of runic symbol technology and the spirit energy cultivation system. If Lin Chuan was employed by this giant, he had to receive a large salary. "I've always had a dream. I want to renovate the 4 public renting housing areas to provide sufficient cultivation resources and the best cultivation facilities for the children. I wish we could hire ace teachers and veteran fighters to build their foundations." Why should the children of the poor be forced to learn in dilapidated schools and stare at boring textbooks while wondering just what the amazing martial arts are, while the aristocratic children can bath in super beast blood from the moment they're born and train using the VR systems created by the superbrains? Why should they be able to start so far ahead of us? Lin Chuan's eyes shone. It was as if he could see the children in Blessed Happiness Street Elementary School sitting in a school building with clean windows while eating nutritional lunches filled with spirit energy. They could also meditate in crystalline, high-end cultivation cabins. He smiled and mumbled, "If I want to fulfill this dream of mine, I need a lot of money. That's why I have been fighting so hard over the years and have been accumulating money. I've been saving everything until now, and with the high wage I'll get from this mission, I'll have about enough money. Tell me then, how can I give up on it?"